scene, and a bit of a split in strategy now with some changing calls through that weather cycle.
Yeah, I've been watching on my TV here in the living room for the majority of the race so far, and I tell you what, it's been awesome just to even be a spectator of this thing. The weather coming into and out at Spa, you expect for that to happen. Interesting that you say that. I almost feel like I should knock on some piece of wood around my desk so we don't jinx ourselves, but from a spectator's point of view, I would love a little bit of rain. If I were a driver, I might knock on some wood or something.
Absolutely. As that's a bit deep from one of the green Aston Martins there, just slightly over-committing in through their com. I kind of feel like if you are a strategist right now, you're doing your anti-rain dance if you're running well. If you are off-kilter, you need some help to be brought back into things. Maybe your BMW BS team competition down in 17th spot. You're the ones doing your rain dance. You're hoping to try and get as far forward as possible. We are also seeing, of course, that BOP swing, the Mercedes running quite strongly 1, 2, and 3. But this is what we're seeing right now with cool conditions and relatively stagnant conditions. It's not until the sun's going to rise that we'll see those conditions change and maybe a slight shift in which manufacturers are running well. But it's all about being there at the right time. And it's something that Angus and myself had talked about, Austin. By virtue of running this race in July, in the middle of the summer, near when the days are at their longest, the night is super short for this race.
Yeah, it's really short, but it's just an awesome time, especially for these guys. If you're in a part of the world where right now it's night for you as well, it is an awesome feeling when I run the Daytona 24-hour race here in America. I'm on the Eastern Standard Time, so eastern part of the continental U.S. It is awesome to just be plugging in lap after lap after lap between the hours of like 9 p.m. to like 5 or 6 a.m. when it's just darkness everywhere, and you really get a true sense of speed, and you're pretty much just alone in the car, and it's kind of like a zen moment where any other time, you know, it's the normal hours of the day, everybody is awake, everybody's up, everybody's in the team Discord or the team chat kind of talking, hanging out, having a good time. And don't get me wrong, I love that, but it's just awesome to just plug away laps all by yourself.
I think we've talked about this before as well, and maybe previous IGTC races, maybe at Kyalami when we were at the end together. The fact that here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, the fact that you swap out every hour, I think means that you push a little bit more in each of your stints, and so that rhythm that you develop it's so important to be able to pick that back up. We're still seeing that 123 with Jan Willem van Ommen behind the wheel, so he stayed in for a double stint, slightly counter to what we were just saying, but he now leads by 17 seconds over Castorino in that racing point Aston Martin. That gap at 1.24 plus seconds. In an hour or so, it's been closed by 6 more seconds, and be interesting to see in the next half hour where the gaps will start to build, because of course, Austin, we're coming up towards the 12-hour mark, to the halfway point mark of this race.
Yeah, and like you guys were talking about too, you and Angus touched on it a couple times, that's the crucial 50% of the way through the race, so we are going to award points out. And this is a very short series, only 5 races. Technically it's 6 when you consider the first 12 hours of this 24 event are a race in and of itself. They pay out points, as are the last 12 hours of this 24-hour race. So it really is like 6 races crammed into this 5-race calendar. So in a couple hours here, I definitely expect for the pace to ramp up. Like we say, that pay window is open. There's going to be a lot of drivers just on the edge of their seat trying to get everything they possibly can out of this, and it's just what you touched on too a second ago, kind of, you know, that one driver, Amon, staying in the car for a second stint in a row. It's just about keeping the driver fresh, right? I've noticed even as an adult, right, I'm not a kid anymore, my attention span should be longer than it was when I was in 5th grade, but man, I tell you what, I can only pay attention for about an hour and a half at a time. So 1 hour, I'm good. If I do a second stint, I stay in the car. The first hour of that stint, I am awesome. Still doing great. The second half hour of my second stint, though, I kind of start to fall off the rails a little bit. Might put a tire wrong here and there, maybe off the track sometimes, maybe just put in a little bit slower laps. So it's, you know, some guys got it, man. Some guys are only good for 1 hour. Some guys are on rails for 2 hours. It's very rare to be on rails for 3 hours, but some guys have it.
Well, and that's where I guess these teams develop the mental side of things as well, right? It's why they put such an emphasis on having mental support for their drivers, because to be able to focus in for 3 hours at this level where you're trying to be not within 5% of your best, within 0.1% of your best lap every single time you go around, it puts a load on you, and you got to make sure that it's not, you're able to carry that for all however long you intend to run. We are almost, by the way, up to 200 laps complete within 8 odd hours of this race, so that's a pretty relentless tempo that's being set, but we are having to deal with the traffic. Dennis Schoeniger has jumped into the 555 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports machine and is on the hunt, only 4 seconds off the back of the Mercedes AMG HRT by UOL car, and slicing through the traffic one by one, getting even closer to their prey.
Yeah, you talk about him slicing through this traffic, too. He is absolutely cutting up these corners. I mean, that car, it just looks incredibly stable today. And the Mercedes this weekend, like you guys were talking about, too, the BOP adjustments, the Mercedes is really strong for this week. But again, that's just something you'll have in a multi-car endurance championship where some racetracks are just going to fit certain cars. I mean, you might have gone into this race thinking, oh, the Mercedes is going to do really good there. Lo and behold, the BOP kind of shifts to maybe help the Mercedes a little bit in one certain area, and all of a sudden they are dominant on a track like today. But it's also important to remember too, like you touched on maybe 5 minutes ago, the weather is going to change, and this is about the coldest temperatures are going to be during this entire 24-hour cycle. So it's great that we have 3 Mercedes, if you're a Mercedes guy, 3 AMGs all on the podium right now. But you have to remember, you need to stay on top of the ball to make sure that you keep that tire band, you know, that tire temperature in that narrow band of just perfection for perfect grip on the racetrack.
And of course, these drivers get about 30 minutes of prior warning if there is going to be any rain, and so they'll just be keeping an eye out to make sure that they can adjust on the fly if they do need to. Now, there's a couple of different places that you can grab a second screen experience of this race. Yardier, Jaroslav Honzik, of course, a great place to follow along with that Yassi 296 Ferrari. Niels Naujoks, if you want to follow along with the BMW M-Team BS competition. There's always places that you can go and see what these drivers are doing and the inputs behind the wheel, how hard they're working, and especially right now when we are within 100th of our best lap times in the case of Dennis Schoeniger, it's always important just to see that consistency that these drivers are able to deliver. That margin to 3.6 seconds as Klinkmuller increasingly under pressure, not just getting closer to a car from behind, but losing track of those in front. Into the pit stop cycle, it was 30 seconds between first and second. It's up to 38 now.
Yeah, he's just doing a really good job to chip away at it and continue to pull away. And that's what you need to do as a race car driver, right? You just get thrown into the car and odd time in the race, and you just start doing your thing, man. You're paid to make the car go fast. It's your job. Your part of the team is to go out there and perform out on the racetrack. And these guys have continued to do it right now, almost 8 hours into this race. Oh, Ferrari facing the wrong direction there. I think that's at...
That is the West competition, number 27. Not had the best and easiest day by any means. I hear Essa's gone around at Les Combes, and we'll have to wait and see maybe if it was assisted or self-inflicted. Race control, I've been in the booth for going on 2 and a bit hours now. Race control's been relatively quiet. We've had a couple of pit stop infringements. We've had 1 penalty for actual contact. But outside of that, I'm delighted, Austin, that our hardworking team of stewards fortunately doesn't have much to work hard on.
Yeah, honestly, they can kind of put their feet up on the desk here, lay back, maybe take a snooze, a little bit of a nap here. I've been watching pretty much the entire thing so far. We're 8 hours in, and race control have hardly needed to make a decision. I've hardly seen that race control pop-up at the center of the bottom part of the screen. Like you said, a couple things, just little tiny infringements here and there, but compare that to Kyle Lamy. It was you and I at the end of the race. I mean, there was race control having to make a decision like every other lap at the end, and that was only a 9-hour race. Oh man, that is dodgy there, coming up through the chicane, last corner before the front stretch here to start another lap. That was really close.
It's the Ren Velton car up against Absolute Rest Tech by Asalith. Again, these are two silver class machines fighting for 15th and 16th overall. It is the 5th and 6th positions, though, in their class where the points are actually paid out. So you have to be careful. Sebastian Apostle and the BMW Romania Team West competition car sits behind them, and not too far back to plenty of other contenders, the likes of Ren Velton 71 and plenty more. I did note that Michael Hamlet had made the comment earlier, given how a couple of the pro cars have already retired from this race, that any remaining pro machine just has to finish to score championship points. It is as simple an equation as that.
Yeah, it's always awesome when you find yourself in one of those situations, because at this point you're playing with house money. You know, you can go out there and just run a crazy strategy or do something off, because you're basically, the worst you can finish is 15. So you're going to get points for sure. And in these races, scoring points at all is a big deal. You know, it's just like in Formula One or something. If you can get points at all, any part of the day, as long as you're mid-pack team, if you're in a Red Bull, you should get points every single race. But, you know, for some of those teams and drivers, getting points on any given day is awesome. I mean, that's like a win for you. So for a lot of these teams, and it's hard to get points, for, you know, guaranteed points up on the board for just being in the race, and we're only 8 hours into this thing. That's a huge deal.
Oh, I just realized that I'm actually going to be around for those halfway points. Yay! I love a good race to the halfway mark, because you get one sense of the race is done, but then you reset and you go to the very end. Looking forward to seeing, especially in the silver class, if Castorino is going to be able to continue to close, because he's now down to, I think it's 16 seconds off the back of Willem van Omen in the race-leading FFS entry. Still 3 seconds the margin between Klinkmuller and Schoniger for the HRT by UOL and Williams Esports AMG entered cars. And if you're just joining us, go back in time 4 hours ago, somewhere in that region. It was not Mercedes 1, 2, and 3. These drivers were 5th, 6th, and 7th, and in a slightly different order as well. But we had a Ferrari up front, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team that was leading. Then 3 Audis, Williams, Whipperman, and the ITB Santalot cars. The way the rain played out, and especially the decision from Jordan Sherrod and the Ferrari 51 to stay out there on slicks, it's very much mixed up the field.
Yeah, I tell you what, talking about mixing up the field, that 555 AMG Mercedes, Schoniger right now, he's doing a good job. I've been looking at that to Delta from him to the second place car, and it was 3 seconds a couple laps ago, down to 2.8 right now. He is making massive headway right now into this lead, but it looks like we're going to take a cutaway, so about a crash.
Yeah, we'll take a look at what happened there with that West competition Ferrari. And Zahir Essa's slight mistake, single-handedly, just a bit too much rotation on the inside curb, and then rather awkwardly tries to find a reverse gear. Not always easy in the real GT3 cars. Instead, decides just to spin it around, had enough rotation, found a gap in the traffic, and Essa, 26th position. That was more damage to the ego than damage to the positions given the day so far. 2 laps down already, in danger of going 3 laps down. And of the 45 that saw the green, we're down to 10 left on the leading lap. Such has been the relentless pace at the front. Almost 200 laps in these opening 8 hours.
Yeah, for that Ferrari that went around, I would have thought for sure the way he was basically pointing towards the track after that 90-degree right-hand turn there going into Lacombe, I figured he for sure would have had to gotten at least a helping hand to kind of tip him all the rest of the way around, but to go ahead and see him spin turn that thing, that kind of just tells the tale. You know, it's a lot more believable now that you have a lazy spin, and that's just one of the corners where it's a lot lower speed and you're coming off the Kemmel Straight and you're just carrying a lot more horsepower in mile an hour or kilometers an hour depending on where you live into that corner. And because it's so slow, that car just gets out from under you, because this is one of those places too. Talk about the setup differences, right, between here and Kyalami, the last place we were. This place has a lot of long straightaways and it has a lot of corners as well, but they're very long, wide open corners. I don't mean wide open throttle, but you actually have to drive the car around here and especially take a very, very precise line on your way around the track. But you're basically taking as much wing out of the rear end of the car as you can.
Well, it's that balance. You need the speed in the straights, but then there are these I'd say I call them more medium speed corners, a lot of them. Yes, you've got your Blanchiments, the Eau Rouges, those are the high speed corners, but Pouhon is more of a medium high. The exit of Stavelot, Curve Paul Frere, those are medium speed corners. You need the balance through the aerodynamic range, which is what we were saying earlier, often results in running quite stiff on the suspension, just to make sure you've got a stable aero platform. You want at each end of the car to not be bouncing up and down too much to disturb the air, and therefore the more stable it is, the more hopefully under control your car will be. Traditionally, of course, we talk about running the front slightly lower than the rear to get a little bit of rake and downforce imparted that way. But of course, with the straights here, maybe you'll try and be running a little bit flatter as well. Jordan Sherritt gives us that onboard perspective in that 51 machine, the South Africa down the hill. Pretty sure that was flat through Eau Rouge and up over Radion as well, maybe a little bit wide, but I don't think he gets dinged for cutting the course by any means. And this is what Agnes and I were talking about earlier, Austin, the fact that Jonathan Riley and Jordan Sherritt have been bouncing back and forth for the last 2 or 3 hours. It means that the other two drivers in the middle of the night can go and get some actual rest.
Yeah, it's really nice when you can do that. It's really taxing on both the drivers, though, because, you know, Jordan's right, you know, he's having to pull a lot of his weight in the overall race right now. And while that gives your teammates a break and you get to go take a break at some point during the race, too, it's still very taxing to do so much of your drive time basically in a 50% hour of the overall race distance. So yeah, it is nice, but you know, there's pros and cons to it. Usually though, in 24-hour races, the most sleep you're going to get is like a cat nap. So if when I'm a driver in a 24-hour race, I might sleep maybe 4 to 6 hours tops in that 24-hour period, and usually it's like an hour nap here and there, if even.
This is again where I think no matter what you're doing in a 24-hour race, whether you're commentating, spotting, engineering, you're not going to get much sleep traditionally. And increasingly, as a lot of these teams race not just from the same region, but often from the same physical location, we're seeing, you know, increase in physical facilities that these teams are able to use and base themselves from. That becomes you're solving a lot of the same problems that they do in the real world in terms of keeping people awake and getting the maximum performance out of them. We continue to just get provisional standings, by the way, from how things might look at the 50% marker as they run right now. And as mentioned, it would be the 555 Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports that would take the championship lead. They would jump in front of a handful of others, but you would also crucially see the Mercedes-AMG Esports Unicorns of Love be able to jump on forward quite significantly as well. The Lamborghini Esports team would climb forward, all at the expense of the likes of McLaren Veloce, the BMW M-Team BS competition. Kind of similar-ish story in the silver class as well. Championship leaders into this one, Red Velton, will drop down to third. They'll be jumped by Team Racing Point and Yas Heat. You'd have FFS, who have had a bit of a rough start. They scored decent points in the first round, not so decent in the last round. They'll jump up to fourth in front of the Absolute Rest Tech by Asalith Car. But of course, still a long way to go. About 4 odd hours away from those half points being paid out. Hearing word that Race Control has actually had to take a look at something, and it's for ignoring the blue flags. The second place, the Mercedes-AMG HRT by UOL, tries to make its way through. The 27 has been given a 5-second time penalty. That's the West Competition Ferrari that we saw around slightly earlier. That's not a typical penalty by any means.
No, it really isn't. Usually all the drivers are a lot more cognizant of when they'll have a faster guy behind him and all those blue flags around the racetrack. And that's not very typical for us to see a warning for blue flags, especially not at Spa. The corners are so wide open. You got a lot of room to kind of let one driver by because, you know, there's a lot of room between the corners. It's not like a Kyalami where you maybe have 2 or 3 straightaways where you might have a chance to catch your breath for a second. Spa is a lot more open than that. This is just a lot longer of a track, a lot longer of a lap as well. So you can see here Luca Lozio running in the 10th position. He's in the number 63 car Pro class in his Lamborghini.
He's on the back of the Kramer Racing Porsche that's its third in class, and has dropped off the top 2 as Castorino just continues to try and put pressure on Van Oomen. It's held relatively constant at 14 seconds or so, though, between top two in silver class. If you're wondering what the prize pool is, by the way, you're just joining us for this third round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. Fighting over 40,000 euros in the pro class, 18,000 euros in the silver classes as well. So there's something to fight for in each of them. 11,200 euros to the pro class champions. Not an unhealthy prize, and that's of course just for this Igtc Esports. It does not include the sprint championships that we have for Asia, Europe and America, or Simpro Championship, which of course sees the drivers travel around the world, or travel around Europe, the GT World Challenge Europe. There's Luca Lozio in that official Lamborghini Esports team car. That's running in the 10th position. It's had a relatively quiet day, you'd have to say. Has been in and around this edge of the top 10 for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, which, you know what, for Spa, for a race like that, having a quiet day, it's not the hardest thing to do, but it's a lot easier to run a quiet race like that, where you're not just battling somebody lap after lap after lap, doing something that's just egregious, or having something egregious done to you where all the cameras basically making yourself a highlight reel, right? You don't want to be that driver, whether it's good or bad. You just rather have a slow kind of race. It's endurance racing. It's a 24-hour long race. You know, we're only 8 hours in. You should have seen only 1/3 of the overall stuff you're going to see for the whole day. So really, just take your time right now. You know, this is an endurance. It's a marathon. It isn't a sprint. He's doing a really nice job. You can see he did catch up, though, to that 977 numbered Porsche. That's the car just up the road. Again, he's lapping somebody else, so this is one car. This, you know, the Lamborghini's passing the Porsche for position overall, not position in class. Does Frank absolutely nothing good to hold up this Lamborghini. You're going to see the Bentley pull off to the left. I would expect for Frank to kind of pull off to either the left or the right in just a couple seconds here and let Lozio on by as well.
And of course, for that Lamborghini, the best running of the Lamborghinis, the next best back in 21st position. And that is another one of the pro class cars, the Jean Alesi Esports team. So it goes to show that Lamborghini maybe not enjoying its time in the Ardennes as much as the Audi, which is similar in nature but fundamentally actually different, as much as people conflate the two of them. And Luca Lozio just continues to try and use that toe to work a little bit closer. 4-second buffer that he has to Tinko van der Velde, which will be the next actual position where he'll get some points if he's able to close up to the back of that Williams Esports Audi. You can see a little bit more steering lock through Blanchimont than I maybe expected. You want to try and minimize how much the car actually pitches around, want to balance the weight as much as you can through the high-speed sweeper and throw the car on the curbs a little bit more through the bus stop chicane. Given the lower speeds that you have, just try and minimize the distance where possible, while some other drivers are being able to set personal bests or close to them. And with the traffic playing its part, being stuck behind another machine, it's about 8/10 off of the best for Luca Lozio. Continues just to run behind the 977. Second and third, if you're curious, it's down to within a second, as Dennis Schoeniger has been really able to put the pressure onto that number 5. Although we're not too far away, I think, from seeing a handful of cars potentially dive their way off towards the lane. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, getting really close to pit road, kind of being the place to be for a majority of these teams to come down. And it's no surprise, because these guys, again, we talked about it at Kyalami a little bit, talked about that on the broadcast some today, that 65-minute basically stint time. You can go under that, but you can't go over it. That means basically driver in the car to being driver out of the car. 65 minutes is the most you can do. If you overstep that boundary, that is a big old penalty, one you most certainly do not want to get in these races. So these guys do have to battle with that, and that can be, you know, you just have to come down pit road. The driver can stay in the car for more than 65 minutes, but one stint length cannot be more than 65 minutes. And talking about Lamborghinis, like we keep saying, this Luca Lozio, number 63 car in the 10th position, the John Alesi Lamborghini, that entire John Alesi Esports team last outing out in Kyalami, they had a pretty good run of it in the middle hours of that 9-hour race, but boy, towards the end, they just did not have stuff going their way. And unfortunately, that trend continues for them in the first 8 hours here of the Spa 24.
Here's the closed gap that I was talking about. Under a second between Klinkmuller and Dennis Schoeniger for second spot. Still Mercedes 1, 2, and 3, but as we were saying, that that's mainly because of how the weather's played itself out in the last 4 odd hours dry, running for a good 2 hours or so now at this point, or getting close to that mark, mean things are starting to be a little bit more equaled out in terms of the speed. Riding from the front hood of Schoninger, you can see the night lights, which will be very much bright in the rearview mirror for Klinkmuller up the road. It's all just going to be about staying on the track and making sure you don't make a mistake at this point in time, given that ultimately the margin back to Rotors just continues to rise. It's a pretty consistent tempo that these 3 Mercedes continue to punch in around the lap, and have to wait and see. 65 minutes in particular, going back to what you were saying about the stint time, you've got to be extra careful about that here above every other track this season in the IGTC, because a lap at Spa is 2 minutes and 20 odd seconds. If you're not going to be off by a little at Spa, you're probably going to be off by a lot.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those racetracks, especially because of how long the pit road is as well. You know, that plays a big factor in it too. As you can see, you have Dennis, the chaser, and then on the right-hand side, you've got Klinkmuller. That's the chasee looking over that rear wing there of the second place Mercedes AMG GT3 cars. These guys are going after it right now. And look, I mean, just a pinpoint precision. Watch this run up through the hill here. This is going to be awesome going through Eau Rouge, now Radion. I mean, just look at how much these guys are absolutely on pins and needles as they go through there. And honestly, it's kind of like a coming of age, or just like an experience thing. Everybody at one point or another is just going to eat the wall. Oh, looking for a move.
And here comes the move. You could see it coming, not just because of the overspeed for Dennis Schoninger, but Klinkmuller was on the brakes and indicating that he was going to let the Williams Esports car go on through, and it is now Dennis Schoninger, 41 seconds off of Mitchie Tauscher, has jumped back up to second.
Like I was saying, kind of just a coming of age to pass somebody going down the Kemmel Straight, because you get so much overspeed through there. And honestly, his run through Eau Rouge and Radion was just so much better, just a much cleaner line. And it's no wonder. I mean, he's run them down by 3.5 seconds just since I came up into the booth. So he's been really on it these last couple laps here. I'm interested to see how much he can really make a dent into this distance up to the leader.
Now we'll have to wait and see how he's going to be able to charge his way on forward. Has some clean air with which to work now. 15 hours, 52 minutes still left to run. Not even halfway through. And it's a 3-driver lineup in the 555 as well. It is just Dennis Schoninger, just Dara McCormack, and just Dominic Blyer. No 4th driver in to potentially relieve them. Most teams have at least ensure that they have 4 drivers with which they can call upon, even if they only plan on using 3 for the majority of each of the races. Now we'll also just track Klinkmuller and Rotors, the 3rd of the Mercedes, the 1st of the Audis, where they'll track relative to one another, because Rotors over the last couple of hours has just continued to unfortunately lead that time off. Going back to Tinko van der Velde just for a moment as well, because that was a car that you and I saw running to the checkered flag, Austin, and looking very, very comfortable. In stark contrast to how their season started at Bathurst, where the car just did not look that settled, did not look that comfortable to drive, and it was reflected in the result that they ultimately would get. But Kyle Army suited it quite well, and Spa seems to suit it decently as well. Yes, the weather has maybe thrown a bit of a wrench into things and dropped the couple of Audis back in the pack a little bit more, but the lap times are looking good. Last time by, Van der Velde with a 16.7, fastest car on track.
Yeah, 16.7 is really flying around this racetrack, especially here in the nighttime in the U.S. Nighttime is the right time. These guys working on their night moves right now. 16.7 is really flying. I mean, just a leader, Mikkel Tauscher, he put down a 2:16.9. So this Audi was 0.2 of a second faster than that leader in that AMG Mercedes. So really doing a good job right here. Just putting in the lap times. That's all you can do right now if you're the 66 car. But it's important, too, to mention that this car was in the lead of the race, about 4 hours ago or something, and they pulled strategy off that. It was not just raw pace. They had to bank on a little bit of strategy when they did that, but that's always something that it's good to fall back on. If your car isn't the fastest, you can really just outsmart your opponent. It's kind of the Gordon Murray way.
Yeah, no, You don't always have to be physical to get moves done. I think that's something that in sim racing that we sometimes forget, but in general we are quite good about talking about being physical. What's Race Control had to say about something between the 27 and the 938? So this is going to be the absolute rest tech machine with the West Competition car. Another incident involving West Competition. This time the penalty goes the way of the absolute rest tech Aston Martin though, so it's another 5 seconds that will get served in the next cycle of pit stops. It is good to see the Audis running well. Of course, the news breaking officially just 4 days ago that Audi Sport Customer Racing officially ending customer sales of its cars moving forward in 2024. Existing orders still going to be fulfilled, so we might still have a few R8, GT2, GT3, and GT4 variants that trickle out to the customers, but there will be no new ones heading out of Germany after Q1 of next year. Does mean that Audi will continue to support the teams that continue to run it, but for a manufacturer that has been associated with top-level professional GT3 racing for so long, has employed so many of the fastest GT3 drivers, it very much feels like the end of an era.
It really does, but that just tells me that they're working on something in the future. Whenever you stop something like that, kind of everybody thinks it's a little bit shorter. They're probably working on something much better behind the scenes, and we're not going to know about it until everybody else does. And by then, it's going to just be an awesome race car, most likely. And man, talk about this battle between these two Mercedes here. You saw Schrodinger, that 555 car got right up to the 5 car and passed him, and I don't know if this is the 5, maybe just, you know, being able to stay right up really glued to him just because of the slipstream that these guys have, or if it's maybe just a case that 555 Dennis might just be one of those drivers that really needs a rabbit in front of him to go chase down. Be really interested to see, though, if we can get the gap, though. It's 42 seconds right now from Dennis to our leader, Tauscher. So it was 41 when he took the second position, so anymore, Tauscher's still putting in some phenomenal lap times, and I have to wonder if maybe this is Dennis really wishing he had a rabbit a lot closer to the front of that race car.
What we were seeing was that Klinkmuller was losing more time, and so Schrodinger, I think, just wanted to get in front. It's the power of the draft as well. When you're tucked in behind, you get the hole punched in the air, and so many long runs here down the straights. It's important for the GT3 cars to get that advantage. That's not Niels Klinkmuller. That's Niels Naujoks, the other Niels in the field. Definitely not in a Mercedes. He's in a BMW for BMW M Team BS Plus competition. As mentioned, of course, our poor production people have to figure out amongst the hundreds of drivers that are in Zoom. We've got, what, 45 teams, let's say 4 drivers at the team. That's 200 drivers that we expect to be in Zoom. He's got to figure out who they are in Zoom, and often they won't actually call themselves Niels Naujoks. I can tell you as a producer myself, I've had the pleasure of trying to figure out who Samsung insert model of phone was on the camera.
And oh, by the way, there's 10 different Samsung model phone cameras in there.
Yeah, no, it's not like we could really do that. I see a couple of comments, by the way, both in YouTube and Twitch, correctly saying that, yeah, the reason Audi have pulled out is their Vorsprung 2030 strategy, going end-to-end electric, Formula 1 in 2026 in partnership with Sauber. But it is just a shame at the end of the day, especially given that there was a brand new TCR that I think they had been working on. One got delivered to the US, I know, into the hands potentially of Ryan Eversley and the crew that he runs with, but have to see how the future for Audi looks, both in the real world, not just in the GT World Challenges around the world, but here in this virtual world as well. How the Audi R8 is going to hold up, because I guess the comparison that you can draw to that is we still have the Bentley that runs in the game. We still have a couple of teams that do indeed compete in the big Bentley. Doesn't mean that it's out there in the real world anymore.
Right. Look at NASCAR and what they're doing with Chevrolet, and the fact that the Camaro was essentially going out of production in the first quarter of 2024. You know, they're done making Chevrolet Camaros, but NASCAR has said, look, you develop your car to meet our specifications for this kind of class of car for right now, this time frame. You can continue to use it until we make the next generation of car, at which case you need to have something else. That's why it's a spec series. I guarantee that all the other racing series are the same way. GT3 spec is GT3 spec.
Yes, no. The GT3 classification as well going to take on so much increased significance moving forward. So we'll see what it's like at Le Mans. Yeah, we'll see what it's like at Le Mans next year. We've seen a couple of moments like that over the top of the crest. Don't think it's necessarily anything too worried about. It's just how the cars kind of look as they make that transition. Haven't fortunately seen too many big issues at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, which is a surprise given that it is almost flat in a GT3 car nowadays, especially with the Pirelli tires that we have.
Yeah, well, usually it is, but there was one point, I forget who was going out and who was coming into the booth. I think it was between DJ and David Christie, so one of those two drivers. While they were making their exchange, some driver just went screaming off the track there through Eau Rouge and slammed into the tires, and I don't think they touched on it for like at least a minute or two. I was just sitting at my screen laughing because like that's a hard hit, and I'm a big fan of slapstick comedy, I'm not going to lie.
They may have been trying to figure out which of the cars it was. We had one a couple of hours ago into the night where there's a car off at Blanchimont. Angus thought it was a McLaren. I agreed with him, but there were only two McLarens, and both of them didn't look like they had been involved in incidents. So, yes, the night often brings surprises. We get the benefit, of course, of the data that we get in sim racing, a little bit different in the real world where you get, at best, sometimes CCTV cameras and whatnot. We get the luxury of being able to flick through infinite angles as we will. This is sometimes a frustrating thing, though, as a leader, even if you have caught traffic, because they are effectively in the car of similar potential as you. It's not always as easy to get past in through a fast corner like Blanchimont. Fortunately for Michi Tauscher, is able to navigate through successfully into that final corner, spools up the Mercedes rumble once again and crosses the line. Now lap time of a 2:16.982, only half a second off of the best, as we see the 66 Williams Esports Audi off towards the pit lane. That was the signal to begin the pit road cycle.
Yeah, one thing though Mike does have going for him, like you were mentioning though, whereas he is the leader, so he is going to have those blue flags kind of just going for him each and every time he comes up to lap a car, just to say, hey dude, it's not just any car behind you, it's not for position, it's not a different class, that's the overall leader of the race. So if you would be so kind as to like move off to one way to the side of the track, either one, you can choose which one you want. But yeah, I tell you what, man, he continues. I mean, he's just putting down 2:16s lap after lap after lap. It doesn't matter if he's in traffic or not. He is just on rails right now. Like I was saying, since I got in the booth, these Mercedes, they are something else today.
Got to be, the ability to get through traffic is so important. So if you are able to do that, it means that you inherently will have an advantage. It doesn't mean you're going to gain time through traffic every single lap. It just means that more often than not, you make the right decisions, you put yourself in the right place, and you stay out of trouble as much as possible. Back with Maximilian Frank in that Kramer Racing Porsche. He's still got Luca Lozio in front of him, not being able to pull away in that Lamborghini Esports number 63. The gap up to Castorino still holding relatively constant, and these drivers are also one lap down. Castorino is the final car on the lead lap. That's the speed at which Michi Tauscher and the Unicorns of Love are running. 8 hours into the race, they have lapped everyone up to 7th spot.
Man, that was really a good way to take advantage there. You saw Maximilian Frank. I don't know what car was behind him, but he was following that Lamborghini. Luca Lozio through there. He saw that door open, and he just threw the car in there like an oval driver at a short track on a Saturday night. Just gap car, throws it in there, because that guy can't come down. He's not clear yet. You just got to take advantage. That was excellently done. And go back to what you're talking about there with Tauscher and passing cars. It's not gaining time through traffic. It's how to lose the least amount of time to the other drivers that might not have to deal with that traffic right now, because it's not just one driver is going to hold up everybody else. That one driver might be fine to pass at 90% of the rest of the track. It's just when you catch a guy, and sometimes you'll have those days, you always catch him at the exact wrong time to go ahead and lap that lap car every single time you catch him. And sometimes you just won't have a break for laps, sometimes hours on end.
Yeah, and it's where understanding the BOP can be important as well. If you know your car is, struggles in a straight line. You're not going to make a pass up into Lacombe necessarily, but you know you've got to stay close in the draft and maybe out through Malmedy into No Name or Bruxelles. Two opportunities maybe where you can throw a move and maybe try and surprise the car in front. Blue flags are informational at the end of the day, but if you're alongside with a car that you're trying to lap, you do expect a little bit of room and leeway to be given. Works in reverse as well. If a car is a lap down and closing on the leader, they will hope that the leader's not going to make their life too difficult because they're involved in their own race, potentially. It could be a silver class leader coming to unlap itself on the pro class leader. You have to remember that everyone runs their own race, and you don't want to make enemies, you want to make friends in traffic early on. 42 seconds still the margin between the top two. So since Schoeniger has been able to get up in front of Klinkmuller, it's opened up by 1 second, but hasn't grown more since then.
Yeah, just been doing a really good job. Both those drivers extremely consistent, putting in 2:16.9, 2:16.8, 2:17 just now from Mike Tauscher in the lead there, almost a 2:17 flat. So losing a little bit of time through traffic, but overall, they're just kind of trading lap times back and forth. I'll tell you what though, Niels Klinkmuller just put down a 2:16.6, so all those guys continue to be really rapid, and you know, I kind of attribute that 2:16.6 from Klinkmuller there just to the fact he's been in the draft now, Dennis, in the 555 car for so long.
Yep, you getting comfortable with how that feels now as well will enable him to save a little bit of fuel, not necessarily to make the stint longer, because again, 65 minutes, the maximum time they are allowed, but it is more about the potential to do something different, put less fuel in time-wise when they come down to the lane and maybe save a little bit in that way. Van der Velde in that 66, by the way, hands over to Charlie Crossland, who's emerged in 18th spot, did find some clean air in that Williams Esports machine, so that's important for him. And now one by one, we'll wait and see where the rest will end up cycling out. Of course, the Williams Esports car amongst the first to have come on in and shod the wet tires for slicks in that very crucial transition phase of the race. It's been by far the longest stretch of time that we've had no rain, but it's going on almost 2 hours at this point as well, which means that in traditional Spa manner, it might not be too far away.
Yeah, that's one of those things where the longer you go without rain, the more you know it's probably going to come in the next half hour. So that's about just how far out we can see the rain. But going back, I'm glad you touched on that point of, you know, if you're in the slipstream, it does not allow you to make your stint length any longer. You still have to come down pit road every 65 minutes. However, you do get the benefit of being able to put less fuel in the car, saves you some time down pit road, which can in effect gain you some time out on the racetrack ahead of your competitors. But not to mention too, you know, Niels's car right now, it might just be a little bit oversteer, as we like to call it in the US on the oval scene especially, loose. So if he gets, you know, behind another car, he has that dirty air in there, not as much air going to the front splitter of this car. Same amount going to the wing maybe, but overall that might turn this loose car into a more neutral feeling car. It's the strangest thing. You'd think you'd always want to be in clean air, but I've had some race cars at certain tracks, certain times a day. You just feel really good when you're about 1 second or so, up to about a half a second behind another car, just by the way the air reacts on all the different little orifices and little tiddly bits on the car, like the splitter, the little flanges there to the side, everything back to that rear wing.
3 hours since we've had any sort of rain. Michael Hamlet wants to make sure I've got the right number. When I jumped into the commentary booth, we were in that transition. It was still drizzling a little bit. We were waiting for the rain to fall away. And if you were in the Scuderia Ferrari camp, you were praying for the rain to go away because you were still on dry tires and 6, 7, 8 seconds a lap slower than the rest of the field. That's why Jordan Sherritt is 90-odd seconds off of the race leader, but still with half the race left to go. There's yellow flags indicating trouble somewhere out on track, but hopefully not for anyone necessarily too high up through the field. It's Simone Ize in the absolute rest tech by Asalith car, who is stationary on the outside of pit path. And usually you end up that deep, not by virtue of contact, but by technical issues. We'll keep an eye on what happens there as Maximilian Franch tries to find a way past Luca Lozio.
Yeah, it's crazy because Luca came up, took this position away from Frank, and these cars are not battling for position within class. Luca, that Lamborghini, that black fading to bright green car, that's in the pro category, and of course Frank there, you see that gray background, more of a silver color, that's the silver class. So Max is on the rear end of Luca for right now. These guys have been trading lap times, kind of trading track position for the longer part of this most recent stint or run. They're just having it's been a good battle so far.
And I've been enjoying it, and we're getting to see the dry run speed for these drivers now as well, because it's not just the car that we're curious about. We want to know the comfort of each of the drivers and the various different conditions that we have. I have just taken a look, by the way, at Niels Naujoks' stream. No weather on the horizon in the next 30 minutes, so very, very dry. Jordan Sherritt's going to come on into the pit lane in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51, and so slowly but surely we are going to get a bunch of these drivers down onto pit lane and see how it all plays out. Now, we're not necessarily too worried about the end of the race right now, but thinking more short-term, Austin, what we are thinking about is come 12 hours to go in this race, come the crucial halfway mark, where do you sit on strategy? Can you maybe try and get a couple more championship points by doing something different?
Well, yeah, it's great that you bring that up, because the closer and closer we get to that halfway point, the more crystal clear that you can see where you're going to be at that 12-hour point, because we pay the points out at exactly that 12-hour mark. You know, it's not 12 hours and 15 minutes. So if you can be on track where you're going to have to come down pit road at 12 hours and 15 minutes, that's not good enough. You got to start right now pinpointing exactly when do I need to come down pit road, and timing that with how much time do I spend down pit road, how much time do I spend in the pit box. You have to do all these calculations, and there's no doubt that these guys have all those things done already. They probably have it in some sort of a Google Sheet, a Microsoft Excel page. That's what my team always does for these endurance races. We have things timed down to a T. However, as soon as you get rain or anything else comes into play like that, where some driver has to come down pit road halfway through their stint, put on rain tires, it throws all that timing completely out the window.
We're going to take a look at some more incidents from this dark phase of the race. See how dark it was for the absolute Aztec car. Just go straight. That's a hardware failure. No steering whatsoever, straight into the barrier, and he's disconnected from the server, so that might be day done, unfortunately, for Aston Martin. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was a hard lick for sure. You hit the nail right on the head there, Arjuna. That's got to be a hardware failure, whether that's the USB doing something weird or just basically losing all connection with the server, maybe some sort of a lag deal over the internet. But for sure, that is a harsh disconnect. And they weren't too far down the timings either. They were only about, what, 16th, 17th position was that 938 car. They had a couple penalties. Obviously, the day wasn't going their way, but you still had 3/4 of this twice around the clock race left, and they could certainly pull a rabbit out of the bag there and make something happen before the time was done.
There was another yellow flag for a moment, but resolved relatively quickly. So hopefully it was just a car kicking up some gravel and pushing a little bit wide, and not another double hardware failure. It looked like both steering and brake/throttle input failure there for the Aztec Aston Martin, hopefully not to be repeated anytime soon. There's Charlie Crossland in that Williams Esports Audi, in behind that 114, that silver class entry for the Race Esports team. Currently has still yet to come down pit lane that we would expect. That's a good look at Charlie Crossland, and we talked about how some drivers like to race at, you know, in complete darkness, and some drivers like to keep some lights on. The reason why we talk about this, and it's different from what you talk about in the real world with lighting, is that monitors put strain on our eyes, and so ultimately the longer you're staring at a monitor, the more difficult it can be. So anything you can do to make your life just that little bit easier, to keep your body that little bit more comfortable, very much makes a difference.
Yeah, you know, I got a concussion about a month and a half ago in a car accident, and It's sort of eye-opening how much I stare at screens and how little I blink when I do stare at screens, because all of a sudden it's so much easier to get migraines now. So anything you can do to maybe change the brightness, maybe take all the blue light out of there so it's less like the, you know, an artificial sunlight. Drivers have to do that, and it's why gamers usually turn the lights off in their room, or even why some office spaces now are kind of dimming the lights just so it's easier overall. As you can see, Charlie Crossland here getting a great look at his forehead. Look at that hairline. Look at how intently he's focused in on this Audi up the road from him. Of course, silver class driver, Badafoulier.
Not the best hair in all of sim racing, as we'll see the Audi head
close.
as Stu said, head the Audi off to pit lane. I'm trying to think who is the best hair in all of sim racing. It might be Lasse Back, but I think there may be a few other drivers that take umbrage with that comment. I guarantee you I know the answer to who's got the biggest smile in sim racing, though, because Jaroslav Honzik wins that and there's not a debate.
Yeah, not even close. Maybe Dave Cam might win best hair. He certainly doesn't have a lot of it. Of course, a joke, but yeah, biggest smile without a doubt. Like, there's not even a competition there.
Yeah, who's got ponytail? Who's got the longest hair? Maybe that's what we got to talk about. Luca Lozio continues to hold up Maximilian Frank, by the way, in that silver class machine, and it's slightly bringing Luca Lozio closer and closer to the ITB Sandslock Audi that has now just gotten 3 seconds off of the back of this train for 7th spot. It is going to be Lozio that continues to run in front, punching the hole in the air. Got some lap traffic to work with as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, that was a really heads-up move by the Aston Martin just behind there to kind of see what was going on and just barely crack the throttle there coming out of the source there with the hairpin at the bottom of the racetrack, because that was really close. Speaking about close, too wide here as they go through Kemmel. Now down the Kemmel straight, we'll see how much of a send we got. Side by side, they're dead even in a drag race.
And it's going to be lost to the late breakers, but not really a challenge. Lozio, the pro driver, knows that he can fight, but it's meaningless. All it does is cost him time without actually getting him any points back. He'll let Frank tow him around in that Porsche, the 992 generation 911 GT3R. Lozio's got to be a little bit careful as well. 19th spot, it's the 72. That's trying to squeak up the inside, the Renvelton blue car, and will be able to separate Lozio from Maximilian Frank. Goes to show that no matter what class you're in, whether it's pro or silver, everyone's in their own individual phase of the race. Maybe Renvelton just has a little bit better tires, although Lozio looks like he's lost a bunch of ground. Mitchie Tauscher, our race leader, pulls into pit lane. Maybe it's time for Lozio to do the same.
Yeah, you see Mike down there on pit road. I'll tell you what really, though, hurt Lozio is he saw that Aston Martin there, Fox, that 72 car. He just came right down there, tucked it into the corner, and that really hurt him there, because down there in Brussels, that's one of the longest corners on the racetrack, a complete 180-degree turn. So when you got a car kind of surprise you there up on the inside, force you to run 1 or 2 car lengths to the outside of the apex, you're going to lose a lot of time. Breathing room, though, but that's one of the things like we talked about, Arjuna, the ebb and flow of an endurance race. You got guys on different strategies all throughout the 24 hours. We've had about 8.5 hours to be on differing strategies. So you got some guys out there, old tires, low fuel, new tires, full fuel, stuff all the way across the board. You see Dom Healy here, very dark in his room.
That is a rather sepia-looking view. Have we gone back in time? Is that why the camera is so bad? It just is not able to process the light well enough. He's in the Bentley, though, for Wild Things Racing. We're talking about how we've got a couple of them in the field. It's always good to see that. Running 31st position. Remember, endurance racing spirit. These drivers, this team in particular, is already 3 laps down on the verge, potentially, of going 4 laps down on your leader. But just continues to punch in the laps, and it's a similar sort of situation for the 912. It's got George Boothby, former Guitar Hero champion, behind the wheel. 2:17.2 last time by, so clearly lap time still there for Veloce, but of course after the start that they had being put on the back foot, very difficult for them to be able to get back into any sort of position with which they can really try and establish a fight back from. Still trying to figure out, by the way, if Mitchie Tauscher is down onto pit lane, who is going to replace him, because it is now in Europe going on 1 o'clock in the morning, and so as Klinkmiller also down into the lane, by the way, and circling to head off towards his stall. Tobias Fefro jumps back into that number 4 machine. I wonder how awake he is, how much sleep he's already had.
Well, I mean, based on the fact, what time did you say it was over in Europe right now?
About 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, 1 o'clock, that's not too bad. I mean, unless you get up for work really early on any given day, 1 a.m. isn't too bad. It's when you get past like 2 or 3 a.m. it starts to get a little bit old that you've been up so long, and it isn't just physically taxing on these drivers. It's mentally taxing as well, because you have to go out here, and it's basically like doing calculus. Imagine the hardest part of your job at work. You're doing that for like an hour or 2 on end, and if you make a single slip up, you have to pay for it. So you're under stresses as well, and that's why it's just so mentally taxing for these drivers. So once you get maybe past 1 a.m., I guarantee as soon as Tobias is done, if I were him, I'd at least get off here, go to sleep, maybe see if I can't take a nap.
It's a comment in our SRO Motorsports Twitch chat, which, by the way, is a great place not just to watch esports racing, but real motorsports as well. Is where I've been following a lot of the SRO competition. Don't forget the strategy of take out every other car strat, which fortunately we haven't seen too much of today, because again, Spa race start's always somewhat a little bit scary, but 45 took the green. We are left with still 41 out there and running, so just the 4 retirees that we've seen so far. Dylan Tan in the 899 was the most recent of them for the Legions of Racers entry. In about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to grab a 3-hour pit stop before I jump back into the booth and head to the morning hours with everyone watching along. Ewan O'Leary gets ready to jump into my place. And he's very glad that he doesn't have to jump alongside me, because he's already had to deal with me for 3 hours today. It comes in a time where I feel like, Austin, I wouldn't say the race is hanging in the balance, because that's one of those cliches, and we're definitely not at that phase. But because of the way the rain has played out, it's so jumbled up, it's so mixed up, that anyone who was watching 4 or 5 hours ago, if they rejoin now, will be wondering what exactly has happened.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 2 or 3 different, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's 3 different periods of rain, and as soon as the rain comes in between having a dry track, it jumbles up everything. So when you have 3 of those, it just compounds itself with different teams doing different strategies, changing onto the wet tires at certain times, because these teams are going to know it's coming. Maybe it's just sprinkling. You can still do just fine on those slick tires, but you bolt the wet ones on anyways, because in about maybe 5 minutes time, like 2 laps around a place like Spa, it's going to be completely drenched, and you'll be careening off the track if you don't have those wet tires on there. So you're going to have a lot of guys even maybe coming in 2 laps later, so you've got this field completely spread apart. Like we were talking about, 20 minutes ago, Arjuna, this is the point where your race engineers up on top of the pit box or in the garages here, they need to say, all right, what time is it? We're 22 minutes after past the hour mark here in the race. Where do I need to set myself up so I can come down pit road at almost exactly 11 hours and 59 minutes left in the race? Because if you're too far one way or the other on that pit stop sequence, you haven't timed it out perfectly. You're leaving points up on the board.
Yep. And this race, not just the halfway mark, but of course with the double point that it pays out, you got to be maximizing the points here. Halfway through the race, half the points this season will also have been paid out. There's the Women Racing 110 that continues to run in second, but about 14 seconds off the back of Dennis Schoeniger. We have seen Castorino bring the second place in silver class Racing Point Aston Martin down to the lane. He's followed in Niels Naujoks in that BMW M Team BS competition machine, as the 89 also cycles its way on through. You can see it trundling down the first part of the pit lane before it rounds the hairpin and descends down through the hill. And again, short night here at Spa. We are in July, long summer days, and so the expectation is that probably in about 3 hours time, just over that maybe, 11 and a half hours to go or so, that's when we think the sun will start to rise. 11 hours to go, we may already well and truly not need our headlights anymore.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the sunlight especially, sunrise, sunset times, those are like mathematically calculated days, months, years in advance of what time exactly you're going to see that sun come up or go over the horizon. Whereas the rain, the weather, all that stuff, it's basically, if you hear a forecast more than 3 days out, I always like to say it's 50% right or wrong. It's so hard to get the weather right that far out in time, anywhere past 3 days in the future. I don't even listen to what the weatherman says is going to happen. You just basically, if you're going on vacation, pack like the last second you can. Like, get your essentials in the bag. But if you're wondering if I should take shorts or jeans, either take one pair of each, worst case scenario, or wait until the last second before you leave to make sure you have either warm weather gear or cold weather gear with you. And that's just how it is. So, you know, we know when the sun's going to come up and when it's going to set. These teams do as well. They know exactly what temperature the cars should be at to make those tires, and again, that narrow band to get the perfect grip out of them.
Well, the question I was going to ask is, why are you going on holiday to a place that could be either cold enough for needing warm weather clothes or hot enough for needing shorts and stuff? Why not just go somewhere where you just need shorts? Because that sounds a lot more fun to me.
Well, sometimes I've been going to the Mid-Ohio sports course these last couple weeks, and it is like, I mean, sweating your butt off hot in the middle of the day watching race cars go by. But when the sun goes down, everything, it does not get hotter, contradictory to what Kenny Chesney says in that popular country song. Sometimes it gets cold enough where you just rather put on jeans and sit around the campfire. And at that time, too, it's kind of dual purpose. You're not as cold, and it also helps you defend against mosquito bites all on your legs.
Mid-Ohio,
Midwest.
I was going to say Mid-Ohio is not necessarily what I was going to suggest as a typical holiday destination. Not to say that it's not a great place to go. I would love to go and sit outside of where they start the races, so on the back run, you know, down in towards turn 4. I just want to see a start there, 2x2, onto the brakes, and see how that would all play out. It's a wonderful facility at the end of the day. So, still with cars heading off down towards the pit lane, I'm trying to do reverse maths here and figure out who is in the best position. You can see Maximilian Frank, I think, slightly missed his stall initially and had to back up slightly. Shouldn't have cost him too much time in the grand scheme of things. But as FFS Racing, I believe, come in towards the pit lane, they're going to be pitting 20 minutes before half points are rewarded. Is that a good or bad thing?
I think it's a bad thing. Just doing the math in my head. Now, I'll talk it aloud with you right now, just in case I am kind of crazy. These guys come down pit road now. Even if you do your maximum stint length time, you're going to have 65 minutes. So that puts us just about, if we do it perfectly, they haven't stopped in their box just yet, that puts you down 1 hour and down 5 minutes. So 14 hours and 12 minutes right now. You go ahead and do the next stint time, then you're at 13 hours and 7 minutes. And then when you get down to 12 hours, you're at about 2 minutes. That's not good enough. I basically want to be pitting, worst case scenario, 15 hours, 15 minutes on the clock. So they're going to have to hope that maybe you keep the car on pit road a little bit longer, or you maybe just say, you know what, screw it. You know, it's so hard to mess up our strategy like that, or we'll lose so many positions right now staying stationary on pit road. It doesn't even matter. We'll just come down with 2 minutes left before that halfway point when they pay out the points. It's just one of those things. You're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't.
And so with that, another hour at least on the real clock comes to an end, 17 minutes before we get to the top of the next race hour. Race control busy as ever, but this time just with the warning down to the number 44 Aztec Simsport Visual Ferrari. That forced some contact with the McLaren Veloce Pro 912. And so as Dennis Schoniger comes in towards pit lane for a pit stop, I am also going to step aside for 3 hours or so before I jump back in. It's Ewan O'Leary that steps in alongside Austin Belke.
Thanks very much, Arjuna. We'll see you again in a few hours' time. But yes, I'll be alongside Austin for the next few hours, bringing you almost to the halfway mark of this race and almost to the sunrise, but disappointingly not quite either of them. So hopefully we'll have you entertained for the next few hours. Austin, it's good to be alongside you once again. 15 and a quarter hours remaining. I'm talking to you from the future, from Sunday, of course. This is the time in the race where people from your side of the world are very much in their own, and we're suffering over here in Europe.
Oh yeah, I mean it's 7 in the evening right now here on the Eastern time zone, eastern side of the continental U.S. And it's a pleasant day outside, nice blue sky. I'm having a great time. Whereas other side of the world, maybe about halfway around it, you guys not doing too great right now. It's about what, 2 a.m. for you at the moment?
Yeah, 1 a.m. in mainland Europe. It's just gone midnight here in the UK. But yeah, we're still very much up for this race, and not saying that no Europeans are going to be driving at this stage, because nothing could be further from the truth. As proved by Darren McCormack, he gets behind the wheel of the 555 Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports car, and he's back out in second position. Louis Rotas brings in the Viperman Racing Audi and changes over for Jakob Osterman, who also leaves the pit lane. Likewise, 1 a.m. for him at the moment over in mainland Europe as well. So a pretty big graveyard stint coming up for him, although we're not quite at that stage in the race just for the moment. It's been an interesting one so far, Austin. We've had a lot of rain and then not rain, but say this quietly, we've had a few dry hours now.
Yeah, we have. It's been the longest point in the race between spans of rain, so this is the longest time these drivers haven't had to switch on to their wet weather boots. Maybe you want to say that and knock on some wood, say that with a pinch of salt perhaps, whatever you want to do, but it's been a fact so far. And you know what that means? The longer you go without rain, the more likely you are to get rain in the not so distant future. As we look here at Jakob Osterman in the 110 Audi from Wipperman Racing. These guys have been on rail the last couple hours, doing a great job. Of course, a little bit back behind our 3 leading Mercedes-AMG GT3 cars. Those cars have been on rails, I'll tell you what.
There's a little look at Jakob Osterman as well in the Audi. A little bit further down, by the way, Luca Lozio is coming to the pit lane, as well as Sebastian Apostel in the number 1 BMW, the best of the BMWs from any category, by the way, despite the fact that it's not in the top class, the pro class. Still the best performing of them at the moment. West Competition Racing have their best bullet in the gun, so to speak, with the number 3 car, as far as the championship is concerned anyway, and I'm sure we'll, or at least coming into today, I'm sure we'll have a little bit more of a discussion later on into the night hours about who's where in the championship, because this is a very important race, Austin, as you might be able to imagine, for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship powered by Mobileye in 2023. The longest race is, of course, well, not almost, it is the most important and certainly the longest as well. So you can't afford to kind of be off today. And unfortunately for the number 3 West Competition Racing, they're a team who have not been up there so far. But West Competition Racing do have that number 1 BMW up inside the top 5 at the moment. There's a lot of pressure and a lot riding on today's race.
There certainly is. Just like you talked about, I mean, the 24-hour race being the longest, it is the most important. Even in real life, the 24 Hours of Spa is one of the biggest races of the year, especially for the GT3 spec. But this race is so important just for our short 5-race championship, because Arjun and I talked about this a little bit before. It might sound familiar. It's basically like 2 races in one, because we're going to pay out some points. A full race is worth the points in the first 12 hours or at the end of the first 12 hours, and then we're going to do the exact same thing at the end of the last 12 hours. So you can't just kind of go into a slump in the middle of the point in the race. You need to be performing at your best all 24 hours long, because there's points on offer 2 different times in this 24-hour span of time.
Yeah, we've already spoken sort of behind the scenes about whether teams will be already back timing for the 12-hour point, the 18-hour point, never mind the end of the race. For those points. On board with the Santalot Racing Audi right now as it moves to the outside of the 66 in towards the final chicane. That was a very nice move indeed, although Charlie Crossland is not quite going to give up in the Williams Esports Audi. You can see the 66 on our right hand side here. Battle for 8th place down towards La Source here at Spa. It's very late on the brakes from Charlie Crossland. A little bit too late. He'll have to tuck in behind, but he will continue alongside. Does he get the run to have a go in towards Eau Rouge? It doesn't look like it. He will have to back off through here, get the run up the hill, and have another go into Lecom.
Yeah, just taking a quick restock of what he's got going on for him right now. This is an absolute ding-dong battle going on right here. Mateus was absolutely on the rear end there of the 66 car there at Crossland. That was super close. You probably couldn't fit a piece of paper or two in there. Crossland looking at making a move here up the inside as they go into like come off the Camel Straight. Thought better of it. That's a veteran move right there to realize that you could probably make the move, but you're just going to back out of it for right now. See if you can get a better run coming out of a different corner, maybe going down a straightaway, or just start to take notes and say, hey, maybe that 25 car is just a little bit more trimmed out than I am in my Audi right now. Here you can see a view here, Charlie Crossing. Great look at that forehead of his.
It is quite a camera angle that we get sometimes, isn't it, from these drivers. Crossland, of course, a relatively new addition to the Williams Esports camp. He was a G2 Esports BMW driver before not so long. Even I suspected that Crossland was going to Williams Esports actually after he left G2 Esports, so it kind of been a very well kept secret, if even I found out. So he is there now and seems pretty pleased to be there as well. A good addition to their squad. And Williams Esports have been making quite a few changes to their squad in recent times actually. We've got, or we had, one of their new recruits, Dennis Schoninger, just coming into the pit lane about 10 minutes ago. Crossland, another one of their new recruits as well. Dominic Blyer is also a new recruit. This man, of course, is not Darren McCormack, currently running in second place. But there has been a fair amount of change at Williams Esports in the first 7 or 8 months of this calendar year.
It certainly has. Honestly, I mean, you're going to catch everything here in the 24 hours of this race too. Like, there is no shortage of things to talk about, especially, I mean, look at Darren McCormack here, second position. Interesting to see all the balance of power throughout this entire season as well. Really suiting the Mercedes for this race. Great to see them having a good run out there. Not like they needed a good run necessarily, they've just been on it all this entire season long. We're talking about just the Williams Esports team as well. I mean, the 555 car was in the fight basically into the entirety of the 9 hours of Kyalami, so they're still kind of riding that high of just, you know, at the top end of the competitive distance.
Having a look at Darren McCormack at the moment, but he's getting chased down by Nicholas Huben in the 3rd place. It's the fastest lap last time around for the number 5 Unicorns of Love HRT Mercedes. There is the German chasing down McCormack, who we were briefly commenting behind the scenes that he flicks his tongue out everywhere on the way into every corner. Kind of cruel to mention that, but anyway, I have done now. So he's still up there in second. 1.2 seconds between second and third as things stand, and they're still nearly 3/4 of a minute behind Tobias Pfeffer, who's currently leading this race for Unicorns of Love. There is Nicholas Huben. He's clearly on a charge right now. Even the darkness can't hold him back from a new best lap time of the race.
Yeah, Pfeffer took over from his teammate there, Tauscher, who did an amazing job and build up that 3/4 of a minute gap or continue it with what his team was doing. And all 3 of these Mercedes, they've been really just trading lap times. I mean, for as fast as Pfeffer has been, you know, that 4 car has just been a little bit faster than the 555 and the 5 car pretty much since the last hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours. But yeah, the battle between the 555 car and the 5 car, you know, they've just been really glued together for the last hour or so. Arjuna and I were commenting on this battle for a long time during our portion of the broadcast together. It's been really hard to separate these 2 Mercedes cars.
And you sort of get to the point, or I'm getting to the point anyway, where you're starting to wonder, how are they going to be able to catch the number 4 Mercedes right now? Do they need another period of rain maybe to get right in terms of changing onto the wet tyres, changing back to the dries, if indeed that is the case, if that's what they'll have to do? Can they catch purely based on speed here? You feel like it is going to be pretty difficult, as Trevor Wenham in the John Lacey Esports team Lamborghini is going to make his way down the inside of one of the Ferraris for 19th position in towards Le Camp. That's a pretty easy move for John Lacey. Unfortunately, a lot of work to do for them to get past another car in their class, because the 89 PS competition car is all the way up 5 positions ahead of them in 14th place.
Yeah, honestly, and this is just the second race in a row where they've had some really just rotten luck, kind of bad running position. They ran well in the middle part of John Lacey Esports as an organization, ran well in the middle of the 9 hours at Kyalami, but to come in here and be 20th position overall, I think 10th or so, just in their class, not the outing that they wanted to have at Spa. As we look back here further in the pack, 24th position, it's the 52 car, the Ferrari there, Nils from Low Fuel Motorsport Project Kane.
Another battle that doesn't mean a whole lot in terms of class positions, but it does in terms of track position. Here for 23rd, it's Magnani in the number 60 Lamborghini in front of Niels Steinbrenner. The Low Fuel Motorsport 52 Ferrari. That's one of the new cars added to ACC as this new GT3 has begun to grace us in the real world as well, which is fantastic to see.
It's really cool to see the two cars coming together, where as soon as there's a real car released, and you'll see it at the debut of a new season for any sort of touring car championship, to come in to the virtual world as well and immediately pick up where the drivers in real life left off. It's just a really awesome thing that you don't see happen very much going across any sort of a racing simulator, you know, whether it's iRacing, something on like a console like a Gran Turismo 7 or Forza Motorsport. It takes a while for these brand new race cars to make their way into the virtual world, but not in ACC. I mean, it was just a couple months between debut of a new car to you can race it in real life and you can race it in the virtual world.
Yeah, it was very quick, and we're very glad about that, of course. And we were on board with one of those new Ferraris now on the run up towards Blanchimont, the twisting and turning before the corner itself, getting very close to the Lamborghini in front, but a little bit unnerved by the moving forwards and backwards, I've got to say. For Niels Steinbrenner, it's going to be pretty nervy. He'll look to the inside now and look to get this Lamborghini in the rearview mirror as quickly as possible. Down late on the brakes, but I'll have to leave a little bit of space through the second part as well. And the Lamborghini looks like it's backed off entirely in the end, but it's a terribly unnerving situation to be in when you're racing online or whatever it is, and you're just behind someone who isn't quite remaining in the same place normally. You know, when you're seeing someone lag about a bit in front, it's very, very nerve-wracking indeed. But Steinbrenner has fortunately dispatched of the Lamborghini now, and hopefully he can forget about that.
Yeah, talk about camera angles here. Look at Niels Steinbrenner's view here. Look at, for the most part, his thigh and his desk. That's a new camera angle for me. You think you've seen it all, and then you get surprised by something else. So Niels, the new camera angle, great pass for him though on Magnani. I think Magnani went wide for him in the first corner, and then in the second corner, I think he might have just misjudged the braking point a little bit, because you saw him kind of bouncing over that inside sausage there.
Let's have a little look at what race control have had to say, and it's a 5-second time penalty for car 72 after their incident with the 977 Porsche. Now the number 72 is currently driven by Jonas Fuchs, and where's the 977 these days? I thought it was a bit higher up than it is indeed. Noah Adair is in 10th place. The Aston Martin a little bit further down, but only a 5-second penalty dealt out for the Aston Martin to be sent to, or to be served, excuse me, at the next pit stop for Renvoten Esports. That will set them back just a little bit, but they're still running inside the top 5 in silver, and they should remain there after that 5-second penalty.
Yeah, and to race control's credit, you know, we've been watching Fox here for the last little bit in the race, and he's been just a tad aggressive here. And this is a 24-hour race. It's a marathon. It isn't a sprint, but he's just been putting that car anywhere he wants to. To his credit, it's been sticking. That Aston Martin is very much handling how he'd like it when he wants to make some of these kind of late moves, maybe a little bit aggressive moves, but, you know, race control makes a decision, and then you kind of just have to stick to it and do whatever they tell you to do. In this case scenario, 5 seconds, not going to kill him. The field for this portion of the race, very spread out for right now.
It is. One of the Audis just behind Fuchs at this stage, but not battling for position with them. Oh, off the road for Ryota Maria here in one of the Hondas. This is the 94 Honda that has not been having a fantastic season, unfortunately, so far in the standings. They're indeed yet to get off the mark in terms of in terms of points. And that looks like it might not change today, judged by their race so far. Front barrier for Yas Heat here, just having to let through Darren McCormack by the looks of things. Now he's in between McCormack and Heuben. But oh dear, and slightly gets on the grass there, as far as I could see for barrier. But McCormack through, and he's actually put a second or so into Heuben, so the gap between second and third now 2 seconds rather than the very ominous closing margin that we saw not so long ago.
Yeah, well, interesting to see that Acura go off where it did. I believe he went off just after the Kemmel Straight going into Lake Com. We've seen a lot of cars just sort of have that lazy spin where the car just slowly spins around on a driver, and it's extremely hard to save it or stop the car from spinning. You just hope that you don't hit anything. A majority of those spins have been not damaging to those drivers, really just kind of hurts your pride. You get that car back pointed in the right direction, and you kind of just make a mental note to not do that exact same thing ever again. As we continue to look at Farrington Berry here, number 296 car, still in that 13th position, let 1 leader by. You see that was the driver in the second position. Now that third place driver trying to come on through, or second, excuse me.
Yeah, and we're going to have to be able to look around left and right here to make sure that it doesn't get in the way too much either. Through Blanchimont with the Unicorns of Love Mercedes right behind. He will just pull over to the left hand side here and let the 5 car through, so that was fairly easy in the end as we go over another hour. 15 remain in the 24 hours of Spa, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye for 2023. It's still the number 4 car leading the way. Team Unicorns of Love ahead of Williams Esports, and then HRT by UOL in third. It's a Mercedes 1-2-3 at the moment, with Jakob Osterman the best of the rest in the Audi for Wipperman Racing in fourth, ahead of the 51 Ferrari Esports team, currently being driven by Jonathan Riley inside the top 5. You can see Darren McCormack back in the bottom right there, our closest battle in terms of the pro standings. It's for second place overall, but McCormack has just been able to put a couple of seconds between himself and Heuben to make sure that he's not under attack just for the moment, but he will not be able to let off the pressure at any point throughout the next hour or so, because you'd imagine Heuben's going to be hounding him all the way.
Yeah, ever since McCormack and Heuben got in these cars, we've seen a lot more separation between the 555 car and the 5 car since we saw previously to both those drivers getting into their cars. Another just quick update for you, provisional points standings from Mr. Ryan Gill. This will be, again, paid out at 50% of the race. The 555 Mercedes team, 69 points. The number 4 Mercedes with 60, so a little bit flopping and flipping through there. Oh, getting word that Osterman has spun here.
Yeah, we certainly are. And that's from 4th place in the overall standings. There'll be a replay coming your way in a few moments' time. But yeah, Jakob Osterman has had a issue on this lap, unfortunately. And that will allow Jonathan Riley just to close in that little bit, more than half a minute between himself and Osterman a little bit earlier. But now that is going to be reduced as a result of this. It's down in towards the final chicane by the looks of it, and it's a pretty clumsy solo spin.
Yeah, just bang the right rear of the car there off that sausage curb, and as soon as you do that, it just upsets it, and it'll kick the car, the rear end of the car, around on you. Extremely hard to save that car. You saw him do kind of that 180-degree turn there, back facing the right direction, and going on about his day again, not damaging the car, mostly just a hit, rather, to the pride of that driver. So Osterman back pointed in the right direction to go ahead and bring you folks at home through the rest of the provisional points as they would be awarded, or after the first half of the race. McLaren Veloci car in third, the number 66 Williams Esports car fourth. Rounding out the top 5 for the pro category is the number 5 Mercedes AMG Esports HRT by UOL. In the silver category, Team Racing Point, followed by the Yassi Esports team in the 296. Rounding out the podium is the Renwell Esports red car, and then in 4th and 5th You've got the 123 FFS Racing car, and then with a considerable gap back to number 27 West Competition Racing. So that is the top 5 in the silver category if they stay in the exact same position as they are right now in about 4 hours and 56 minutes when we get to the halfway point.
And I think the point that I'm seeing most off the back of those provisional points is that in first would be the 555, in second would be the 4 in Pro. Now they're both running on the podium at the moment in the Pro standings, and in silver, first will be Team Racing Point, the 85 currently running in second place, and second will be Yassi Esports in the 296 currently running in fourth. And what I'm seeing basically, Austin, is that the better you're running in this race, the better your standing in the championship is going to be. As a rough, guide to the points at the moment, this race is very important, and we knew that going in, but now we're starting to see it, writ large for us in the standings themselves. You've got to be up there at the very least in the top 5 to be in those first few positions now in the point standings.
Oh yeah, especially just the way that this series awards the championship, I should say, awards points to all the sort of different drivers. Like we say, 15 drivers, only the top 15 cars earn points there in the pro category. That's just how it is. It's the same way it is in Formula 1. You have to fight and claw your way just to get points in these series. So it is hard to do that, but again, we see, the cream always rises to the top. You got the best of the best up there at the front of the field, and the best of the best up there at the front of the field in the championship point standings as it stands so far. Looking here at Noah Eder in the number 977 car, currently in the 10th position, highest standing Porsche in the race. Not a whole lot of Porsches in this 24-hour spot, not many in this championship as well.
He's got quite the lighting going on in the background. Seemingly that's what...
Magenta.
Well, that's a good way to describe the colour, I suppose. Yeah, it's clearly something that he is... relaxes him, I don't know, or likes the look of, but yeah, it's a unique look compared to some of the more dark rooms, I've got to say, of some of the setups we've seen so far, which is a nice change. He's just behind Charlie Crossland at the moment, who is actually struggling a little bit compared to the 25 Sansalok Audi that overtook him not so long ago. We now go on board with the best running of the Porsches in the 24 Hours of Spa here this evening. And what a sound this makes. On board with Noah Eder for Kramer Racing Esports. This is quite a ride as he tries to make up a position and get to 9th overall.
Yeah, again, this is not a battle for position within his class. He's a silver driver, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Underneath at number 977, it says silver in white text. Kind of hard to read that on the silver background, but especially over on the left-hand side of the screen, the number is there just a little bolder. You can see much easier to denote the difference between a silver class driver and a pro driver. You can see getting a good run here on Crossland. Not quite close enough to make the move this time by, and of course for Noah Eder right now, he is just in the middle of this Pro Series sandwich, because behind him he's got Santoro there and the number 63 Lamborghini. That's the highest running of the Lamborghinis in the race so far. And of course, just up the road, another pro driver. That's that number 66 car, the Williams Esports Audi. Was the leader earlier today after strategy, but this race so far not quite going their same direction to put them that far up at the timing sheets.
Yeah, the 25 Audi not too far in front either, so it's pretty congested. Just in the bottom end of the top 10 here, through the Camel Kink, if you like, and up the straight now towards Lecombe. Way too far away to really do anything there is Noah Eder, but a pretty awkward position for Charlie Crossland to be in now, because he will want that Porsche to act as a bit of a buffer between himself and Santoro in the 63 Lamborghini. But I'm not sure he's really going to get it. Eder is going to want to get through here and get out of the way of this battle more than anything else. I have a feeling that Williams Esports could be losing a position very soon to Lamborghini Esports, who are currently running in 11th overall. This would be the fight for 7th place in the pro category if we take the other silver category cars out of the equation.
Yeah, and just looking at the behavior of these two cars, Charlie Crossland, and it's hard to tell what that car feels like. You have to judge every car sort of relative to a different car. For right now, I'm judging that Audi versus the Porsche just behind him. So Charlie in the Audi, Noah in that Porsche. Charlie, it just does not look like that car really wants to do what Charlie is asking of it. Noah has a much better time sort of negotiating these corners. He's really good at throwing that car into the corner. Just right there, of course, you're going to see him miss the apex a little bit. I'm not sure if that's him trying to get a better run, maybe trying to arc the car, or just getting some dirty air. Maybe he's a little bit too fast in that last corner. But Noah's been attacking the corners a lot more than Charlie has, and I don't know if this is Charlie trying to take it a little bit easier on the front tires. I'll be really curious to see what happens between these two cars, because you might see Charlie able to still get that car to cut through the center of the corner as the stint goes on, and you might see Noah have a lot more problems getting that car basically to rotate or to comply when he goes to steer the car. That would be a understeer. That basically means the car, the front end of the car, will not turn when he goes into the corners, and it's just one of the things you have to manage as a race car driver, especially over the course of the 65-minute stint.
It is a real balancing act over the course of the day. There is a look at Charlie Crossland. Question in from someone in the Twitch chat, by the way, that people are answering anyway, but I'll talk about it either way, about what these guys are using in terms of driving here this evening, whether it's a wheel or controller or whatever. I'm pretty sure that everybody in here will be on a steering wheel. I don't know many drivers who are on controller at all, actually. I do remember one driver on another simulator who used to famously drive with a controller and drive very quickly as well, but you'd imagine that will become quite tiresome over the course of a 24-hour race, especially when you remember some of these drivers are going to be doing 8 hours of the driving here today. Some teams only have 3 drivers available to them, so translates as roughly 8 hours each. That's quite a lot of thumb and finger movement for a controller. It's more likely to be steering wheel. Now, what they use to view that is where the variation is seen, whether it's just a single monitor, which is becoming quite rare at the top level, whether it's VR maybe, which is becoming a bit more popular, or the most popular I've found, Austin, seems to be the sort of curved surrounding screen, whatever the technical term is for that.
Ultra-wide monitor.
Yeah, that was the word I was looking for, ultra-wide, yeah. That seems to be very common these days among sim racing drivers.
It is. A lot more of my friends have been getting it, and they've been around for a long time, but only more recently have they sort of become more and more affordable. And you'll see some guys, I mean, it's basically, these are like 48-inch long, triple wide, so from corner to corner, just as you would measure a television basically, or a computer monitor. These things are like, imagine 3 computer monitors side by side, but there is no bezel. That's that ugly part around the outside of your screen. So imagine if you're viewing this on a TV, even a phone or a computer monitor, there's that ugly black surrounding part of the screen. A triple wide has the advantage of there is no bezel. Of course, there are products that they sell to basically make that bezel go away. You can always rip off the outer portion of the plastic on your monitor. Don't do that. They become very, very fragile. It's super easy to break them. Don't ask me how I know that. It's just really easy to do that once you take it off. They sell products to sort of make them invisible as well, to put between the screens, but man, those ultra wides are awesome.
That is amusing. I'm not laughing at your downfall there, by the way, but...
it's okay. It was a bit stupid on my part to try it, but I was like, this doesn't fit where I wanted to. Let me just try shave a little bit off the ends.
Well, you can laugh about it now, I suppose, but...
Live and learn.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So there, a bit of advice for you here in the evening, in case you were wondering of repeating that. Just make sure you don't, basically. For whatever reason, the single monitor seems to be running out of fashion just a little bit. I remember not so long ago that it was very commonplace to just have a single monitor in front of you, and anything else was a little bit unusual, a little bit advanced. But nowadays, a single monitor is fairly rarely seen among sim rigs. Still getting very close now for 9th place, though. Charlie Crossland is only just in front of Noah Adair now, who finds himself in the awkward position of separating. A pro battle with Santoro very much arriving onto the scene. He's in 11th at the moment. He'll be looking to make these couple of overtakes pretty quickly because he looks a bit quicker than the two in front.
Yeah, looking at chat here, is a lot of people getting off there, finally going into bed. I understand it is pretty late there over on the Europe side of the world. So, and again, that's just what you'll have in these 24-hour race, and it is always so neat to sort of wake up and you're like a kid on Christmas morning, because the first thing I always think in any situation is, where's my team right now? If I'm in the race or my team is racing, or even if it's real life, it's who's the lead and what has happened to my favorite driver or favorite team, because you scramble to get your phone up, or maybe you fell asleep in front of the TV, maybe they're playing a commercial, or the channel they're changing, they're showing it on, has switched, so you basically just go to find out whatever it is and be a student of all that information and sort of get that catch up or the rundown that's been going on.
It's over the top of the hill for the three of them. Crossland should have enough here to hold on from Adair on this lap again as well, on the run up towards Lecombe. He will indeed, and will go through the middle sector likely with the Porsche right on his tail, and Adair actually gets it a bit wrong on the braking zone there, and Danilo Santoro is going to be very, very close. He'll flash the lights a little bit, I think, as well, through Malmedy. Will there be a move here into the top 10 through Bruxelles? He'll look to the inside, but he wasn't late enough on the brakes, and Adair stays in front again, which is totally within his rights to, of course, but Santoro would really rather he got out of the way.
Yeah, well, especially just because he is in a different category or class of cars. Like we mentioned there, silver class car fighting against those pro classes, talking about intermingling of the classes and the different drivers of the championships going on around here. This is a look here at Lucas Mattea and the number 85 car, currently in the 7th position overall. 0.3 of a second up the road is Grady there in that 123 Aston Martin. Aston's 1 and 2 right now in the silver category.
And there'll be a look on the inside now for Racing Point as they go for the lead in silver. Lucas Mateja is into the lead, just into 6th overall, but the lead in silver for the team Racing Point Aston Martin, just in front of the 123. Another Aston you can see from FFS Racing. Down into the first corner for Grady, who will try and repass his fellow Aston now, but it's through into the lead for Lucas Mateja, and a nice overtake in the end, really pretty simple on the brakes into the final turn.
Yeah, things are getting hot and heavy for him. You saw that camera show up and then go right back away. He might be battling with maybe either hot temperatures inside his room, perhaps he's just in a warmer climate this time of year, but wisely not going to show that in-car camera from him. And it's crazy just how much heat is generated by our PCs, because they get hot, especially. This isn't a very demanding game, but you know, right now you might be streaming as well at the same time, and it's 2 times as much computer power is needed, so your room can get pretty hot.
Lucas Mateja is from the Czech Republic, which I'm going to presume he is in, or where he is right now. I'm currently seeing that on average, obviously I don't actually know where he's actually from, but it's probably around mid-20s in terms of temperature at the moment, in case you wanted to know. So that's why I may be getting a little bit warm. In much of Europe at the moment, we are experiencing some pretty warm weather, although not in the UK, unsurprisingly. But in mainland Europe, it's pretty warm. So there we go. That explains his camera there, I suppose. Noah Adair has been overtaken by Santoro for 10th position, and that was a nice move from the Lamborghini driver, but it took quite a while, and it's lost him a bit of time as well. Santoro has now got nearly 2 seconds to gain before he can attempt to make a move on Charlie Crossland.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised what went on between these 2 drivers to make them lose that much time there to Crossland, because Crossland is pulled away. You can see that is about 2 seconds out the windshield there of that Lamborghini from Santoro. Santoro obviously a little bit perturbed, as he should have been. He lost quite a bit of time behind that number 977 Porsche, and I think this is just that 977 car basically losing the front end of that car. You can see him struggling right now to continue to hit those apexes, just a little bit overzealous on trying to get that car to cut through the corners at the beginning of the run, and just like kind of how I'm going to say hypothesized going on, but in the cockpit of that 66 car was a little bit easier on the tires, and he's starting to show that in lap time. He's just been chugging along right here, putting down some pretty darn competitive lap times. Last time by, put down a 2:17.6 compared to the 2 drivers behind. Santoro and Eder both put down 2:18, so a lot slower than that 66 car.
You just saw down the inside there was the 912, by the way. I saw someone asking a couple of moments ago, where is Malinowski, of course referring to Maciej Malinowski, driver of one of the drivers of the 912 McLaren Veloce team. They're currently down in 22nd overall. Well, Malinowski himself is probably somewhere else, probably sleeping, you'd imagine at this point. But George Boofy is the driver of the McLaren, the highest McLaren in the order actually. There's only two of them, of course, but the 912 is the best placed of them. It's currently 22nd in the order for the championship leaders coming into today, the pro standings. Unfortunately, the top two in the pro standings, McLaren Veloce and BMW BS Competition, are both having difficult days, as you can see. McLaren nowhere to be seen on the left-hand side of your screen, and BS Competition not inside the top 10 overall right now.
Yeah, really tough day to be a McLaren driver, McLaren team, or just a fan of the McLarens in this series right now. And again, that's just the ebb and flow that you'll have in endurance racing, of course, matching the balance of power, or BOP for short, between all the different race cars. And I think DJ Clark talked about it earlier. One of the best ways to explain it is making all the drivers kind of equally angry about what's going on. And this just is not a track that really suits the McLaren, is what I've gathered. I think today, especially this race in particular, again, not favoring that McLaren car either.
Not especially, which is a shame really for the all-black McLaren. We just saw pass the car we were just looking at there a couple of moments ago. On board with the race leader on the right-hand side of your screen, and with Tobias Pfeffer's outboard view on the left as well. He's just coming up on the back of the Martin Grady in the 123 FFS Racing Aston Martin, about to put the 7th place driver one lap down already. If ever there was a show of the pace at the front of the race right now, nearly 9.5 hours down, I know, but even so, to lap the field all the way up to 7th is very impressive, and it looks like Pfeffer is about to lap 7th placed Martin Grady in this race.
Yeah, he's been, just that 4-car in general, the pace they put on this entire race, been doing a phenomenal job. The last time by, he put down a 2:16.7. I only see one car faster than him in the entire field, put down a 2:16.5. That was Nicholas Hoban in another Mercedes car, that being the number 5. You can see that purple there on the left-hand side of the screen. And I think you even mentioned that as soon as it happened a couple laps ago.
May have done. Don't know. But yeah, good news for Pfeffer to dispatch of the Aston Martin very, very quickly indeed. So good news for them. The number 4 car still leading the race at Spa. This is the Unicorns of Love Mercedes, currently being driven by Tobias Pfeffer. Coming into today, the team were down in 8th place in the standings, but with a good result here, you can vault yourself up there for the end of this season, no doubt. Still races at Indianapolis and Suzuka yet to come this season, as we've dispatched of the Bathurst 12-hour, and last round the Kyalami 9-hour as well. Now it's the longest of them all, these 24 hours of Spa here in the middle of July. Very much Spa season in the GT3. See a lot of racing with this combination at this time of year. The real life event was only a couple of weekends ago. Now we've got the one in the virtual world on ACC as well. It's just 1:30 AM in sim at the moment, and it's roughly the similar time in the rest of Europe as well. Although I've got to say, this is going to sound weird, but the darkness is not quite as dark as I thought it was going to be, if that makes any sense at all. The surrounding sort of ambient light is actually providing quite a lot of vision, both for us and for the drivers as well, actually, today. I know it doesn't, it's summer of course, and so darkness doesn't last for very long anyway, but even so, the sort of ambient light that's still leaking around and onto the circuit at this stage is making vision not as anywhere near as bad, actually, as I thought it was going to be.
No, I completely understand what you mean. I figured it'd be much harder to see any of the cars, especially the designs on the side of them. It's very easy based on the headlights and taillights, sometimes even the sounds of these race cars as they go by, to figure out what in the world each make and model car is as they go by. But it's very hard, especially when it gets dark, to tell exactly, what Mercedes is that or what Audi just went by, because you can get a look at the nameplate, but when they're going by at the best part of 150 mile an hour, it becomes extremely difficult to see that number plate. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised just how light it is, and I think it's just due to the fact there isn't a whole lot of dark cloud cover above the racetrack and all that ambient lighting to the sides. There's a lot of buildings to each side of the track. There's, in some cases, lighting even on the track, especially here through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Really doing a great job to light up the place so we can see everything.
The main pit building certainly does, the pit straight and whatever certainly do have the lighting going on around, of course, because pit crew need to see what they're doing in pit lane, truth be told. Nicholas Hubin still chasing down Darren McCormack for second place right now as Charlie Crossland comes into the pit lane. It looks like we might be about to see another cycle of pit stops in that case, just short of the half distance mark in another hour of this race. Charlie Crossland is in the pit lane for the Williams Esports Audi team. Speaking of Audis, Jakob Osterman is now 20 seconds behind Nicholas Hubin. I think he's still got quite a gap to Jonathan Riley behind, and he does have more than half a minute even at this stage, but it's good to see that he is recovering really from that spin really that's going to be on his mind a little bit through the remainder of this stint. That was down at the final chicane about 20 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, that 110 car continues to put down some really competitive lap times, really just holding his own right now. And like we mentioned, he did make that mistake there down the Camel Straight and there into Lake Com, spun that thing around, got it pointed in the right direction, and he's taking notes on what to do and what he did do in that situation, what he shouldn't do again, and he's just been plugging along right here, putting down some extremely fast laps. And I will say too, putting down these 17.2s, not too bad. I mean, obviously the leaders putting down some 16.6s. All three of our podium drivers in the Mercedes all put down two 16.6s, so 2:17.2 isn't bad, but continues to lose time to the drivers ahead.
Yeah, still the best of the Audis though in the field. The 25 Santalok Audi is the next of them in 8th position right now. Osterman makes his way down towards the scene of the accident, or the scene of the spin anyway, a few moments ago. But he will firmly have pushed that to the back of his mind, or at least hopefully will have done, as one of the drivers further behind comes into the pit stop. So look at the main pit buildings of Spa-Francorchamps. We are very much in the middle of the night here in Europe. Welcome along everybody who's tuned in. My name's Ewan O'Leary alongside Dustin Bolker for the next couple of hours or so. We're taking you almost to the halfway mark in the 24 hours of Spa here for 2023. It's been a good race so far, but we've still got more than half of it remaining, and it's getting to that stage in the race, especially in Europe, where somewhat no end feels in sight. At this stage, it's very dark. There's still many hours on the clock, and you're pounding around there, and the clock seemingly is just not ticking any lower.
Yeah, we're almost 10 hours into this race. This is, for all the 40-hour-a-week people out there, myself being one of them, you go to work 8 hours a day, you get done, you leave, you go about your day at home. We've been at this more than a full work day for most working-class people around the world. It feels like an eternity, and we still have almost 2 work days left in this race, and boy, you couldn't have said it any better, Ewan. It feels like an eternity is still left on the clock here, and this is that point in the race where you just need to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, mind your P's and Q's, and get on with it. Keep putting down some really fast lap times, but just realize it's a marathon. It's not a sprint race. These races take time to complete. You really do need to mind yourself and make sure that you can hand the car off to one of your co-drivers at the end of your stint time. Looking here at the driver of the number 94 car, Ryota Moriera, and I did get my wires crossed a little bit. That was Osterman who spun at the chicane, and it was Moriera in the 94 who spun in Lake Com.
Yes, that's a couple of incidents we've seen over the course of the hour, well, not even an hour, 3/4 of an hour that I've been here for. So yes, we'll try not to get those confused, especially. Of course, one of the Hondas that I mentioned earlier on, the other Honda is further down the order, unfortunately out of the race already. The only Honda remaining is in 35th, as you can see there in the 94 team, the HBD Just Pro blue car. And just in front of them, behind them, by the way, is the 852 Waycross BMW. A couple of pro drivers running quite far down, unfortunately, for this stage in the race, but issues early on have necessitated that. Maria, as you mentioned there, is running from Japan. As far as his nationality goes, I'm going to presume he's there right now as well. So for that team, mostly based in Asia, it's actually becoming quite a good time of the day now. It's Sunday morning and a pretty ideal time to be driving now for most of those drivers compared to the guys in Europe especially. But I've never experienced this personally, Austin, because obviously I've lived in Europe all my life, and so 24-hour races have for the most part always matched up with the time of day I'm experiencing as well, if that makes any sense. But I wonder, maybe you can speak on this a little bit more, just what a weird experience it is to be experiencing a different time of day throughout what you're actually seeing in sim or in any 24-hour race you might be watching. It's quite a foreign feeling to me, because it's not something I experience very often. Maybe Daytona is the only time I would, but certainly for sim racing, the weather outside almost always matches what's going on the computer screen.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's just because the 24-hour races that we complete, a majority of them are outside of the U.S. It's only the Rolex 24, the Daytona 24 we call it, in the sim world. And for me, I've done both sides of it. I've been a driver in the Daytona 24. I've also been a driver in the Spa 24-hour race. And for Daytona, it's a lot more likewise feeling when it's light outside. For me, I'm on the East Coast anyways. I'm just in Michigan, so pretty much straight down there's Florida and Daytona. So whenever it gets dark in the simulatory world, it gets dark in real life. Same thing going on for the real race. The sun is rising and setting just about the same time for me. Eastern Standard Time, it's all within the same 1 hour period. But for Spa, I've done it before where I'll be in the Spa 24-hour race. I go out there, I run my 2 hours, 2 different stints. I get out of the car and I walk outside and I go get in the pool with my family because it's the middle of the day. It's like 4 o'clock for me. It's the hottest it's going to get all day. And then when I come back inside, it's still light outside for me. But in this sim world, where we're racing, it is still pitch black. It's very much dark outside, and it's a weird feeling because I've done it before. It's been 3 a.m. my time. I'm in the car racing, doing another stint of mine. It is completely pitch black outside for me. Yeah, I don't need, the blinds are obviously closed inside the house just to reduce glare all day as they were anyways to see this battle here. 24th and 25th. You see Chris Sievert there, Mark Toll exchanging positions. But in the simulation world, in the game, it's bright as day outside because it's like 9 a.m. and it's a foreign feeling. It's kind of like to everyone else when you go into the movie theater at about 6 o'clock in the evening and you watch a 3-hour movie, maybe any like Avengers title, because they're all 3 hours, it seems like. You come outside and you feel like no time has passed and it's dark outside. It's pitch black. You never saw any of the sun setting at golden hour. That's all gone. It was daylight when you win, it's nighttime when you come out. That's sort of that feeling of like it doesn't jive with your internal clock.
I guess it's all about what you're used to, and whichever side of the coin it is, the other one will feel a little bit odd. This is a wonderful camera shot, by the way. One that unfortunately is going to become a non-event in real life now, as that's the side-by-side moment at the top of Eau Rouge there between a couple of drivers. But unfortunately, it's a view that we no longer get in real life. We still do get in the simulator, but see, in real life, the barriers have been pushed back a little bit there nowadays, and so that famous camera shot up the hill at Eau Rouge is now no longer quite the same, although for good reason, of course. George Boothby is now in the pit lane, by the way, for McLaren Veloce. That's the 912 you can see in the 22nd position down on pit lane at the moment, and even those two in the Ferraris may even get through as Jordan Sherratt steps back at the wheel, behind the wheel of the 51, the South African, which one of our producers, Daniel Costello, will be very pleased about. Middle of the night for him as well, by the way, Jordan Sherratt, down in South Africa. He makes his way out the pit lane, up the hill, and back out onto the racetrack in 12th position, ready for a couple of hours as we've got a Ferrari stopped onto the right-hand side. It looks like the Visceral car to me. although admittedly I'm going off nothing but guesswork, given the fact that it is dark. But that's my guess anyway. The visceral car.
Guess.
Pulled off to the
78 car there.
Well, might be car 44 as we're hearing. Currently, Renan Negrini at the wheel, but just pulled off to the side of the road for no apparent reason. Well, there wasn't an obvious reason anyway.
Yeah, if I had to guess you, and that's got all the signs to me of some sort of a hardware failure, the same as in real life you need to worry about a mechanical failure. Maybe you lose a stud or a lug nut or something, have a misfire in the engine. We can have the same thing happen where maybe your pedals stop working or your monitor shuts off, and the best thing you can do is hit the brake, pull over to the side of the racetrack, and hopefully your team can kind of coach you through that. If I had to guess, just based on the position counter in the upper corner of the windshield, I'd have to guess it was a car in the 30s, and it does look like Renan Negrini in the 44 Ferrari. Yeah, he's tumbling down the order right now, so it looks like Daniel Costello, our director, was right. It is that 44 car.
Real shame for them. They were involved in something a little bit earlier on, by the way. I heard you guys talking about that car about an hour ago, just before I came to air, so unfortunate for them as we ride very close to the floor with Jordan Sherratt on board with the front of the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. Jordan Sherratt making his way down to the final couple of corners, a little bit deep, but he'll be alright. Just took it back in time for the final turn. We'll cross the line in 12th position. There's still 25 minutes to go to the top of the hour. They've got a bit of working out to do before they fully realise their strategy for the remainder of this one.
Yeah, they certainly do. And this 51 car, I mean, they've had a pretty decent day so far, kind of just on the cusp of making it an excellent day for them. And it's just all going to depend on how the strategy plays out for them. Unfortunately, in my opinion, I think they have pitted just slightly off sequence compared to where they want to be, to pit at exactly that, 11 hours left, 59 minutes to take an maximum advantage of being out there when the halfway points are awarded at the very end of their stint. But still right now, very good position to be in overall for the pro category.
It's still a decent place to be. By the way, the 51 Ferrari team were 6th in the standings going into today's race after coming 2nd at Bathurst. They didn't score anything from the Carlari race, so it's hurt them a little bit. They will need a good performance today, and right now it's not quite happening for them, although this is not bad. They are still only 8th as far as the pro standings go. As I mentioned, though, they have made a pit stop. Now I do want to go back to a YouTube comment we were given nearly an hour ago now, certainly more than half an hour ago, about one of the Williams cars as the race leader overall comes in. The 555 Williams car, somebody seeming to think that they're still better off unless rain throws them off. They're going for P1 at the 12-hour mark. I know this is going to be a little bit of a skewed question now because the race leader Tobias Pfeffer is in the pit lane, but how much do you think of what the order we're seeing right now on our screens is actually going to be the order at the 12-hour mark? How much of that is it going to be at the end of the race? Because there's always the concern that strategies have yet to work themselves out, and we've not quite figured it out just yet. As before we get to that, we'll have a brief look at this replay here with the 44 Visceral car. This is how they've ended up off the road and out the race. It was a dive on one of the Bentleys at Eau Rouge, and they found themselves in the wall.
Oh yeah, that's messed up the toe link in the suspension there on the right front of that car, and you can see pretty much dead stick from here on out. Oh, that was a close one with that Aston Martin. My goodness, that was extremely close there. Holy moly.
That was the 123 FFS racing car, I think, based on the shade of purple it was.
Yeah.
Very, very close and unnerving moment as Tobias Pfeffer finally pulls into his box. It's a very long pit lane here, and he's finally made it for Unicorns of Love with nearly 3/4 of a minute's worth of a lead. And there's Osterman, who will get up into the podium places ever so briefly as well. But yeah, how much do you think of what the order we were seeing just then before that pit stop is going to be realistic by the 12-hour mark and by the end of the race? Because obviously some people seem to think that this order is going to change quite a lot before the 12-hour mark and certainly before the end.
I think it's going to change a decent amount. I don't think it's going to be a ton. I think the best point or vantage point of what we'll have, if we get no rain and nothing else comes into play, the closest perspective we're going to have is if you look at where the race is at the 14 hours left time mark. The best place you can be, I think you want to come into pit road with 14 hours and 10 minutes left, just based on that 65-minute maximum stint time. You can go under that, but you can't go over that. You are going to get a hefty penalty here as we see this replay. This is leader Darren McCormick. Was running in the second position until we saw that Pfeffer machine come down onto pit road. Oh, never mind, this is live. But anyways, back to your question, I think if you want a great vantage point of that, wait about 10 minutes and we'll see where we are. Otherwise, though, for the most part, I don't think it's going to vary a ton. I just think that when you come down to the end of this race, you will see that 4-car that Tauscher has just stepped back into at the front of the field once again.
Yes, steps back into the race leading car. I wonder whether they're starting to split duties now at Unikonsulov, actually, whether it is going to be Tauscher and Pfeffer over the course of the night, and whether Richter and Groenewold are going to pick that up again in the morning, and whether that's the way they want to go about it as Nicholas Huben comes into the pit lane. It could be a way of doing it if you're all in Europe, for example, or if you're all in one particular part of the world. You know, if two of you take control of the night shift, you know, do that for a couple of turns each, that's 8 hours across the night. You can let the others have quite a decent amount of rest there, you know, 6 or 7 hours worth of sleep, which is quite a lot for a 24-hour race, and then let them pick it back up in the morning again. Could be a way of doing it, but of course it does put a lot of stress on you to drive for 4 hours out of 8 over the course of the night period, where you are going to feel especially broken and especially sleepy over in Europe. Nearly 2 a.m. now in mainland Europe. And we're not even towards the middle of the night just yet. We haven't really got sunrise in sight to motivate you to get through the next portion of the race. We're just in that, as I say, that graveyard shift where you feel like you're banging your head on a wall for hour after hour, with the time barely ticking away.
Yeah, this is that one point. It kind of imagine, I'll go back in, I mentioned that 40-hour work week. Go back to that week, right? Whether it's school or work, you kind of have that, what we like to call Wednesday as hump day, right? You get over the hump, it's all downhill from there. That's about that 13 to 11 hour mark. You know, you get that 12-hour mark left, 24-hour race, that's the 50% of the waypoint. After that, you have less race left than you have already taken place. For right now, we're still hitting that crescendo, man. We're still getting up there. We're going up the hump right now. You've got more race left than what you've completed. This is the part where you really have to push yourself through, because like you mentioned, it just seems like a forever race. It's gonna you could keep doing this for days on end and it still won't be done. It's kind of like your own mini version of just the bad news bears. You know, you don't want to be in this situation because it just keeps going on and on and on with no end in sight. Thankfully, though, it will end in about 14 hours and 18 minutes and some change from now. So there is an end in sight, but it's very hard to picture that when you're so far deep into a race and you have so much left to go.
Still a very long way to go, though, as we have a look at the race leader, Darren McCormack, not far behind Noah Adair and Abeladze in the 888 Ferrari, by the way. Not really spotted them for the last hour, SMP Racing Esports, but Vyacheslav Abeladze is driving that car to 8th place. As things stand, he's got Adair just behind, 1.6 seconds to Santoro as well. And when they both come in, they'll probably be near Charlie Crossland as well, which will be a good battle to watch in Pro for what will be 5th place at the time. There's a view of Lecom. Darren McCormack going to have to negotiate these two cars up in front of him pretty soon, although they are going at a decent pace. The fact that the number 4 car, has come into the pit lane from the lead of the race means that there's a few more cars on the lead lap now. We've got 9 cars out there, so the 555 will have to put a lap on these guys once again.
And I think just based on the paint scheme there that 555 car is coming up to, I think he is going to put a lap on himself on that number 977 car, that Porsche there of Noah Adair. And these guys, you know, the more you lap the faster cars, the harder they are to get around, and the more they might potentially kind of be in your way, or for longer rather. That is, looking here, this is the leader in the silver category, Lucas Mateja, and the number 85 car, Aston Martin. These two cars have been dominating, both the Aston Martins Ergonomics have been dominating the silver category today. Lucas pulling off to the side of the racetrack, bringing that Aston Martin down onto pit road. Early pit box entry for him once they get around the next corner.
Ooh, Václav Abeladze's got a drive-through. That'll be for track limits, unfortunately, and we're less than half the way through the race as well, which is going to be a real concern for the Triple Eight team. And if there's any way you wouldn't want to get a drive-through penalty, Austin, it is here, because as you've just seen, you've got the Grand Prix pits and then the endurance pits for Václav Abeladze to just trundle through now. This will drop him surely outside the top 10. He'll lose positions to the Ferrari Esports team and the PS competition team as well.
Yeah, it's exactly like you called it. This is the absolute worst track, or one of them, to have a drive-through penalty on, because this is one of the longest pit straights in the entirety of SRO Competizione. Certainly one of the longest, if not the longest, on our short 5-race calendar here. And this is madness for a driver to slow down the pit road speed limit for this long. And it's not even like he's pitting. He still has to come out of the pits. This is basically just putting him into detention. This is a penalty for him. A slap on the wrist, and not even, this is like a real spanking for that team. Not even a slap on the wrist, much more severe. And this is going to hurt them extremely when it comes to the rest of the race. And especially, I think this is a wake-up call for a lot of drivers. You get a good drive-through here for track limits. We're only about 9 hours into this race. You've still got 14 hours left to go. There's a lot more opportunities for other drivers to cut the track and get a drive-through before this 24-hour race is over.
And by the way, I would go out on a limb and say this is the longest pit lane that there is in motorsports. If anyone could tell me any longer, then let me know. But I can't think of anything. I've got to say the combined GP and endurance pits does make for a very, very long run through there that Václav Abeladze has finally now completed. May have grabbed the wall on the exit of the pit lane there. Don't know if he did, but it was close. The way you seem to be behaving on the way out there seemed to suggest that he's grabbed the wall, but maybe he got away with it. It will be 10th place by the looks of things in the end, as Castorino actually gets into the Aston Martin just behind, by the way, so that's settled that battle further behind as we go right to the final running car, the 996 McLaren. Still running in this race at least, albeit a pretty massive 7 laps down here at this stage, and they're more than a lap behind Aidan Walsingham in the car in front.
Yeah, look at how much he's kind of zoned out right here. Definitely not really giving it his all.
He's not driving.
Oh, he's not driving. Okay.
That's not the driving.
One hand on the wheel there, just super calm. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
It does. Interesting placement of the cushion there, just to keep the neck supported for whatever reason. I always used to find that I'd need a cushion towards my kind of lower back region, otherwise I'd start really having problems, even as a child, just having back problems, which is a bit bizarre feeling when you start sim racing in your life. But anyway, it's all about different preferences and whatever. And I don't know if it's just me or whether a lot of people find this, but you do struggle to get comfortable for long periods of time. It is a struggle to find a setup that really works for you, and in the end, when you get used to something, changing something about your setup, I've always found is a very, very difficult thing to do as well. So even if it doesn't actually make any physical difference to you, sometimes the psychological feeling of having something there on your neck or your back or whatever it is might actually help you, even if it is only psychological.
Yeah, it's so strange because, and what I've found most is in the simulation world, right, driving these pretend race cars, especially competitively, you just manage to go a lot faster when you're comfortable, right? It's the same thing that you have in the real world, right? When you go to drive your car on real roads, that's why they have all the seats be adjustable. You got lumbar support. Some seats even have where the outer extension parts can come in to squeeze you kind of side to side, just around maybe between your ribs and your hips, to just make sure you don't move and you're comfortable, and you just have the perfect angles for everything. You can raise or lower yourself on demand, bring the wheel telescoping even up and down, just to make sure you are as comfortable behind the wheel, just to make sure you're not distracted by anything else while you go about doing what you're doing.
So Fabian Piedfeld with one of the best onboard cameras we've seen in terms of what we're able to see from him, but he's currently running in 17th position behind whole host of Ferraris, 296 West Competition Racing car being one of them, the 17 as well. So in front, Marco Mancuso is just up in front, and it's Piffet who, well, they were in front, I suppose. Piffet's into the pit lane now, and so we'll be dropping a few positions as a result as well. PS Competition have been in pretty recently, just up in front, and Abeladze makes his way into the pit lane as well, actually, from the top 10 in the 888 Ferrari, not long after his drive-through penalty, so it's all happening in pit lane a little bit. I think I saw the FS Racing Aston Martin in the pit lane at this stage as well, so it very much all comes at once, really, in terms of pit stop activity, and rain periods will do that, even if the last bit of rain was quite a long time ago.
Yeah, it certainly will. And just talk about how many cars in that silver category are Ferraris. You look at the top 10 cars, and so half of them are driving the Ferrari. So Ferrari definitely the dominant car here for the silver category. Has been for a while. Just when you throw that many cars into a certain class, they're going to make up for a lot of the top spots especially. I think the new Ferrari especially, just a very comfortable car, and I think the newness of it really kind of steered a lot of drivers and teams toward racing that new car, because, you know, you do sort of kind of get bored of driving the same car for years and years and years. And one of the things in iRacing 24-hour, there was a long time where there were no new GT3 cars, so you kind of go like Mercedes one year, McLaren the next, or Mercedes. You get tired of it. Hey, that BMW, that Ferrari's new, let's go drive that car. It's a different experience, and again, it just keeps things fresh.
Car off the road from P4, and it's the number 5 of Pickmullet. By the looks of things, not sure what's happening here, to be honest, Austin, but does look like there's been a problem for the 4th place car.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is a very, very odd thing to have happen.
Apparently got knocked behind by someone from behind. So not sure who it was or indeed where it is actually, but he seems to have had assistance, which is a shame.
Yeah, that's strange to have happen there as well. I don't know if that's what if the 4 car just kind of checked up a little bit soon, or what's going on there, or the 5 car. No, yeah, 5 car. Excuse me.
Yeah, so not ideal for Niels Klinkmuller, has not long got into that car. He's now nearly 50 seconds behind his teammate of Michael Tauscher, which is not ideal. Jakob Osterman is likely going to come out behind them, you'd think, unless there's a real change here, but even so, not ideal for Klinkmuller to drop back quite so much at this stage. Seems to be going again, though. At the very least, Austin doesn't seem to have any damage, which is the important part, I suppose, but that is certainly going to set him back psychologically, and indeed Dominic Blyer has come out in front of him by quite some distance after his pit stop as well. Michael Tauscher has regained the lead now, but the gap between Blyer and Klinkmuller is 6 seconds, where it should have been probably a lot less than that.
Yeah, certainly should have. And again, no harm, no foul on the damage of the car, but you do have to think, it's a 24-hour race, so it's not a huge detriment to be hit like that and just kind of spun around. It's basically a mental reset. It kind of hurts the pride just at that point, if you're the driver that made the mistake, or even if you're the driver that paid the price for the mistake. I've been on both sides of that, and it's a very awful feeling to have just been kind of taken out in an accident like that. But to be fair, still a lot of time left. They can always kind of dig themselves out of this hole, but the 5 and the 555 car, they've been getting further and further separated ever since basically the 17-hour mark or 16-hour mark, I believe. Yeah,
they certainly have. So Klinkmuller now third. Dominic Blyer, as I mentioned, has just gotten into the Williams car after only a stint now from Darren McCormack. Wasn't too long in the car for him, and maybe he's going away for some rest now. Jakob Osterman remains at the wheel of the Audi, which he has done for quite some time now. It's at nearly 17 seconds. Santoro was briefly inside the top 5. He's now made a pit stop though and drops a little bit further back, but I think Muller has at least been able to recover from that incident, and now he's 5 seconds behind below, as you can see there for second position. Noah Adair just in behind in the Porsche for Kramer Racing Esports, currently third in the silver category. Got the nice looking LED lights over the sides as well, so that's well, always fun to see. But nearly 10 hours into this race now, and we're still very much in the middle of the night. And hello to everybody who's tuned in at home and watching this evening, spending their evening, the Saturday night, with us. It's good to have you along, and hopefully you're enjoying the race. Nearly or just over 14 hours remaining in the 24 hours of Spa, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye in 2023. This is round 3, with still Indianapolis and Suzuka remaining to come. This is an important race as far as the championship goes, and we're just over 2 hours away now from points being allocated.
Yeah, if you want a good look or a snapshot at what the points or what the positions are going to look like here at exactly that 12-hour mark, I think this is a great snapshot of what we're going to have here. Everybody, for the most part, has already come down onto pit road, at least in the top 10 or so. I think this is a good idea of what that payout is going to look like here with our first half of the race payout on points here. Dominic Blair here, the 555 car, the Mercedes. Again, these Mercedes have been absolutely on rails for the last couple hours. Definitely the track and the BOP suiting them for this outing. And especially the Williams Esports cars have just been on rails this entire season, championship really. This race and the past two, they've been absolutely on it.
Certainly have. Going into this round, the 555 team were in third in the standings, after coming third at Kyalami, which put them only 11 points from the championship lead of McLaren Veloce, but they are beating most of their other rivals as far as the championship goes in this race so far. That's putting them in a bit of a points lead. Simone Di Nicola is in one of the Ferraris. You can see the 17 just behind the 49 Ferrari. There is a view of Di Nicola, one of the better onboard cameras that we've had here today. He's chasing down the 49, and judging by that gap there at the first sector line of only 24 thousandths of a second, I think we can safely assume that they were side by side some point earlier on in this lap.
I think it's very safe to assume, yeah, a little bit of argy-bargy almost there, and I think push came to shove, and you saw Di Nicola just kind of lift a little bit there to go ahead and let him on by. But kind of curious what he has left in the bag, and see if he can get back up there to his fellow Ferrari and challenge him for position once again. These two cars fighting for that last top 20th position there in the overall standings. Again, these are both silver drivers, so they are now 20th and 21st in their class, or about 10th or so, if I had to guess. You can't really see all the cars up there per category, but again, really good run for both these guys. Yeah, decent run for the moment over the line, and I think it was Di Nicola who was overtaken there and was chased down earlier on, and has now been dispatched of, with Fabien Jeanblanc running away with that 20th position. They're just currently running over 2 laps down on the overall lead, but it's not really about the overall lead for these drivers. It's about the silver category, of which all of the drivers very nearly, and in fact they are now all 1 lap down at least in the silver category. It's Amadeo Castorino in the leading 85 car. Has been put a lap down now by Tauscher. So we go on board with the Ferrari on the run up towards Le Carmen. Interesting view of Di Nicola there, seemingly not pleased about something, although I'm not entirely sure what he was seemingly complaining about. I'm not sure if maybe he's complaining about something. He might just have a very not pleasant resting face, you see, going into these races too. And sometimes it is just how much you need to focus on whatever you're doing as well. Sometimes even if you're talking, just having a regular conversation, you could look mad or unpleasant about something. And yeah, I think you're right. Jump block definitely passed him with the overspeed. You continue to see that car pull away. Sometimes it is interesting though that somebody can kind of run you down, and as soon as they get in front of you, they start to go a lot slower than what they were doing when they came up to pass you, because they lose that rapid, proverbial rapid to chase in front of them. As we move back up here to the just inside the top 10 position overall, Luca Logio chasing down this number 66 car here of Crossland.
The Lamborghini Esports team just behind the Williams Esports Audi, running 9th and 10th right now. This is 7th and 8th in the pro standings. That was a good run through pit path from Lozio. He'll look to the inside through Stavolo. That was a bit of a hint of a move there. Crossland will now start to look in the mirrors a little bit. Surely that Lamborghini will be on its way through in the next few moments.
Yeah, that was a monster run there. I'm surprised he backed out of the throttle there. I don't know if maybe Charlie just kind of threw the car into that corner. We'll see how good a run Lozio gets here as they go down to the chicane. This is a really, really fast left-hand turn here on the track. Very, very much high commitment here through Blanchemont. Now as they go through to the chicane, Lozio tries to poke his nose out, thinks better of it.
Does, just for the moment. Now we'll have the run on the exit of the final corner. But it was, well, he had the line certainly, but Crossland got the traction itself. 17.8 from him on that last lap. He's clearly looking in the mirrors a little bit at the moment and just losing a bit of speed. Noah Adair is going to close in from behind as well in that Porsche we were seeing involved in this fight in the previous stint. It is no longer, but Lozio won't mind that. Gives him free rein to make this move on Charlie Crossland on the run up the hill. Through Eau Rouge and Radion now. The Lamborghini will be tucked right into the slipstream up the Kemmel Straight. It will gain and close again. Will there be a move? Crossland certainly thinks there will be. He'll hint at defending. Lozio will look to the inside. He won't make the dive on this occasion.
Yeah, that Audi's got a lot of straight line speed. I was really surprised there that Lozio didn't close up the gap just as much as I figured he would. He got a little bit cleaner of a run there through Eau Rouge and Radion. You see him looking for a move here as they go into Brussels. Not quite going to have it. He's going to take a look. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy there. Backs out of the throttle to make sure Charlie could collect it. That was almost calamity.
A bit of a counter steer moment for Charlie Crossland. It's allowing the Mercedes behind to catch up, by the way. I don't think it's the race leader. I think it's Blyer actually in the second placed Mercedes. Another flash of the lights from Lozio into pit path, where he got a really strong run and had to go at Stavolo one lap ago, you may remember. And he is on that.
Got that good run.
Yeah, he's on that line again now. He's just got a straighter exit for this part. He's nowhere near as close this time.
Just kind of back out of the throttle again. There's no doubt in my mind that over the course of a lap, I believe Lozio could be faster, but I think Charlie is just faster where it matters down these long straightaways. Side by side right now, this is going to take a lot of preparedness, bravery, and commitment here as they go through Blanchemont. Oh, hanging around the outside, that is tough to do.
Very difficult, and Lozio will now look to the inside. Crossland almost pulling out the way there as if to say have the position and stop slowing us both down. Eventually he will. Lozio will get through, and Crossland just gives up the place with the Williams Esports 555 not so far behind. Maybe that's what Crossland wanted to sort himself out for, and there we go. There's the exchange. Dominic Blyer goes through. Clearly Williams Esports have their priorities set with this 555 team because they know that Mercedes can't afford to lose time behind the battle for ninth.
Yeah, and I was just going to say this is going to be really interesting here as they go down the Kemmel Straight, because there's not a doubt in my mind if you give Charlie a little bit of a slipstream, he is going to be one of the fastest cars down these straightaways. I think they've really trimmed out this Audi, and I think for right now it's not to their detriment. We'll see. Just look, I mean, look at the run he's going to get. He's going to gain a lot of time on the two cars ahead of him. Obviously, the closer you get to the car ahead, the more and more overspeed you're going to get just with the draft. And I was quite surprised there that Lamborghini did not let the team Williams Esports drive through in that 555 car.
A little bit, but I guess he wants that buffer between himself and the Audi. I think if Lozio is allowed this lap just in front of the Mercedes here, or even if it's half a lap or whatever it is, Lozio is going to be able to put sufficient distance between himself and Crossland to hold on to this ninth place. I think it's fairly smart driving from Lozio, but he is going to have to be careful that he doesn't get reported for blocking a faster car here, a car on the lead lap, because you will get in trouble. Well, the blue flags are not like Formula 1 blue flags. You can't block other people at the same time.
Yeah, well, blue flags, I mean, we've said they're optional a couple different times on the broadcast, but at some point, enough is enough. You basically get warned enough that the racing stewards say, look, dude, the racetrack is not your personal playground. You have to let the faster guy through. You're getting lapped, okay? You know, it's just a different kind of scenario. You're not really supposed to defend it. I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised here that this 63 car is doing so well against this 555.
I'm not entirely sure, really, because they did show good pace earlier on in the season. The Lamborghini Esports team, they were third at Bathurst, for example. It was just at Carlami where they weren't so strong, and they're only seventh here, I suppose. But I think the pace is still within that car, but they've just got to try and find it, and it's not been as easy to find, maybe, as it has been for Williams Esports and Unicorns of Love so far in this race. Over the line for Blyer again, and in fact, I think Lozio's pulling away from the Williams Esports Mercedes. Instead of blue flags getting Lozio out of the way, I think he might be able to have the pace to not even have to give over the position here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm really surprised. And the reason I'm surprised, right, is you've basically had about 10 hours in this race to make sure that you weren't in position to get lapped. And here we are, and there's the driver in second place position coming up to pass you. He was already ahead of you on the racetrack. He's coming up to lap you at this point. That's why I say I'm so surprised that he isn't going to pull away. This is a battle, though, for position much further down in the field. You can see Ferrari on McLaren action.
Yeah, for the wooden spoon at the moment.
Yeah, last car.
Yes. Shuangong currently in that place. And one of the Ferraris, the 22 Ferrari, apparently only a tenth in front, although I don't see a Ferrari just up in front. Neither of these cars he's around at the moment are Ferraris. So I don't know where that Ferrari is, according to our timing screen. But I'm not seeing it, unless it's lost in the darkness at the moment. I can't see any Ferraris around here. It's a Lamborghini and a McLaren in front.
Rear end.
Or does the Ferrari look like a McLaren these days? It does a little bit.
Might. Maybe the Ferrari looks like a Lamborghini. That car right there, that orange and purple car, that definitely is. Oh, there's the Ferrari. Okay. But then, oh, now, see, there we go. 2 seconds. Yeah, I was going to say, that is not a tenth of a second anymore. Is
that a Ferrari?
That's about 2 seconds. That one is a Ferrari. Yep. Yeah.
Crikey, they look similar these days. Or am I just not very smart?
No, they look similar. We've gotten to the point, basically, in designing race cars. We've found the perfect shape, and it's all about how you shape the headlights or how you make them look. And that newest Ferrari looks very, very close to the Lamborghini behind. The only difference, I think, is on the Ferrari, especially on the rear end, you can see the taillights a lot thinner and a lot longer, whereas on the Lamborghini, they're kind of like a little bit thicker, and there's that 45-degree angle to them. And if you're far away enough and it's blurry, they kind of just look like a dot.
Well,
which is the old Ferrari look before we came out with this new car. So, yeah. Good luck.
I'm going to stop with the car similarities before I get some abuse from someone about this, because it's not looking good for me, this. Yeah, I'm astonished. I would still tell you that's a McLaren. Anyway, don't let Arjuna hear me say that. He'll rip me apart a little bit later. It's Elvin Smith who's at the wheel, though, of the Rocket SimSport car. Speaking of liveries, I know we're talking about cars, but liveries, this is one of the very best in sim racing, in my opinion, at Rocket SimSport. It's the 38th placed car at the moment, and unfortunately not really a battle. The 996 McLaren with not quite, and that is a McLaren, by the way, not with quite the speed to get on terms really with the 22, which I believe is pretty fresh off a pit stop, actually.
No, but I mean, to be fair, you're just going to have races where you have a lot of bad luck, more so than almost anybody else in the entire racetrack, right? 45 cars entered the race, only 39 still going at this point into it, with the most two recent retirements that we've had. I think just since you came out of the broadcast, Ewan, more recently, we've lost 2 more cars. But you know what? It's an accomplishment to finish one of these races. I've said it before, I'll say it again, 24-hour race to finish at least just in one piece is a huge accomplishment, and it's just fun to drive a race car with your pals competitively on a team. It's an enjoyment.
Unfortunately, personally, I've never actually had the experience of doing a 24-hour race before, which something I aim to rectify next weekend, but even so, It's not something that I've ever done 12-hour racing and other endurance racing, but never a whole 24. And it does feel like, you know, it's a real investment, of course, over the course of a weekend, but it's a real reward at the end, as you say, just to get to the end of one of these. And I'm sure that every team is going to be pleased to get to the end of this in one piece, if they do indeed manage that, because it's a real challenge, such an investment over the course of a weekend, and you do sacrifice many things for it, including sleep, which I'm sure some of these drivers are experiencing right now. Getting to the tired end of half one here in the UK, half two in Europe. There's going to be some eyes wanting to close out on the circuit at the moment.
Oh, for sure. If I may ask, what race are you going to be doing next weekend, or hope to do?
This race, not this race, if you see what I mean. I'm not SRO Esports quality.
No, but Spa 24 hour in ACC or iRacing, or what platform?
No, I'm going to do iRacing, at least hopefully. I've still got to do a couple of things to get ready for it, in fact. But anyway, yeah, that is the one I'm going for. I have a fit. Well, the reason I'm doing it is purely because it's the only one of the major 24-hour races, if you think of the big four, right, yep. In terms of 24. This is the only one I can actually manage to do personally. But also, if you're going to start off with a 24-hour race, in my opinion, Spa might be the one, because you don't have multi-class traffic to deal with, which makes the likes of Daytona and Le Mans and Nürburgring very hard and a bit different to this race.
Certainly does, unless you're a little far enough in the iRacing split, and then in which case you'll probably be single car in race. But yeah, it's an awesome feeling. And if I can recommend, you see side-by-side battle here, almost side-by-side rather, Aston Martin on Porsche action. This is for the 27th position. Tom Gorka, as we ride along board with him, obviously in the highest part of his house. You can see that slanted ceiling there, most likely in his attic. Brady Punch style. Chasing down Shea there in the 144 Porsche. A little bit of a flash of lights there from the driver behind. Obviously not a driver for position. That's likely a higher class car. And
he'll have to have eyes looking forwards and backwards here, Tom Gorka, but Get Closer Racing. One of the teams, by the way, who had a really good VCO LFM Flexstream season on ACC over the course of the winter. They really impressed me, actually. It was probably my team of the season, even if they didn't get anywhere near winning the title in the end. They were up there with some really good race results and a good championship finish for them as well. For a team that I didn't really know at all, actually on the entrance to that season, just at the sort of November of last year, I didn't really know them at all, but certainly got to know them very well over that winter with some really good performances in an Aston Martin as well, of course, which they seem to like. I think it's fair to say, the number 7, you see the LED lights in the grille there, the lime green, and it's just behind the 144 Porsche right now. I'm convinced, by the way, just as we cut to this shot, and you were talking there, Austin, I'm convinced they made a bit of contact and the Porsche had a bit of a wiggle on the way into the final chicane. I don't know whether I was just seeing things in the darkness, but I'm pretty convinced there was contact.
Yeah, I think so. Just the way that the cars kind of reacted. I think odds are Tom got a little bit closer there to Shea there than I think he wanted to, and I think he just kind of let Maximilian have a little bit of a foot or two there back to where they were before. And I do think that is the first place car just behind him coming up to put them one lap down, another lap down, I should say. But it's really hard to tell if they made contact, because sometimes, and again, it's one of the things we have to deal with, this being over the internet racing. Sometimes a car might move around kind of like a jello jiggler on a plate, and in real life to him, he's going in a straight line. It's just one of the things you have to deal with, but both those cars looking a lot more firmly planted at the moment.
You can see the race leader just behind them, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is the number 4.
Yep.
So, very awkward moment for Tauscher here, as he tries to get through on a battle. Tom Gorka now is going to pull out the way, and I think go a 3rd or 4th lap down at this stage. It'll be a 3rd lap down for Tom Gorka, and Maximilian Shea will have the same prospect as well. What a camera angle this is, by the way. They're exhaust pipes, I'm going to guess, with the rear tail lights just reflecting a little bit of red light onto them. But what a view we have here. Peering, apparently it's heat of the exhaust.
Oh, yeah.
I guess exhaust gets fairly hot, so I can understand that. Now he's got an awkward situation. How does he let Tauscher through without also letting Tom Gorka through?
Yeah, this is one of those experiences where there's an art to passing just as much as there is an art to being passed. And you can see Gorka throw the car in the corner. That's, whoa, argy bargy. I'm pretty sure that was a side-by-side hit right there. And yeah, that's just what you're going to have, that the car basically on the back foot has the opportunity to throw himself in there on the inside of the corner. We've seen that a couple different times today, and I think it was Maximilian the earlier time as well, taking advantage of basically an opening to the inside, so having it being done to him at this point in time. Not quite what he wanted, but that's just, 100% move, and when the door is open, you have to take it. Ayrton Senna, if gap car.
And we've got big news from the pit lane, from the sky indeed. Rain will be coming your way in around half an hour's time, so the long period of dry in the 24 hours of Spa is going to come to an end. The team strategist will now be scrambling, and for the only time in this race, we're going to get a period of rain under the darkness as well. This race is about to reach another twist and turn.
Yeah, whatever you have, your crystal ball or whatever that you can see the future through, go ahead and flip that thing upside down, because that's the only way you'll be able to tell the future from here on out. This entire race is going to be flipped onto its head, because we've been talking about the last 4 hours or so what these teams need to do to prepare themselves for when we award points at the 50% of the way through this race, that 12-hour mark. See some more Ferrari on Ferrari action, and Audi just behind them. That's the number 25 car. That is not for position, mostly focusing on the two Ferraris there, that yellow one and the red and white one, the 49 and the 17. But back to what I was saying about that 12-hour mark, that's when points get paid out. We were talking about when you have to be down pit road right now in preparation to maximize your opportunity to stay out on track and gain those most valuable championship points. And now to hear that the rain is going to happen and completely throw off your entire pit sequence strategy, that's a huge huge wrench rather in the gears of this overall race.
And a problem really for the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, because they'll have to pit in 24 minutes, we're being told, but the rain will be in 26. Not sure whether that's going to be a factor for any of the other teams as well. I don't think so, because I think they pit later than the Ferrari generally, and so it's actually going to work out quite well for those Mercedes, especially in the 1, 2 and 3 position. But I guess the 51 team are just going to have to go out on wet tyres and suffer with that. But we're hearing that it's only likely to be a sprinkle of rain, with dry periods appearing again in another 30. Not even 30 minutes. Apparently we're hearing it's going to be 3 minutes of rain. They've already got a forecast for dry weather again, have they? So it's literally going to be a sprinkling of rain, and then we're going to be done with it, which is going to be something I've not really seen ever before. That's it's a slightly bizarre one. 3 minutes of rain. I don't know if I've seen a shower as short as that on ACC before.
I haven't seen one in ACC, but I can tell you it happens even in real life on me. It's especially a factor where NASCAR is, the NASCAR Series Cup and Xfinity up in New Hampshire. You get those quick New Hampshire rain showers. The sky opens up and it pours for a solid minute or two, and then the sun is back out in another couple minutes after that, and the racetrack goes back to dry. So I've never seen it in Assetto Corsa Competizione, but I have seen it in real life, so I can tell you it's not too far out of the ordinary for what happens at Spa. This is the one place where you can go from slicks to wets to ice to slicks to wets, all in the same 8-hour period or something. It gets crazy.
I guess in this case, the only obvious thing to do at this stage is to just suffer through those 3 minutes of rain. Ferrari Esports have actually got away with one here, because they could have been really suffering for a lap on wet tyres with the dry circuit and having no other choice than to do that. But it seems that they're going to be saved a little bit. Everybody's just going to have to stay out there for those 3 minutes and just suffer in the rain, and then continue on again afterwards. It's not going to be a huge factor in this race by the looks of things, compared to how excited we were getting about 5 minutes ago about the prospect of rain. It's going to be drying up just as quickly as we get it.
Yeah, if you're going to throw rain into the mixture, at least make it worth my while. I want it to be at least a little bit where I got to think about, should I put on wet weather tires if the rain is going to last like a half hour and be really wet out there on the racetrack, and make it seriously some slick racing conditions. But if it's going to only be 3 laps, I don't care how much it rains. I'm not taking the slicks off the car. I'll just have to suffer through and maybe slow down here as we look back at Jacob Osterman here. This is the 4th position car, Audi for Vipperman Racing.
Still very much running on his own here. The hair wafting in the wind. I'm not sure, by the way, what that is, whether he's got a fan going at the moment or whatever it is. But
it's got to be a fan pointing
it has to be, I suppose. But
I hope it's not his window open and it's just wreaking havoc on the rest of his room. I have to imagine that's a fan.
Just things blowing down the street. Yeah,
yeah.
Not a good thing. I think it's more likely to be a fan personally. Clearly needs that little bit of cooling throughout the day. That's a nervy moment with one of the Bentleys at the top of the hill there. They've gotten away with it. I hope, by the way, he's got a push-to-talk or whatever he does on his microphone, because otherwise he's going to be annoying his teammates with a constant whirring sound all race, which would get very frustrating. You'd imagine it would be push-to-talk there for Osterman, but even so, clearly, you'd hope so. Even at this time of day, though, it shows that these drivers are still pretty warm, and it is, it's not exactly hard exercise like driving a real car, for example, around one of these circuits, but it is light exercise, and you do find this, especially in winter maybe, when you're wearing a lot of clothes throughout the day because it just is cold, and then you have a go on the sim rig, you suddenly find yourself getting pretty warm, especially during the winter, because it is sort of light exercise that will keep you fairly warm even during nighttime hours, quite clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a very warm-natured person, right? So even in the winter time, if I get my sim rig, I'm changing into basketball shorts, or at least something shorter and a t-shirt. I don't care if all day long I've been walking around my house in jeans and maybe like a fleece or a pullover or something. As soon as I get on the rig, I know I'm going to sweat like there's no tomorrow. And even when I've been wearing shorts and a t-shirt all day, I get on the sim rig and I sweat. So it's just one of those things where if you're concentrating so intensely for so long, you're just going to manage to do that. It does, heat you up. And I mean, I've got a Fitbit on my wrist here, and when I'm at resting heart rate, maybe around high 60s, low 70s, if I get in a race car, especially a place where you really have to commit, like Spa, in a race like this, a setting like this, so competitive, my heart rate might be about 120, 130, and that is that low exercise you're talking about.
It's a combination of the light exercise, but also the nerves, which I found push the heart rate up a lot further than the exercise itself, which it's so light you can barely call it exercise, isn't it? It's even lighter than going for a walk, I would argue. So it's more the nerves that used to push the heart rate up for me personally. But I'm not sure how much that factors in over the course of a long race like this, because while I have done long endurance racing, it normally comes in waves. There are some stints where you're driving on your own for a couple of hours, you don't actually have a lot to do, and you settle in really nicely, and your heart rate is probably around resting. But there will be occasions also where you're coming towards the end of a race, you're in an important battle, maybe you're fighting for the win, maybe you need some strong lap times over the course of a stint, and you do get a little bit nervous about your performance and how the race is going. So yeah, it kind of depends on a multitude of things, really. But for now, I'm sure these guys will have their heart rate under control. It will be a little bit later where that becomes a problem, as we have a look at Dominic Plyer in one of the darker rooms of his house, by the looks of it. 7.6 seconds in front of Niels Klinkmuller for third. Still 42.7 seconds behind the race leader, Tauscher.
Yeah, it's exactly what you talked about. The same way that your heart rate fluctuates, as does your demeanor based on what's going on. If you're out there all by yourself right now in the middle of the night, kind of like you see Dominic right here, he has a couple seconds up the road clear, a couple seconds behind him clear. He's basically in his own sort of bubble right now. I would reckon his heart rate is probably about 90 beats per minute or something. He's still in it. He's still trying hard. He's still going as fast as he can, but he's not racing like it's his life is on the line, like there's a car for position, maybe just on the end of his front bumper or just out his back window there underneath that rear wing of his. So at that point, I would expect his heart rate maybe to even be up by 140. It's just one of the things. If I'm battling with a guy all race long, my heart rate might be 130, 140. If I'm at a street course, it's above 120 the whole time. So it does fluctuate the same way that you're saying it happens to you in a 2-hour race or a 4-hour race. But every time you get in the car, you have that same thing going on.
Absolutely. Very good morning to everybody who's watching on from Europe and further east from Europe, and a good evening to those of you who are in North and South America. It's good to have you along for the 24 hours of Spa in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye season for 2023. Especially a hello if you're discovering sim racing for the first time as well, which is might be the case for you. It's good to have you along. Good to have another Spa 24 hour to enjoy as well, which is the beauty of sim racing. Of course, we can do it all over again, and you can even do it at home yourself as well. So yeah, it's good to have you along. Still 13 and a half hours remaining of this race, which has been a good one so far. It's Michael Tauscher currently leading for Team Unicorns of Love in the purple and black Mercedes that you can see on your screen right now. Not that you can see that it's purple and black. No, there you are. Oh, you can. We ride on board with overall race leader, who has roughly 3/4 of a minute over Dominic Blair for Williams Esports in second, and Unicorns of Love in third as well. It's a Mercedes 1-2-3, so let's go on board with one of them for a lap around here at Spa. Braking late down towards the source, first gear, getting it turned in, and then second gear on the way out for Tauscher, and then the plunge downhill, Austin, into one of, if not the most famous corners in all of motorsport.
Yeah, you're going to take this fast left-hander through Eau Rouge as far to the left as you can without going back on track, and then as much to the right as you can go. You just barely, when you crest that hill, we call that ready on right there. There's that right-hander back to the left. And now you go down one of the most famous straights here in all of motorsports, the Kemmel Straight. Hard braking here as you're going to crest about 160, 170 mile an hour, hard on the brakes for this right turn. This is a quick right-left chicane, very wide open, then back to the right as you go down this corner. It's a lot steeper than you think it is. Very hard to get the car slowed down because you're working with gravity as you go into this corner. 180 degrees. This car feels like forever behind the wheel of a race car, but it's going to look easy and fast. He's doing the better part. These cars are flying around here. Back to the left, quick corner. Very, very easy to get the car upset through there. And now the next couple corners, they look extremely easy. They're very, very deceiving because there is one line that's the fastest way through here, and it's very, very hard to get it right. If you get it easy, you gain multiple tenths of a second on all your competitors. Now as you go down through here, you got LaFrancs and Campus. Very, very wide corners to the right, back to the left, and then to the right once more. Again, very, very easy to upset the car through here. Super easy on this right-hander to put the throttle down way too early, go off into the gravel. Now you need to make sure you put your foot flat on the throttle as you go through here, as you go up this almost very, very long straight here out of Stavelot. This is getting ready for another one of the most famous corners in all of motorsport, Blanchimont. A very, very high commitment needed, very brave behind the wheel of a race car right there. That fast left-hander Blanchimont, extremely on edge there, and then back hard on the brake pedal as you go through this second, the right-left chicane, and that is a lap around Spa-Francorchamps.
A fantastic lap around here from Michael Tauscher. Only got to do that upwards of 500, 600 times over the course of today. It seems so easy when you're on board with one of these drivers, these professionals, but when you try it yourself, trust me, it's a very, very different story. Even with ABS and traction control, Austin, they make it look very, very easy, even though it's not. And people dismiss the quality of drivers in GT3s because of the traction control and ABS, but it doesn't, it doesn't make you any quicker, and it certainly doesn't save you from incidents either.
No, the best drivers, in fact, operate just before that ABS or the traction control kicks on. That's the best way to do it, because if you rely on those things, if you just throw your foot on the brake pedal and throw your foot on the throttle, the car is going to overcompensate. That's just how the computers work. The car doesn't want it to wreck itself. It'll let you wreck it just fine, but it'll try to help you make sure it doesn't. So the fastest drivers operate just in between those bounds of making sure you get on the throttle before the traction control kicks in and working with the car. And then when you go to brake, you want to be just before that traction control engages. That's how you be the fastest around a lap.
Absolutely. We get your questions in, by the way, in either Twitch or YouTube chat about the race, and we can do our best to fail to answer them here this evening. In case you're wondering about anything that you're seeing here this afternoon, this evening, this night, depending on where you are in the world. So I'm asking whether these guys actually get bathroom breaks over the course of the race. They're not individually driving for 24 hours, you'll be glad to know. We have driver changes just like they do in real life. Just because you can't see driver changes happening in the pit lane, that doesn't mean that they're not happening. We'll try and keep you updated on who's in which car at which point as we go along. But yeah, typically they'll do anywhere from 1 stint to 3 stints, really. Anything longer than that is a little bit unusual. And so yeah, they'll do whatever they need to do in terms of eating and drinking and all that kind of thing, generally in between stints, while they're letting one of their teammates get on with the business. But yeah, I'd say 2 hours is fairly normal. Austin, I mean, 1 fuel stint is an hour. The maximum you can do on 1 stint is 65 minutes, and so 2 hours is generally what they go for. It seems to be the kind of normal point that everyone has reached.
Yeah, generally when these teams make up their roster, because that's what you do, you know, a couple days before the race, everybody gets together and you build a schedule, and it goes, you know, you've timed everything out, so you say every 65 minutes you have to come down pit road, you change drivers. So you might start out, driver 1 goes the first 2 hours, and then driver 2 goes the next 2, and so on and so forth. But sometimes, you know, driver 3 has to go pick up his daughter from a birthday party. He can't drive the race between 5 to 7 o'clock. He's got to go do stuff for his family. So, you know, that's how stuff gets jarbled around. And yes, these guys and girls, drivers in general, do get breaks throughout the race. It's just, you won't see them here. You won't even know what's happening. But I can tell you, Martin Grady has some teammates here as we look on board of him. That's the 123 silver racing car for Aston Martin. FFS Racing, or FFS Racing, and he's got teammates that are behind the scenes right now. They might be going to the bathroom, cooking food, eating food, even taking a nap.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of bathroom breaks, by the way, there's a number of very amusing stories about that over the course of 24-hour racing in the history of sim racing. 24-hour racing has been around for, you know, around 10, well, probably actually a lot more than that, but it's become especially popular in the last 10 years or so. And so plenty of good stories have come about from that. If you ever, next time you see Lewis McGlade, make sure you ask him about a story about that. He's got a fantastic one. I don't think I could do it justice, and I'm also slightly not sure I can tell it on a broadcast either. but
I can't tell mine either.
Okay, yeah. Well,
Jimmy Broadbent has one. I'm sure he made a clip of it, but it's basically someone trying to go to the bathroom down the long back straight at Le Mans before they had their chicanes in there. It was like a pretend it's old-timey race going down the Mulsanne Straight. I mean, it's like a couple miles of a straight there at Le Mans, and basically you get in an accident while trying to go to the bathroom at Le Mans. I'm sure there's a clip, and I can't say any of them on air.
There's plenty of stories about that, because sometimes, you know, you just mistime it a little bit, and especially when you're driving for 2 hours, you know, you've drunk a little bit too much beforehand, let's say, you know, you can find yourself in a bit of pain by the end. Let's put it that way. It's not particularly great, but no, they'll all be fine. Put it that way. In terms,
and I can tell you by experience too, you always have to go to the bathroom 5 minutes into your stint. You can try to go to the bathroom beforehand, it won't happen, but as soon as you've been in the car for 5 minutes, you're like, man, I could kind of go for a bathroom break right about now.
Same with commentators on occasion. It's a bit of an issue, but anyway, we'll move away from the stuff. You can tell it's the middle of the night. We'll put it that way, because we're going off on all sorts of tangents at the moment. Got another question in about ACC and how it actually works in terms of the driver changes here, and in terms of how it actually works. I don't know if you've done any endurance racing on ACC before, Austin. Can we actually answer this question? Because I've not done racing in terms of actually having to do a driver swap on ACC before. I've never had to experience that before.
No, I've only done driver swaps myself on the iRacing platform. I've never done them. I don't have enough friends or races to compete in on the ACC platform. It's just a lot more attainable to do it in other simulators, just because of the high competition that you have in ACC. But I know in iRacing, you basically pull the car into the pits and you hit the escape key in your keyboard to quote unquote get out of the car, and then one of your other drivers can just click the button to get in the car. and it's I would imagine it's close to the same in ACC to change drivers. I've only just done races where I stay in the car the whole time on ACC.
Yeah, so I apologise to the person in YouTube chat or Twitch chat, or wherever it was, asking that. We simply are not able to answer.
We would do our best to fail to answer.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Well, we've certainly fulfilled that so far. Well, you're welcome. But yeah, still just under 13 and a half hours remaining. We're not far away from that little rain period here, Austin. It's 10 minutes away or so. Wonder how much of a bearing it's going to have on this race. It kind of depends how heavily it rains. If it really is just a drizzle for 3 minutes, I think we'll barely notice.
Right. I mean, it depends how hard it's going to rain. If it's just a drizzle for 3 minutes, it's really not going to be that advantageous for somebody to put on weather tires. These drivers won't even see it as much of a distraction. I mean, a little bit of water on the racetrack, it might bring the lap times up a little bit, decrease that average speed. But, if it's just going to drizzle for 3 minutes, it might just be a blip, And I don't even know if we can truly count it as having rain. We'll see how hard it rains and how long it lasts.
Absolutely, it could be a real downpour, but let's see. We'll use the pit stop of Jordan Sherritt of the 51 as a kind of marker that it is about to happen, the rain. But as I mentioned, it's going to be in about 10 minutes' time. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We'll see what happens by the time we get there. This is Mikhail Bykov in the 888 Ferrari teams. SMP Racing Esports is the team he's driving for. And he's got another one of the Ferraris, a 71 of Ibrahimi, just in behind at the moment. He's a Silver Cup driver for Renvelten Esports Red. Some of my favourite liveries, by the way, at Renvelten. Not that you will be able to see it at the moment, but when it turns to light, make sure you have a look at that one. And indeed, there it is at the bottom of your screen. Another awkward one, really. 14th overall, but a battle between two different classes, and so it's not going to... It's not going to be too hard fought over, you wouldn't imagine. They're going to try and lose the least amount of time they possibly can.
Yeah, getting some more updates. So first of all, from Michael Hammett, I like to pretend he is all-knowing all the time because most of the time he is correct. So it will just be a light rain, but it's going to wash the grip away. So drivers will have to deal with a little bit of that, and it's about 5 minutes away right now. So we should see the lap times kind of tumble for a little bit.
There is a look at the sky of what we can see. The rain will be coming down very soon. It's a great sound that ACC makes, by the way, from some of these camera angles. The way it reverberates off the walls is quite fantastic.
It's so good. ACC is very much unmatched with the sound and just the visual cues. I love it.
Certainly. It's fantastic to see. Bykov still just in front of Ibrahimi at the moment. Still, as I say, 5 minutes away from rain. A little bit earlier than what I mentioned a couple of moments ago. But with around 13 hours 20 remaining, it should start to rain. And as I say, hearing that it's not going to do a whole lot, but just to wash the grip away, which it may change the race just that little bit. Unfortunately, I think some of these teams were really hoping, especially the likes of the Ferrari Esports team here, you can see Jordan Sherritt, I think they were kind of hoping for real race-changing weather, where you can really make a difference with a bold call onto wet tyres or a bold call to get off the wet tyres again. But this rain period really isn't going to provide that for anyone.
No, certainly not. I mean, if you're one of the back marker drivers, I should say back marker driver, if you're kind of on the back foot just by the way you played the rain earlier, or just how strategy or luck is played out, you hope that the rain is going to come in here and make a huge difference. And just like what we call the 51 team, that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, coming down pit road about 3 or 4 minutes before the rain, tailing one of the Bentleys as they go down onto pit road.
One of the few Bentleys, I don't see too many of them anymore. Will probably be Matt Largy in the 426, you would imagine, just up in front of the Ferrari here. He's down in 35th at the moment. Is Largy 6 laps down on the overall race leader. Sherritt has got the very, very long run towards the end of pit lane, where his pit box is likely to be. Using the endurance pit lane as well, of course, due to the amount of cars that we have here. Sort of similar to the situation you see in real life, where a lot of the pit boxes are used for this event. And you have that long run down the hill here towards pit lane. And the Bentley just pulls off to the right hand side and it will find its box. Sherritt will do the same as well. There he is, pulls to a stop. And now Jordan Sherritt will take on service. We'll see whether he decides to change driver now or whether he will continue on for his second hour in the car.
Taking a look here at Gregor Schill for the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Currently in the 12th position overall. Doing a really good job. Highest BMW overall in the race. And how about that BMW in the silver category? 23 seconds behind Gregor. To even come close to what Gregor can do is a real accomplishment in and of itself. So to see those two BMWs together, gotta be a good a chip on the shoulder there for Apostle. A good chip though. Something he could probably put on his quote-unquote racing resume. But good to see the BMW out here in fighting form.
Gregor Schill makes his way down the inside of the 296, and that will be another position for the BS competition. BMW we ride on board with here. He's in 8th place as things stand in the pro standings. That was a silver car that he just overtook, so no points gained for that.
Now, you might be wondering why that 296 there Mark Evelix worked with him, and that's just because that 296 is a silver class driver, so not really doing anything for him to hold up a pro class driver, the 89 like Gregor. So just kind of let him on by and then goes about his race. Interestingly enough, the driver now behind that 296, that is the sole Acura in the field. Be interesting to see if that car gets by as well, or if they can continue to kind of scoot away from that Acura. Looks like they're going to continue to scoot away from it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether to call it an Acura or Honda at this side of the world. I guess it's a Honda, isn't it? But
it's probably wherever you're from. You
yeah,
call it what you want.
it's the same thing at the end of the day, isn't it? So
yeah.
What's the difference? Still looks the same. Still looks fantastic and sounds pretty good as well. I've got to say. One of the joys of ACC once again. Samir Ibrahimi just behind Mikhail Baikov, as you can see, as the rain is now possibly seconds away. We're less than a couple of minutes away from this downpour that we're expecting now. With what force is this rain going to come down? And it is indeed only going to be very, very short, but how much of a bearing on this race is it going to have? How tricky are those conditions going to be? Because even if it stays for 3 minutes, that's still, a lap and a bit that they'll have to negotiate in the wet weather conditions.
Yeah, we did a couple months ago the VCO and Flexstream races here on ACC at Spa. It was one of the places in our short, I believe it was a 6-race calendar, and there it rained. I mean, the rain came out of absolutely nowhere. Of course, you can see it's coming, but it was a downpour, and a bunch of the drivers there were out on slick tires, and you saw cars just spinning out left and right. It was absolute chaos for about a lap and a half after it started raining, and it continued to downpour for about 15 or 20 minutes after that.
I can hear it.
We'll see what happens, and oh, yep, you can start to hear the rain.
There are the wipers going. It doesn't seem to be a light drizzle, that's for sure. The rain lights are on. The pressure now on for everybody as well. The pace is still going to be pretty good here, as you can see, for Samir Ibrahimi. But just how committed is he willing to be through Blanchimont as he will close in on Mikhail Baikov on the run around the left-hander now. The AAA skating its way through as well. Remvoten Esports just in behind. It's very nervy. Baikov off the road slightly, back on again. He wiggles his way into the braking zone. Ibrahimi was just that little bit more committed, but they very nearly both found themselves in the wall, and Ibrahimi's into the pit lane. Presumably, this is his scheduled pit stop, and it's possibly the best time ever to have one, because he's going to put another set of dries on, and he'll be able to survive the wet period by spending most of it in the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll see. It's the racetrack is still going to be damp when he goes out there. So unlike every other driver, you go out there, they all have to kind of cope with how it's getting wetter and wetter and slicker out there as they go on. So he's going to go out on the racetrack, and he'll have an idea because he was out there just a couple seconds ago, but it's going to be a whole different world for him. And I'll relate this to you for when you do this race next weekend. It's a lot easier to be the driver to have the transition from day day to night or night to day than to be the driver to go out there and either in just the dead of night, because all of a sudden your braking markers are in different locations, and it's much easier to be one of the drivers out there on the racetrack the entire time and deal with the transition than to just go out there in either one extreme or the other, especially with the rain extreme. You can see our leader there, Mike Towser, down on the pit road. We'll see if the 555 follows him. He should be a little bit earlier for that 555 car to be pitting, and as he won't, just on schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really smart time to pit though, isn't it? When everyone's going a little bit slower because of the rain, it's a really good time to pit, even if you're not going to switch onto wet tyres. Everyone else is going slower out there on the road, so it's you're losing less time relative to the others, and it could be another great call from the number 4 Unicorns of Love Mercedes team to pit in right now. Here's Jakob Osterman into the final couple of corners. He will be onto the podium now, provisionally. After this, I think he should get past Tauscher. There is the race leader, Michael Tauscher. Will he stay at the wheel? You would imagine so, as he's one of the few drivers to be into the pit lane. I think that could be Ibrahimi just leaving in front of him for Ren Velton. But off the podium now for Unicorns of Love, even if it will be briefly. And you'd imagine it will be another set of dry tyres for Tauscher.
I was just going to say, I would reckon Pfeffer gets in the car now. Tobias and Mike Tauscher, they've been kind of switching off every stint. So Tauscher will drive, then Pfeffer drives, then Tauscher drives. So not too surprising to see Pfeffer in the car. We'll see how he copes with this damp track. I don't think it's raining just as hard as it was, but again, he'll still have to deal with the dampness out there. You see Pfeffer there in his room. Again, another dark room.
They like dark rooms, don't they? I really can't cope when the lights aren't on, personally. It really, makes me very nervous. I mean, what you were speaking about earlier on, though, Austin, about not being the driver to come in as it's, as it's fully dark or whatever. You don't want to be a driver coming in as it's beginning to rain or as you're on dry tyres. This is a really, really difficult opening lap for Tobias Pfeffer here. And, if he makes a mistake, obviously the race is going to be really, really gone at this stage, even though they were leading at the start of this stint, or at the end of the last stint, I should say. So a very, very tentative and nervy outlap now for Tobias Pfeffer.
You say that, but I mean, look at his facial expressions. He looks like he's been at school for 7 hours and he just does not care about whatever class this is, whether it's math, science, reading, English, whatever it is. He just looks extremely bored, and I don't know if that's because he's so bored behind the wheel or if he's just making it look that easy. But yeah, you're exactly right. You don't want to be the driver to go out there as it starts to rain, because just like in real life, all the oils that are basically been in the road all day long finally come up right there. They float to the top with the water. That's the slickest it's going to be.
It is, and the rain has now stopped as well, by the way. I've not heard it in my ears for quite some time, as Niels Klinkmuller is also into pit lane. So the rain is departed us almost as quickly as it arrived, and it did provide us with one or two sketchy moments, slippery moments, but I think for the most part the drivers were pretty unaffected. Klinkmuller makes his way in as well now, but that grip will just be washed away ever so slightly. They'll have to build that up again, but it's a period of rain that they'll forget about pretty quickly.
Yep, easy come, easy go for those grip levels on the track. They're going to stay out there for a while and build them back up. We'll see how long it takes for us to get some more rain. As you see, Jacob Osterman, he's going to go all the way up into now the second position on the racetrack, passing all the drivers that have gone down pit road. The only one that's still ahead of him is that 555 car, that player machine, the Mercedes-AMG GT3. That car still has yet to pit. And I think these cars, the Osterman and the 555 car player, I think they're in the catbird seat right now. I think they're going to time out their pit strategy to perfection here so that they pit just after the halfway points are awarded. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here for that Pfeffer machine, but we'll have to see how it works out.
Well, do you think they can go another 2 laps then here? Because that's what they would need to do. Of course, they're limited by 65 minutes of maximum stint time, which is what you have in this series and in ACC generally. Actually, you can only run a single stint for 65 minutes. You can drive for longer than that in one period, but you've got to visit the pit lane at least once every 65 minutes, and that would mean Blair would have to go until at least 13 hours and 10 remaining in this race. So if if he can do another lap after this one, then he will be all right.
Yeah, he'd be okay. Unfortunately, I'm poor and I don't have the pit wall live pro version, so I can't see when the last drivers were to have pit. But for right now, I believe they'll be just okay. I think they'll come down pit road in about 7 more minutes, so I think they can do about 2 more laps during their stint. And again, just for you folks at home, a reminder, these cars can go much longer than 65 minutes solely on fuel. If they were to fill the car all the way up, they could keep going more than that, but the racing series, the championship rules, are that your stint length time from the moment you get on and off pit road / in the car cannot exceed 65 minutes.
Yeah, one of my least favourite rules, you might be aware, but anyway, won't go into that all over again, because I've said it at least once in every race so far this season, I think. So I'll steer away from it. Amedeo Castorino is on your screens right now. He's in the 85 Aston Martin, just negotiating one of the back markers there. And he's really stretched out a bit of a lead. When I came to here, Austin, the gap was, well, they were fighting each other, weren't they? And now the gap is nearly 40 seconds between the top 2 in silver. It just shows that this stage in the race over the course of the night has been very, very important and not so fruitful for FFS Racing, unfortunately, who have lost a lot of time in this period of the race.
Yeah, and again, we kind of keep relating things going on in the race to maybe people that aren't so much kind of akin to simulators and racing and stuff like that, especially on the virtual side. And basically, as the night goes on, you see the day-to-night transitions. The actual temperature is changing both in the air and on the track. The track one is especially more crucial because the tires, just as like they are on real race cars, operate perfectly in such a narrow band in terms of temperature. Again, it's rubber. If you get it hot, it gets kind of loose and sticky, but sometimes too loose and not sticky enough. If it's too cold, it's very hard and it won't stick to anything worth anything. So you want to make sure they're in that very, very narrow window of temperature. And as the track continues to change, because the sun has gone away, the rain comes out, that's going to suck sort of that heat energy out of the racetrack and out of the tires. You do need to constantly be on top of what's going on for all these different temperature changes. And those temperature changes affect how the car handles. Sometimes it might oversteer or be loose. Sometimes it might understeer or be tight. And that either means the rear end of the car rotates too much for you, or the front end of the car doesn't rotate enough for you. So, both sides of that coin can happen.
Castorino there in frustratingly short of the place where he needs to be to pick up points, as he will want to at the half distance mark. Just to explain, of course, that every 6 hours points are awarded in this race. So with 18 remaining, we've already had those points awarded. With 12 hours remaining, we'll award another set of points, which is equal to 50% of the race points that we usually have. And then with 6 hours to go, we also award points, and of course at the end of the race. At each of those 4 points, as far as I understand it, Austin, we award half of the points that we have done for overall rounds in other rounds. So Bathurst and Kyalami have obviously had 1 set of points awarded at the end of the race. We're awarding 50% points at every 6 hours in this race, which accumulates to what you can have, which is double 1 round here for the Spa 24, although a single team is unlikely to be able to pick up all 4 maximum points, you would imagine, in a single class. That's as far as I understand it, but you can certainly pick up a lot of points, and you can certainly see why it's so crucial to stay out there and be up there at the 12-hour mark, as the 555 Williams Esports team have done at the front.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why extremely points are so crucial is because the first round out when we were in Bathurst, you had 1 group of cars getting points, right? Because not everybody in your field scores points. It's the same way as Formula One, where only some of the field, the top 10 cars, score points. And then we go out to Kyalami, and it's like a complete flip-flop of the cars that scored points. I mean, it was pretty much night and day difference of the guys that went ahead and scored points. So that's why the points being handed out today are so crucial. And again, just as the way I understood it, and I believe that's the correct way, as Michael Hamlet is discussing with us, is that there's a full race's worth of points being paid out at the 50% mark of the race, so 12-hour mark. And then after that, the second 12 hours at the 24-hour mark, there is an additional race's worth of points being paid out. So this is a double points race, just as how it would be in the IndyCar Series. The last race of their season was doubled. I believe it's the same way for the WEC Series as well, with Le Mans being worth double points.
If ever there was an example of not taking my word as gospel on anything, then that was it. Even that very simple concept I managed to explain wrong. That was quite a big moment for Huang, who just regained control and will continue on 34th position at the moment for the 118. Yeah, you are correct, just at the halfway mark and then at the end. And it's full race points awarded at both of those. So I apologise for that, but yes, we've got it right eventually. Yeah, anyway, 63 and 51 fighting over 5th position at the moment. It will become 5th as the 1, 2, 3 is into the pit lane. That's high definition and team gear, how do you say, advertised, I guess, onboard camera with Jonathan
commercial.
Yeah, well, basically it is. Unfortunately, though, I think he's been overtaken by Luca Lozio in the last couple of moments. Unless Lozio's still to pit here for Lamborghini, he's got it in front of the Ferrari team at the moment. This is the battle for 5th place in the overall standings as well as in the pro class. This is going to be important in an hour's time as well, because they will need to be in the window to be able to get to that 12-hour mark in a couple of moments' time. And they're still not quite there. We're 13 hours and 7 just about into this one. They need to be 65 minutes or less than 65 minutes from the halfway mark, and we're still not quite there.
Yeah, we're going to be there in about 1 minute and 3/4 or so. So if that 63 car has yet to pit, I do believe they will come out of this entire thing much better than the 51 car. We'll have to see in a couple minutes, though. And unfortunately, I don't have any of the telemetry and stuff on my monitors here to let me know if the 63 car has pit. We do know the 51 car has. We saw them come down pit road most recently. They did just a couple minutes ago or so. Before the rain came, so I would be inclined to say that the 63 car has yet to pit. I'm really surprised though, just by where these guys are choosing to run on the curbs and where they're choosing to not to, because as it rains, sort of those parts of the curb where it's painted rather on the different sides of the racetrack, they will become much slicker than just that, I'll say raw, but the pavement, colored pavement, right?
Yeah, it's, oh dear, Riley just missing the apex slightly. Launched him up, thought that could have been a much wider moment than it actually ended up being. Down in towards the chicane they'll go. He's late on the brakes again. Lozio very close behind it, and there goes into the pit lane. 13 hours and 6 remaining. He might just scrape it out until the 12-hour mark, and he'll really want to, of course, because it will be 5th place points if he was to be able to get there, but he's going to struggle to do that. Good news for the 555 and the 110 teams, though. They look like they have done enough laps now to be able to get those halfway points without too many major problems, but the Unicorns of Love cars, the 4 and the 5, don't seem to have been able to do that.
No, yeah, that 110 is going to outclass them here. I think, though, yeah, they just went onto pit road now, and I believe the way it's called is when you go on and off of pit road. We'll see if Mike Hamlin updates us or corrects what I'm saying here, but I believe it's when the driver gets onto and exits pit road. So if you just get onto pit road right now, you are definitely going to be very, very well off in an hour and 5 minutes time, just after we pay out those halfway points.
Yeah, the clock starts when you leave pit lane, as far as I understand it, but as you've just seen, I don't understand everything about this race, or even ACC itself. Yeah, I'll be corrected if I have to be, but yeah, that's how I believe it works anyway. Little flags out there on the circuit at the moment, by the way, not sure for who at the moment. Jakob Osterman is into the pit lane, by the way, from 2nd at the time. It will be 4th by the time he comes out of the pit lane, but he'll be hoping that he does get 2nd place points at the end of this, which will be 30 to add to their current tally. Unfortunately, it's not been a great season for Vipin Racing. It was a 4th at Catalami, but no points at Bathurst to put them 27 behind the championship leaders McLaren, Veloce and Mashis Malinowski, actually, who's at the wheel of that one at the moment. Darren McCormack gets back behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Mercedes in another single stint that are actually becoming a little bit more common here in this race. keeping everybody that little bit fresher. And there goes the 5 car. It's very close for second place, even without the pit stop interference. Williams Esports versus Unicorns of Love is going to be absolutely on here. Huben just in front of McCormack.
Yeah, I didn't realize how close they were going to be on the exit of the pits there. That was really close, and it's such a harrowing, a scary feeling there when you come out of the pits and you're doing the better part of, I don't know, maybe 100 mile an hour, and some other car goes screaming by at about 130 or 140 mile an hour. It's very scary. You just hope that they realize you're there and you are exiting the pits and going to be much slower than they are and kind of give you that room. I did see it as part of the yellow flags. I'm not sure who it was. I believe it was one of the Ferraris, just based on pit wall cars losing positions without going down pit road, but we'll see what happens. Interesting too there, the 52 car there, Durkop, drive-through penalty, and he's on pit road. I'm curious what that was from.
Well, it must have been track limits, I would imagine. Florian Durkop in the 52, going to be dropping off of our timing screen there on the left-hand side as a result of that drive-through, you would imagine. But yeah, still an hour away from half distance in the 24 hours of Spa. Now, I do wonder what Unicorns of Love are going to do at their next pit stop, because they're very aware that they will not be able to make it to the points at the halfway mark without having to make a stop. Now, do they go all out here, craziness, just go for, you know, actually, we're going to put a quarter of a tank in here, just make sure we can get to that 12-hour mark, but not have a really long stop? You know, are they willing to, in quote-unquote, ruin their whole race strategy for those halfway points? Because, you know, it's not exactly like it's a small amount of points. No, it's a full race worth of points available in 1 hour's time. How seriously are they going to take it? Or are they going to focus on that end of race victory instead, which, of course, they do hold the advantage in?
This is the number 5 car, Unicorns of Love, we're talking about, or the 4?
I mean, either of them, the 5 or the 4, because neither of them can make it, can they, to the halfway mark?
Well, I mean, I think based on how it was, I feel like right now their lead at the moment is good enough. I think the 4 car is fine. It doesn't matter what they do. They can pretty much come out of here and they'll quote-unquote win the amount of points at the 12-hour mark. For that 5 car, if I were them, it's so difficult, because you know that triple 5 car is going to, as soon as you pit, take over that second place position. So I don't think there's anything they can do that can sort of help them at this point, because they're going to lose a time regardless. It's all going to depend on where that 110 car is. Right now, Jakob Osterman. We'll see who takes over for him in a little while, or when they have to come down pit road next time by. I think they'll be just okay to make it. So it all depends on if you shorten it. That's going to happen.
That is true. It's 17, by the way, has got a drive-through penalty. There, De Nicolette just serving that at the moment. Yeah, now that I look at it again, actually, you are right. The 5 team can't do anything really about, certainly not about Darren McCormack, and probably not about Jakob Osterman either, in terms of their pit stop there. But I do wonder about the 4 team. Will they just pit and have a shorter stop maybe to try and preserve some of those points, at least, say, in front of Osterman, who's a long way back from them at the moment. You know, Osterman's a minute and a half behind Tobias Pfeffer. McCormack, to be fair, is nearly a minute behind. If we're going to suppose the drive-through is, what, 35, 40 seconds maybe? Then, you know, that's not a lot of fuel that they would need to put in to stay out in front of McCormack and maybe take those full points. But it just depends whether they're really willing to risk their end-of-race strategy for this halfway point. But then again, it is, you know, a full set of points, and the 4 team certainly do need them. 8th place to today, and not particularly good races at Bathurst and Carl Army so far.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I'm more of a conservative race car driver, especially when it comes to championship points. I will always take, you know, 2 points. What is it? A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. You know, so I'd rather make sure I can, you know, give my for sure get points now, rather than just bank on the race continuing to go my way later. So if I were the 4 car or the 5 car, I'd do everything in my power to get the maximum points right now at the 12-hour mark. Because again, we're at Spa. Rain is most likely going to come again at some point. We'll have to put on wet weather tires. That could shake things up in a whole nother way. We've had the rain happen 4 times since the drop of the green flag. 3 of those we had to put on wet weather tires. I guarantee in the next 12 hours, we'll probably have at least 1 or 2 more wet weather tires incidents where the rain comes down, just because it's the weather. You can't really predict that. I mean, we're in the Belgian countryside. Anything can and will happen. So if I'm the 4 car, I come down pit road, I do a splash of fuel, and I go to make sure I can retain the lead, and then I come back down pit road and I finish off, fill the car with fuel, and then go on from there. You will lose a little bit of time because you did have to drive down pit road twice, but you do bank the maximum amount of points at that 12-hour mark. If I'm the 5 car, you made your bet. You pretty much have to land it for right now, because when you come down pit road before that 12-hour mark, the 555 car is going to pass you. It's iffy if the 110 car is. For right now, they do have about a drive-through's worth of time on there, so they could come down pit road and just do a splash and go. And these cars can make it more than 65 minutes on fuel. If I'm that 5 car, I might just come down pit road to come down pit road or something and reset that 65-minute countdown and then go back out on the racetrack. I'll still lose the 35 seconds for the time because I've did that drive-through or whatever, but at least I gain or retain those points. But I mean, is 1 position's worth of points halfway through the race worth it to you? That's up for the team to decide, but that's just what they could do if they want to get the maximum amount of points.
Well, let's see what happens when we get there. It's there is likely to be a period of rain where, well, fairly likely, where we see everybody's strategies sort of neutralised because everyone's putting on wet tyres or whatever it is. There's still a long way to go for another period of rain to come over the track, so we'll wait and see. Just around 3:15 now in sim, as you can see at the top of your screen, roughly matched up with the time in Central and Western Europe at the moment, but still a little bit of time remaining until the darkness leaves us for the well, it only happens once in a race, doesn't it? For the first time, last time in this race, but at the moment we're having a look at Darren McCormack, who's just behind Nicholas Hubin, and another drive-through penalty for Forks there in the 72 Aston Martin. They're becoming a little bit common now at this stage in the race. We're still not even halfway, but that's the 3rd one we've seen in the last few hours.
Yeah, and the 2nd penalty we've seen for the Fox machine, that number 72 Aston Martin machine. Also, 2 corrections again from the all-knowing Michael Hamlet. A drive-through is actually 80 seconds of time lost. So that 5 car kind of screwed either way, unfortunately. And then also to correct myself again from Michael Hamlet, of the 3 heavier rains before, only 1 of them they needed the wet tires, and that was the 3rd one and the heaviest shower. The first 2 rain periods today were not heavy enough to warrant putting on those wet weather tires.
Certainly, but you wouldn't bet against it happening again at some point in the remainder of the race here today. There's still a very, very long way to go and a lot to happen as well over the course of this one. So let's see what happens. Of course, we'll bring you every minute of this race live on obviously the YouTube and Twitch channels where you may have found us here this afternoon or this evening, and we'll continue on with that right to the very end until 4 o'clock in Central and Western Europe tomorrow afternoon, or today afternoon as well if you're in Europe. On board with Darren McCormack then, who is very close behind the 5 Unicorns of Love Mercedes. He was of course splitting the 2 purple machines before his last pit stop, but it's just cost him a bit of time. It's put him back to 3rd place, and now the Irishman is going to look to get back through again and into 2nd place in the slipstream at the moment, just ducking out slightly on the run down towards Eau Rouge. Plunger uphill now, a fearsome corner, even these days with the runoff that you get and whatever. Still a very, very committed corner. Now he's in the slipstream, now he's flashing the lights, he's having a look up the inside, and he will have a go here. Breaks that little bit later, does McCormack, on the inside at Lecom, and he gets through. Hubin clearly not willing to fight with him side by side too much, and that's Williams Esports back into 2nd place.
And that was, I mean, that was textbook right there. The pass and just how Hubin knew he'd been beaten, and he had to back out of the throttle there, maybe go ahead and recoup himself to try and recharge in a couple laps here. We've seen these two cars been battling back and forth for about the last 4 hours at least, ever since, oh, look at that Porsche up the road there, getting all sideways. That was a hard lick for them.
It's got to be a scary moment as well when you're running in second place. You see one of the Porsches in front of you wiggling all over the place.
Careen off the road.
Yeah, goodness me. I got scared, and I'm not even emotionally invested in the car or the race. Wow. Don't recall. He didn't have to do a lot to actually avoid in the end, but it would have been a heart-in-mouth moment.
Certainly. One person in the YouTube chat has asked if any of the drivers are streaming their own personal races. Yardier is on YouTube. I believe there's one other driver, and then I believe a couple different ones are on Twitch. If you want some help in finding him, I would just go ahead and Google the Intercontinental GT Challenge at Spa, or just Spa 24-hour race on either YouTube or Twitch.tv, and you'll probably find a ton of different drivers all broadcasting their own views of the race if you want to just get a little bit of a different idea as to what's going on.
Also stay with us if you
I mean, keep
don't mind, because yeah, it'd be nice to have your company here this evening. In Europe, we're just around half an hour from Arjuna Kankipati rejoining us, along with Jesse Lee as well. They'll be taking you through the next few hours of the race, and they'll have the I'm quite envious of the sunrise stint, although obviously going to bed would also be fairly nice to get a bit of sleep, because it's really graveyard shift time in mainland Europe. Leonardo Porco is currently doing that shift for the number 60 Lamborghini team, the Italian, with a bit of traffic up in front. It's Di Nicola just in front in the 17 Ferrari. That driver having just taken a drive-through penalty in the last few moments, of course, for track limit infringements. And so that's created the battle for 21st position overall. It's fierce racing by Ballas Esports, the Lamborghini just behind. I think just about outside the top 10 actually in the pro standing, so not picking up very many points from this first half of the race. You wouldn't imagine in 50 minutes time, considering only 15 drivers, 15 teams even, actually score points.
Yeah, I believe it was there's only 15 pro teams left running at this point in the race, so I think all of them are going to score points, but obviously it goes down quite rapidly, kind of like you see in the F1 calendar, but I might be corrected on that in the next couple of minutes. Completely understand what you mean, though. Definitely envious of you getting to go to bed, but it is very late for you, and I think I'll be on the same sort of strategy. I commentate now, and then I have a 3-hour break, and then I go 3 hours from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. my local time, so I'll definitely be as tired as you are in about 6 hours time.
Yes, it's that time of the day for Europe, but I can't complain, can I? Because these are the hours I've signed up for, and I do often do them because I find the graveyard shift quite fun, to be honest. As much as I do complain sometimes, I do like this stage in the race, and of course, I'm not suggesting that has been the case here today, because the gaps between the leading 3 or 4 or 5 actually have not really changed at all, but sometimes it's this point in the race, especially in ACC racing where you don't have safety cars or whatever bunching it up and these things. Sometimes the race can be won with a stint in the graveyard shift. You know, if there's a particularly strong stint from a driver, a particularly bad one from another driver, you know, it's possible that the race can be won. Now, I don't think that's the case in this race because, as I mentioned, the top 5 are all very similar, but you know, you never know. A 24-hour race can be won at any moment, and that can even be when everyone is asleep.
Yeah, the amount of times I've been in 24-hour races and I'll go to bed, or basically, you know, nighttime comes and we're in, you know, 10th to 5th position. When I wake up, we could either be in 1st position or 20th position. I've had both sides of the coin happen there, and it just depends on what goes on in the race. Sometimes, especially in iRacing, you'll have a car dead stick through the international horseshoe and take you out and give you 20 minutes of repairs, required repairs even, not just the optional So you might fall from 5th position all the way down to 20th. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. ACC is a little bit different, but again, you know, somebody's power could go out in the middle of their stint, and it takes a couple minutes to get that car back around, or even to get that driver's internet, PC, computer, everything fired back up if there even is just a blip in the power. So anything can and will happen, but just like how you say, nighttime crazy things start to happen.
They certainly do. I seem to remember one particular example of that, by the way, being that 2015 Le Mans was won pretty much in the graveyard shift. A fantastic stint, won that race for Porsche, you could argue, although there are winning a 24-hour race and at what point is sometimes subjective when it's not quite so close, not quite so obvious in terms of how it was won. We often speak in 24-hour racing about staying out the pit lane, and whoever manages that is likely to go on and win. Well, we've just been handed the statistics for how long each team has spent in the pit lane so far, and the shortest amount of time spent has been from the 25 Audi. That is not one of the teams running right up towards the front, but is 7th overall and 6th in the Pro category. That's the Santalok Audi, the 25, closely followed by Jakob Ostermann's Vipperman Racing Audi, and then you've got the AMGs, the Williams Esports and number 4 Unicorns of Love teams have spent very similar amounts of time on pit lane, with the number 5 AMG for some reason spending 20 seconds longer on pit lane for some reason. Don't know where that has come from, whether they've made an extra stop or what, but that has certainly lost them a bit of time. I think it's safe to say that it's not just about pit stops, of course, it's about the pace on the road as well, because while they don't have the fastest pit stop times for the number 4 AMG team, they do really have a minute's worth of a lead.
They certainly do, and it was talked about again previously in the broadcast. You would figure a car spending the least amount of time on pit road would gain the most amount of time through there and be ahead by a lot on the racetrack. And it is true in some degree, but you know, when you do have that 65-minute required stint-like time, it really just comes down to whoever is the fastest on the racetrack, especially when you spend the majority of your time out there on the racetrack. A little bit of argy-bargy is going on here between the 44 car, Jeffrey Ritchie from the Aztec SimSports Visceral team. That's that red Ferrari in the background, or I guess I should say in the foreground in some of these shots, and then the green car just up the road ahead of them. That is the Harder machine, the number 426 Bentley.
Nice look on board here with the 44 Ferrari. Unfortunate for this car to have had problems earlier on. Jeffrey Ritchie now recovering from those with the Bentley up in front. It's going to be a good run through Pouon here from the Aztec SimSports Visceral car, and he should have a dive now at pit path. There's a bit of a defence from Harter, and this is going to be a bit harder fought than maybe I thought for Jeffrey Ritchie. I thought he would sail on through here, but clearly the driver of the Bentley wants to have a bit of a fight over this position.
I did as well. Yeah, well, you don't want to be the driver 3rd to last. Being the driver 4th to last is much better off. And, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're just a race car driver. You're out there trying to do as well as you can. You can go out there, again, long. I call it straight away, but it really isn't. They're out of Stavelot. Now they're go barreling down towards Blanchemont. We'll see which driver is more committed to this corner. And again, it is a lot drier now, so the grip level is getting higher and higher every single lap. Now the track continues to dry out. We'll see if Jeffrey shoves it down here up the outside. Looks like he's gonna. I think he was given a lot of room there by Harder. Both cars getting extremely loose there coming off the corner.
Oh, and he squeezed him out entirely there. Well, a little bit rude, I've got to say, from Jeffrey Ritchie, but it's one of my pet hates, I've got to be honest, when someone edges another driver out like that. But anyway, he's got the position done now, and will
you
probably
have to give this space.
Yeah, exactly. And I dislike it when somebody does not. But Jeffrey Ritchie is up to 35th now as well, with Huang in the pit lane in the 118. So there's a couple of positions made in the last couple of moments for him. Pretty congested here for the low 20s as well. Nicholas Arnke just ahead of Durkop, who we saw serving a drive-through penalty not so long ago as well. So the 52 Ferrari team may have that little bit more pace than maybe their position shows for the moment.
Yeah, well, it's just it's really hard to tell how much pace each of these cars have, because you got drivers getting into and out of them, changing track conditions constantly. We just had that rain come in, and whilst the track has already started to dry, it did cool off quite considerably. The grip got lost for a lot of the track, and now it's slowly but surely coming back in. And sometimes, I mean, drivers can just be consistently inconsistent. You'll have good lap times, you'll have bad lap times. Some of these cars change their characteristics all the way through the race, like what we were seeing with the battle. I believe it was the 177 car, I think, battling for a top 10 position. He was being very, very aggressive. I think it was Frank's in that car on the front end, just diving into those corners, and the car could really cut well for the first 10 laps of his stint. But the last 20 or so, he was doing very, very poorly, because he basically used up all the grip, the goodness of the front tires of his Porsche. And all these drivers have to battle that throughout the run. And sometimes you can do your best to try and look after your tires, but sometimes, like a Ferrari, for instance, you know, you might just chew up the rear tires, certainly akin to how the real Ferraris did at the real 9 hours of Indianapolis, or 8 hours a couple months ago, about a year ago.
Yeah, we've already had our 9-hour race for the season, the Kyle Army. 9 hours not so long ago. We look at Tobias Pfeffer, the current leader of this race, approaching the halfway mark. Won't be a million miles from a new pit stop either. I had a question in, by the way, from the Twitch chat about what happened to the 66, which is only running in 23rd right now. That's Tinko van der Velde for the Williams Esports Audi team. Now, they were running in that battle with the 63 Lamborghini Esports team inside the top 10 earlier on. The pit stop times that I'm seeing are not showing anything particularly abnormal, although they have had fairly slow pit stops throughout the day as an accumulation. I don't think their pit stop time on the last stop was particularly bad. Well, maybe. Actually, I'm not convinced that's true. Actually, I think they may have lost about 30 seconds in that last pit stop. Now I'm having a look at the numbers again. One thing's certainly true. They've had issues in the last hour, because their position has pretty much doubled from where they were.
Yeah, they had a really slow pit stop, or I think they might have had a disconnection, unless it was some other car with the 6s in the numbers that had a disconnection earlier in the race. But yeah, good question.
And yet another one that we can't provide an answer to. So I apologise for that. Florian Durkop makes his way down the inside of Nicholas Anker here in towards the final chicane. A bit deep on the brakes from the low-fuel motorsports driver, but he's been able to make up the place, and he will be into 27th by the end of this lap. There he goes, over the line and into 27th position. So a good pass from him. He very easily there could have broken a little bit too late, actually, and opened himself up to attack on the exit there, but just about pulled it up in time and has gained a place. You'd expect him to do a couple more of those overtakes in the next couple of hours as he returns from that drive-through penalty in the last half an hour.
Yeah, and these guys are going to know at some point where their cars are fastest against their opponents, and sometimes you just have a magical setup that helps you get through one section of the track extremely well compared to everyone else. Where basically, you know, you'll have this in certain cars, certain setups at certain tracks where you're just unbeatable, you know, through La Source, for instance, and you're just really good at getting down into the corner and getting off the corner. And sometimes it's through Lake Com. It just depends on the driver, and you'll know, you know, if there's a spot to make a position every time for me, it's going to be in La Source, and it you know, depends driver to driver.
You were absolutely right, Austin, by the way. Crossan did have a disconnect at the end of the stint, so that set them back a little bit, and it's put them outside the top 20, now the 66 team. And a real disaster as well for Williams Esports after winning the last race at Kyle Army. They were on course for points that were okay at the end of that first stint, at the end of the first half of the race, when we do get those points awarded. Unfortunately, they are no longer on for those points, and it's going to be single digits gained at the halfway mark. I think based on the calculations we've been given so far, we were given calculations at the end of 10 hours into this race, I think, and what the points would look like. And it would be Williams Esports in the championship lead, and I think that will be the case in Pro. It looks like Team Racing Point in the 85 Aston Martin will be points leaders in silver as well. They're currently leading that category with Lucas Botega currently at the wheel of that one in 6th overall. So yeah, both of those teams looking pretty good in terms of points at the top of the standings. But as we've seen in the first 2 rounds of this championship, nobody is really having a dominant season so far. It's not going to be one of those runaway championship wins, that's for sure. We already know that because barely anyone has had 2 good rounds so far.
Yeah, this will be the first time that we see any team go back-to-back, or maybe 2 out of 3, having a good round so far, because everybody that got a good amount of points at Bathurst in the first round got none or very little points in the second round at Kyalami, and of course the inverse to that is true. So this will be the first time that we see teams getting 2 amounts of good points. So we'll see, though, again, points getting paid out at the 50 and 100% of the way through this race. And they're only paid out to a certain amount of drivers, kind of like akin to Formula One, where only the top 10 drivers get points.
It's a big moment of drama, I've got to say, behind the scenes. Everyone's running around, and they will be behind the scenes for the teams as well. In another 30 minutes, we will see rain for the 5th time in the Spa 24 hours. And it comes only 8 or 9 minutes before the points are awarded. So what on earth do you do here? Are Unicorns of Love all of a sudden in the right position to take those points with the pit stop around that kind of point in the race? Will they go for wet tyres? I guess it kind of depends how long they think the rain is going to stay for, but even so, it's a very difficult call coming up now for the teams and drivers as we see our 5th period of rain in less than 12 hours.
Yeah, and once again, I am visibly jealous of Arjuna Kankapati and Jesse Lee, because not only do they get the next rain, they also, unfortunately for us, get the point where all the points get paid out halfway through. I should say half the points get paid out halfway through here. So there's a lot going to be coming up here in the next 37 minutes or so, and I think you and I are only in the booth for another 20 minutes.
We are, yeah, which is a bit typical, really, isn't it? But anyway, that's we'll have to deal with that. Not worthy, clearly, of us of taking this race to the rain or the halfway mark. So we're bringing in 2 people who are in Arjuna Kankapati and Jesse Lee in a few moments' time. But it's a very, very nerve-wracking point in the race now for everybody. And if ever there was a worse time for a lot of these drivers, obviously European or whatever. So it's some of these anyway. If ever there's a worse time to have this, is right in the middle of the night. You know, we're approaching 4 a.m. now in Central Europe. It's a terrible time to have to make taxing tactical decisions when there's important points on the line in a few moments' time. Everyone's tired anyway, and they'll be forced to make these very, very difficult calls about what tyres to go on and when to stay out, how long for, and all of this kind of business. It's a terrible point in the race for the rain to come.
Well, that's one of those situations where, and I'll tell you what, it's the best thing ever. It's when you have different team members around the world. I did a Spa 24-hour race one time with a German gentleman, and it was awesome because we could just offload the 2 hours in the middle of the night where we needed to sleep to him, and it was great. I mean, it's the middle of the day for him. He's more comfortable being awake at that point in the day. We could just say, hey, Nico, prepare the pit stop for me. Or like, can you take these 2 hours? I mean, the graveyard shift from like 3 to 5 a.m. Those are the worst times to be in the race car, your time at least, when it's the middle of the night for you, unless you work the graveyard shift normally. But it is really nice to have teammates at different corners of the world.
It is very helpful indeed, but not every team has that luxury, unfortunately. And so sometimes you do have to just suffer through the night with these difficult decisions. If there's ever one team as well who are really going to be disadvantaged by this, it is Williams Esports and Darren McCormack, because they've been pinning their whole strategy on making sure they can get to the halfway mark, whereas some others won't be able to make it. However, it might not matter now, because 8 minutes before the points, they'll either have to suffer for 4 laps out there on dry tyres in the wet weather, or they will have to come in like Unicorns of Love, and so their strategy advantage that they've held for nearly 12 hours now is going to go completely down the drain.
Yeah, if I'm them, I mean, you'll have to see how hard it's going to rain. I highly doubt it'll be hard enough that you'll have to put on wet weather tires, but we'll have to see as we get closer and closer to that rainfall coming in. but I just say you got to stay out on the track and get those points, because again, if you can just go around at the half-course pace, you will be out on track. You won't lose enough time that it'll matter to give up that position before the halfway point, and I would always much rather take guaranteed points over potential points.
Yes, so it's a difficult decision they'll have to make as they go over the line another time. This is McCormack trying to put another lap on one of the Audis. He's put nearly 6 seconds, by the way, into Nicholas Huben, which is an impressive stint so far from McCormack. But we very rarely expect anything less from the Irishman. On board with him as we plunge through the compression, up the hill through Eau Rouge, over the top at Radion, and onto the Kemmel Straight. We'll close in on the Audi. You won't want to stay behind it for too much longer because it is moving forwards and backwards a little bit. And now, yeah, there we are. Audi just lifts out the way, which is very helpful indeed, and we've got clear road in front of us.
I mean, it sounded like even Darren McCormack was lifting a little bit as they went down the straightaway there. Did you get that too? I wasn't quite looking at the LED, the rev lights, but just the sound. It kind of sounded like he was pedaling it just a little bit.
I don't know. I personally didn't hear it. I personally didn't hear any lifting off actually, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. For McCormack, I just don't see why he would be fuel saving at this stage or anything, because even if you can go a bit longer on fuel, you're going to be limited by 65 minutes in terms of a stint anyway, so fuel saving is not really something you have to do very often anyway.
And I see a question in the YouTube chat. How long can a driver stay in the car for? The stint length is capped at 65 minutes. However, a driver can stay in the car longer than that. They just have to go down pit road once every 65 minutes and service the car. Well, you don't need to service the car. I don't know if that's in the rule book, but you do need to go down pit road every 65 minutes. So drivers can and have stayed in the car for as long as 3 or 4 hours before, but it's just a taxing enough track that you will probably hand it off to one of your other co-drivers, as we've seen. We've seen drivers, the longest stayed in the car today is 2 hours, and I highly doubt we'll see that eclipsed.
Yeah, although Osterman's been in there for the entire time I've been here, which is nearly 3 hours now, so I reckon he's got to be approaching a 3-hour stint now.
You did say we would do our best to fail to answer the questions, and here I am running.
You were doing well. You were doing really well, and then you went out with that fact there, which wasn't quite true. So, yeah, we've continued to fail there. I apologise. But yeah, I do believe you are correct, by the way. It's pit exit to pit entry in terms of your stint time. And as I say, I don't believe you actually do have to service the car, but after 65 minutes, very often you will need to anyway. And so there's kind of no point just driving through as we remain on board with Darren McCormack up the hill again through Eau Rouge and Radion. Mentioned him just making that familiar facial expression on the way into all of the corners. Everyone's got their concentration face, it's just not everyone's is being broadcasted to plenty of people here in the middle of the night on the SRO Esports channel here. Poor Darren McCormack was having people mention that in our chats a little bit earlier on. But yeah, we all make subconscious little things like that as we're concentrating, as I'm sure Darren McCormack is right now.
And the thing is too, if Darren were to get out of the car and you asked him, how often do you stick your tongue out to show that you're like really intensely trying or concentrating, he would be like, what? I don't do that. And you're like, no, look, it's right here in the video, look at it. It's the craziest thing, because I didn't know this until I started to have an in-car camera on some of the broadcasted races I do on the Virtual Grip Network, and I would look at my face and I just look like I'm so angry at the race, and I'm just the most angry person on the planet, like just absolutely irate. And in all actuality, all I'm doing is just intently focused on what's going on. So I look extremely mad, but in all actuality, I'm just out for a Sunday drive, but I'm trying. Yeah,
as I say, everyone's got that look on their face. You mentioned Tobias Pfeffer earlier on as well, having that look on his face that he was a little bit angry or bored about what was going on. The rain, by the way, will
sleeping.
Yeah, there you are. As it gets continuing darker, so another 5-minute shower as we're looking at this time. Rain will stop before the points are awarded, so it'll be a very, very similar rain period to what we have just seen for you to enjoy just before we get to that points situation. But yeah, everyone's got those little things that they do.
Yeah, even Tobias there with a little bit of tongue action as he's catching flies. That's what my grandfather would always say. Hey, you trying to catch flies in your mouth, son? All right, close it up then. But you just don't realize you're doing it when you're racing like that, or even while you're just intently focused. It's crazy how mentally unaware sometimes of what things are going on around us or even with us when you're so intensely concentrated on driving a race car.
Yeah. It's a bit of a head tilt as well, which is a bit more.
I think we all do that.
Yeah,
I am definitely guilty of that.
Although he seems to do it a little bit. We're really analysing people's people's personal. I don't know what it even got these subconscious little things that they do.
Yeah.
We're really over analysing these things, but it's the middle of the night, so what can you expect us to do? We're approaching the halfway mark in the Bar 24 Hours Round 3 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye in 2023. And you're riding on board with the race leader, Tobias Pfeffer, approaching 300 laps now in this race. Despite the rain period, rain periods, multiple, we're going to get at least 600 laps here by tomorrow afternoon, or today by the afternoon, if indeed you are in Europe. Approaching the evening time now over in America, Austin, but we're very much going to start to see the light at the end of the tunnel very soon over here in Europe. The sun will begin to rise in the next hour or two, and as opposed to a couple of hours ago where some people will be thinking, will this race ever end? People will have the confirmation in their minds that in fact yes it will, and the end doesn't seem quite as far off as it did before. But as you say, we're only just at the top of that hump now. We're still climbing towards the halfway mark in this race. We'll finally start descending towards the finish now, if you like, now in about half an hour's time. We've still got a very, very long way to go.
Yeah, still 12 and a half hours left remaining in this race. At least after that 12-hour mark, though, again, we're going to pay out a full race's worth of points. Then it's all downhill from there. You're getting closer and closer to the end of this race. Frankly, these drivers have been racing for longer than they have left in the race after about 27 minutes or so. Riding on board here with Jonathan Riley, as you can see him in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Again, like you mentioned there, Ewan, kind of repping that brand, the Ferrari brand on his shirt.
He certainly is.
In no man's land too. He's got nobody in front of him, nobody behind him for at least 35 seconds. The car behind him there on the racetrack. You see that that purple-looking BMW just behind him. Most likely he's past that car. We'll have to see though. It's so hard to tell when these cars get all jumbled up 12 and a half hours into this race here, who is passing who and who is faster than who at different points in the race.
He was battling with the Lamborghini earlier on, the 63 of Santoro, but obviously they will have had to make a stop in the 63 there, and the 51 team will not, but they won't be too far away from their stop actually. They seem to be pretty early in the cycle here, and Jonathan Riley, unless he already has made his stop, which I don't believe is the case, will be making his stop early in the cycle. Number 5, Unicorns of Love car, Nicholas Huben is into the pit lane as well, and so Riley might well be up to 4th place here very soon. But we're 25 minutes away from the points, not a lot that they could have done about those really. They're just going to continue on running their strategy as they were earlier, and that's all absolutely fine. Here is Huben down on pit lane. See if there's a driver change, maybe someone else to take them over the line for the halfway mark in this race.
It looks like Huben's going to stay in the car. See if that nameplate changed. Yes, he is. So Nicholas Huben will stay in the car here for the next 65 minutes or so. Crucially, as we get closer and closer to the halfway point in this race, so it looks like their bet indeed has been made. We'll see if that 555 car comes in before them or what happens going on with that. But if I had to bet, I do believe that 555 car will be ahead of them at the halfway point in the race.
I think so. Not ideal in terms of the championship. Going into today, the 5 team were 10th. They've yet to be on the podium in one of these races. They might well just miss out again as they award halfway points after 12 hours. Unfortunately for them, he makes his way down towards Brussels, and he's got a bit of a gap to those behind. The 25 Santa Luc Audi is the next pro car, but it's still a pretty long way behind. So 3:45 in the morning in terms of in-sim time. We've still got a couple of hours of darkness remaining, but there will be light at the end of the tunnel very soon as we look at the Racing Point Aston Martin. If there was one thing that has changed drastically over the course of our 3 hours together here, Austin, it would be the battle in silver, really. The Racing Point number 85 is now a long way in front of the FFS Racing 123 when they were battling about a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, when you and I got in the booth together for the first time, those two cars were swapping back and forth that position for a hot minute. It was very contested between the two of them, but ever since then, that Lucas Matejka machine, the 85 Aston Martin, has just pulled away from that trailing Aston Martin 123 car. So, Dylan Van Omen, I mean, still going fast by all terms of the imagination, but not quite as fast as Mateo.
Not quite. This is Nicholas Anke, who's been involved with Florian Durkop for the last few moments. Durkop got through on the Porsche not so long ago, but hasn't been able to get rid of him.
He's doing a good job of staying with him. He's been really good about, once he got past, he has that rabbit out in front of him to chase. He's been doing a really good job of just staying consistent and staying with him. And to be fair, it might just be one of those points where that Ferrari just up the road is just a little bit more trimmed out than he is, and it punches a hole in the air just well enough to tow that 144 car along, just the same as you might see in Formula One, where you have those long strings of DRS, where the car couldn't actually keep up if it weren't for that slipstream, but by virtue of having that around the course of a lap, it can stay with the faster car. It doesn't mean he can pass that 52 car and stay ahead of him by any means of the imagination, but he's doing right now still a phenomenal job of just sticking with him.
Yeah, God forbid that's ever going to be added to GT3s. Hopefully never over the course of the history of this race. We have quite enough overtakes without it. Up the Kemmel Straight they will go, and stay single file. Anker's does seem a little bit slower by a tenth or two to Durkop, and so there's no real point in going for the overtake here at this point. Well, we are coming up to 4 AM in mainland Europe now, and so there's no better time to have a look at what's happened in the first 12 hours of the Spa 24 here this weekend in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship. It all started, of course, in the daylight with the start with 24 hours on the clock, with ambitions high as ever. It was Mercedes on the front row. Williams Esports and Unicorns of Love would battle their way up through Eau Rouge for the very first time. And it would be a very good battle with Vippen Racing, Ferrari Esports and the other Unicorns of Love right in there from the front. It wouldn't take very long for the first spins and incidents and accidents to take place. Big dives on the run towards La Source, and a bit too late on the brakes from one of the Hondas, spinning around a Ferrari in the middle of the pack. A little bit later on, coming towards the end of the opening stint of the race at about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock this afternoon when we started this race, it was the run up towards Le Combe where the action would be taking place. Side by side between one of the Porsches and the Rentvelten Aston Martin that would just clip the Porsche into a spin. It would get smacked one side then the other before spinning around entirely in front of the pack. We've seen fantastic battles up and down the field and great overtakes as well. This was a 3-wide moment in towards Le Combe. The Rocket Simsport Ferrari taking charge of this battle, with others arriving on the case as well. One of the Mercedes giving the Rocket Simsport car a real hard time into Malmedy as well. Then the first period of rain started to get involved, and that certainly interrupted everybody. It was side by side up in front here of the one of the Aston Martins that went through on one in towards Malmedy there. And big slides happening as they stayed on dry through these opening periods of the race. That was because the rain would end very, very quickly, almost as soon as it came over the circuit, and so that left them out on a dry circuit once again. Up into Blanchimont, one of the Lamborghinis down the inside in another impressive overtake. That was for a position around the 20s in the lower order of the pack earlier on. Another rain period, one of which was finally long enough to see wet tyres, would catch out the Rocket Simsport car. A huge crash at the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and that would see them a long, long way back. They now find themselves back in 37th overall. This was also in the wet periods earlier on in the race. Big slide in towards pit path for the Vippen Racing Audi. This allowed the Williams Esports Mercedes to go through here in a very, very easy pass indeed. The Audi clearly on the wrong tyres for that particular situation. And this was not so long ago. A big dive down the inside from one of the Aston Martins. Contact made from the Remboten car on the 333 of TX3. That was not particularly ideal, I think it's fair to say. So just over 12 hours remain. Those highlights showing us a little bit about what's been happening over the course of the last 300 laps here, Austin. It's been great to be alongside you for the last few hours. Just give us your final thoughts on this race as of right now, and as we approach the half distance mark in this one.
Yeah, I've been watching ever since the drop of the green flag, in and out, doing stuff around the house until we came in the booth. This has been a great race. I'm really excited to see how the rest of it's going to pan out here. Of course, in 18 minutes, we give out the halfway points, and I think it's just been the Mercedes domination all day here today. The car is just really hooked up right now, especially with these cooler temperatures. I'm interested to see what's going to happen as those temperatures start to come up with the sun tomorrow, and what teams can possibly change up their strategy with what's going to happen as we pay out those points. Again, 18 minutes from now, an entire race's points getting paid out halfway through this 24-hour stretch.
And just to put you on the line a little bit on the topping block, is it going to be a case of Unicorns of Love, continuing to control this race from here? They've got, nearly a minute's worth of a lead at this stage. It's down to 50 seconds actually, as McCormack's just taking a few seconds out of Pfeffer in this stint. But do you think Unicorns of Love can take this all the way home?
I think they can. I know they for sure can. I put any money on it in that the Unicorns of Love car, that 4 car especially, will stay in the lead until the sun comes up. I think any more after that, it's going to be whatever team guesses at what they need to put the tire pressure at when all those track temperatures start to rise, when the sun starts beating down on this track. It's going to get really hot, especially because this race started about 3 or 4 o'clock in local time.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much to everyone who's been keeping us company over the course of the graveyard shift, but make sure you stay with us because there's still more than 12 hours of racing to come. We'll bring it all to you live, of course, here from Spa, but for now, that's me, Ewan O'Leary, signing off along with Austin Bulkey. It's a new commentary team now going to be taking over Jesse Lee, but first, Arjuna Kankipati joining us after a few hours away.
Absolutely, we're 8 minutes away from rain, 16 minutes away from points. It's a delightful time of the race, of course. Only 2 and a bit hours from the sunrise as well. Jesse, delighted to have your company in the broadcast booth, and double points for this 24 hours of Spa, the 3rd round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, isn't it, really? We get to the halfway point, we're going to give out a full race worth of points. We're going to do it all again at the end of the race as well. It's absolutely huge. You usually, in a race like this, knowing where the point intervals are, you run your race like that. It doesn't matter if it's quartered or halved. You're running your race to those points. Whatever happens after that, you have to do, but you're running it a half at a time. And I think that a lot of these teams have done a great job timing it out, even with the intermittent rain.
Yep, you got the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. We just saw Jonathan Riley head out of pit lane in that number 51. But for the most part, we should see most drivers heading on into the pit lane, hopefully after the top of the hour. There is the aforementioned Riley trying to work his way past the 977, a silver class car. Let's not forget there are 2 races going on, pro and silver. They fight on track together. They do not fight for the points, and so Jonathan Riley up the inside with that blurred background. Austin and myself, I think we're trying to figure out, or was it Angus and myself, trying to figure out how well has he made his bed, and has he just blurred his background to hide that?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to add on to that. I think he's not made up his bed. I think he's got some clothes there as well that are not properly put away, and he's decided to hide that with some very nice blur effect. You know what was really nice? That pass, that facilitated pass, of course, and you got to have that in a race like this, don't you? You can't be out there being a lap down or 2 laps down, whatever your race may be, and be in the way. And you've got to be aware of where you are and where everyone else is at all times.
Yeah, Ewan had mentioned as well that for that 977, the silver class in general, that the 85 and the 123, the gap stretching had been one of the stories of the 3 hours they had been together. In some ways, I feel like as well, the fact that the 977 has dropped off somewhat is a story in and of itself, because they were in and amongst the mix. This Racing Point Aston Martin has just come alive at this part of the night, and at least right now, looking like they will head their way, at least at the halfway mark, to maximum points. Tobias Pfeffer brings the race-leading Mercedes-AMG Unicorns of Love entry on towards the pit lane. Of course, the gap back to Dara McCormack was 50 seconds before this lengthy trip around the entirety of Spa's pit lane.
Yeah, it is a long old pit lane. It's definitely the longest in ACC. I believe I read somewhere it's 80+ seconds to get around here down pit lane, so 50. Obviously not a sufficient cover. They're just hoping here as we near the halfway points interval in this race that everybody else has to come in beforehand. Is somebody able to run that extra lap, or are they all having to come? Now look at this. This is the picture-in-picture. This is the runner-up driver and a team on the left side, and the leaders of the pit lane on the right-hand side. I don't need to be a mathematician to tell you what's about to happen here.
Well, this is what I think Ewan was mentioning just before, that Dara McCormack's probably one of the few drivers that we expect to be able to push it past the top of the hour. We'll see how that's going to go. It was all because of how that one heavy period of rain came with about 18 and a half hours left to go in the race. It came right around choices around dry versus wet tires. Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who were leading the race before that, elected to stay on the dry tires. It was a gamble that was going to cost them 7 seconds a lap through the rain, and then afterwards as the track dried off as well, and that's why they're trying to charge their way further back up through the field. You're also going to see, I think, that Whipperman racing car. I don't know if it's going to get to the top of the hour, but it's potentially going to be close, but it's already cycling through, in fact, and as we see the Mercedes roll off of pit lane, it's not going to be close on exit, but the Unicorns of Love car is going to have a target in sight. The Audi heading up the Kemmel Straight.
The other thing, too, you can look at this, like, did they give up the lead right before points are handed out? Yes, but they're the only car out there right now that has fresh tires, perhaps a fresh driver as well, and they've made some adjustments maybe here early on in the morning. They're on the best footing to claw back some of that time. Now, will they realistically claw back a lot of it? I mean, probably not. They are where they are. And again, hoping that maybe the 555, the Williams car, they've got that just a little bit wrong. I don't think they are. I trust the math of my colleagues here. We'll see if that is indeed. Second place points, though, nothing to scoff over. That's still a nice points haul.
You trust commentators' math. Wow, that's bold.
I have to. I am one.
Oh, well, I don't trust myself. That's partially the point. Yes, the first place team is going to score, I always say driver there for a sec. First place team is going to score 35 points come the end of the first lap that is complete after 12 hours is done. And then we're going to get 30 points, 25, 21, and 18 through the top 5. Pole position was awarded for at the start of the race. That's not going to be doubled up, of course. The championship points, though, will very much be. Fastest lap currently, by the way, sits with Nicholas Halbin. At one point, it was with the McLaren Veloce team that was down through the field and had plenty of work still to do. But at the front, they're starting to turn the wick up, and it's all as we approach golden hour, which is my favorite time of any endurance race. When the sun starts to come up, the conditions are still at its coolest, and you can be really, really quick.
Too, and you think about like what it means to the drivers and the teams. It's a little bit of hope. It doesn't matter what 24 it is. It doesn't matter where it is. You see the golden light of dawn. You start to see the sun come up a little bit. You've made it to that point in the race, and especially if you're one of these cars on the lead lap here, you're fighting for something tangible. You know you have a shot to win this race if you've made it this long and stayed in competition. It's a shot in the arm. It's exactly what you need. The darkness bleeds away into brilliant sunlight. We're hoping at least that's what happens here this morning. And it's just every single thing you need to get you to the end of this race.
And I was saying this with Austin earlier. The fact that we're at Spa because the race starts late in the afternoon does mean that, yes, it's a bit of a relief when the sun comes up. But in 2 hours' time, we're going to still have 10 hours in this race left, which is almost half the race. It's not an unsubstantial amount of time, so definitely something to keep their eyes on. Here's Dara McCormack, and let's not forget, the expectation is that we're going to get rain in about 90-ish seconds time, and the way it tends to work is that it's going to flick a switch. It's almost like the heavens will open and suddenly rain will appear.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, we kind of know what the rain is going to do, but we're not entirely sure what it's going to do to the racetrack or what it's going to cause some of the teams to do. We talked about Scuderia Ferrari and the gamble that they took, and did that pay off? I don't think so. And would anybody else try? What will they risk? What are you willing to risk at this point in the race?
5 minutes of rain is what we've been indicated, which it seems like still out of, I think it's it will be 5 different periods of rain that we will have had at this point. Only one of them substantial enough to actually be of significant concern, but that's the ever-changing nature of the Ardennes. I guess I still hope at some point we get an hour of rain, a full hour, which means that, you know, there'll be enough time for the track to lose a bunch of that rubber, and then we'll have to try and work it back in come to the end of the race. I'm being told, by the way, in the ear, that in Dara's last stint, his average lap pace has been half a second faster than any of the other cars out there.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I probably should be surprised by that, but I'm not. It's Dara McCormack, and that's kind of what we expect to see. This team and this Williams 555, they had the worst start, almost a nightmare start to this championship, to this campaign, and then they absolutely turned on a switch at Kyalami, and they've come here, and they weren't always the favorite early on, but they've come into a position now where they can take control of this race. They may take control of this race and also take control of this championship. For the last half a lap or so, you've seen the windscreen wipers on McCormack's 555 going away, and that can only mean one thing.
That the switch has been flipped and the rain is here. So again, 5 minutes expected. And the tongue's out for McCormack, which isn't unusual, but you can tell how much he's having to focus. Cars trying to step away from him out through Pouhon. Only 7 minutes away from 35 valuable championship points in what is going to be a close battle in this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. Not forget as well that at this point, in 7 minutes time, once we get that next lap complete, half the points this season will also have been awarded at the end of this race. Just 2 more opportunities, one in August, one in September, as we make our way towards Indianapolis to be able to work your way into a championship fight. McCormack looks like he's settled down a little bit now.
Certainly has, but whenever it starts raining, for folks at home, just to kind of explain, it is almost like a light switch. The track immediately starts to lose grip, and even if it's at a psychological level, it does mess with you. Your braking points aren't where you left them. Your throttle input is not where you've left them. The steering input is also different. Err on the side of caution just a little bit when it starts raining. This track's going to get greasy, even if it never gets to a point where you would even consider putting on the treaded Pirelli tires. That's not the point. The point is the track does change even in a brief shower. You got to stay ahead of it.
Yep, no, and I think we do have to keep an eye on the fact that Michi Tauscher has been able to close about a second, just over, or maybe 1.5 in the last couple of laps. And he's got to find another 2.5 and then find a way past Osterman in that Whipperman Racing Audi to be able to get second and an additional 5 championship points. Once again, you see the hair that's almost been blown by some wind inside the rake. The bed's made up perfectly. He looks calm, cool, and collected. But there's only 3 laps left to go before we pay out those points.
35 points for the leader at halfway, and they trickle down, obviously, throughout the field. This is very big. Why are we making a big point of this? It's exactly what Arjuna said. Half the championship points are going to be dealt out at this point, and I think realistically in about 5.5 minutes we're going to know who our championship contenders are for the rest of these rounds.
Coming into this one, McLaren Veloce with 10 points clear of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, but with how it's shaking up right now, the 555 is going to take the championship lead. It might be the number 4 that then cycles in behind them. We'll have to get the commentators' math not trusted and make sure we do the correct math before we confirm anything else. but it is going to be a major shift. Silver class going to be a little bit shaken up as well, as the Racing Point machine is going to go from third to first. What happens behind them, we'll let you know in 5 minutes time. Rain doesn't look that heavy. I remember when I first sat down in the commentary chair about 6 and a bit hours ago, the track just looked so slick. Yes, there's some rain, but as much as we saw McCormack struggling earlier, I've got to wonder if maybe it's the curves and some of those painted areas that you want to be the most vigilant in staying away from.
Well, you certainly do. Anything that's painted, anything that's not just normal tarmac, you want to try to either avoid or limit, especially if it's a less treaded on part of the racetrack. I can already tell it's not quite a rooster tail in the back of the cars, but you can definitely see it in the light. The track is wet. It's taking a little bit of water here, and that is not help to the grip level and the adhesion level of these racing tires. Let's talk about the 85 for a second here. They've had a pretty good season thus far, the Team Racing Point car, and look at them. They came from P10 to the lead, but they are in the pit lane right now.
And with only, what was it, a 30-ish second lead, are they going to give up the points? It will all depend on whether the FFS Racing team, which always seems to have some speed at Spa, is going to be able to cycle on through. I think we're going to be in for that fight between Osterman and Tauscher, by the way. Might be quite interesting. This is Lamborghini versus Ferrari, though. I mean, this is a tale as old as motorsports in many different ways. Two of the major Italian manufacturers that are so committed to sim racing nowadays are out there. Look at the lap time, though. 15 seconds off the pace with the amount of rain that we're seeing. That's how much the drivers are having to be careful with the right foot.
Yeah, it's a big deal, really. This is 5th place in the Pro Series. You can't afford to give this up. Mobileye Lamborghini not really looking to give that up. It's going to be a straight fight. And, well, you have to know that's going to be coming. Leader of the silver class on the right-hand side of the screen, trundling down the pit lane, tumbling down the order just a little bit as well. Again, the question becomes for that silver class, does FFS Racing or anybody else have to come in the next 3 minutes?
They are all coming in, I do believe. I see FFS, I see Kramer in as well, so it's going to be busy. Philippa Bakita in the BS competition car has exceeded the stint time from what I understand, that 65-minute mark where once you leave pit lane, you must enter pit lane within 65 minutes. That's going to be an additional drive-through penalty to add to the service that they'll have to do anyway. So all of the silver class contenders seem to have come on in. Racing Point will still grab the maximum 35, and West Competition Racing's BMW might still be hoping to try and leapfrog FFS as well as Kramer, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. 1.5 still splits Osterman from Tauscher. They'll have one final lap after this, I do believe, to be able to close that mark down. Riley's going to look to the inside, though, as they find their way into Lefania, but the door slams shut.
This is rarely good racing between these two cars. They're together on the racetrack. They're together in the championship standings. This will be big for Scuderia Ferrari if they were able to get around Santoro and the Mobileye Lamborghini car, because this would virtually flip-flop them in the championship. There's a lot of parallels here. This is for 5th on the racetrack between these two cars. It's for 5th in the championship as well.
And again, with Veloce and BS Competition struggle and further struggle, as you just mentioned, for the 89, there are opportunities to jump up in front of them. Through Blanchimont, dark cars dancing underneath them as they run into that final chicane. Riley half shows the nose, but clearly too far behind to really have a send. And it's with some confusion as the Lamborghini car has to come to the pit lane. You can see Riley's already on the radio going, what was going on there?
Jonathan Riley was surprised he went to pit lane to begin with, thought he was racing him here for the points, but also surprised that the position that they were in at the time. Jacob Osterman for Whipperman Racing in the 110 Audi, they're in the pit lane as well. That's P3 into the pit lane, as well as several drivers finding themselves seconds away from that points haul. This is crushing.
Let's not forget, it's at the next time they cross the line, so these drivers were one lap short of making it on fuel to the points-paying mark. It will be Tara McCormack as it has extended to the 303rd lap that should be able to grab those halfway points. But you can see how close they were all pushing it with Whipperman Racing. Unfortunately, just having to bail to the lane. Jonathan Riley, of course, came in earliest of them all to open up the cycle. Smile on the face of Dara McCormack. That's great to see. Usually it's a look of focus.
Yeah, just a brief moment there, realizing they've done it. They've executed their strategy. The race, everything that's happened to this point has come in their favor. Their strategist was right. A little brief smile. You get back to work after this lap, though. They're not going to stop the race. There's no reset. It's going to continue, obviously. And there's the focus of the tongue coming back out already, trying to navigate this damp racetrack that we have.
I believe they can come down to pit lane this time by and grab the halfway points, given the margin that they have. So 43 seconds back to Mitchy Tauscher in that Mercedes AMG Unicorns of Love number 4. It is still Mercedes 1 and 2, although it might be 1, 2, 3 momentarily, depending on where Jacob Osterman in the Audi goes. And Dara McCormack's going to navigate his way to the pit lane. 12 hours complete, 303 laps in the books, and 35 championship points. Pump of the fist, he's ready for it.
Darren knows what this means. He knows what it means for this team and this complete championship campaign that they're on. This is a 180 turnaround from round number 1. It was going to take some doing this season to make this happen, but it has happened, and they have executed one of the most brilliant strategies. I would say it probably came down to seconds for them, perhaps, but they have absolutely done it. Well done job there.
Absolutely. Here's Mitchy Tauscher that's going to get 30 points on the board for the Mercedes AMG Team UOL number 4, being a bit of an up and down start for them. So they'll be delighted to be able to secure this first points haul, but they know 12 hours from now, there's potentially 35 more points to greet them at the checkered flag. They will cycle through to the lead. They will see behind them, I think, Nicholas Hubin be able to follow through, because the margin between Tauscher and Hubin under 30 seconds or so. Windshield wiper still working though, but it's probably a good time for McCormack to be into pit lane, because he avoids a couple of minutes of this, what we were told was just a 5-minute downpour.
Yeah, of course, and you gotta, think about Unicorns of Love here. They gave up the lead. They didn't have a choice. It was how the dice rolled. It rolled against their favor, but of course, Williams winning the battle right now. The war isn't over. We got 12 more hours until that's settled, and maybe that's what they're looking on to. Of course, I don't believe you get a trophy or anything for the halfway points. The only teams that are going to be remembered are the ones that cross the line at the end of this thing. Maybe that's what they're looking forward to.
True, agreed, but it does also, in the grander scheme of the championship, mean a lot. We were talking about this. Does the race mean, when are races bigger than championships? Because there are definitely certain races that fit that billing. We can get into that topic in a little bit of time. McCormack out, Dominic Blyer in. Let's not forget, it's a 3-man effort for that 555 entry. Dennis Schoniger, the 3rd man. Triple screens for Dominic Blyer, and the Polish driver sets at work. And it's always an interesting time when you get into the car in slightly changing conditions. You don't know what to expect and got to go and feel it out.
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of that personally. I've always liked, if a driver was in there when the track was wet or it's drying out, leave them in there. Double stint, do whatever. Do not put a fresh driver in there. And of course, they don't really have a choice over here with a 3-man team. Williams has to put a new driver in there. They have to get everybody their drive time, of course, but I'm not a pro, Regina, so these pros, they know exactly what they're doing. They know what conditions they're getting into. They've been communicating that back to the pit wall. This is what you can expect. Don't go wide into this corner, etc., and so forth. They know. They've been here. They've done this before.
It's part of being a teammate is that communication as well. Dara McCormack's stint time, 1 hour, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. He was 25 seconds away from hitting that maximum stint length timer that we saw Philippa Bakita hit. So BMW BS competition have a drive-through penalty to serve. Dara McCormack has 35 championship points, and the 555 is up in second because they were actually able to jump out in front of Nicholas Hubin through the pit stop cycle. It's Whipperman in 4th, and Petrochenko taking over there, and now Scuderia Ferrari, 7 hours on from at one point being in the lead, slowly clawing their way back. They're in 5th before our silver class leader of Castorino for Racing Point in the Aston Martin. One of the final cars, wasn't one of the final cars on the lead lap, but again, it just goes to show the pace that these drivers set at the front. All but the top 5 now are 1 lap down.
Top 5 cars, though, in it with a shot here halfway into this race. Now keep in mind, things can change, and obviously it can sort of undo some of that progress the leaders have been able to do. But as it stands right now, 5 cars on the lead lap. It just goes to show you the torrid pace that a race like this requires. And you get halfway, 12 hours, 5 cars on the lead lap. That is incredible pace.
It shows as well that even with no safety cars, we've had so many changing conditions and brief weather blips as well. These drivers in 3 different manufacturers, 4 if you include the silver class leader as well, have been able to stay relatively close. Yes, Mercedes looks like 1, 2, and 3 they are dominating, but at one point Ferrari, 3 Audis, and then the 3 Mercedes. It was the rain that very much changed the complexion of the race. In terms of silver, by the way, it was Racing Point, then FFS, Kramer, and then the Yassi 296 that scored points in that class. And again, just a reminder, we'll get you the points as soon as we can. We look on board with the single screen, though, of Petrochenko.
What I'm really surprised about with a lot of these drivers, and this is something that I wouldn't have ever expected, you're in the night. Of course, it's early morning in sim here, 4:16 a.m., but if you look at the driver cams, look at your Petrochenko for a second, they're driving in a lit room. They're not, they've not dimmed the lights to mimic what's going on the track. I guess they're comfortable with that, but that just strikes me as odd.
I think in some ways it works against the, more lights means you kind of keep yourself a bit more awake, the circadian rhythm or whatever, but I think part of it as well is eye strain, because I find that if I turn my monitor off and I race, after a couple of hours, I find myself very fatigued as opposed to if I leave the lights on in my room. But personal preference, I know many drivers at the top level who turn every light off, and to the point where, you know, you've got the lights on like computers from like hard drive indicators and stuff. They'll throw blankets on top of their computers so they don't have those lights as well.
Please do not throw blankets on top of your very hot PC. But I also will say, I think that's a good point you've actually made there about eye strain. You're not supposed to sit in a dark room. I wouldn't tell anybody to realistically do that, but that is the style for many people. But I absolutely agree, that probably is what they're doing. They're limiting their eye strain, they're keeping themselves awake, circadian rhythm and all of that as well. That's a smart shout there.
Occasionally I have some good points, but it's usually not with the math. I'm going to keep coming back to that because it's one of the few things Lewis McClade can agree on. Commentator math is almost universally wrong. So that's why I'm still waiting on points before I say anything official, because I don't want to mix things up and give people wrong impressions of what is, in my opinion, such an intriguing championship. Because I talk so often, Jesse, about consistency winning championships. But if you're in a championship where you do, let's say, 1-hour races, like many of the SRO Esports sprint championships, being consistent in those type of races is very different than in 5 races of different lengths at very different tracks when you have teammates whose pace you also cannot maybe account for. How do you talk about being consistent in this sort of a championship?
Yeah, it's real hard. And of course, 2 drivers are different. They're not robots. Everybody is different. They have strengths and weaknesses. You can go to one track and totally be outclassed by your teammate, but be the dominant driver on a different racetrack. You work your strategy based on that, who's good at what, and also too, you kind of go back to school. If you're a little bit worse off, let's say at Spa, for instance, since we're here, if you're a little bit worse here than some other tracks and you notice your teammates a little better, you lean on them a little bit more, not only in stint time, whenever you can get away with that, you lean on them for knowledge to make yourself better. The difference is, at this level, the absolute pinnacle of GT3 sim racing, the differences we're talking about are hundredths of a second, not tenths or even seconds. That's the difference, but everybody's striving for every bit of time they can make up.
Absolutely. On board with Maximilian Frank in the Kramer Racing 992 generation Porsche GT3 machine. He's hunting down Luca Lozio in that Lamborghini number 63, of course, after diving down to pit lane just a handful of laps before the halfway mark. Drop down behind the ITB Santalock Audi as well. Mateusz Tiskovic runs in 6th in class, 7th overall. There's the very vertical cam of Maximilian Frank. He's making sure that he's at least keeping a little bit cool. He's got, you know, a tank top on, which is also something that I find quite important. I had to get a fan when I was racing, like a box fan, and just put it next to me so I had enough airflow to make sure that I wasn't overheating.
Yeah, I think some drivers that we've seen already this morning have done exactly that. We've seen the very nicely coiffed hair flying around, and some drivers do prefer the tank top method. Keeps them very cool indeed. And I mean, it's all about what you're comfortable with as a driver. Some people will drive tank tops. Some of them, they prefer long sleeve shirts for some reason. I've seen that, and that's just what they prefer. Some prefer gloves, some don't wear gloves. You talk about the box fan. I'm with you 100% on that. I am absolutely, I have to have aircon.
Okay, good. Oh, yes, no, I'm team AC and fan. The AC, because I am also I do production for plenty of broadcasters. Well, I have 3 computers in my room. It gets very, very toasty. So fan plus air conditioning. But you brought up gloves. This is the conversation. Are you team gloves? Are you team shoes? Are you team socks? Where do you stand on the equipment measure for sim racers?
I think whatever makes you most comfortable. I'm going to go down the middle here. I hate to tell you this, but
come on.
I think whatever makes you the most comfortable, whatever you like to use. I do when I'm racing, as the 49 has a drive-through penalty. I do wear gloves, but that's not for any other reason other than I don't want my hands holding that wheel. I don't want them chafed after so many hours of turning the wheel. I need my hands to work the very next day. So that's kind of what that's about. I do race a lot in my socks, and I do apologize for that.
I used to be team socks. I think team socks is fine. I'm team shoes now, but that's just because I've turned up the brake force on the pedals when I occasionally do my driving. I'm also team gloves, but that's also because I, with a direct drive wheel, have my force set high enough that if I don't and my wheel comes down and hits my hand, it can cut me. I had to learn that the hard way. So gloves only is the recommendation that I have if you have a direct drive wheel. But I agree, you should do what you're comfortable with. Back in the pack, by the way, it's still plenty of fighting for those showing the endurance racing spirit and digging down deep. You might be 4 laps down, but you might still be in a little bit of a fight, like the 678 and the 333R. You've got an Aston Martin, you've got a Ferrari, it's the virtual drivers by TX3, as well as Ontario heading up the hill to run in towards Les Combes.
No position, no race is insignificant. I don't care if you're first or 31st. All of this is incredibly important, and you never know what's going to happen at the end of the race. All you can do is plan for right now. You've got to race your race, and you've got to hope that some things are going to go your way and some things are going to come to you. You've got to win your battles, and this is exactly one of those instances right now. This is not insignificant. The fact is, you made it halfway. We're past that now. We're still in the race. Keep the car going. Keep the car out there. It's harder than it looks.
It is. It's starting to dry now again, which is a good thing, but a bit of that rubber would have been washed away. So grip, I would say, is at a premium, but it's not optimum by any means. It's going to rubber back in again. I wonder if that 49 got a drive-through penalty for track limit violations. Because oh no, it's on pit lane now. I was also going to say that could be stint timer. So for the, I think that's the G League machine heading off towards pit lane with Fabien Jean-Blanc behind the wheel. Another one to be caught out, but it's so easy to do when lap times are 2 minutes and 23 seconds. You go 1 lap long, you may be 1 second over.
Yeah, I think that we talk about BS Plus competition with Felipe Bokita earlier on. I think that's exactly what happened to them. I thought maybe, and I think everyone's seen this happen once or twice, where you think, okay, well, if this is a decent enough lap, we're going to get in with 12 seconds. But what happens if you go through Blochemont and you slide out a little bit extra? And you hate to see that happen, but that is most commonly how you violate the stint timer. But just getting it confirmed, the 49, that is Jean Blanc, that is for track limits. You were right.
I was right the first time. It was one or the other, 50-50 chance, flip a coin. Ontario in their Ferrari 296 continue to run 30th position. In front of them is not for position, but instead a little bit of traffic that can also work as draft as well to punch the hole in the air, but it's also somewhat compromising them into the braking zones. And Brewer and the Aston Martin's trying to cook something up as they head down the hill once again. It's flat out if you're committed in a GT3 car, but you also have to make sure you don't get too squirrely up over the top.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many issues like that here today. And considering the racetrack conditions and how hard they're racing. I'm actually quite pleased with that. Again, with these pros, they make it look so easy, but in reality, it's so easy to get that wrong. But a lot of good racing. It's especially difficult to get it right whenever you're following as closely as the 333 has been.
Dirty air is somewhat under-talked about in GT3 cars because of people thinking they are not aerodynamic, but you can see the dive planes often, the diffusers at the rear, the front-end splitters, the just intricacies of these cars. They have evolved so significantly, and they are so cool, not just to see, but to listen to the variety of engines as well. Of course, now modern cars tending to be a little bit more favoring turbochargers, but you've still got a few of those naturally aspirated beasts, including that Mercedes AMG. I still think that the Lamborghini is my favorite sounding GT3 car in the real world, but what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I tend to agree. I think a lot of the naturally aspirated cars, especially the ones of yesteryear, but again, like you said, we still have a couple of them. I love the Mercedes. It snarls. It's one of the only cars that gives you that. And you can close your eyes and you can pick out the different aspiration of the cars, and you can pick out specific cars. But Mercedes, naturally aspirated, oh, I'll take that every day of the week.
It's a great camera shot as well, down the bottom of the hill. Beauties of sim racing. We can place cameras where we would dare not send a cameraman in the real world. Just a couple of inches away from the cars, blasting up maximum compression at the bottom as they squat down and pirouette off to the right. Got some grandstands up over there as well. So much going on. Tauscher is going to jink past the Rocket Brabham entry up in towards Lake Com. Just another bit of lap traffic. Margin between first and second, holding steady at about 50 seconds. Dara McCormack did a great job of initially being able to bring the gap back on in, but as the track continues to rubber in, lap times holding 222s, 223s compared to fastest lap times that we've seen around 216s, 217s.
Yep, really quick laps. Remember the gap before the pit, I think, was right around 50-some seconds, so no movement between the top two. That'll be music to Unicorns of Love's ears, leading the race currently, that they're not being chased down. That will not be what Williams wanted to hear in Dominic Blyer. They would have liked to have been making some amount of inroads, and maybe they are. The offset the pits, of course, a little bit different, so maybe they were a little bit further behind. We'll keep an eye on that to see if it comes down. It is 49.3 now. It's as close as I've seen it in recent memory. And don't look too far past Nicholas Huben in the number 5. 3 Mercedes leading this race right now, all in the line.
Am I crazy, or is it getting a little bit light?
No, you're absolutely correct. The light's obviously absolutely required, but the inky blackness of night is starting to fade away, and the Ardennes has a little bit of light in the sky. I can pick out the tops of the trees.
Boom, I hit it right on the head when earlier, just before I jumped off in my initial stint, I said about 11:30 is when we should expect the first vestiges of the sun. Broken clocks right twice. That's my twice right, so no one should listen to me from this point forward. Another great drone shot from last source. You can just see the elevation change as well. Highest point on the circuit comes just over at Lake Com, and you get a great view down through Pouhon in towards the final sector as well, and it really is a great shot. What we're not necessarily seeing is what's forecasted in the future. 30 minutes away, medium rain. How long it lasts for, that's still TBD.
Yeah, we're looking off a little bit towards the east where the sun will eventually break. Will we get to see it? I don't know, but the forecast has once again thrown a wild card into the race, folks. We're expecting medium rain in about 30-minute time. Oh dear.
Let's not forget where we go after Spa, by the way. 2 more rounds of this IGTC. 19th of August, we make our way to Suzuka. Oh, I love a bit of the Suzuka 10 hours. 16th of September, final round of the championship, the Indianapolis 8 hours. And of course, our championships will be wrapped up there. And of course, we will finish the IGTC campaign in the real world at the very same track. So again, with 11 hours and 14 minutes remaining, that's when the rain is predicted. So still a bit of time before we get there. And it is going to come just as a pit stop window begins to open again. Jonathan Riley in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51 is going to be the first to dive onto the lane right around then. Oh, it's going to be a difficult decision if you're on strategy in Maranello to make a call as to what you're going to do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, looking at the radar and hearing what we're hearing from our meteorologist, I'm almost certain this is going to require wet tires. Everyone's going to have to make that decision. The question is, for a lot of these drivers, we're talking about it meeting their pit requirement when they had to come in anyway, which is an absolute stroke of luck for those teams. But keep in mind, not every team is pitting with each other. They're on different laps, and even beyond that, some are well off sequence. It's going to bring everybody pretty much back in line. That's going to hurt some teams more than others.
I often talk about how 24-hour race strategies are kind of like a Marvel multiverse, in that you know how they kind of all break away at the start, well, they all converge usually at the end, but not when you throw in rain, not when you have elements like this that can basically get everyone reset to a equilibrium point that they've got to then figure out from there. It's the luck of the draw in racing. Ferrari got so unlucky with the rain last time and the timing of it. They had pitted and they gambled and chose to stay on their dry tires and see the pain that it would be. Now they are going to be thrown into pit lane just as the rain is coming, and so if it is like it's a switch once again and it is straight away into wet tire conditions, they'll be potentially right back into the thick of things.
Yeah, I don't know how many people believe in fate and sort of karma, but I definitely believe what goes around comes around in motorsports. And just because you're down and out 1 minute doesn't mean you can't be on top of the world in another. And I think this championship absolutely shows you just a little bit of that with every race. And this is going to be absolutely no different. So what are we looking at here, folks? We're looking at our second instance of significant rain in less than 30 minutes from now. The teams will know that as well. They will be planning that. A lot of these teams are almost breathing a sigh of relief, really, that it's coming when it's coming.
It is potentially, again, the question will remain about how long it's going to be, because the previous stretch of rain that did require wet tires, excuse me, was only about 15 odd minutes, but it was significant enough that they all did need the switch in rubber compound and to get the grooves, more importantly, that move the water out of the way as you go in a straight line so you're not aquaplaning. I'm not sure necessarily what it's going to look like this time by how long we're going to be, but lap time still not necessarily coming down, still 2:21s, so it's not like the track's going to have got to an optimum state by the time that rain comes. So it's still in that spot where you're a little bit slidey, you're just tentative at points, but pushing just as hard as you can. As the sun comes as well, let's not forget that it will bring a little bit of an increase in temperatures, not just in the air, but the track as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. This also culminating with the sun starting to come up, the light level continuing to increase lap by lap. You can visibly see it if you just saw a few laps ago how it was completely dark. Now you can see beyond where the lamp posts are around the circuit. You can see beyond the skyline. You can clearly see we're gaining light, but you know, it's going to be beneficial too. Rain in the dark, it's often a bit more treacherous because you can't quite see what you're looking at least now with the morning dawn upon us. You can at least see what the track conditions are just a little bit better.
One thing that is always also an extra challenge when it comes to rain in the night is that the headlights then refract. The light gets refracted in the rain, so things can appear a little bit different than they are. So when you get into the daylight, that effect, not, I want to say mitigated, but the significance of it comes down a little bit because you do just have that extra little bit of visibility. You'll have these spools that come out, the rooster tails, that someone called them earlier, that come off the back, which are always a good sign of how much the rain is pouring out as well. And you'll see drivers, as the rain slows down, trying to find wet patches to cool their tires. Whipperman's 110 in that last significant bout of rain, tried to run their wet tires for a little bit too long, and it resulted in a left rear puncture.
Well, this is sort of what we're expecting. We're expecting rain in just about 20 minutes time from now. It's going to come down, and it's going to come down quite hard, but it is not going to be the 1 hour rain shower you were asking for. It's going to last the equivalent of about 10 or so minutes, but unlike the light showers we experienced over the nighttime hours, this is going to be just a bit more significant.
The fact that it comes after the halfway points have been paid out, I think, will relieve some of the strategists in making their call. So we expect drivers to have to come down to the pit lane to take wet tires. Are they going to not take fuel, just take the tires, knowing that in 30 minutes time, for example, they might need to come back in for slicks, depending on how long it takes them to clear the track of the water that will continue to stand. Again, there is plenty of teams that have got to only pit after the rain will stop, but they've got to decide on tires. Race control busy as ever, even as the sun begins to rise, and it is the number 63, the Lamborghini Esports team, that gets a warning for aggressive driving in their battle with Scuderia Ferrari.
Oh dear, contact there, and race control always watching no matter what time of day it is. Well, we're talking about the championship points. You called yourself a broken clock. You're not broken at all. You've been right 3 times thus far for the championship points, and we have a new championship leader in the points, and it is, of course, the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports team. They got 74 points in that 555. And they are out in front of the Mercedes AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love with 55 points.
Yeah, so that was, I think, the obvious one. The fact that the more interesting point is the fact that the Unicorns of Love sit second, but only 1 point in front of McLaren Veloce. And so if they can continue to just accumulate some points, Maciek Malinowski's back in 19th overall, there may be a potential for them to leave Spa still in the championship fight, but hoping that the next 2 races, Suzuka and Indianapolis, are much kinder to their McLaren than the last 2 rounds have been. It was the number 5 Mercedes AMG HRT by UOL that is now tied on points with the number 63 Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. That's the top 5 in Pro, whereas in the silver, it's now a bit of a breakaway for Team Racing Point, who lead by 15 points from Ren Velton's number 71. Yassi 296 have jumped up into 3rd, where they're tied with the number 1 West Competition Racing car, FFS, sit 5th, tied with the 2nd West Competition Racing, number 27. Continue to see a bit more light spilling in from over the horizon. Driver still very much reliant on the headlights for the time being. John Alesi Esports Lamborghini, one of only a couple in the field, currently trying to chase down one of those silver cars. It's the number 72 Aston Martin that their main attention is put towards, the Ren Velton number 72. They are ways behind the dominant class leader, with Castorino continuing to just pull away.
All credit to Racing Point. They've done such a fantastic job. They put themselves in a situation. I can't stress this enough. I've said it already. I'll say it again. They qualified P10 for this race. 12 hours later, find themselves getting the lion's share of the points haul in that category. And not only that, the icing on the cake, championship leader. But can't celebrate yet. Still work to do, including right now in the next 10 or 20 minutes with rain coming. Do you take wet tires? Do you risk it? The one team that stands to lose the absolute most of this is the 555 Williams Mercedes with Dominic Blyer behind the wheel. Remember, they were among the last to come into pit. This rain will not line up with their pit cycle, so they're going to have a decision to make here. Do they try and do what Scuderia Ferrari did early in this race? And I don't think they will, because they saw exactly what happened. I think they're just going to have to bite it and come down pit lane. You hate to have to do that, but the weather might force your hand here.
Well, think about it this way. The penalty's less to come in now than it would be to do what Ferrari did earlier. And so they were the guinea pig. People have seen exactly what happened there. They don't want to be in the same boat. Just noted 15 seconds added to the side of Gregor Schill's name on that left side of the screen. So I think we're about to see something from race control that says BS Competition have wronged somewhere. And it'll be interesting to see where that was. Big charge from Maximilian Frank in that 977, third in that silver class, battling still with one of the pros, the Lamborghini number 63, but not being too aggressive still at this point in the race. There's 11 hours and 30 minutes to run.
Yeah, you definitely have to know, even at this point of the race, that you cannot be overly aggressive. Here it is, time penalty for car 89, that's the BS Plus competition car, for causing a collision. That was versus car 44 back on lap 302. So right you are again, that's 4 times in a row.
I mean, that was just seeing it pop up on the screen before the producer was able to hit the button. So I'm not taking any credit for that. The 44 is the Acetec Simsport Visceral Ferrari. And always an interesting point. Acetec Simsport Visceral have not just their Ferrari, but a Porsche in the field as well. It's a byproduct of how the qualifiers worked, and drivers and teams needing to qualify to enter in a car, be one of the faster drivers and teams in that car. And so teams had to split their efforts in certain cases where, for example, Mercedes represented by a handful of their affiliated teams, and they continue to grow those partnerships as well across of the different platforms. So we're what? 14 minutes away from the rain, 11 minutes of rain, 10 minutes of rain speculated, but then it's the wet track after that is going to bring, I think, everybody into pit lane. Really, it's who times this best, who is around the pit lane entry come the time that switch is flipped, and can avoid losing too much time by being out there on a wet track with slick tires.
Well, we'll see. That's the big question that we can't possibly answer. We can't answer it. The teams can't answer it. Is that we know what the weather is going to be and how long it's going to be here. It's going to be considerable rain. It's not a sprinkle. We know that. We know the track's going to get wet. The question we don't have the answer to is exactly what you asked. What's that going to do to the racetrack? We're not in direct sunlight. It's not in the heat of the day. The track is surely not going to dry very quickly. How long after this downpour that we're about to experience will the track stay wet?
We've got driver lineups anywhere from 3 up to 5 drivers in some camps, although we don't expect to see 5. But there's 5 on the roster, not all 5 expected to actually go out there and race. If you're wondering across the 24 hours how teams have split things up, a lot of teams concentrated geographically. So as much as in sim racing you might think that you have the benefit of having a driver in America, a driver in Europe, maybe Asia, Australia, and being able to split across time zones, you can't really practice together if that's the case. And so teams are concentrated geographically, and they've got to figure out where to get their rest as well. The number 5, Nicholas Huben, the Mercedes AMG HRT by UOL. They're due into pit lane in about 8 minutes time, the word is from Michael Hamlet. Rain is due still in around 13 minutes time. They're going to have to come in for the dry tires, you'd assume, because you don't want to be on wet and then burn them up before the rain's even arrived.
Yeah, that's worse. I was talking about Williams and how this is probably going to not work out for them at all. It's probably going to be worse for the Team Unicorns of Love by HRT number 5 because, like you said, they're going to have to come in the next 5 minutes. I'd be interested to know if they come in the very next lap or if they try to risk it here in this particular venture. I don't think it matters either way. One thing I do know is this is the worst possible scenario for that car.
It is not ideal. He's rocking the ultra wide as well as a more regular monitor above him. That's the conventional setup. If we ever take a look at Gregor Schill's webcam, he decided that one 49-inch ultra-wide monitor was not sufficient for him. So you know what he did, Jesse? He said, give me another, and stacked it on top.
Yeah, he sure did. Are we not going to talk about Huben's mood lighting here? I'm digging it.
We were talking about don't put blankets on top of your computers. That's the LED lighting that some might be trying to hide. But I guess, is red light good for your body? Does it stimulate your circadian rhythm? Is that one of the things that the UOL HRT guys have figured out?
I think, it's certainly tactical, and I think that's kind of where their head's at right now. They're going to have to make a very tactical pit stop here and decide what they're going to need to do later. We have a general idea of the question I posed earlier on, by the way, of how long the track would be wet. It was the first downpour, the first time, the only time wet tires were really required in this race very early on. The track stayed wet for around 40 or so minutes after that. So yeah, if we get a rain shower of that magnitude, and we suspect we are, even though it's only going to rain for 10 minutes, if the track stays wet for 40 minutes plus, considering we're not in direct sunlight, etc., all that does factor in ACC, mind you. I think every single car is going to be forced. Nobody is going to be able to roll the dice here.
I think the question more is what gambles can you play in terms of how much fuel do you need to put in the car? Are you going to limit yourself to running a certain amount of time? And judging from how the track dried last time, are you going to make assumptions about how it's going to dry this time? There's a look on board with Schill in his double 49-inch ultra-wide monitors. He's also rocking the Fanatec BMW M4 GT3 wheel, of course, not just using the sim, but if you want, carry it over to the real car as well. Assuming you've got one, that's the problem. And as the website does disclaim, BMW M4 GT3 not included with your purchase of the Podium M4 GT3 steering wheel.
That is not a joke, folks. That wheel is actually what they use in the race cars. Now that is a testament to sim racing hardware. Fanatec doing it like nobody else. And by the way, Gregor Schill, we're all racing in 2013. He's racing in 2045.
Well, I think 2045 surely must be virtual reality, or whatever the next step for virtual reality is. I can't even quite imagine what I can dream of if we can get to 2045. But yeah, not many people at this level use virtual reality, if you're wondering. There's a few different reasons for it. Performance sometimes can be a little bit more of a struggle. It puts more strain in your computer. If you're doing 2, 3, 4, 5 hours in a row, even if you're not driving, you're just sitting in the rig, it can get a little hot and uncomfortable. We do see plenty of drivers in virtual reality in some of the shorter formats, but yeah, not necessarily at this level.
I believe Maciej Malinowski tried to use VR, or did use VR to great effect in some cases, but at some point at this level where it's all to play for, you've got the biggest teams, the best racing, and you want to limit your failure points. You want to limit the amount of things that could essentially hurt you, and unfortunately there are some things that you can do in the cockpit of the car that can definitely limit you, and VR, unfortunately, like you said, for all the reasons you stated, it can be just a bit too cumbersome. Not to say that they don't try it and they don't do it, it's just here you want to limit the amount of I wouldn't call it failure, but you want to limit the amount of things that could possibly go wrong.
Yes, no, and VR failure and things going dark on you is definitely something that teammates
Vision,
of
very
mine.
important.
Yes, no, being able to see where you're going is great. There's a great clip of Gamer Muscle, who races with TVs. They are LG TVs, and so he had done a lot of, he was a really long stream that he was doing. I forget if it was charity for charity or whatever, but his TVs turn off after a certain point, no matter what. If they've been on, they will turn off even if you're still doing stuff. And so he's going down a straight. I forget where he was racing, and so he's turning off all 3 of the screens, trying to turn them back on. It's the beauty of sim racing. Only in sim racing can you have stuff like that. But both in the real and virtual worlds can you be caught out by the weather, as the number 5 seems to have been trundling down the lane.
Well, it's the long walk or drive down pit lane at, I believe it's 50 kilometers an hour, if I am not incorrect about that. But this is their scheduled pit stop. They're unable to extend their limit and come in when the rain starts in about 6 or so minutes time. So they're coming in here. They're going to have to make a decision. Now, another question, Arjun, I want to pose to you. Do you risk it here by putting on wet Pirelli tires and just trundling along for about 5-6 minutes?
No, I don't think, because by the time you get there, surely you will have burned the actual grooves off the tire, which is, what moves the water out of the way. You'll effectively be on slicks, surely, if you do 3 laps out there. in dry conditions, but I don't know, maybe desperate times, desperate measures sort of thing. There's Riley, again expected basically in right at 14 minutes to go till the top of the hour, when we do expect the rain to come. The 66 has just come down pit lane and gone onto wets. So Williams Esports, who are slightly on the back foot in their Audi, are gonna take a bit of a gamble and maybe sacrifice themselves, be the guinea pig to try and figure out what the 555 needs to do.
Yeah, I gotta say, if you are a car that has struggled mightily, obviously they had the issues with the strategy earlier, the disconnect didn't help them, and maybe, like you said, being a little bit of the guinea pig, but I never thought I'd see Williams using a Jesse Lee strategy. That's very new to me.
I mean, I was talking about this with Angus, who is, you know, an experienced at this level, has drawn up strategies for the Brabham team in the past, and I made him think about whether he had, and that's a very slow car at this point, I will just point out, tires still need to come up to their pressure window, which is slightly different for wet versus dry tires. That's half the issue, is that you can't get them into the right pressure range. But he was telling me, Angus was telling me, when he thought about it, he's never actually done a race, Jesse, where the strategy that they started with is the strategy that they ended up finishing with.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. I'm looking at the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT Unicorns of Love 5. Those are not slick Pirelli P0 tires. Those are also wets on the 5. They have also went with the Jesse Lee strategy. They're trying to eke this out here, but my goodness, if this doesn't work, this is going to drop them outside the top 5. They may be outside the top 10. This is a gamble.
The best part about the world of esports is that you can always go and follow along with this number 5 machine. Nicholas Huben is out, replaced by Niels Klinkmuller, and Huben's still streaming on his Twitch channel, so always a second screen experience that you can enjoy. Don't leave us, of course. You can put that up on the side and flick through a handful of the drivers who are driving out there on the track. Still, the 63, the 977 continue to be as close as you would like, fighting out there for points, but keeping each other company at least as the sun continues to rise. And I would assume, if my prediction was somewhat right about 11:30 being when we should expect the sun to begin to rear its head, I'm going to make a prediction that with 10:30 to go, we'll have plenty of sunlight, 10 hours to go. We will be bathed in the sunlight right about 6 a.m. Here's Dominic Blyer in that 555, heading up to the chicane, waiting for the rain, 3 and a bit minutes to go.
Everybody counting the sand in the hourglass, not to a point interval, not to the end of this race, but till the rain comes in. Certainly the team strategist at this point will have drawn up a plan. A couple of teams have already shot their shot here, coming in early when they had to, of course, make their routine pit stops. They have put on wet tires on a completely dry racetrack. Why would they do that, folks? Well, it's quite simple. They're trying to save a pit stop. Why would you do that? Because it is 80 plus seconds down pit lane. It is absolutely miserable. They're trying to save 80 seconds by sacrificing an interval of time that's hopefully less than that.
There is a extended pit lane that we use here at Spa. We enter at the final corner, and instead of exiting at turn 1 like they do in Grand Prix racing, we continue to carry down the hill and effectively rejoin the track at the top of Radion. It's not, in my mind, the safest of merge points, but we've not had too many dramas around there so far today. And so 80 seconds just in transit time does not include the time that you then take to change tires, which is what we're talking about in terms of shedding slicks potentially for wet. So we've got 2 drivers, 2 teams that are out there waiting for the rain on the tire that they are. Again, Klinkmuller's pace. We'll have to see if we can get a time across the board before the rain comes, because the last lap time that we have from him was an outlap, so hard to really get a representative sense to what the others are doing out there on the track as he makes his way up in towards Blanchimont, still as lap traffic flies on past.
they're going to be wondering, too, these cars that are virtually unlapping themselves from Klinkmuller, they're going to be wondering what on earth is going on with the number 5. Well, they will certainly, if they take a close inspection of that car, be able to figure it out quite easily indeed, even in the low light level we have here. But it is a real gamble, and of course they're sacrificing all of this track position, all of this time, and Arjuna's gasping because he saw that lap time.
Oh, that's 11 seconds slower than the leader. Well, I guess as long as they don't have any issues with the tires once the rain comes, it's a price well worth paying. It's effectively 20 seconds to not have to spend an additional 80-something plus, so it will work, but you're going to have to carry these wet tires not just through the 10 minutes of rain, but the 30-odd minutes of drying after that as well. A minute to go. That's when we expect the flip to switch, and Petrochenko in that third-place machine will be wondering how hard it's going to come down in his Audi. Oh, it's come out!
Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. 14 minutes and 47 seconds. It has started to rain. It's going to start out a little bit light. It's going to pick up in intensity. Remember, this rain only lasting the duration of 10 minutes, but it's going to start to come down quite heavy. We expect wet weather's tires to become precursory. Mike Noble has brought the FFS Racing 123 down the pit lane immediately. Now, this is an interesting strategy because technically, even that is too early if you were trying to nail your strategy to come in. I wonder if FFS Racing was forced down pit lane, or perhaps they're just trying to get a leg up on some of the competition.
I think it's pretty good timing, actually, because of how long it takes in pit lane, right? You're spending, what, a total of almost three minutes there, and so the rain is going to come down. Now, I almost think that it's too late in some ways, because you have 10 minutes of proper rain, and then the track's drying out after that. I would assume that you want to be on the wets as soon as possible.
Look at this.
Jonathan Riley's going to follow some lap traffic in from 4th position, and surely everyone's going to come in from here because of just, again, where they were on track. That's what we were talking about earlier. Who's going to get lucky and be near the pit lane entry come the time the rain comes through, or the Racing Point say, I don't want to pit, I want the lead.
I was going to say, this is going to be interesting. How busy is pit lane going to be? It's going to be incredibly busy indeed. But how many cars will elect to not come down pit lane? Maybe they're trying to go as long as they possibly can and maybe flip the strategy later on. I don't know. I will say coming in now seems like the obvious choice to do, but not for Dominic Blyer. Williams Esports 555 does not come in this time. They're staying out. Nice mix of strategy here.
Interesting. So, Williams Esports choosing also not to pit.
Do you think that was a mistake?
I'm thinking if you're going to need to come in for the wet tires, if we think the rain's heavy enough, surely you want to have come in already. Lap time last time by for Dominic Blyer was a 2:22. So let's see what Klinkmuller does next time by. His last lap was a 2:27. Yassi into pit lane as well. A couple of cycles coming through. There's Petrochenko, bit of a mistake in the Whipperman racing car, and I think that will hasten his visit down towards the pit lane. And he definitely says, I've had enough.
Yeah, that was a good save right there. That could have been absolutely disastrous. Some of the hardest things you can do, especially here at Spa-Francorchamps, is getting on and off of pit road, neither of which are very accommodating. And certainly that'll wake you up. And Petrochenko very smartly grabbed back control of the car, was coming in anyway, and was able to get it back under control. No further issues.
So technically the track is officially damp now. That's the in-game, in-sim classification that is now given. So maybe that is part of the reason why drivers have not come in immediately. They were waiting for it to get to this stage. Oh, Mitchell Tausch is going to be another one that decides to brave the conditions. Again, we're only expecting the 10 minutes of actual rain. Question remains about the drying period after the potential 30 minutes of struggling in the dampness.
I wouldn't have called that. I'm absolutely flabbergasted about that particular move. Will anybody else come in relation to that? Will we see the leading silver car come into the pit lane? Yes, we will. the 85 for Racing Point into the pit lane, and I can only assume they're going to put wet Pirelli treaded tires on that race car. Dominic Blyer didn't come in the last time. Are they going to try and brave this as well for another lap, just like Unicorns of Love out in front? We'll see.
Well, again, 3 drivers in this lineup. Blyer, McCormack, and Schoniger. Not really due for a driver swap, and they'll stay out there as well. So we're already through 5 odd minutes or so of the rain. Only about half of the period still left before we expect it to drop off, and then 60 odd seconds later, we expect it to dissipate. The track, you can just see though, it looks slick. It does not look like there is a racing line out there anymore. And while a couple of cars trundling down pit lane believe that's the BS Competition BMW with Greg Gershill, the track is officially wet, and there are still some drivers out there on slicks. Dominic Blyer did a 2:31 last time by.
Yeah, it's officially wet at this point right now. This is dangerous if you're out there on slick Pirelli tires. This is not what you want to see. This light level, this condition, it's only going to get worse. Keep in mind, it's not waning the rain here in the next 5 minutes until it stops. It's building up, and it's getting worse, and it's a big slide for Dominic Blyer as he's able to save it. Oh my goodness, a scary moment on those slick tires.
You got scared. Dominic Blyer looks like nothing ever happened. But again, that's what makes these drivers so mentally tough, is that ability to focus on the task, and even in these ultra difficult conditions that challenge everybody, only the best can step up and show their true mettle. Mitchie Tauscher, by the way, a 2:28 last time by, even quicker. Niels Klinkmuller, who is on wet tires, did a 2:30. It wasn't like this is necessarily much slower, drifting your way through the Ardennes.
I think he's having a little bit of fun. I don't see any sort of panic or confusion going on here. Yeah, it's sliding a little bit on me, but I'm driving the car around here. But the problem with this is now, even if you come in right now, you still lost a considerable chunk of time. You're going to be behind the proverbial 8 ball if you do come in. If you stay out, again, it's only going to get worse. So what do you do? Tauscher into the pit lane.
Tauscher has decided he's had enough, but again, the rain's about to stop. What's Dominic Blyer going to do? Working his way up towards Blanchimont. A couple of driver changes behind as Rotors takes over from Petrochenko in the Audi for Whipperman Racing. We've got Andrea Capoccia, who's jumped in to replace Jonathan Riley in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51. And Dominic Blyer has to get out of the way as the Renvelten car is going to come around the outside. In some ways, I think that forced Dominic Blyer to stay out there for one more lap, but it didn't look like he was trying to dive to the pit lane. He's going to be the bravest of them all and stay out there one more lap.
Well, he could probably have hit the brakes and come down pit lane if he was desperate to do it. For a second, I thought, oh my goodness, he's going to get blocked out of pit lane. That does happen sometimes, but you could have still hit the brakes and turned hard right. But the lap times are absolutely horrible. Arjuna, tell us about it.
2:39 for Dominic Blyer, 2:38.970 if you want to get down to the details. Compare that to Klinkmuller, who did a 2:32.877. So we say it's bad. It's only 6 seconds off. If the track dries relatively quickly, this may be a gamble that gives the Williams Esports car, after already grabbing maximum points halfway through, a gamble on strategy that leaves them at the front. And Andrea Capoccia has gone on a drive-through penalty in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51. What's gone on there?
Yeah, I definitely saw that. I was scanning to see what that could have possibly been. I'm going to assume at this point that is track limits. I don't see anything that would lead me to believe otherwise. Scuderia Ferrari, another blow in this race.
That's what, the second or third drive-through, track limit related drive-through that we've seen in the hour and 10 minutes that Jesse and myself have been up here in the booth. And so for Capoccia back down to the pit lane, we'll drop them behind Luca Lozio in that Lamborghini Esports number 63. Get another sense of lap time potentially from Dominic Blyer, this time at the line. Is he going to stay out there another lap? It's only what, 30 seconds back to Tobias Groenewold in the number 4. He's jumped in and taken the reins. Gotten wet tires onto the car, yes, but more importantly, I think with a fresh driver in this condition, maybe he will be able to find the grip, not knowing what it was like before. Dominic Blyer stayed out there, and he's working, well, he's about to come to the line, excuse me, such as the length down pit lane. 2:38, the previous mark, continues to bleed the time.
Yeah, I don't think you can come in at this point. I think you sort of made your bed at this point. I just cannot believe, after seeing what happened to Scuderia Ferrari, that you would attempt this strategy for yourself. But that's exactly what's happened. And will he be blocked off here this time? No, he will not be. Is he coming in? No, he is not. So yeah, certainly this is the strategy that Williams had drawn up. They were never going to come in, I don't believe. They're going to try and bear this and hope that in a minute or a minute and a half's time, whenever this rain stops, that this track improves almost immediately, and it can do. Will it? I don't know. We're expecting about 40 minutes of wet weather running after the rain stops. We'll see, and if that is the case, that is probably going to be somewhat detrimental to Williams, but if it does start to dry out considerably, that might be a boon to them instead.
Last time, 2:37.6 for Blyer, so he's at least been able to shave off a little bit of time there and find some more grip. For Rotors in the Whipperman 110, 2:29, so 8 seconds there, but it is all about the gamble. Windshield wipers not going back and forth, so Dominic Blyer doesn't even think he needs the assistance of being able to see where he's going as the light continues to start to bathe the track. Yes, the sunrise is coming. It's going to be a very different golden hour to the one that so many look forward to, with the conditions not at their most optimal, but with the conditions rewarding the drivers that can feel it out the best. Margin between first and second, with the rain still pouring down to 20 seconds.
Well, the rain has officially stopped all of a sudden, and almost as if on cue. Folks, we can predict the weather, but we cannot tell you when it's going to come. Once it's here, though, we can tell you what it's going to do. We're the weirdest weathermen in the history of meteorology, but the weather is starting to improve. No more drops from the sky. The track completely wet at this stage of running. We expect the track conditions to start to improve. The real question, though, is how quickly, and the answer for Williams is not quick enough.
I don't think they're necessarily trying to gamble to get in front of Tobias Groenewold with that 20-second margin, but with Louis Reuters almost 2 full minutes behind the leader in third in that Whipperman Audi. It's given a bit of a buffer between first and second to then third and fourth positions. There's Groenewold up and through Stavelo, up on the run to the curve, Paul Frere and Blanchimont. There's a beautiful peak of orange just from beyond the trees. Headlights not yet unnecessary, but increasingly unneeded. And give it 30 minutes and we will have plenty of sunlight that will aid in the drying of the track as well, which is what Dominic Blyer is going to be hoping for. What's his lap time going to be this time by? It's a 2:33.717, so he's instantly found another 4 seconds with the rain having dissipated. For Tobias Groenewold, it's a 2:27.9. He's found 6 seconds to close the margin. At this rate, give it 3 laps, and the lead is switched back.
Yeah, there's definitely a run-in line already on this racetrack. We've got so many race cars out there that there's virtually not a part of the track that doesn't have a car on it. When you have that consistency for drying as well, you get a run-in line. You can see this camera's perfect. You can see it, the run from the first turn all the way up Rouge Radion. There is a run-in line which will benefit not only those with the slick tires, but a little bit too those with the groove tires. It's going to heat them up, but also, again, already trying to cool them off was Tobias Groenewold. That's why he was so far off to the right. He's trying to keep the tires within the operating window of whatever PSI they put in those things. So again, already seeking the wetter spots of the track because the track is already drying. Look at this, look at these scenes.
Another great drone shot through the bus stop chicane. I call it the bus stop chicane. It's no longer the bus stop technically, but the orange peeking through, and that's where the sun's gonna rise. So it's gonna be into your eyes as you crest this final corner. Warrior shot. and a glorious sight for all the drivers who have been able to survive the night. We started with 45, and yes, only 4 are left on the lead lap, but we are still left with, I think, 38 of the machines still out there and running. Only 3 retirements in the last 4 hours, which is exactly what you want to see. I'm just going to remind everyone, since we've already seen the drivers searching for a little bit of damp patches for those that have got wet tires, that we have seen tire punctures today from those that have tried to extend the life of the wet tires a little bit too far into dry running, and Whipperman Racing have already been caught out once. Will not want to see that happen again.
One of the advents of one of the more recent updates for ACC is punctures. They've been reworked. They work a little bit differently, and I've noticed that myself actually with the wet weather tire. It's something that you really didn't have to worry about too much at all prior to that point. We knew it was possible, but it really wasn't a big deal. Now you have to consider things like that, and of course it's just another step in the direction of realism.
2:34 for Blyer, so a second slower than the previous lap. Searching for the grip. What's it going to be for Groenewold? It's a 2:26, so that margin now down to under 8 seconds. Next time at the line, the leaders will be on top of each other.
Even if Tobias Groenewold gets there, and I believe he will do, I still think this is going to be a net positive for Williams 555 Mercedes, because keep in mind, they were, what, 50 seconds behind them, and now they've completely flipped that script, flipped that strategy?
But they're what, maybe 5 or so minutes away from owing us a pit stop.
That's true.
Are they going, after all this effort, are they going to come back in? Are they going to come in and take the wets that are just going to end up being burnt up that little bit earlier? Or are they going to take the slicks and have the issue of not being able to get temperature into them? Because while they had temperature initially, and so maybe they would have been able to work with that, once you're out of pit lane with cooler tires, as Michael Hamlet's just pointing out, they're going to start grading. So either decision, the stint is going to be a little bit rough for them, but again, remember, they've got 35 points on the board already, 11 hours to go. Slight compromise now might get the opportunity to put them back into a good situation. Just have to hope, unlike Ferrari and the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team that got that second chance, that they don't violate track limits one too many times and get a drive-through penalty as a result of that. We have the Silver Cup leaders on top of one another once again, and it's 2 Aston Martins that are looking pretty strong, all things considered. It's Racing Point, it's FFS Racing, chasing one another up through the Camel.
I gotta say, Mike Noble looking absolutely focused, looking a little bit relaxed. He knows what he has to do. FFS Racing trying their absolute best to try and take this fight. This is a one-on-one fight. This is for the lead of silver. This could be potentially huge down the stretch. A little bit of oversteer in the wet conditions, getting the back onto the power, getting onto the curbs. That's always a risky venture in these weather conditions, but making it look quite easy indeed, chasing down the silver leader. Look at that. Just not phased, these pro drivers, by anything.
It seems unusual at times, and I think in some ways that's why the term alien that we use to describe those that are, do things that at times seems inhuman, seems applicable to all those at the top level of sim racing, because yeah, I know I wouldn't be that calm. For Mike Noble, there was a brief twitch of the hands as he's going through a left-hand corner while steering right. Not what you necessarily want to be dealing with through Fania. They will switch back and forth. Got to be careful with curb usage as well right now, given how much more slippery that's going to be. And the painted white lines as well. These are all of those little things. As the track continues to dry, the conditions ever changing, the best drivers find a way to go quick.
Well, you saw Noble there. He sort of, it would appear on the surface that he missed the apex of one of those turns. I don't really think that's what it was. There's definitely a puddle right where the curb meets the asphalt, and I think what he was doing was trying not to aquaplane on that little bit of road. I think maybe they've seen other cars do that, or potentially. So again, trying to avoid that. Well, this shows you the gravity of the situation. It was 8+ seconds just a lap and a half ago. It's absolutely gone the other way. Tobias Groenewold has brought the Unicorns of Love number 4 back to the point.
And swap around for the lead, and this is where for Dominic Blyer, due in towards the pit lane, of course, does owe us the pit stop. what is the call going to be? Luca Lozio's brought the Lamborghini in, and maybe that's going to be an interesting call for us to be able to see. Do they go wet tires? Do they go dry tires? That might be a bit of a sounding board for 555 to be able to work backwards from, and maybe see the way that the tires come up to temperature, with rain now 10 minutes in the pass. So the dry line not completely there, but slowly but surely starting to peak on through. Track still wet by all means. See how they fare itself out. Silver Cup, we were looking at those two leaders, Racing Point and FFS in their two Aston Martins. It's no longer Kramer that's sitting third. Sebastian Apostle in the BMW for West Competition Racing has been able to jump up into ninth. We're going to grab a look at something that's just happened, and potentially as to how the lead has swapped hands, and as they work to the line, it's going to be close to 3 seconds, the margin between the two. It's that rise up the Camel, and you're still climbing at this point into the braking zone, braking just before the 100 in these wetter conditions, and Bio just doesn't have the grip underneath him to do anything about it. And Tobias Gronewold, the new race leader at this 24 Hours of Spa.
Wasn't really fighting him into Lake Coombe that time, was he really? He just sort of knew, hey, we're on two different strategies, maybe we'll catch you back up. That's what you got to do in a race like this. It's not a 30-minute sprint race, it's a 24-hour war, and you've got to know what you can and cannot do, or what you should and shouldn't fight for. Dominic Blyer brings the 555 out of P2 into the pit lane to the attention of the team. We knew that was coming. That's not news. What could be news, what tires are they going to put on? I don't think they can put anything but slicks on this car.
Well, I'm still hoping that we can find out what the Lamborghini has put on as they've done their change in pit lane in the 63. Also see the 127 down into the lane, the John Alesi Esports Lamborghini. There is Luca Lozio. Now, is there a way to tell if they're wet tires or dry tires from this camera angle?
Oh, there certainly is. Folks at home, you can play this game too. Well, the Pirelli P0 tires, they have yellow banding on the sidewalls of the tire. When you do not see yellow banding, that indicates the wet, treaded Pirelli tire. And I do believe I see yellow banding, unless my eyes are failing me.
I kind of see yellow, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I didn't want to commit. I think those are slicks, but they've come up to temperature reasonably decently. We'll see how the Bentley behind potentially closes, and there's some discomfort sweeping up through Stavolo. What's the top end speed going to be? Because you'll often see it represented in top end grunts. Word in the ear is Lozio has committed and gambled on the slick tires, and so I'm going to assume the 555 will do the same.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to do anything else. Quite unfortunately, and I can already see the dry tires on the 555 as it still sits at the attention of the team in the pit lane. And you think pit lane feels like it takes forever when you're sitting there on the jacks waiting for the it to be pulled. It feels like you're in there forever, but those are slick Pirelli tires on that race car. I don't expect we'll see any change once it's dropped, and this is kind of what they have. The track drying is in progress, but it is not sufficient for the strategy that they have selected. Yes, indeed, down and away, Williams Esports 555 Mercedes goes, and here he comes. The track drying, of course, is happening, but not at a rapid enough pace, and it's dangerous days and moments for them now.
And it's Dennis Schoeniger who's got to warm up in potentially the trickiest conditions you could put a driver into, with slick tires on a drying race surface and the struggle of trying to get temperature into the rubber underneath him. He's going to have to work hard on this outlap to be able to get some purchase underneath him. However, maybe more importantly in some ways, you're not putting a driver into that transition of when the sun's still coming up. We very much have some sunrise now. Yes, the headlights are still in use, but not necessarily needed anymore.
Good morning, world. Good morning, everyone else. And what a race you have woken up to. It started nearly, 13 some hours ago. It is still going on, still swapping for the lead. That's how competitive this race has been. Meanwhile, the race for the lead in silver class has been just as enjoyable as well, as they're fighting right now for the top honors in the silver class. Mike Noble tailing the back of the 85 of Matea, but no move made just yet.
Not just yet, but they're just continuing to stalk, and I would suspect that part of the strategy that's being piped into the ear by either teammates or engineers is, remember, still 10 hours and 15 minutes to go. Yes, we're split by 6/10 now, but they were able to pull away from us earlier on. Let's try and make sure that we don't give them that opportunity once again. And again, when you have 3-4 drivers across a team, there's no guarantee that you're all going to be ticking at the same speed, and no guarantee you'll be metronomic in your consistency either. So you've got to try and remember that over the next 10 hours there'll be some give and take, so manage the phase of the race. I always feel, I don't know where you kind of feel on this, but I do kind of feel, Jesse, that you kind of attack a 24-hour race in the final 6 or so hours, and it ties into managing your car as well. We're talking about managing tires, but it comes to brakes. I think the word that we just heard in our ear is that Williams in that pit stop cycle have done a brake change.
I think that's a brilliant time to do it. Every team, I think, will have to do a brake change at some point in this race. I can't imagine that you can go a full 24 without doing some semblance of a brake change. That's how much of a simulation ACC is. It not only simulates the tires, the aerodynamics, the displacement, all of that, and the track. It also simulates brake fade, and all that, just like they really do. You have to change the brakes at some point. They have done that. I think that was actually an opportunistic time to get that done. They knew they were going to lose time. They might as well kill two birds with one stone, get it out of the way, knowing that other teams likely still have to do that. But again, dangerous days, brand new brakes, cold, slick tires on a wet racetrack. Everything has changed for them. But maybe, who knows, in 10 hours' time, that might have been the pivotal moment.
Bed the brakes in now as well. It's going to be an important stint to make sure that you carry them through the rest of the race. Kessel Glitch on the charge, trying to hunt down the Race Esport Audi just in front of them, coming up through the Camel Kink and powering up the hill. You can see that Fabio Bini's more concerned, in fact, I think, about cooling his tires than anything else. The one interesting thing that Assetto Corsa gives all of these drivers is live insight into tire pressures. They can see it on their dash in the sim itself, and so they'll know when their tires are getting a little bit too over-pressured as they heat up in the drier conditions. So all teams and all drivers get forewarned if they're going to get a puncture at least.
Yeah, they certainly do, and if you don't heed that warning, you obviously very, very quickly find yourself in a tire wall somewhere whenever you have that go on. But usually you're able to notice it before you get to that point. It's not a great feeling, certainly is it. Fabio Bini trying to make the pass here into the double gauche. He'll have a look down the inside. It's facilitated, and he's able to get that done up to P20.
Lovely little pass there. Got traffic behind trying to work through as well. And even a brief snap of oversteer on exit for the Ferrari won't dampen the mood whatsoever for Bini. You called it the double gauche, but it lives on in my heart as Pujon, especially given that the double gauche is such a literal translation into the double left that I'm not sure if I can go with it. Chris Sievert, runner-up in the Ferrari Esports Series, the competition that allowed or gave the drive to Jonathan Riley in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports camp, is in a battle with Neil Steinbrennan in the low-fuel motorsports car, and it's going to be a swap around there as Siebert bleeds the position in the number 38 for STR Esports. Of course, diving down in towards Bruxelles and Speaker's Corner. That, I'm pretty sure, is the number 5 that they just went on through. So, after coming in a little bit early, is that the visible struggle that we're now seeing for Niels Klinkmuller?
No, it absolutely is. It was never going to be good for the 5, was it? They come in at an inopportunistic time. They had to come in. It wasn't it was a scheduled stop. It wasn't elected to do, and when that happens, you're sort of at the mercy. They didn't have a say. They had to make a decision then. They made it, and either way, it probably wasn't going to be particularly brilliant. It was make another stop or don't. and this is sort of the side effect of that. Now you're out there on those tires, on those wet tires, mind you, that were ran in complete dry. They've been overheated, they've been worn. They probably didn't perform very well in the peak of the wet weather running during this stint that we've had, and now they have completely fallen off.
Confirming as well, not just brake change for the 555 Williams Esports car, but for plenty of others. The Racing Point 85 made sure it did so in that last cycle. The 123 did not, importantly, while the 977 and 1 all did. So a handful of the silver class cars have been able to do their brake change. Not sure if the 123 has already done it. The 55, the 555, excuse me, for Dennis Schoninger comes out in 4th position. Important timing, I think, for that. Track is officially damp. Klinkmuller did a 230, 265 last time by, which compares to a 225.9 for Tobias Groenewold and a 239 for Dennis Schoninger. So Klinkmuller on wet tires has times similar to those on slicks than those actually on grooved wets at this point.
Yeah, it's quite interesting too, the timing for Klinkmuller. I wonder when they're due back in, might they be able to time this stop a little bit better than some of the others? Some of the other teams that did come in and take wet tires when the rain started to come down, or perhaps just right before, they might reset their strategy, those teams, and the 5 might actually nail whenever it comes back into their own for dry, and that might save them just a little bit. But look at the scenes, look at the struggle and the wheel turning for this AMR for Mike Noble, just trying to keep the car under control becoming an issue here.
I think you're right as well that the timing of the pit stop is going to be potentially back in favor of those that maybe got slightly caught out, but that's the long game that you have to see. Often hard for the driver behind the wheel to see it. You can see the conditions still very much damp. The wet tire is still optimal. The 555 losing about 4 or 5 seconds a lap at this point still to the rest of the contenders. So this is one of those divergences in the strategies that we'll see converge later on. Look to the inside in front of the FFS Racing car as they try and pick their way through a little bit of traffic. And for Racing Point, the opportunity to put a car between them and their competition on the run through Eau Rouge, but the traffic slams the door shut.
Got to be really careful. This is where it can all go wrong. You don't want to have somebody who's not involved in your fight, who is not sympathetic to your cause, racing their own race. You don't want to give them an opportunity to ruin your race. Held up a little bit was the Racing Point 85. FFS Racing maybe taking a look, covered off on the inside, then by the outside by Racing Point. They're all line of start as they come through Lacombe this time. No movement, no twitch from Mike Noble there. Not willing to pull out. A little bit of a slide from Racing Point now, but not able to capitalize on it is Mike Noble.
Now, I'm not sure if that's actually the Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51, but it might be based on my timing screen. I can't quite read the numbers on the timing tower that you guys can see, but I think this is 2 silver class cars on the back of a pro machine that is struggling with the conditions. And Kapoccia, who we thought would be able to step into a car that was timing its pit stop quite well. Last time by did do a 26.9, but it was 1.5 seconds slower than the silver cars behind, who seem to just be so much more comfortable with what they've got underneath them.
And don't get me wrong about my comments about Mike Noble's driving earlier. It's not that he's struggling with the race car. He's struggling with the racetrack, but it's no different than anybody else right now on this strategy. This is what you have, and you need a driver like Mike Noble in the car to be able to wrestle the car a little bit when it gets out of line. Nobody's race car handling perfectly in these conditions. You add to the fact that it's a high-pressure situation, racing for the lead. They will have known likely that Racing Point's done a brake change. They certainly know that the FFS need to do one or should do one at some point in this race. I don't believe they already have, so that would explain why the gap came down. But still, if FFS is able to get by Racing Point, maybe make a little bit of gap, you never can tell how that's going to shake out in the end. You've got to race people how you need to race them. And yeah, you're right, the Ferrari in front there, not quite being the cork in the bottle at this stage, not really slow enough to hold up Racing Point, and that's why all these 3 cars, they just look like they're in a procession right now.
Kind of getting bowled up behind. Last time at the line, Kapoccia with his 226 has jammed up Matea and Noble in the 226s as well. So they're now doing 1.5 seconds slower lap times than they might actually be capable of in the rain, and that's why you see chinking back and forth, the urgency from the Aston Martin, the leading silver class machine looking to the outside in towards Les Combes, and Capoccia just does not have the confidence in these conditions to defend whatsoever, and now the silver class competitors separated by the pro class machine.
That was a move by Lucas Mattea there. Let me tell you something. That's a brave old move, and very nearly overran Les Combes, but was able to get it back under control, made it look very stylish indeed, and absolutely now has the pick that they were looking for. That Ferrari in between the two of them, that will frustrate and stifle Mike Noble's affair right now. Wait, hold on a minute. Is the Ferrari getting out of the way? No, just trying to get a little bit of damp weather on the tires, cool the tires off for a brief second. Still stuck behind him is Mike Noble as Mattea starts to drive away a little bit.
You got to wonder if, with how much we've seen Capoccia just darting, trying to find those wet patches, if he has overcooked the tires. Lights flashing from Mike Noble, the universal sign from a racing driver of "I'm quicker, let me through."
Yeah, I don't know sign language, but I can speak race car flashing lights. I know what they mean. They are definitely contextual, and, well, I think we all know what the context is here.
Yeah, and again, Capoccia just searches for the damp patches, switches from the outside to the inside and back again. I can only assume the warnings that they're getting in the simulator, the red angry messages from the tires saying that we are overpressured, and maybe that was a choice for some of the teams. Slightly under pressure for the wet conditions, so they weren't overpressured for the dry conditions. These are all those compromises that you have to think about, and why we love talking about being up here at Spa, where despite the fact that we've been in 13 hours of racing, a 6 different period of rain, we're only talking a total of 65 minutes of rainfall.
65 minutes of rainfall, but they've been important. They've been very influential, and they've certainly mixed up the strategy. They've mixed up the race entirely. That's how we've gotten to this point. But my word, what a race we have had. This year's race, I didn't think after 2022 that the 24 Spa could be any more action-packed, but there has not been a dull moment in this race. It's definitely one of those, you blink, you're going to miss something.
Absolutely, and still, again, just to remind everyone, 10 hours, 38 minutes to go. By no means are we done, and it's going to be an exciting ride to the very end. If you're wondering how many different commentators behind the scenes that we have for this one, you have 8 different commentators. Jesse and myself here for the next hour and 20 minutes or so, and then I believe we are handing things over to... Is it David Christie and Austin Belkey? I believe it is, if that's correct. And so a couple more switches still left to come. Much like the drivers do, we swap things around as well. Dennis Schoeniger with those slick tires in terms of lap times, starting to improve and starting to equalize. We're reaching the crossover mark. 2:27 for Schoeniger last time by, 2:26 this time by. Compares to a 2:27 for Tobias Grunewald, our race leader, although the fastest car out there on the wet tires is the Whipperman Audi with a 2:25.8.
Track is finally starting to have some actual dry parts on the racetrack. If you're out there on wet tires right now, you are actively searching. You should have been actively searching 15 minutes ago for wet patches if you really wanted to help the longevity of the tire, but right now it is a requirement. There is a dry line on this racetrack. It's not fully ran in yet. It's greasy, but there is a dry line there. People with dry tires are going to start to get temperature in the tires finally at this point, and people with the wet tires are going to start to overheat a very lot more. At this point, if you're on wet tires, you're going to the end of the stint. The wet parts of the racetrack are enough, or should be enough, to not have to shorten your stint to come in for an emergency. Of course, I've been wrong before, but I would suspect everyone's going to run out their 65-minute stint time, or they're going to come in and put on the dry tires. This rain pretty much lasted as long as we reckoned it would be. We had the 10-minute downpour. We reckoned it would take about 40 minutes or so to dry out the track. We're approaching that period of time. Our meteorologist, Michael Hamlet, doesn't miss a beat.
No, track is officially now slick optimal, which means that the times that we're seeing reflected in the condition of the track. Schoninger has got to the crossover mark, and with the margin between first and fourth holding at now a lap and 9 seconds, there is still some work to do, but I think, honestly, for Schoninger and for Williams, this was likely the only call they could really make, because just about the nature of when they were due on pit lane, coming in for the wets would have meant that right around now they were like, well, I would have loved the slicks. And so, I mean, it's a little bit of pain, but hopefully some sunshine on the other side.
Quite literally sunshine on the other side. But, you know,
exactly.
Usually when you're the odd man out, you're playing with the hand you're dealt. You don't get to make up the rules. You just have to kind of go with it. And I think, too, part of the response of putting the brake change at that stop was knowing that, hey, we're going to lose time. Maybe we can work this to our advantage, tactically do a brake change, get that out of the way. We know that several of the cars we're racing still have to do their brake change. Who knows? Maybe we'll make up time. Maybe we did it at a more advantageous point. I think, too, again, they were forced into that box. They're playing with the hand that they're dealt. I think they've done a really good job. Now, they've got to focus, though. The track is getting dry. They know everyone else is going to have to pit. They're going to have to come in at some time as well. This might have ultimately bit them just a little bit. But again, if they've overcome that once before, there's still 10.5 hours left. They can do it again.
So let's not forget that the Whipperman Audi pushed it too far in terms of carrying wet tires into the dry. And so there are a couple of teams that surely are already a little bit concerned about that possibility of punctures once again. And track is definitely looking a little bit slicker at this point. The groove, this dry line, and not just tire tracks, but now definitely a defined patch on the racing surface that you are trying to avoid if you're on the wet tires on the straights. You're trying to make sure you do not leave if you are on the slicks. And, well, the 110 of Whipperman Racing has said enough's enough. It's time to come back down.
Yeah, I think that's fairly smart. If you're going to change up your strategy a little bit, if you're going to come in a little bit early, I think right now is a decent enough time to do that. There's still certainly very wet portions of the racetrack. Tobias Grunwald spun the tires up on one of them for reference right there. There's certainly rivers across the racetrack. I was looking up near Speakers, exiting Speakers. There's a river or sort of a little bit of a wet patch that goes completely across the racetrack. You're going to have to avoid that. But generally, around this racetrack, there is a dry line that if you are on dry tires, you are trying to hit almost exclusively to make up time. I don't think there's significant wet patches on the racetrack that would keep you from coming in for dry tires. Tobias Grunwald and Team Unicorns of Love agree.
I think this is the time. I think this is a good time to come in, and it lends more credence to the idea that this call from the 555 are not just going to potentially cycle them through to the race lead, but in terms of strategy, not just the only option that they could have made, but the correct option. So, see where things fare out as Schoninger down the hill, still has some traffic in I think it's a black McLaren that will work his way past on the Camel, but Gronewold and Rotors still stationary. Klinkmuller in the lane as well. And Mercedes AMG Williams Esports back to second for the time being, because again, I mentioned this earlier, they were a lap down before.
They certainly were, and I mentioned earlier we had like 4 or 5 cars on the lead lap. This is kind of what I'm talking about, the strategy flips that some of these teams are doing, the rain, the wild cards. It can get you back into this. All you got to do is get back on the lead lap, and you never know what can happen in these races. I want to talk about Whipperman Racing for a second. I don't know if this has been too terrible for that number 110 Audi. I think this has sort of worked out, mostly because Unicorns of Love came in with them as well. They must agree that was the right time to do it. And now they're going to be on completely level pegging here with each other. So obviously a little bit of a gap there. But by the by, they're doing well, keeping pace for the time being. Juraj Petrochenko trying to make a move here. Can't quite get that done on that blue flagged car.
I think for Whipperman Racing, they timed it quite well as well, because we said that track had gone to slick optimal at one point, and so the question no longer is what was the preferred tire. It was very much slick. It was how long can you run your tire before getting punctures. There's Gronewold off and away in the number 4 machine, so he will hold on to the race lead. We'll get you the margin in terms of seconds once they cross the timing beams, and that updates on the left side of your screen, but it will be Mercedes 1 and 2, Audi then in 3rd, and we've still yet to see a couple more teams yet to pull in, the likes of Mattea and Noble in that silver cast train that continues to run. There's Schoninger in towards the final corner, of course, with Gronewold already off and away, so I'm going to put an estimate on this gap, 40 seconds.
40 seconds, that sounds about right. I'd double down on that. I like that math. Pretty happy with that. You know, I was just looking at some of the times I was thinking about the brake change. Now is a pretty advantageous time to do a brake change if you haven't done already. And by my eye and my stopwatch and my maths, I don't think the number 4 Team Unicorns of Love Mercedes did a brake change that time, though I feel like that might have been a good time to do that. Pull that out, get it done. Might be looking to do it later on.
I would wonder if you would try and take a lengthier, if you would try and take a time when you know you're going to have a lengthier pit stop to do the brake change, because I was looking at average pit stop time slightly earlier. Michael Hamstead had sent a bunch more of his Hamstats over, and the thing that stood out to me was that there were certain teams that had the longest pit stop time in terms of total time, but were actually quite efficient in terms of how they were using it and splitting it up. Their averages were quite low. I think we are going to see the rest of the cars, by the way, who are on wets begin to shed them, and Racing Point comes on in, but I don't think FFS has decided to follow. They'll go at least 1 lap longer.
They're going to go 1 lap longer. They're going to go in the lead momentarily here. They're trying to maximize their stint for better or for worse for the tires. You desperately wouldn't want to have a puncture now. Keep in mind, very possible these days running the wet weather tire on the dry racetrack. You don't want to run them till they pop, and hopefully they've not left it 1 lap too long. But certainly by going a lap longer, that gives you a little bit more leeway strategically later on. You get to make a little bit more decisions of your own, and of course now within striking distance of Racing Point, who we know have already done a brake change.
West competition around the outside of the Renvelten number 71, and you might say, oh, that was a great move, but Ibrahimi, I think, is off to pit lane, or he's got a 15-second penalty to serve as well. So that number 1 just getting through the traffic with nice clinical some moves, and now sits 13th in the overall running. Should be 6th in that silver class as it runs right now. Need a little bit more luck to be able to get up to the podium where I know their hopes were lying. What's the time going to be? The gap going to be at the line? It is the number 4 that leads the 555. Gronewold in front of Schoninger. I thought the gap was going to be 40 seconds. I was a little bit off. 60 seconds is the margin.
60 seconds. It goes to show you just how much time Williams lost. Didn't, you know, that was considerable. Again, didn't have a choice. They did have a choice, and they made the choice, and I think it was the right choice for the options that they had. But beyond that, still lost a little bit more time than you and I would have imagined.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit more than I was expecting, but still at the end of the day, if they had taken wet tires at that point, they'd have lost a lot more time by having to make a full service. So 555 did what they had to. We'll get a sense for the rest of the cars and where they cycle on through. See a couple of people just joining us for this 3rd round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye for 2023. It's the 3rd round of the competition. We're here in Spa for a 24-hour race at the 12-hour mark. We've paid out championship points. There's another lot of championship points to come at the checkered flag. Teams split into both the pro and silver classes. We had 45 odd cars that took to the green. I think we're down to 38 at the last time of counting, and anywhere between 3 to 4 drivers for most of the teams swapping around and making sure that they've got adequate cover through the course of 2 trips around the clock. There's a rather beaten up McLaren in some ways, but I guess it's still out there in 38th position. The Drive Just Boys 996.
certainly a competitor for the Spirit of the Race Award, Sheng Li in the 996, out there still getting it done. I think that they wear the story of their race on their very stylish looking McLaren race car. It's not been a brilliant affair. I think they could possibly agree with that, but the most important thing, still turning laps, still out there.
And they are how many laps down? They are 9 laps down. The last car's still running, but like you say, spirit of the race. That's what we love to see. Given there are no safety cars, sometimes it can be quite easy to let your head drop in a championship like this, with the pace being so relentless, because again, just a reminder, we are left with 4 cars scored on the lead lap for the time being, and as soon as the 123 comes down to pit lane, make that 3. These drivers have been pushing over 341 laps across 11 and a half hours of racing, and by no means is that going to end anytime soon. Race control also not going to end their investigations into various little things, and this one was between that 71 Ren Velten car and the 144 Porsche a Team 1 FF. It's a 15-second penalty that's going to go the way of the Ferrari for Ren Velten for causing a collision.
Well, nobody's sleeping at the racetrack. Race control certainly not sleeping at the button either. Still, it goes to show there are contacts out there on the racetrack, and still very much a fluid situation. 38 cars. Mentioned earlier that there's barely, if any, place on this track where there's not cars at this point. Many of them in the pit lane, still getting service from the attentions of the various teams up and down the pit wall, including the G League Esports 49 into the lane as well. We talked about the halfway points being awarded. It's not half points. Technically, it's half points for the event, but it's a full race worth of points, 35 points to the winner of both classes. And I'm pretty sure in saying that every pro car gets points because there's only 15 of them.
Yeah.
Meaning that 15th place gets 1 point, meaning that regardless, everybody gets something here today.
You got to finish. Class. Yeah, you actually have to be classified to get the points, but yes, you're correct in that there is incentive for the pro drivers, especially if they are involved in anything out there, to continue punching in the laps and to finish things up. It's correct point as well that we are awarding full points both at the checkered flag and at the halfway mark, and so it means that not only is this race so significant because double points are effectively paid out, but it comes at a crucial time in the championship. The middle of the season, drivers have had 2 races, one at Bathurst for 12 hours and then 9 hours at Kailami, kind of to set themselves up for the biggest race of the season. And on the other side of this, well, you've got the points that you have, and it's 10 hours at Suzuka, it's 8 hours at Indianapolis, and two champions in the pro and silver classes will be crowned. Lap time last time by for Tobias Gronewold was a 2:21.5, and Dennis Schoninger 2:22.1, so it's tense here and there at the end of the day. Reason why we can call that out is we can tell that the track is still not at its grippiest. You can not just see some water still being kicked up behind that Mercedes number 4. However, fastest laps that we'll expect to see once the track gets rubbered in once again, Jesse, down in the 2:16s, and hopefully we get the track somewhat rubbered in before the temperatures rise too high, so drivers get some time to punch in some fast lap times.
Certainly so. Some of these corners of the racetrack, I mentioned speakers earlier on. Double Ghost also a place too where there's a couple of weepers that run across the racetrack, not rivers or anything, just sort of wet parts of the racetrack where it's streaming through, where the cars are still kicking up. And then there's also corners as well where the opposite of that's true. We just came through Blochemont there and it's completely rubbered in.
Yeah, and that's the variance across the track as well. Understanding where you're going to be able to push the most is one of those things that the best drivers adapt to the quickest, and so always exciting to see how things play from there. Down out of last source, still with that margin. FFS Racing finally see the wisdom in getting rid of their wet tires to come in for some slicks, but they've just pushed it a little bit further. We'll have to see what the gap is to the Racing Point Aston Martin that they were nose to tail with before the pit stop cycle. Likely to have opened up just a little bit more with 10 hours and 20 minutes to run. 5:50 and the virtual Ardennes here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And finally, I feel confident in saying that it is day officially. And we can get those headlights off now, boys. You can turn it off.
I don't know what race control would say about that quite just yet. But you know what about FFS Racing? I had assumed they had pitted a few laps ago. I wasn't even paying attention. They stayed out for another 2 or 3 laps. Now, that's not an insignificant amount of time. And yes, they were slower than the team Racing Point, the one car that they are currently racing against during that time. But when you stay out long like that, you can set yourself up for later on in the race. So if that comes back in their favor later on, don't be too surprised. They were able to stay out way longer. The question is, will it be beneficial for them? They seem to think it is. We'll have to see.
Yeah, again, strategies will end up converging come the very end, and so that's the only time that we'll really know what the strategy calls were like. But as Angus Fender and myself were discussing, with 18 hours to go, most teams come into a race with an idea of the strategy. They will have a general sense for what they want to do, accounting for a green flag race with absolutely no weather variation, and then as the expected weather variation, I should say. And then as the race goes, you plug in the actual variations, the changes in the track surface. Let's say we go to rain, and the bigger teams have more people and more resources ultimately to throw at the problem and to try and come up with the ultimate strategy. Battles slightly further back as well. One of the few Lamborghinis in the field. It's the VS Racing by Ballast Esports machine. It's 4 seconds off the back of that number 17 Kessel Glitch Ferrari that we saw making some moves earlier. And we talked about spirit of endurance racing, but these are the tangible things that for those further back in the field, they'll latch onto. Being only 3 seconds behind someone they're trying to chase down.
Certainly is. Remember an hour or 2 ago, you were talking about the Lamborghini making one of the most beautiful noises for you? Yes. My goodness, listening to the VS Racing by Ballast Esports car, I can't help but agree. Just listen to that car sing.
I mean, I prefer it to the sound of my own voice, so...
I mean, you and me, not your voice, my voice, but I absolutely agree. Oh, car sideways here, coming across the track. Now, the question is...
Now, that was a Ferrari.
Oh, it's absolutely pointed the wrong way.
And it's the Kessel Glitch Fabio Bini-driven machine that is stricken in a very dangerous place and is trying to turn on its own dime, basically. Oh, it's an uncomfortable place.
This is very tricky here.
Even with yellow flags flying, it's not where you want to be.
Oh, it's just a constant stream of cars. He will have his teammates trying to help him here to navigate that car back around. Certainly was told there, you have a clear space back up. The waved yellow flags by the marshals at the corner post, letting them know there's danger. And somehow, some way, Fabio Bini and Kessel Glitch are able to get that car back around. Damage to the front of it, and that will certainly require some repairs, but a scary moment there. No further incident with any other car. The best possible outcome.
Yeah, and I'm glad at least I could identify it was a Ferrari. I did struggle a little bit to pick which of the many Ferraris through the field it was. Ferrari, the most populous car, I think, in the grid here today. There's Alex Smoliar in the all-black S&P Racing 888. On the back of the 114, that is the Race Esports Silver Class machine. And S&P back in the field, not necessarily where we traditionally expect them to be. That's a pretty strong lineup in and of itself. Of course, Smoliar, Abuladze, Baikov, Cherepin. I look at this pro lineup and I just go, any one of these teams legitimately probably has a chance of winning any random race.
Certainly is the case. You can't ever count anyone out. There's horses for courses and all that, and I just don't think it's been that sort of race for S&P Racing, as I don't believe they qualified very well. They might have been right near the back of the field, and the fact that they're up inside the top 20, I think, says a lot about their strength as a race team, but still just sort of off the pace, nowhere near where we would expect to see that AAA.
So Jesse, I think both you and myself are based in the US. I'm on the West Coast. Which time zone are you in?
I'm in the East Coast, the best coast.
That doesn't rhyme. But besides the point, it's just ticked over to the 16th of July for you. It is past midnight, and this is what we were talking about slightly earlier, right? Is that geographically, it would be nice if you and me were on a team, for example, with some Europeans. If we had done a lot of the driving till now, you could go off to sleep right around midnight. It's a nice natural time, and maybe get 5 hours of sleep, wake up and punch in some stints at the end. For me, 9 p.m. on the clock, I can be awake and probably be in a... Oh, as the Kramer racing car pushes very wide out of Nuon. If you think the track is dry, think again. Very good save there. But you could leave me in the car, and potentially I could cover you while you go and sleep. Let's go see a replay, though, of something that I think some teams might be hoping they could sleep through. Oh, and it's going to be the Klessel glitch car having a glitch.
Oh my.
After running wide on the AstroTurf, then onto the grass. Both would have been wet. And then how does he get pointed in the wrong direction? That's the...
Oh my goodness, contact. I didn't catch the number of that car that was also involved, but not insignificant contact that spun the Kessel glitch car like a top.
I saw some pink. That's about all, I say pink, it was more purpley pink, but that's about all I saw on the car that actually made the bit of contact with Beanie. That explains a lot more as to what happened there. Checking back in with Kramer after their moment at Pouhon, by the way. Still third in class, and we wondered where FFS Racing would feed out after coming down to the pit lane a little bit later than the rest of their class. Well, 12 seconds behind the leader, and now Killian Ryan Meenan has made a mistake down in towards Speaker's Corner and run the Aston Martin directly into the tires.
See, what I'm worried about earlier is you said you thought you saw a purple car make contact with Kessel glitch. This is the one purple car I think about every time you'd mention that, and I wonder if maybe if they were the ones that had contact, was that because of the damage they maybe had? They were trying to assess it either way off of the racetrack, and this is still going wrong for them. They're going to spin it again here.
Oh, and keep it out of the race. Oh, well, somehow it ends up in a straight line as it slithers back onto track, but they have got to be so careful to bring that car back towards the pit lane without causing any trouble for anyone else. And I think you're probably right there. It was this car that made the contact earlier.
I can't quite tell what's going on in the cockpit of this car. The steering seems unnatural, almost like Killian Ryan Meenan is driving with the keyboard. He's driving it with WASD like you would play an FPS game. I think Killian Ryan Meenan has experienced a wheel failure.
Okay, so if it was not the 123 that made the contact, you can tell that it's probably a keyboard because he doesn't know how to shift into another gear. That is brutal. We've been saying that FFS somehow always has speed at Spa, and now a hardware failure is going to drop them from second, probably off of the podium.
This is absolutely incredible. We've seen this a couple of times. Most recently, Barcelona. I saw a car do this, and it's never easy to do. You don't drive these cars with a keyboard by design, of course, but just able to get that car back into the pit lane.
Does he have his pit limiter on?
Well, as long as he stays south of the limit, it doesn't matter, right? As long as he doesn't, at this point, just go as slow as you possibly can do.
But my concern is that once you round the U-turn at La Source, you're going down the hill. So if you don't have a limiter on, are you going to get a speeding penalty just because gravity is working against you? That's where my concern comes, although he's got to stay out of the wall as well.
Well, we're being told by our broadcast producer that it appeared like it was some sort of brake failure and then a mechanical failure on the car, but what a strange series of events for FFS Racing. The 123, that's certainly not a racing wheel controlling that car regardless. No. I can't imagine what many things have befallen the 123, but they're safely into the pit lane to the attention of the team for repairs. Let's take a look.
I mean, I don't even know how much a replay can give us clarity onto that entire sequence. We'll just ride on board from the cockpit perspective and we'll be able to just see what happens. So, slight mistake through Lecom initially, gets it down into first gear, slows the speed down, and we're being told had no brakes from this point forward. It doesn't necessarily explain, well, I guess it does explain what would have happened then in towards
and he stops.
So how did he manage to stop before he got to Speaker's corner, where presumably the brake said absolute? Maybe they're holding on by a thin edge right now, and as he heads through cells, it's about to say nope and see ya.
There's something mechanically going on. I don't think the car was damaged in any way. I think there's been some sort of mechanical failure for Killian Ryan Meenan, and he was trying to self-assess it by starting and stopping the car, maybe fiddling with some of the options that they have, and was unable to figure it out. So completely bypassed the wheel and pedals and went to the keyboard, because at some point after that contact in the speakers, the control input definitely changed. They've been able to fix the car, back out on the racetrack. Mike Noble installed into the 123 and back out into the fray. Strange scenes here.
And this is what I was just trying to say, that it's a good thing that Mike Noble, after getting out of the car, was still on hand and ready to jump back in, because sometimes after a stint, a driver will jump out of the rig, take 15 minutes away and just relax, get the adrenaline out of his system. And they may not always be a driver ready to take over and take the responsibility on. It means that Racing Point have plenty of buffer with which they can now enjoy. They can't necessarily enjoy the fact that they're fighting with the pros, though, not just with Scuderia Ferrari Esports, but the Lamborghini Esports team as well. Mattea's been able to jump in front of Luca Lozio. He runs 5th overall.
Let me tell you the psychology of racing drivers real quick. If you're Lucas Mattea right now, you're up here racing the pros simply because you have the pace for Racing Point. If you are the pros and you're being raced by a silver car, you expect to be given a little bit more slack, but that's not how you look at it. If you are the leading silver car, you're leading the race, they need to give you a little bit of slack, a little bit of give and take. Both drivers, both sides want something, neither willing to give an inch. These two going at it, though.
Here's Jonathan Riley up the outside, and with just too much speed for Lozio to do anything about it. Ferrari takes the spot away from Lamborghini. 6th and 7th changes hands, and now Riley shifts his attention further forward to that Racing Point Aston Martin, sweeping out through Malmedy. Here's Igor Rodriguez, that's just gotten past that 49 machine, the G League Ferrari in the silver class. This is a car that was running up towards the front with 6 hours done. Strategy put it back initially, then technical issues dropped it back even further. But you can never say no to these drivers in this Audi. They really did not enjoy their trip to Bathurst with an Audi that was trying to terrify them every time they came over the top of the mountain. But it turned good at Kyalami with this car coming out on top.
You get tested as a racing driver, you get tested as a human being. When stuff doesn't go your way, whenever the strategy doesn't work, whenever you get disconnected, whenever you have to spend time in the garage, you have to go back out there, you got to finish this race, you've got to get points, you've got to claw back whatever you can. That's when you're tested as a racing driver. This team knows that. Williams Esports is never going to give up. Igor Rodriguez, you know, he knows he's laps down, he knows this and that. It's not important. What is important, there's cars in front of him, there's points on hand, and you can never tell what's going to happen. Still in the fray, still looking to get points here, still racing hard.
There's traffic in front of him, of course. He's got 12 seconds up to the 27. That is the next target on the list. But it means that at least one spot gained for Rodriguez. There's Arthur Camara in the BMW M Team BS competition. To the points we were making earlier, BMW's BS competition team have 3 drivers in Germany and then 1 down under. So there's a little bit of flexibility there to use Philippa Bakita to send Naujoks, Camara or Schill to get off and have a little bit of a break. Camara's trying to go the long way around on Mike Noble after the FFS Aston Martin has dropped from inside of the top 10 overall to 16th, and well, I think he's honestly only dropped, I say only, 7th in class, which sounds like a lot, yes, but you go from 35 points to 13 points, at least there's something still on the board.
Yeah, of course, you want to finish as high as you can, but you got to keep it in perspective, especially if you are in the pro class. We talked about there only being 15 pro cars. Theoretically, as long as you finish the race, everybody gets points. Of course, that's theoretical, but they're in a position where they're certainly going to get points. They certainly stand to gain. We talked about SMP. SMP is the next nearest car in front of them. They got George Boothby in the 912 behind. They're certainly still in a fight here. They're in a fight for decent points. You're not fighting over one or two. You're fighting over a handful. You never know how advantageous that can be as we continue on. And, of course, again, broken record. You never know where you're going to be in 10 hours.
It's a long, long way to go. Again, the sun has risen, but with the relatively short night in the middle of the summer here in the Ardennes, daylight only hastens the running on into the final third of the race effectively. Arthur Camera, another one of those drivers with an ultra-wide screen, seems to be ultra popular with the drivers here in this, you saw what I did there, Intercontinental
I absolutely loved it.
GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. I try to learn from DJ Clark when I can.
That explains a lot.
I don't know if I'm necessarily as punny as him, but we make efforts here and there. Commentators coming up, by the way, Arjuna Kankipani, Jesse Lee for another 45 minutes or so before Jesse goes off and probably gets some sleep, hopefully. I will try and get some dinner. It's going to be David Christie, Austin Belke. I just saw David jump into GT World's chat to say hello. DJ Clark and Jesse Lee, you're back in the booth. So you get 3 hours off. Is the plan to try and get some kip?
Yeah, I'm going to try and take a little break, and it's going to be hard to pull myself away from the race. Admittedly, I've been watching this entire time. Every time I thought about stepping away, it's just been impossible. Something's happened in the race, some drama, the rain's come back, strategy's been flipped by a team. It's just been absolutely relentless and nonstop. The only difference is the last 3 hours I've been talking about it to somebody other than myself. But yeah, going to come back and do 4 hours a little bit later on this morning. It'll be morning for me anyway. It'll be
yes.
Well, still it'll be morning in sim, just barely still as well. And of course, I'm not going anywhere after that. I'm going to stay and watch the finish of the race without a doubt.
I mean, you're going to have to tape your eyes open because it will be rolling around 7 a.m. I think by the time you finish up your commentary stint. So long shifts in the broadcast booth, don't you forget. And Jesse's paired up with DJ, who's on the West Coast. So it's the Americans that take you into the final stint where Paul Jeffrey, David Christie will run you to the checkered flag. And we'll get to see who comes out on top and who will take the championship lead off towards Suzuka, the next of our races. And it's a 10-hour race. We are 12 hours in, 10 hours left to go.
It certainly is. I like parallels. You do really well with that, Arjuna. I absolutely love that. I love when you're able to equate two things that seem very different, but are actually connected in some way. Dennis Schoedinger in the 555 for Williams, that Mercedes-AMG team. They have certainly had their fair share of the drama here today, but they have done their brake change. They are technically a pit stop behind. But is that really the truth? Well, only time will tell. What will the weather do? It's holding up for the time being. We've been greeted by a beautiful sunrise this morning as the clouds parted. Once the rain shower has dissipated, the track almost completely dry again at this stage just after 6 a.m. here at Spa. It's a beautiful morning. Glad to have you with us.
I'm so excited to have you with us. It's been a fun little day. I'm looking forward as well to Suzuka, Indianapolis, a final couple of rounds that we'll get because it's been a really interesting season and no one has been uber consistent in terms of being on the podium in every round. It's going to take something special, you feel, in those final couple of races. We'll see what drivers are able to find in their cars as well in terms of speed and potential. So a question on twitch.tv/SRO Motorsports, wondering what that little bar next to drivers' names that blinks up and down is. It's not just the ping, the connection of the drivers to the race server that are racing. It's also those that are connected to the car but not actually driving. So take, for example, the number 89. Arthur Camera is don't worry about his internet connection. It is pretty good. The reason why the red is flashing so much is you've got Philippa Bakita, who is in Australia. It takes a long time just for data to travel. It's limited by the speed of light. And so that flashing red that you see is Philippa's connection being averaged out in there. It's a bit of a misleading thing, but Philippa's connection, good enough to go racing against. There are requirements to go racing in this championship.
Yeah, there certainly are, and there's technical things that, you know, are not very interesting, but there are technical checks that every driver and team has to pass. Everybody has gotten the thumbs up, otherwise they wouldn't be in the race. Looks scary seeing the bar jump like that, but realistically, absolutely harmless.
Yeah, and one of those things where you definitely are a little bit cognizant of who you're racing against and how much room potentially you will want to give them, but yeah, definitely not something that in a championship like this that you will hopefully be thinking too much about. 20 seconds will tick away. We'll be left with 10 hours to run in this 24-hour affair. Still with, at the front of the field, the margin holding relatively steady, over 60 seconds. Groenewold has the benefit of tires that didn't have to go through that phase of graining where they were too cold with still a slick track and not enough temperature being built into the tires. And so you're seeing that being reflected in the lap time, not just for the 555 in fact, but look at Luca Lozio in that 63. We saw him be passed not just by the Racing Point Aston Martin, but he's been passed by Scuderia Ferrari's 51 as well. Haven't had to make a pit stop maybe, Jesse, but feeling a bit of pain here. Only a few minutes away though in the case of the 555 from diving to the lane.
Yeah, and that's when the real damage here is about to be done. You're going to see just how far behind they actually are going to be. I mentioned earlier they're sort of a pit stop behind. That's not entirely true, but they are a ways off. The strategy not going their way. Just what a brilliant call. It just sort of lined up perfectly for the Mercedes team's Unicorn of Love, number 4. I wouldn't say it fell into their lap, but they've made some good decisions. They made the right calls, and look where they are. They are clear and free at the front of this field, and everybody else just sort of trying to play catch up. I don't know if 8 hours ago I would have said that the Unicorns of Love number 4 was going to be the car to beat, but here we are.
I think it's still a bit misleading to see three Mercedes running 1, 2, and 4 because of the fact that we, again, 18 hours left to go in this race, 6 hours in. It was a Ferrari that led, 3 Audis, and then the 3 Mercedes. So the strategy has played itself out in a very specific way, and I think ultimately balance of performance is one of those 3-letter words that you want to try and avoid using, but the SRO team have put the onus on the drivers. For those who are unfamiliar with how the BOP process works, teams assign a BOP driver effectively, and so once you have a BOP driver, what do? They gather data, they drive as much as they can, and they're encouraged, Jesse, not to just drive the car that they're racing. So in the case of Whipperman Racing, not just the Audi, but for their BOP tester to drive all the different cars. So there is a baseline for different cars across different drivers, so that we're not balancing teams, we're balancing cars.
Certainly that. Of course, you can't balance one driver versus another driver. That's not how it works. Every driver is uniquely skilled in their own way. That's not how data works. You have to have it all in front of you, and you have to have it all combined for it to make sense. And that's exactly what they do, and that's how they get to the BOP numbers. Of course, no standard BOP here. It is all custom based on that. It's quite brilliant. It works out more often than not quite perfectly so. A couple of times this season already, we've had 4 or 5 manufacturers in the top 5 or 6. It's worked out pretty well. I think every year on year, they get the BOP even better somehow. It just so happens right now, 3 Mercedes inside the top 4. Now again, earlier on in the race, qualifying wasn't that way. Now that's just what we have.
Qualifying for a 24-hour race, people will say that it is not important, that you don't need to make sure that you keep yourself out of the danger zone, but I will always push back on that, especially in a race like this without a safety car that is going to bring things back into packs or whatnot. So you can never gamble that qualifying poorly can be fought back over 24 hours, given that at Spa, the pack breaks up so significantly in the opening hour of the race. The 555 was in pole. The number 4 qualified second. The 110 qualified third. They're all still up there, 1, 2, and 3, just in a slightly different order now.
Yeah, they certainly are, aren't they? I mean, but, you know, you talk about qualifying. I think if this was like if this wasn't the pinnacle of GT3 sim racing, how important is qualifying? I think George Boothby shows us every week how not important it is, but that's a whole different thing. That's, you know, normal lobby racing that you would do. At this level, it's certainly important. You need to start somewhere near the front to give yourself a little bit of an edge. We've certainly seen the struggles of cars. It's not insurmountable to come from the back in a race like this, but realistically, you're not doing yourself any sort of justice by not qualifying well. You have to get the best driver in the car, and I am absolutely lost for words as the sun rises over the mountains in the east, and just beautiful scenes here. 6:14 a.m. The sun is officially coming up, the track dry, and it's a beautiful morning in Belgium.
It is lovely. You're getting the orange, those yellow hues coming over the top, and Gary Paravani, if he is awake, Dynamic, the official image partner of SRO Esports. This is golden hour for photographers as much as it is for the drivers, and so everybody is going to be enjoying it. Killian Ryan Meenan, by the way, just confirming that it was a technical failure in that FFS car where the throttle and brake were going 0 to 100 on their own. So that almost seems like electrical wiring going bish bash bosh and signals going where they weren't meant to. A superb effort to be able to bring it back to the pit lane after that, because I know I would have struggled a little bit more with that sort of a situation.
That actually sort of tracks. That makes complete sense of what was going on. That's why it appeared they had no brakes, because they were pressing them and nothing was happening. Then they were pressing the brakes whenever the gas was going, which is why they were trundling along. They had to stop the car. They were trying to reset it. And then eventually, once they went head-on into speakers, which was absolutely terrifying to watch, certain periods of time you're glad it's a sim, right? After that, that's the point where Killian realized, I'm going to have to use alternative controls, and that's exactly what he did. That is an incredibly heads-up move, and I wonder, Killian, with the pace and the speed that he was able to do that, he must have had that happen, or had the knowledge that, hey, this is something I can do, because nobody reacts that quickly if it was their first time doing that.
No, that's a good point. If you have experience with the type of failures that you're going to have, it is always a beneficial thing. We talked earlier about VR, right? And VR going black on you and stuff. That's definitely something that drivers practice what they want to do, how they will try and stay out of trouble. On board with Riley in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51, still trying to work on the back of the Racing Point car. Over the last 10 hours or so, have seen plenty of Riley. We have seen plenty as well of Jordan Sherritt. We've seen a stint or two out of Andrea Capoccia. Haven't seen too much of Christopher Hartveld. Not sure if we are going to see him through the course of the race. But with the night slog having been done by a driver in Europe, at some point you've got to wonder if Jonathan Riley is going to be past his effective window to do some fast stints. He will jink to the outside and react very quickly, as Mateo's not going to fight that one back and allow the pro car to slide up to 5th. It's an impressive drive through the night for Jonathan Riley.
For the second time today, the Scuderia Ferrari 51 is having to fight their way back inside the top 5 of the pro class, and overall for that matter, and they're doing it again for a second time. They cannot afford any more mistakes, any more penalties. They have to be perfect from here on out. They can still get a really good result. How good will it be? I don't know, but they're still inside the top 5 even after everything that has gone away from them in this race. They're still fighting. They're still quick. Jonathan Riley driving his heart out. You know, you were talking about a European driver doing the night stint, and normally, we touched on this a little bit earlier before the sun came up. As Americans, American-based commentators, we're used to doing the night stint regardless, right, to give our European counterparts some rest. We're used to doing the night stints in races for the very same reason. What happens if you are a team that doesn't have any drivers outside of the European or Asian continent? You surely you have to designate one that is going to only do the night.
Well, I think in that way it's kind of more just like it is in the real world when you do a real race, right? Where it's just you have to make do with the sleep that you get. You'll figure out when each driver is in their window a little bit more, which hours they prefer to drive. Because personally, I'm on the west coast of the US, but I live on a European sleep schedule for weekends for the most part, because most races start, 1, 2, 3 p.m. in Europe, which means 4 o'clock in the morning for us here in the West Coast, which means you unfortunately get used to it. And I'm going on 3, 4, almost 5 years of that being a constant reality. Luca Lozio brings the number 63 down in towards the pit lane for the Lamborghini Esports crew. Those grain tires, he'll be delighted to get rid of them. Not long before we'll see Dennis Schoninger head his way down onto the pit lane as well in that Williams Esports car, who is continuing to do a great job of not losing too much time to Tobias Groenewold. Yes, his tires are in a much worse state, but since Groenewold got onto slick tires, the margin's only grown by 10 seconds. 70 seconds sounds like a lot, yes, but you were saying it earlier for Ferrari, they're a lap down. They're 60 seconds behind their next rival. If you're in a second spot and 60 seconds behind the leader, you've got to still be optimistic.
Well, you got to be optimistic, and you got to know that you're not out of this thing. Crazier things have happened, and no matter what, you cannot resign yourself. You have to continue to fight. You have to continue to have that, even if you're lying to yourself a little bit. All right, and that's what the team does. The team needs to pump you up, even if it's not the whole truth. Say, look, we're still in this. Cars are making mistakes. You're running good lap times. Keep your head in the game. Don't take your foot off of it. And of course, too, if you start to relax a little bit, a lot of drivers, including myself, you start to make more mistakes because you're not used to doing that. So got to stay on it. Got to stay in the right frame of mind. A lot of racing is actually mental. People forget that.
And that's why we talk about it so much when we look at these drivers' faces, just how calm they are, right? Samir Ibrahimi that we're checking in with on the Renvelton number 71. He's got the triple screens, and so he's more animated in that his head is moving a little bit more. Doesn't mean he's more frenetic behind the wheel. He still looks like he's pretty calm, just running the speed that he has. And it's the thing that I always, I think, struggled with, Jesse, and it's why when I see so many of these drivers who are so young but so mature. Dara McCormack's going on 20 years of age, but seems like he's 35 with the maturity sometimes that he displays out there on track.
A lot of that's repetition and being involved in it. You start young in sim racing, like you do a lot of other esports, and you sort of grow up in it, you grow up around it, and you mature with time. Certain drivers do that a bit quicker than others, of course, and Darren McCormack is one of those drivers that has raced at a high level for long enough now. They've certainly learned a lot in their time. What was scary about McCormack was just how fast they were immediately. They've only gotten better with age.
And again, he started on a controller. He started in the world of Forza Motorsports, right? So
that's the depressing part to me,
It shows that in 3 years you can go from being at the top of that to being at the top of this, or in our cases, not at the top of either to not at the top of either still. It's as simple as that. Petrochenko cycles into second as Schoninger heads to the lane. Means that the margin now between first and second is 1.5 minutes, which at many tracks would be a lap. At Spa, it means it's maybe 2/3 of a lap.
Yeah, it's a long old lap around Spa-Francorchamps. It certainly, in comparison to most other racetracks, we're talking about a lap that's about 2 minutes 16, 2 minutes 18 in ideal conditions. As it continues to build heat, it'll be closer to 18, I'm pretty sure. But at the coolest point, 216, completely doable. But even still, most racetracks you're running 135, 145, somewhere in there for the lap to be well over 2 minutes. It's a long old way around here. And of course, we mentioned earlier, if you think the track's long, 80 seconds from one end of pit road to the other. That does not include a stop. A standard stop, 30 seconds if you're doing a brake change or some other stuff. repairing damage, so to speak, as well. Obviously, that pit stop will be even longer.
Dennis Schoninger out, Dominic Blyer in. Cycle of driver changes continues, although interestingly for the 63, we have seen Luca Lozio, I think, do a double stint on occasion there, but it is Luca Lozio out and David Tunitsa that jumps into that machine. Someone, of course, that's been using this Assetto Corsa Competizione platform to make his own journey into the real world, has been competing in some open wheel competitions and enjoying some success back home in Italy. But controversial move, I'm sure, for many when you cross the boundaries from Ferrari to go over to the arch nemesis of Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's an easy way to end up on some list, you know, some do not call list. It's certainly by doing that, but at the end of the day, you got to do what you think is best for your career, and certainly you got to make career moves. You always got to be looking out for yourself, and got to look out for, you know, what sort of offers are on the table. But an interesting move, certainly, from go to one side directly to the rival side. Most people don't do that. They go to an independent party or team. Not so in this case.
Yeah, and you would assume there's some sort of logic about it as well, right? He wants to stay in the area, you know, gives him an opportunity to not have to move too far, and maybe suits his goals in the real world a little better as well. So much I think about sim racing teams is you're finding a family. Yes, Tunitsa is one of those few drivers that spends a decent amount of time in person with the crew, but so many teammates never meet in person, and they are forced to only chat on Discords, be in the voice calls with one another. And so you need to make sure you're at a place where you're comfortable and a place where you feel like you're going to be able to ultimately deliver the best performances you have while also being able to get better. Ultimately, I talked about this with some drivers, they could really enjoy being on a team, but if they're the fastest driver on the team and they don't feel like they're being pushed, might not be the place that they should stay to continue getting as quick as they can, to continue being the best that they can be. And that's some of those things that you're thinking about, especially with sim racing, not necessarily having a silly season anymore. Every day feels like a little bit of silly season. Sun continues to rise, and I mentioned earlier that it is going to be quite visible and jarring through various corners and sight lines. And so we were talking earlier, Jesse, about how some of these drivers will have been in the night with having lights on in their rooms. Not necessarily saying that drivers that didn't have the lights on before are now turning the lights on. Just one of those things that, again, we talk about eye strain and whatnot, does play its part.
Yeah, definitely saw Samir Ibrahimi earlier on in a completely dark room with the sun up. See, we went to the other side of that coin. I would typically be in a room with dim lights, and probably not good for eye strain, but that's just sort of sets the ambiance. But when the sun's up, obviously you want more light, and it's easier to do if whatever region you're in is aligned with whatever race that you're in. But I know a lot of drivers will kind of try and mimic the light level, but Samir Ibrahimi unfazed by that, triple monitors that he had in the darkness still. That's just, again, going back to comfort level, you're talking about comfort level, that's certainly part of it. It's whatever you are most comfortable with, and certainly that's what his is.
Race Control's got an update for us, and it is going to be a 30-second time penalty, the most significant I've ever seen in SRO Esports. It goes the way of Kessel Glitch. The other car involved in that moment that we can finally get some clarity on was the 852 Wacko's flip table by Poopy Racing BMW 852.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It was purple.
Well, it wasn't actually that purple, it turns out. I'm not colorblind, but maybe I'm going to have to go get myself checked.
Maybe I am.
Yeah, well, I said it was purple, you just agreed with me, so maybe I don't know, I think I'm the one that...
The Wacko's flip table car is many different colors, I think we can agree.
I think it's predominantly blue.
Purple and blue are similar, right? They're close,
close enough.
On the scale, yeah. But that does sort of, there's some purple on there. Give yourself a little bit more credit than that, Arjuna. Look at that. Okay, it's more pink than purple, but all right.
There's a lot going on there as well.
I told you it was many colors.
Yes, I do love the paint, I must say.
It's a lovely car.
How do you say the team name, by the way, as we look on board with the Atlan Law?
What, the Wacko's Flip Table Pui Pui Racing Car?
Oh, did you say pui pui? Okay. I find that you got to have more fun with it. Pui pui. Pui pui.
Okay, I'm not sure how Yatlam Law is going to feel about that, but certainly didn't like that very much when they had the contact with the 17.
Up the inside comes the 555. Pronunciation of driver names is hard enough. And there are some drivers who are nice to commentators by not caring how we butcher their names. So props to you for being so nice. I find it's fun when we can have interesting conversations about how we're meant to say team names, because usually they're pretty simple. Williams Esports is Williams Esports.
Sure is, and others are quite different indeed. You know, one of my favorite things that happens is occasionally is post-race I'll have drivers or even in some cases team managers say, hey, I noticed you were struggling with, this name, just so you know, they pronounce it like this. I actually quite like that as a broadcaster and a commentator, because first of all, you don't look silly next time you say the name, and number two, you get that interaction with the team, and they do it in good faith. Absolutely love it.
As long as they do it in the right spirit. I remember doing a race where I commentated on this driver for legitimately 2 years. Not every week, but regularly enough. And apparently I was saying his name slightly wrong. Sanders, I was saying Saunders instead of Sanders, okay? And he did not care. I was none the wiser that I was saying it wrong, until one random race on a Monday night when his teammates watching along and got very irritated with me. Very irritated. And so I felt quite snarky, and so I just put into the chat that because his teammate's got a very complicated name that we say right because his teammate told us how to say it. And so I just told him, well, we got told how to say that name. Sanders, or Saunders as I was calling him at the time, is like Bono House, where for years no one's been able to call him by his proper name until Lewis McLean cornered him and made sure that he wrote down and recorded how to properly say a legend's name.
I'm not going to say who it was, but I definitely was contacted years ago by a team who I apparently was butchering the entire team's name, and all the drivers for the team, and they very politely but also very firmly told me, could you please stop murdering our names, please? And sent me the phonetical how to say it all. I spent an entire week learning the names so that I wouldn't ruin it again, and never heard from them again, so I think I did a good job.
That's a good thing. I do a broadcast every Friday where it is a totally different series every week. I have no idea what the series is going to be until the morning that I wake up. And the drivers can be totally right. It's a public lobby that anyone can join. You can see where this is going, Jesse.
Sure.
Every Friday is Arjuna Butcher's Names Day. This last couple of months.
I'm gonna have to start attending that.
No, there are some really bad ones, because if we do something where a bunch of Finnish people show up, I can just about get through okay. I'm okay enough with Finnish names. Eastern European names, it turns out, not so good. That's where I struggle a lot.
Our broadcaster's making fun of us, saying that hearing Americans pronounce Dutch names is quite humorous at times. I'm actually half decent at Dutch names. It is Eastern European that I struggle with, particularly Czech. If there are any Czechs in the race today or any Czechs in chat, I can only profusely apologize.
Yeah, don't worry. I can't say my name the proper way because I don't have a proper Indian accent. So, hey, say my name however you want. Just be a little bit nice to me. There's plenty of nicknames that you can come up with my last name if you are somewhat creative. So since Blyer's been in pit lane, now that they finally got some decent rubber on the 555, absolutely flying. Only car of the 216s last time by. But of course now slightly off kilter on the strategy. It's going to be interesting to see where they fare out relative to Tobias Gronewold in the race leading machine. Margin back to Petrochenko in the Whipperman Audi, holding at 93 seconds or so. So 9 hours, 30 minutes to go. I still don't think it's go time. I think once you get to 6 hours to go, it's going to be chains, the shackles released from the drivers. It'll be 10-10s pushing all the way to the end. Unless you're in the FFS 123, in which case you're pushing from right now after Killian Ryan Meenan's technical issue.
No, you're certainly right about that, Arjuna, because it's not go time, as you said. What is go time? Go time is when you absolutely pedal to the metal, you're going for it. All of the give and take is done. It's all take at that point. Again, the exception is Mike Noble for FFS Racing, who is definitely trying to make up for lost time and at least try and claw back. I don't know how viable it's going to be, but maybe a podium, I think, in the silver class. But for everybody else, you will likely get to the 6 hour point, and then you'll start to run the race backwards. You'll reevaluate your strategy. You'll evaluate where you are on the racetrack, who you're racing, what is possible for you to do, what you can do better. Get yourself in a position, but you aren't doing that right now. You're still running the race. You're still going through the paces. The problem with that is, though, we have changeable weather, and we've seen periods of rain that have changed strategy completely. So you may get to the 6 hour point, have your strategy written up, and Mother Nature might change it again. But you're very right. You're not really concerned about that right now. You're still running the race. You're still giving and taking. It's going both ways. Still too much time left.
Yeah, it's funny that our producer's teasing us about Dutch names, by the way, because a clip with a certain Dutch driver that I was a part of on a different broadcast earlier today is currently at the top of r/Formula One. Yeah, and I saw it's made its way into all different Twitter spheres and everything. Yeah, that's beside the point. Sim racing has its good and bad at times, and we get to enjoy plenty of the good in the spirit of the endurance racing that we continue to see. 45 saw the green, and yes, we are now down to 39 still out there and running. 38, excuse me, out there and running. But the fact that we've got so many cars laps down continuing to pound away the laps just goes to show that yes, they want their share of the €58,000 prize pool, Jesse, but there is a lot of pride as to being a part of this Igtc esports campaign.
It certainly is. There's pride just being here, just making this field, for those at home that you don't get to see the process that it takes to get to this point. There's qualifying in, there's team, obviously before that there's team strategy. We talked earlier about some of the teams, they split the difference, and they have two different teams in the race today, and a lot of them in two different manufacturers as well. And they're sort of spreading themselves in a way that they feel at least one or two of the teams can make it in, but it's a very arduous process to get into a series like that. It's just prestigious to be here. It is literally the best of the best here in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. It just is. And on top of that, we're talking about taking top honors, massive points, and a not insignificant championship prize pool.
Absolutely. And the fact that we have teams with two different cars that they've entered across the manufacturers goes to the way the qualification process worked. Some teams did get their invites from the manufacturers, those that of course are partnered up with the Mercedes, for example, but everyone else is having to fight for limited spots, and so the likes of Asetek, SimSport, Visceral split their efforts across a Ferrari and a Porsche. That means that maybe there is some data that they cannot share amongst the two cars, but there's plenty of still shared institutional and sort of domain knowledge in some way that they will be able to keep working across the two of them. Still just running at the front, punching in 216s, 217s, as tidy as you like for Tobias Gronewold in that Mercedes AMG number 4. 94 seconds the gap back to Petrichenko, and if it continues at this rate, and if the strategies don't get thrown back up into the air by more rain on the horizon, we will end up with the entire field being a lap down come the checkered flag if things hold as they are. But that is still 9 hours and 32 minutes away. I mean, at this point, you'd surely find it quite hard to bet against Tobias Gronewold, because I think Williams in the 555 played out that rain cycle as well as they could have, but it works a treat for the number 4.
Certainly in the driver's seat, both literally and proverbially, is Tobias Gronewold in the Mercedes AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love number 4. They have weathered the storm quite literally and metaphorically. They've come through the night leading on the other side, and it wasn't without challenge, mind you, but now they have a healthy lead. Everything that could have went right has gone right. They've made the right decisions. The drivers have done their part as well. The strategists, everything has worked perfectly. They have the best shot to win this race. That's by no small margin down to how good the team's been, but it cannot be, or it can all be undone here in the final 9.5 hours. You got to stay vigilant. You know there's cars that are quick, perhaps even quicker. We talked about Williams in the 555. They finally got those soft tires. They're running 16s, the only car inside the 16s. Team will have known that. Team will have probably not relayed that to the driver either, Arjun. I wouldn't tell my driver that. But beyond that, they are in the best possible position, uniquely qualified. Several teams have led this race. They're the only one to have a gap this large.
I sniggered because I can't agree with you more when you say that you're not going to tell the driver anything. There are certain professions where you need to know everything to make decisions, right? A doctor needs to know everything about you before they can diagnose you at the end of the day accurately. But as a racing driver, you've got one job ultimately, and that's to drive the wheels off the car or to drive to what the team is telling you to do. The one thing that sometimes separates the best from those just behind them is their own ability as well to contribute to the thoughts of what's going on. But in a situation like this, when there's 47 cars out there, so much changing variables in terms of the conditions, the driver sometimes needs to just focus on the task at hand, let the algorithms behind the scenes and the spreadsheets do their number crunching and allow the team to play an effort, because ultimately it's not 4 drivers just that work in a crew here. It's the teammates that support them building setups. It's the spotters, the engineers that stay up through the night to carry them through the course of the race. The bigger the team, the more people, and Williams has got an entire facility to support their operation.
It certainly is, and so much of that is sort of, as an engineer or a support member for the team, how much information do you relay to the driver? And for the most part, it's not a whole lot. You let the driver focus and do what they do best. You hired them to do a job, and that job is to drive the race car to the absolute best of their ability. No need to weigh them down with things that they can't change, or sometimes giving them extra information can just make a situation worse. You wouldn't line a racehorse up and then tell them, well, it's feeding time, would you really? You just got to let the horse run, and that's the same thing with sim racers and drivers in general. It's all about what you tell them and what you don't tell them. I would never tell my drivers, hey, there's a faster car on track, nothing they can do about it.
Because if you tell them there's a faster car, maybe they'll push beyond the limit of what they can do at that point as well. And maybe in the final hour, that's something that you would do. You try and light the fire in some ways, right, to try and get them pushing. But 9 hours and 30 minutes, oh boy, no, you're not taking that risk, not by any means. So, Silver Class, still just to remind you of how things are playing there. It's Racing Point continuing to lead, Kramer second. But increasingly, I do think that Eder in the Porsche, seeing in the rearview mirrors the closing Valentin barriere in the Yassit Ferrari, the 296, that's running its way now within 6 seconds of second spot. It's been a tough recovery drive for Yassit after being down through the order, but it's another one of those cars that you expect to be strong, and it's a lineup that sometimes you look at it and you go, that could be a pro lineup as well. You've got Valentin Barrier, Jaroslav Honzik, we've seen Marcellis earlier, Sean Arnold, plenty of strong drivers from which they could call on, of course. Also in their lineup, Angel Inestrosa, who of course had a unfortunate accident at home, and so we send him best wishes. He's been posting some stuff on social media. The Gran Turismo community very much rallying around one of their own, as we see the Whipperman Audi down on towards the pit lane. It was one of the earliest to get rid of the wet tires onto the slicks, and it's therefore one of the first to head back down to the lane.
Makes sense. I still don't know. The jury's definitely out for Whipperman Racing if this strategy ultimately is going to favor them. It certainly has right now. They weren't as hard hit as some of the other teams were, like the 5 and the 555 respectively, but they seem to have done a pretty good job considering what their pit cycle is. But what is the lasting damage right here at the end of the race in 9.5 hours time? Only time will tell. Tobias Grunwald also in. That checks out and matches the previous stop, and Now this is interesting. Nicholas Hubin has brought the Team HRT number 5 into the pit lane as well. The top 3 all in at the same time for the first time in a long time.
And it means as well Nicholas Hubin is officially 1 lap down from the leader. So the HRT by UOL entry, the sister car to the 4, finds itself a lap down. As Groeneveld putters down the lane, flying past is the pole, Dominic Blyer. Through the compression he will go, and not to the race lead. Most importantly, we'll just remind you he was a lap down on the leader. Slightly off strategy compared to the rest. He cycles through to second.
Certainly does. Cycle of pit stops open this time. We talked about an hour and a half ago about brake changes. Several of the cars in the running in the top 10 have already done so. The 555 for Williams and the Racing Point 85, to name 2 of them, they have done a brake change. We suspect every team will have to do a brake change at some point. I don't think it's required by the rules to do a brake change, but I think mechanically you physically have to, otherwise you're going to be racing on dust at the end of this race. So we expect that to be occurring. Is it occurring for Tobias Grunwald? Is it occurring for Unicorns Love Now? I don't think it was. That didn't seem like it was quite long enough to get that done.
Bastian Richter goes off and away. It's been a while since I think we've seen him in the car as well. So night over, new drivers back into the car in some ways, and someone that we saw loaned out to the Apex Racing team last year as well. Bastian Richter got a bit of a experience across the sim racing world. Back into the lead of the race. Such is the margin that the number 4 continues to enjoy. We've got about 8 more minutes before Jesse and myself will say goodbye, and we will welcome not just Austin Belke back to the booth, but after a little while David Christie as well. And it's going to be an interesting time for them with these conditions very much being I would say ideal for racing now. We've gotten the rubber back into the track, and well, I think ultimately it's the situation that everyone likes to see in cool conditions, good grip, and it's time to push.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what I was going to say. It's absolutely ideal. The sun's up, so it's not dark out, and it's not cloudy either, but it's not hot yet, as it's still quite cool in the morning hours. The sun's not bathing the entire track, baking the track either. It is just about as perfect as it's ever going to get. The track, of course, continues to take rubber. Those that are familiar with ACC will know that there are different track categories that it can fall in. Obviously, at this particular point, fast and optimum, but what a lot of people don't realize, the track can continue to improve beyond that. There's different levels of a fast track, there's different levels of an optimum track. If you consider it like a percentage, you get 90% in its optimum, but it can still go 99, 100. You take my point, and I still feel even at this stage, track's still taking rubber, we're still getting quicker.
Couple of Lamborghinis getting word are not planning brake pad changes. They are running specific pads that give them less stopping power but provide less wear over the course of the run as well. That's one of those important factors to keep in mind. Choices that you make influencing A, the type of wear that your car has, but B, also how you have to drive it. It's kind of a dual-edged sword that sometimes you do very much have to balance. So it's only those 2 Lamborghinis that I've heard. I'm not necessarily sure if it is going to be anyone else. Yellow flag out on track, so clearly a couple of people having some issues. But as we head to a change in the commentary booth, a couple of cars down on pit lane, let's cycle through some of the highlights of this 3rd round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye, the 2023 SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa. Glorious day to start things off as we descended down in towards Eau Rouge to see the green flag. Always a nervy moment, whether you're behind the wheel, watching on as a fan, or a team manager, trying not to bite your fingernails, but safely over the top we were able to go for the most part as we just worked our way through the opening stages, waiting for the first of the raindrops to come. It wasn't necessarily very heavy rain that we had to deal with, but it was enough to see some double overtakes in cases the legions of racers in their Mercedes before they would end up retiring. Very, very strong, very, very confident on that run up in towards Lake Com. We would have plenty of rain in the early stages, but it was only for a couple of minutes here and there, and it was never necessarily too heavy. And so it did mean that you had these couple of dry periods where the track conditions were great and passing opportunities presented themselves. John Alesi Esports team in their Lamborghini, one of those cars planning, by the way, not to change its brake pads over the course of the 24 hours, making its way through with authority. Wasn't the only car to be able to do so. Up the inside for the Williams Esports Audi, the previous race winner in the 9 hours of Kyle Army, working its way forward on that West competition BMW before technical issues would drop it back. Over the top at Eau Rouge and Radeon, the 996 getting a little bit squirrely and taking the shortcut, but it was going to be a 3-wide moment as 2 pro machines battled past some lap traffic. The ITV Santalock machine was going to be squeezed on the outside and would give up the place to the 888 SMP Ferrari in its stealth black livery. Then we had some drama in the wet as a couple of different machines elected to stay out there and not gamble on coming down for wet tires. It included that 555 that was slightly off kilter on its strategy and almost boxed into that call. The rain and the dry conditions, wet conditions rather, somewhat persisted as the sun rose. It was a glorious sunrise, but with slick tires, it was not really a fight that the Williams Esports team was going to put up against the Unicorns of Love on the wet tires, and a new race leader and a dominant race leader since then. A couple of switchbacks up in towards the chicane at the end of the lap. It results in Ren Velton making contact with the 144 race control. Right on the case there, and we're ready to hand out the penalty, as they were in this case. A small mistake by the number 17 Ferrari, just slipping back and forth, but it was going to be this, the Kessel glitch car just rolling straight perpendicular to the track, eventually making contact with the Wacko's Flip Table Pro BMW. The penalty, 30 seconds, was laid down. A couple of moments before we'll say goodbye to you, Arjuna Kankipati and Jesse Lee welcome David Christie and Austin Belke in, and so we'll have some closing thoughts for the time being. Jesse, before you go out and get a couple of hours of sleep, sun still rising, what do you think you're going to see when you come back in 3 hours' time?
I think it's going to be a completely different race. I feel like every segment has had its own sort of character to it. I don't think that's going to change at all. I think we'll have a clearer picture of what we can expect at the finish. I don't think anyone inside this top 5 is particularly safe right now. I think the strategy is still quite fluid, even though we are racing into the morning hours and definitely into the dry. It's going to be one of those races. It could come down to it. I know they're a little bit spread out now, but that doesn't mean anything in a 24-hour race.
Absolutely, and so I guess it's around that time that we will sign things off. So from the east and west coast of the US, Jesse Lee, Arjuna Kankipati say goodbye, and instead Austin Belke, David Christie on opposite sides of the pond get ready to take you over. David Christie, take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, world. A huge thank you to Arjuna Kankipati and to Jesse Lee for taking us through the past few hours, and to Arjuna for taking us through the overnight stint. Great to see, and we very much look forward to hearing Arjuna again. As we said, Jesse is going to be back in just a couple of hours' time. But good morning. It's myself, David Christie, in the commentary box, and joining me now, Austin Belke. Austin, good morning. What have you made of the race so far, my friends?
It's been really awesome just to see everything kind of play out, and I think Jesse explained it very, very well when he said each sort of part of the race has been its own sort of in and of itself. We've had the race been, dominated by certain cars, and I think you can pick out certain highlights through each sort of section of the race, and just big things that kind of stick out when, we had both those big rains come. We've had 5 or 6 throughout the entire course of the race, but only 2 of them have really involved the drivers switching over to the wet weather tires. And I'm excited to see what sort of parts and pieces I can pick out of the next different couple hour stints that these drivers still have yet to continue on with.
Well, that's a great point, Austin, because for myself, I did the first 4 hours, and you did a couple of hours after that. So we've both seen massive changes through the course of the race so far. For me, this is entirely unrecognisable from the start, where we've got Unicorns of Love, Bastian Richter, up at the top of the field there after that very fortuitous strategy has brought those Mercedes to the forefront there. It was the Ferrari, the number 51, that was in the lead earlier on, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, when I left it, and they're now down in 5th position. Now, the other big thing is the 66 Audi that we saw in contention, the Williams Esports Audi. That's way down in, what's that, 23rd position. Igor Rodriguez currently behind the wheel there. And as we saw during the last stint there with Jesse and Arjuna, it was almost a huge moment for the FFS Racing 123 machine with a big technical failure. But Joe Scher here for Rocket Sim Sport looks like he's had a huge moment. That car looks to be weaving all over the place.
Yeah, and couple that too with, you know, it used to be the 4 car out with only a 3/4 of a second lead. Right now, he's out to more of a minute of a lead as Bastian Richter, and it's good to see still that those same 3 Mercedes are up there towards the front of the field. They had kind of a rough go, shaky start to the season, but good to see them having a strong run for today. And yeah, it's just been changes up and down all throughout the day. You talk about that 66 car, Rodriguez behind the wheel of that Audi right now, and it was doing so well. I was really happy for them to kind of make that strategy move they did in hour 4 of the race, where they came in early, put on racing slicks sooner than everybody else, just sort of off sequence, and the undercut really worked for them to perfection. And couple that with the 8 hours or 10 hours or so into the race, I forget the driver, I think it was starts with the C, Charles maybe, he had a disconnection, and that basically took him like 3 laps down or something ridiculous. Lost that car a lot of time. So even though they do have race winning pace and they've been still putting down a lot of fast, consistent, clean laps since then, you know, it's really hard to overcome that disconnection.
Yeah, and the disconnection is really going to set you back quite significantly. We've got car spinning off in the background there. That's one of the Lamborghinis that has spun coming out of the final corner there. We'll get an ID there on that one. I think that might have been, was it the 144, the 63 that spins round there. It was the 63 car of David Tinitza, one of the cars that we spoke about earlier. There's a replay of what happened to the 22 there. Heavy incident there, and to be honest, lucky that car's still pointing in a straight line, although I get the impression that's not exactly what is going on. Going back to David Tinitza there, spinning at the hairpin, looked like Austin just losing it under his own steam there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe. I mean, it's sort of like a rite of passage, and I talked about this a little bit earlier on today with you, in that everybody at some point, whether it's practice, qualifying, or the race, you are going to have a bit of a bumpy ride there going up through Eau Rouge and Radion, and it's just one of those things that it happens to everybody. You do your best to make sure, A, that the car is set up well to kind of handle the compression, and then the weightlessness that happens when you crest the rest of that hill there through Eau Rouge, and it's just one of those situations where as soon as you're not paying as good of attention as you should be, it will come out and bite you. Rip the wheel out of your hands and send you careening off into the tire barrier there. Yeah, very lucky for them. They're pointed in the right direction. Looks like they had a little bit of damage on their wing. It was kind of you know, tearing off there towards the left side, but we'll see if they can keep going.
Well, I think that car behind looks, yeah, it looks like it's certainly been through the wars for sure. They look like they've got a tiny little scuff on their wing as well, but yeah, that car behind looking very broken indeed. This was our former race leader then, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, currently down in 5th position there, some way off of our race leader. Again, this for me brings on a talking point all of its own, because the gap that's been opened up by Bastian Richter and by the number 4 team at Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love there, Austin. I mean, that is 75 seconds. That is a sensational gap and a very good thing to have. You know, if I woke up 9 hours left to go in a 24-hour race and I had a 75-second gap, I would be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's hard not to be happy with that, unless, of course, you had like a 150-second lead, in which case it's cut in half. But as Kel Yarborough once said, you know, what's the good thing about a points lead if you don't use it? So they do have that 75 seconds in the bag if something does happen to them. I go back to one time at the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, where Max Verstappen was up by 2 laps over the rest of the field and had a brake pedal issue where he completely lost brakes on the car. So he basically had to run the car off the track, slow it down, hit the tow key, and then his co-driver had to get in after they towed it. He just barely made it across the start-finish line with the lead still. So, you know, stuff can and will happen. Anything usually does. But yeah, it's hard to believe. And I talked about this to Ewan too. You kind of wake up and it's like a kid on Christmas morning where you're like, I got to get downstairs to look at my presents under the tree. Whereas in this case, it's I got to get back on my PC and on the sim to see where we are in the race or something. So you go on there and you check the rundown and the running order of how things are going. And if you're in the 66 car and you wake up and you go from being in 6th place to 22nd, you're like, well, crap, what happened? But if you go to bed and you're on that 4 car and you go to bed with a 5-second lead, you wake up with a 3/4 of a 100-second lead, you'll be quite pleased.
Yeah, 100%. I can absolutely imagine that would be the case. And again, it's very different for some of the drivers as well. Some of the drivers will, as you say, take a step away, maybe go and do something for a couple of hours and then come back, and then you'll get those other drivers that are just, you know, they're almost religious. They'll be sitting at their PC, they'll be listening into the team chat, they'll maybe be watching the team's position, but they'll always be aware of what's actually going on. And again, that's the great thing about these team events here, is that the drivers aren't really on their own at all. They've always got somebody keeping them company, whether it's the little hours of, say, 2-3 o'clock in the morning, or all the way through as sun is starting to break here at Spa. So again, it keeps them company and lets them know somebody is there. So brilliant to see. But 9 hours left to go here at Spa for the 24 hours of Spa on the 2023 Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. And this is how it stands at the moment, with the pit stops kind of all over the place right now. Bastian Richter then for Unicorn of Love in the lead of the race, ahead of the 555 machine. Now that is the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports behind them. Louis Rotors in the first of the Audis in 3rd position in that 110 machine. That's the Vipperman Racing machine. So that's the 1, 2, 3 for the pros. Let's move on to the silvers, because it's Mattia in the number 85 car that's currently in the lead there. That's Lucas Mattia for Team Racing Point. A team we hadn't really seen much of through the early stages of the race. They kept themselves nice and quiet in that 4th and 5th position, but they've sneaked right up to the front there. 2nd place in silver is Henrik Gamble in the 977 Kramer Racing Esports. That's pretty much where they've been for the entirety of the race today. And Mike Noble, this for me is the story of the last hour, despite that hardware failure that we saw live on stream to the 1, 2, 3 of Killian Ryan Meenan, where his pedals completely failed. They were glitching out and sending incorrect values on their own. He had to use the keyboard to get the car into the pits, and somehow there Austin still in 3rd place. Now granted, Jaroslav Honzig in the 296 car is hot on his heels, just about 4 seconds off in that Yazhi Esports, but still it shows that anything can happen, as you were just saying there, but sometimes luck is still on your side.
Yeah, and the resolve of some of these drivers, you know, to have to control the car around here with the keyboard, that's unheard of. I mean, as soon as you pick one of these things up, I would sooner play with a console controller before I went onto the keyboard. So, yeah, just talk about that thing and get back. That was absolutely incredible.
It certainly is. So, Austin, obviously with your stint that you had earlier on and where things are now, I mean, what can we kind of use together to see where this is going to go? We've got 9 hours left. We've got the Mercedes now seem to have collectively, because when we were talking earlier, or when I was talking earlier, it was the Audis that were dominant and the Mercedes were in tow, but now it's the Mercedes that seem to be leading at the front here. What do we think that's going to be able to last to the end, or do we see another change happening?
Well, it's really hard to say. You know, I always look at it this way, where it's just like it is in any 24-hour race. And I always sort of go back to the Rolex 24, the 24 hours of Daytona, especially in real life, because the Assetto Corsa Competizione is so much closer to real life in terms of all the track temperatures and how minutely the changes in the tire temperatures can be to just go ahead and throw off the handling of the car. So you look at it with the early starts of the race, the track temperature was hotter, the air temperature was hotter too, but why is the track temperature hotter? Because the sun is baking down on this stuff and it's very dark, it's going to absorb a lot of heat. That heat is going to go through to the tires, make those hotter too, and as soon as the tires get hotter, the handling of the car is going to vastly change. And notice too that only like half of the track is in the sun or in the shade. You see right here they're going through like Common down the Kemmel Straight. Just because it's so shaded in that area of the racetrack, that part of the track is going to be a lot cooler, whereas this track here, it's been in the sun pretty much since it started to come up. It's going to be a lot hotter as well. So I think the Audis are going to perform better once that track temperature starts to rise. I think the Mercedes have done so well, and they've just been stomping the field so far, putting on an absolute clinic because the track temperature has been a little bit lower. We'll see it, and it also depends on which team is able to keep up with those changes in the track temperature as they happen and predict when they're going to happen before they even go out in the race car.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to watch what happens. They're seeing Mike Noble back into the pits now. That I was not expecting, because we saw Killian Ryan taking the car into the pit lane less than 40 minutes ago, less than 30 minutes ago, I think. So I wasn't quite expecting, unless they just didn't get anything done to that car. It was a case of Mike Noble just jumping in and taking it back out there. So we'll wait and see what's happening with that car there. But this is Dominic Blyer then in the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports machine, 555, currently in second place right now. And again, now we're starting to think about the business end of the race here. We've already done nearly 14-15 hours of this 24 hours of Spa, powered by powered by Mobileye, excuse me. And with this coming up to the business end, and what I mean by that is, the final couple of hours where the results really start to matter now. It's where things really start to kick off. We made the analogy earlier on, both myself and DJ Clark and Paul Jeffrey as well, that this type of endurance racing is quite similar in terms of strategy to NASCAR racing, in terms of the entire 80%, 85% of the race is just building you up for that final 10%, 15% of the race here. That final 1 hour, that final 2 hours is where you make all of the big moves.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more to that too. I will say the one difference in this is that there are no cautions, there are no safety cars. These guys are going to go out here and it's basically go as fast as you can for 24 hours. And obviously, I do say that maybe 95 or 99.9% for 24 hours, because there is nothing to kind of re-rack and stack up the field where you do need to basically make sure you win or lose the race with 10 laps to go, or a green, white, checkered in NASCAR. So I will say that's the only difference. But you are completely right though, because you can win or lose the race in the last hour or 2 hours, and you need to make sure that you mind your P's and Q's for the first 22 and a half, just to make sure that you're even in with the shout to win in that last little bit. And part of that comes from working the race backwards. So when do I need to start pitting to make sure that I can A, make it on fuel, and B, have sort of a safety factor, right? I'm an engineer, so I build a safety factor into everything I do, whether it's not like 2 or 3 times or 6 times, maybe 10 times, like building a bridge. You do kind of make sure that you maybe have a lap or 2 of safety factor, just to make sure you don't run the car out of fuel, or the car is out there on track for a little bit too long, because these drivers are required to do a 65-minute stint time or less. If you go over that, you get a drive-through penalty. And here, driving through just the pit lane, this is if it isn't the longest, I'd be shocked, but I think it's the longest pit road for sure in the championship calendar, as well as in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's 80 seconds just to drive all the way down through there, not even stopping in your pit box.
And that is, from experience, that is a frustrating amount of time. You know, you're constantly jumping up and down in your sim rig, waiting for that suddenly to be shortened, but it never is. It feels like an absolute eternity, and then you've got the pit stop. So again, that makes it even more important not to get the likes of, say, a drive-through penalty here. I think a drive-through penalty would be a kiss of death at this circuit specifically, but again, you also then don't want to be making any mistakes that damage the car and mean that you've got to make an unnecessary trip down the pit lane to potentially get repairs here. As we switch to having a look at Lucas Mattea for Racing Point here. This is the battle for 6th and 7th position here. You can see one of the cars a lap up there. I believe that is actually the Audi. In fact, that is the number 66 Audi, so that's a lap down. That's Igor Rodriguez in between Lucas Mattea there and David Pinizza. You can see Pinizza just in the background. Let's have a little talk about these Mercedes then, Austin, because obviously, as we said, over the course of the race, it was an Audi start to the race. They were doing very well. Well, it was actually a Ferrari start to the race because that was taking the lead for quite a while as well. But the Audis were looking so strong, and as you said, the temperature seems to have affected them quite significantly because Stasenko's now down in 8th position. We've got the number 66 away down in 21st position. Louis Rotor's still staying strong in that 110 machine. But the Mercedes just now, I mean, obviously you've got the Unicorns a lot, massively respected and well-loved franchise here within sim racing and within Assetto Corsa Competizione. Bastian Richter, Tobias Pfeffer, Tobias Grunwald and Michael Tauscher behind the wheel of that. But other than the temperature, is there anything else you think at play with the Mercedes that's explaining why they are so strong right now?
Well, at this point in the race, you know, it's hard to pinpoint exactly it unless they just had, again, the setup that was really just finely attuned to the cooler temperatures out on the racetrack. And once we see if it gets hotter and the Audis start to come back into just being the dominant form that they were in the early parts of this race, I think we attribute it to that alone. But as DJ and you talked about it earlier today, it goes back to balance of power as well. And that means because there's so many cars in this basically homologated class, if you don't know what that means, they try to make all the cars be competitive with one another. It's basically the reason you can have just I'm not going to say run of the mill, but any old Aston Martin going up against a McLaren car, and in real life they'll be pretty close to one another on the racetrack, but they won't be within tenths of a second of another after lap after lap after lap on a race course. So they might add maybe a little bit more fuel, a little bit more ballast, take some wing on, take some wing off, and basically try to put these cars in a little box to say, hey, you could lap 5 seconds faster than you are right now, but there's this other class that also meets our specifications, and every car in this class needs to be within about 1 second or so of a lap time. And I think the Mercedes, they got a little bit of a help with the BOP, and they might just be really strong here as well. But it's so hard to say because I just haven't gotten a whole lot of time with ACC ever since they did that big revamp with all the setups and stuff, 2 or 3 months ago. I mean, it was down to a science for a long time, and then they went ahead and flipped everything upside down, and it's just been really rough to get a lock on what's going on since then.
If that's was that the 1.8, 1.9 update that came out a couple of months ago? Because I've not been in ACC for months as well. For me personally, what I experienced after that update was that the parity across the field, like you had some cars that were significantly favourites, and you had some cars that were absolute dogs you didn't want to go near. And what I found, especially even broadcasting since then, is that the field has massively evened out. Like there's now so many more manufacturers involved. And you mentioned about the Mercedes as well. It's interesting though, because they were actually hit with the BOP. They were given an extra 20 kilograms of ballast, which I thought would have hampered them down, but maybe they're enjoying actually having a little bit more weight. Talking of the balance of performance, obviously it's a custom BOP that runs here at this championship, and it changes race by race. So the custom BOP for this race, the Audi gets 15 kilograms of ballast, the Aston Martin Racing gets 25 kilograms of ballast removed, the Bentley gets 40 kilograms of ballast removed, Honda gets 30 kilograms removed, the Lamborghini gets 5 kilograms of ballast added, The McLaren gets 15 added and the Merc gets 20 added. And again, we're kind of seeing the effects of that, but just a little bit about the McLaren there, because we did see Grantas Caracas there being passed by Manuel Pop and not really offering up too much of a fight, mostly because it's not for class, so it doesn't really affect Grantas Caracas in that position as well. But let's talk about that McLaren Veloci, because as we came into the race here, they were leading the championship, and they have had a really, really difficult day. They had a difficult opening. They had contact with some of the other cars. There was a bit of damage to that car to come all the way outside the top 30. And what an absolute effort the team have made of Luke Whitehead, George Boothby, Grantas Caracas and Maciej Malinowski to get that car back into the top half of the field, given that it is quite obviously not on the same level right now as the other cars. They're really struggling for facing that, dealing with that early damage and dealing with an early setback, Austin.
Yeah, well, you go back to talking about determination, right? I mean, this is just a group of drivers that's determined to go ahead and do their absolute best until the finish of this race. And you saw a lot of cars. I believe one of our podium finishers last championship round in Kyalami was upside down at the midpoint of the first lap, like after the first couple corners going down the backstretch at Kyalami. They were the car that flipped upside down. Technically, you couldn't even see what car it was because all you saw was the undercarriage of it. You just saw a big carbon fiber sheet and four tires. So that just goes to show what you can do in 9 hours. Now imagine what you can do in 24 hours. Unfortunately for that 912 team, it hasn't gone their way in terms of them being fast enough to claw their way back up into a top 5 or even a podium position. But you just talk about that, that grit in your teeth, and you want to get out there and basically prove to the world how well you can do, and they're just out there trying to do that. Not to mention, this is a race. It's fun to drive a race car. It's fun to drive a race car around Spa, and these 24-hour races are fun. It's fun to do this kind of stuff with your friends.
It absolutely is, and just talking about that, the pace level, it's something that we've spoken about, at length earlier on, and it's a great point to bring up again here, is the level of difference in terms of the pace of these cars. You might think, P35, they're not a very good driver. Well, you couldn't be further from the truth, given that in qualifying we had 32 cars, I think 32 cars, I was around about, were separated, Austin, by just 1 second. Separated by just 1 second. I mean, that's the difference between being on top of the world and feeling really, really disheartened with the race.
Yeah, and that's just what you talk about too, like, oh man, running in dead last in a field full of 45 cars. You see Manuel Pop side by side here going down the Kemmel Straight. Not too much of fighting going on there for Aston Martin, of course. Currently 18th position overall, silver class driver number 7, Aston Martin. But that's just what, even the team that's dead last in 45th place out of 45 cars, you take that same team and you put them racing against almost anybody else in the world, and they're going to look like aliens. But it's just what you'll have when you got one group of aliens racing against 45 other groups of aliens. There's always going to be the worst group of aliens out there on the racetrack, and unfortunately, this is just the harshness of it. There's a fast group and the slowest group, and you go ahead and take those aliens somewhere else, and they'll be dominant. So there's always going to be the slowest person.
Yeah, if you look at the slowest group, you'll see, if you look very hard, I'm desperately there trying to actually get into that slow group, but it never actually happens. Manuel Pop, we're watching here for Get Closer Racing. We saw just getting past one of the lap cars of Riley Murdoch in the number 38 Ferrari. That is the STR Esports machine that he was making his way past there. That's another point actually now, with 9 hours left to go in this race here. It's not now just a case of racing out there on track against the cars that are beside you, but now you're constantly having to navigate this flow of lap traffic. And I've been very impressed today, Austin, with the efficiency and the behaviour of these drivers, the awareness of these drivers to move out the way, and that's mostly what they're doing. They're just like, I'm not even going to be involved in this. You take the position.
Yeah, that kind of tapered off, especially once you got into the night times as well. But that's just something you have where drivers are, you're a little bit sleepy, you're kind of tired, you're less aware of the situation and everything that's going on around you. You see the blue flags, but it's just hard to continue to have that mental acuity. But I think it's also too that Spa is one of those tracks where this is just a mecca for GT3 racing. So for it to be on ACC, it's hard to not run ACC and not run at Spa. So I think everybody's just a lot more familiar with Spa. It's a more wide open track where you do have some decently long straightaways in between some of these corners, and everybody just kind of knows what to do when you're a slow car, knows what to do when you're a faster car overtaking. And I feel like it's whenever you can get all the drivers on the same sort of page, you'll have that efficiency and speed with the ease of passing.
For me as well, I always wonder about this point in the race with just under 9 hours to go. This tends to be the real workhorse part of the race here. This is when the drivers just knuckle down. They've likely gotten rid of any of the battles that are going on. Certainly as we see through the track here, the battles are now going to come down to strategy rather than onto the track that they're fighting on. And this is now where the drivers have to knuckle down. They have to hit their marks every single lap, get that consistency in. And it can be quite a lonely part of the race here, because you're on autopilot, you're just cracking these laps in, you're navigating the lap traffic while trying to be as fast as you possibly can. For some drivers they prefer it. For me, this is the bit that I'm not particularly keen on, because I like having drivers around me that I'm fighting for position. I like having that constant challenge, but this bit, it feels like the drivers kind of, Austin, left to their own devices a little bit.
I couldn't agree more with that. I will say it's not my particularly favorite part of the race to race in either, because you are separated, but it's also just that point of the race where, all right, you're in the final stretch now. You're getting down into the last third of the race, and this is the point where you're like, the end is in sight, you just want to get there. It's sort of like the last couple of days of vacation where you start to think about how much of a pain in the butt it is going to be to pack up all your stuff and then go back home and then unpack everything, get ready for work. You kind of just wish you were home already so you could get started. It's that kind of point in the race right now. And if you thought you were lonely or just clicking off laps in the middle of the night, like 3 a.m. local time, this is a different sort of clicking off laps and loneliness. Like in the middle of the night, you don't mind the loneliness, you don't really think about it, you're just clicking off laps because there's no end in sight. You're just kind of in the thick of things. It doesn't really matter too much. But anymore, the loneliness is kind of weird, and you don't like it as much because you feel like you should be battling, and you just kind of miss that competition that you're used to having. And the end is so close to where you are right now, you just wish it would happen already.
Well, we don't have to worry about loneliness for too much longer, because we do actually have a battle on track. This is the for P22. Just now you can see the Ferrari just ahead of 49 G League Esports JJ Tech machine, currently being driven by Vaskin Simonian just now behind the wheel. Matheus Latayo fighting him off in the race Esport team there. That was a great run out of that final chicane. No idea how that Audi managed to get so much traction out of the final corner there. So run down to the source there. Surely it's not going to be around the outside, but the Ferrari breaks earlier than the Audi, leaves them to the outside line here, and they're going to still be fighting. Again, that Ferrari, that's where it's losing the time there, just that little bobble of traction as it's trying to get its hand down. And I think that Audi is well and truly going to have that moved on. But it's going to be this run along the Kennel Straight here where the Ferrari goes. The Ferrari goes wide, has to cut to the pit exit line there, cuts back in, and that is almost going to certainly hand that position over back to the Audi there, Austin. That could have been a very dangerous moment there for that 49 car, but thankfully Vaskin was able to avoid disaster.
Yeah, I tell you what, Simonian was about one car width from putting that thing into the wall completely, and I'll tell you why the Audi got so much traction off the corner. I think his rear tires is what's going on with that. I think the Ferrari, I think Simonian burned up his rear tires. That's why you saw him overshoot the entry to that final chicane in the lap, and then you saw him really have a difficult time getting that thing turned around in the center. And of course, Matheus goes in there, and he was easily just able to cut up that Ferrari and put the Audi exactly where he wanted to and made that pass. And I tell you what, he made it look easy, and he's going to continue to pull away, especially out of these lower speed corners. And I think it's just that Ferrari burning off the rear end way too early.
For sure. Just having a look and checking up on the penalties. I did see one from about 5 minutes ago where there was a penalty fought between the cars 678 and the 26. Now the 678, that's the Armenterio machine, the Ferrari 296, and then the 26, that is the Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, and that is a 15-second time penalty for collision on lap 361. So Wild Things Racing getting a 15-second time penalty for the collision there. And again, we've spoken about that all through the race here, but again, getting penalties, that is just not what you want to have. And also noticing that the Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, they're the pretty much only one still in that Bentley. Now, the Bentley was a car that I absolutely loved back in the day, but I just don't seem to be seeing Austin getting much in the way of competitive support.
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more. You're just going to have that, right? Where one car, just due to that support, whether it comes from the factory or just other people kind of out there in community, just kind of struggles to find that competitive edge or advantage versus the rest of the field. As you can see, Vasquez Simone, and he continues to lose time. That car is an absolute handful for him. He's sliding around every direction. I'd like to see how hard he pushes here into Lake Ham to see if that rear end slides around. And yeah, it's a very ginger through this complex of corners, and it's so easy because of the low-speed nature of them to go ahead and get that car to lazily spin out on him. And he's doing a good job to handle just how loose a car that is. I think he's got his hands full.
And at that point as well, it's almost like a self-perpetuating circle, because the harder the car is to drive, the harder you have to drive it, the harder you're pushing, the more it deteriorates, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And to be fair though, Vasquez is not dropping off as quickly as I thought he was going to from Matheus Leito. It could be that he's maybe just starting to find a second grip or a second lease of life with that car, but certainly from what we're seeing just now, he was doing a 2:19.4 that last lap round. We'll wait and see what he comes round to do next time round, but that gap looked to be about a second, 1.2 seconds, now starting to come down quite quickly.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where it's just a vicious circle, right? The rear axle, it doesn't have a whole lot of grip. The more you spin it, the more hotter it gets, right? The more it gets heat in those rear tires, and the less grip they have. The less grip they have, the more you spin them, the more heat you put in them. So it just continues to get worse and worse as time goes on. But I'm glad you mentioned that. It looks like he's kind of found a second wind in this car. We'll see if he can come back at the Audi of Lateo just up the road. I'm curious to see if he can. I'm skeptical though, and I'll tell you why. I just, if the car handled that poorly for that long, I just don't see it being able to come back and challenge again to take back that 21st position.
You mentioned there about cars kind of going out of favour with the drivers here. Here's my pitch, right? Hear me out on this. I think we need to have a 24-hour race where you're only allowed to pick from either the Jag, the Reiter Engineering RAX, and the Lexus. Just those three cars for 24 hours. That I think would be absolutely amazing.
I'd love to see that myself. I think that'd be really cool. As you can see, Vasquez here getting total lap done. I believe that's by the overall leader in the 4 car. Yes, it is. Going a little bit close there on the apex of that corner. Just cutting it a little bit to go ahead and get by and leave that 49 car all the space he needs. I'd love to see that. I think that's a fantastic idea. David, you should continue to pitch that. But I'll tell you what I'd be worried about there too. As soon as you make guys pick their least favorite of the cars, they're going to pick their favorite of the least used or least favorited cars, you know what I mean? So everybody might pull up and maybe, 75% of the field is in a Jag or something.
Yeah, I think that'd be amazing, and just force them to, deal with what they've got, or they get one chosen to them, assigned at random. I think that would be amazing as well, and just kind of even out the performance and just make it a nice race with all these cars that we haven't seen for very long at all. In fact, to be honest, in my whole time doing sim racing commentary, I don't think I've seen the Jag, I don't think I've seen the Writer Engineering REX at all in any sort of competitive racing. Such, I guess, is the cars we see into pit lane. Then that is Dominic Blyer for the 555 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports, going in to take on a fresh set of boots with 8 hours and 42 minutes left to go here. So again, that's going to be dropping that car a little bit further down here. Strategy is going to play out a big part here at Spa for the 24 hours. Again, we've seen it play massively into the hands of all of the Mercs right now. But what we do have to keep an eye on, though, is Louis Rotors in the 110 machine in third position for Bipperman Racing, because they are going to be trying to sneak up as well as the fastest lap goes to Leon Opoki in the Mercedes AMG in that 4th position. Just now back on board with Alberto Garcia for Lamborghini Esports team in that number 63. Now we saw that car being piloted by David Tinitza, having a little bit of a spin at the final corner there, but it's Alberto Garcia, and you can see, just like us here, the sun starting to rise there where he is just now, or at least I thought it was, and then realised that it's actually the light from his monitor, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's just how bright it is. And yeah, I think as you can see him going around the lap, you can see the light in the rest of his room kind of changing, especially on his face. And they were talking about that a lot. I think it was Arjuna and Jesse talking about the different kind of setups that people have in their rooms, whether you darken the rest of the room and just have a bright monitor, or maybe you have dim lighting in the rest of the room and kind of dim your monitor as well. And this is one of those situations where he wants a very bright monitor and the rest of his room to be extremely dark.
Yeah, blackout blinds are very, very common as well, to completely remove any external ambient light from that and allow you to fully concentrate. From experience, there is nothing worse than when you're doing an endurance race and the sun, for whatever reason, because it always happens usually. I love how that's an oxymoron, always happens usually. But when you've got a window in the room that you're racing in, there's always at some point of the day you're going to have the sun on your monitor, and yeah, it makes it very, very difficult. That's why I love racing in VR, because it completely removes that issue. But again, with some of these drivers actually racing for that, I wonder, Austin, how much of an issue is physical fatigue during these races? I'd imagine that it'd be different things for those drivers doing triples and those drivers doing VR.
Yeah, well, so I'll get there, but first a story about why I wish I had VR sometimes, or at least just the glare on monitors. I was actually in the 24 hours of Spa once, and it became morning for me, so my family comes in and my mom opens up this, back when I was still with my parents, opens up all the blinds in the living room, and of course they're directly behind my monitor, so behind my back, in front of my monitor I should say, and all of a sudden I can't see anything. It's getting a little bit dark at this time of the day in Spa, so I can't see a single thing, so I have to make her come back in the living room and close absolutely every blind just to try and take out as much light as possible, and that's just what you have. I'm so glad you touched on the fact that glare always, sometimes, usually happens in these race cars, and it's very hard to deal with. It's hard to completely get all the glare out, and that's when you see some monitors kind of have a matte finish to try and reduce that glare, but it's just something that's always going to happen. Back to your second question, though, about the fatigue in these races. I always feel like 1 hour at a time is fine. 2 hours is okay. I'll start to lose my attention span at about the hour and a half mark. Anything after that, though, it just, my brain starts to fatigue, my muscles start to fatigue. If I do more than like 6 hours in a day, my knees just start to hurt. I don't know if that's the way I'm braking, or maybe I'm just like getting old way too fast or something, but that it genuinely starts to happen, where usually my knees really start to feel it at the end of, especially I've done a 3-hour stint before, and you're just exhausted by the time you're done. And Spa is one of those racetracks where you need to be so committed to every corner, and for some of those corners as well, especially on the second half of the track, there is only one single line to take, and if you do anything on the outside of that, you're probably going to go spinning off, careening into one of the tire barriers on either side of the track. So it's just one of those things where you're mentally fatigued It's hard. It's physically hard to think at the end of these, but you're also physically fatigued as well, where it's really difficult to finally get up and out of your sim rig and maybe go hit the John when you're done with a stint.
Wholeheartedly agree with you. I want to come back to your story about the 24 hours of Spa in a minute, but just to finish off on and to follow up on that, again, from my personal experience, I've always been, or for the last couple of years, I've been exclusively racing on VR, and for me, I feel like it is so exhausting having that screen, that really hot screen strapped right to your face. I love the immersion. I cannot think of going back to screens for an endurance race, but yeah, certainly, and having been in a real car as well, you don't have the physical forces that exhaust you. You don't have the heat in the real car that drains you and makes you very, very tired. So in some ways you're exercising less, which I think would contribute to your kind of muscles stiffening up there, Austin. But also in the other way, I think it's more mentally fatiguing as well. Going back to your 24 hours of Spa story there, we have to ask then, how did you get in touch with your parents to get that blind closed again then? Was it the stereotypical shout of mum?
Yeah. Mom, hey, please close the blinds behind me. I can't see anything. I don't want to be the person that wrecks the car. And
you'll not be the first person. You'll definitely not be the last Austin to do that. I love how some things never ever change. Back to the race then though, this is a race leader. That is the cool, calm and collected face in the bottom right of Bastian Richter in the lead of this race ahead of Louis Roters in second position. We're in the middle of a pit stop flow just now. Team Unicorns are Love firmly in control of this race. 388 laps round of Spa in the books here, and he looks like he's only just done one or two. Such is the calmness on the face of Bastian Richter, a very well-known name within the sim racing community, as are the rest of that Unicorns of Love Mercedes AMG team. Bastian Richter, Tobias Pfeffer, Tobias Grunwald and Michael Tauscher. Not one of those names you would associate with being slow.
No, you certainly wouldn't. I've also, just looking at his kind of cockpit camera there, I don't think I've ever seen a skylight in a sim rig room before. That's the first one for me, and I'm not against it.
It's see, personally, I do quite like getting a lot of light in, and the thing is with skylights is that they usually, and I'm looking at it there, they usually don't have the ability to destroy your screen or destroy your eyes when you're sitting there. So no matter where the sun is during the day, it's always going to provide a nice ambient amount of light, and you still be able to concentrate on your racing. So yeah, it's fairly common over here in the UK, with depending on where you are in the country, but a lot of houses, especially if they've had, say, like loft conversions and things like that, they have skylights in here. That is a topic of conversation I never thought we would be going down, but I'm with you. I think it's an alright idea to have a decent amount of ambient light in there.
Yeah, they're not very common over here in the States. At least I've rarely seen them whenever I've been in somebody else's house, but I like them a lot. I like how it's that nice bright white light, instead of that yellowy garbage you get from some of those things, because I really enjoy that just natural light where it's very, very blue instead of being very yellow. Riding on board here with Alberto Garcia. This is looking out the back end of his car over that rear wing. Another Ferrari just behind him, and this is for a battle overall on the track. So Garcia currently in the 9th position. You've got Hanzik just behind him in 10th position. This is not a battle in class, this is just track position, kind of just pride at this point. And obviously Garcia, a pro driver, doesn't want to get passed by a silver driver, but it's not really going to hurt him to just maybe lift a little bit here or kind of pull over to the side of the track at the end of the straightaway. We'll see if Hanzik goes for it. Thought better of it, backed out of it there, David.
Yeah, so just for a little bit of context there, Garcia was actually behind Jardier a couple of laps ago there, the Lamborghini pushing to get past that silver class driver of Jaroslav Honzik in the 296 Yaz Heat car. got the position done, and we caught the tail end of that with Honzing trying to get that position back. That is a very dirty looking Lamborghini right now, but as you said, it's not for class, it's not for any relevancy for Jardier and Jaroslav Honzing, so you don't have to fight it. Just let the car go, let it roll off, do your own thing. You're in silver class, third place for silver just now. That is not to be sniffed at, so a very, very good running for the Asi. Again, they're another team in that 296 here who have had mixed runnings, shall we say, through the season so far. We're in, second place at Bathurst, and then just had an absolute disaster at Kyalami. So that currently puts them in 4th position. So again, with double points on offer here, Austin, you really have to focus on getting a good points-paying position for this championship.
You certainly do, and I thought it was really cool, but unfortunate for some drivers, fortunate for other ones, that if you had a bad run at Bathurst, you had a great run at Kyalami, and if you had a bad run at Kyalami, you most likely had a pretty darn good run at Bathurst. So we kind of left the Kyalami with most of the field on a pretty darn equal level playing field points-wise, and it was kind of cool to see that happen. And you start to see some championship competitors emerging now that we've seen, maybe a good run at Bathurst, bad run Kyalami, good run at Spa, or the inverse of that, or bad run at Bathurst, good run at Kyalami, and another good run at Spa. So you're starting to see the real championship competitors emerge, but I think it's going to continue to stay close. And just looking at the racetracks that comprise the rest of this championship season schedule, I think you're going to continue to have that kind of up-down that goes and comes with endurance racing.
Well, you mentioned the race is still to come. We're at the halfway point of the season. We head off next month to Suzuka, off to Japan for the 10 hours of Suzuka. And then we're over at your neck of the woods, Austin, in September for the 8 hours of Indianapolis. Two very, very different tracks compared to Kyalami, to Bathurst, to Spa. Suzuka is a bit of a nightmare track. It is a properly technical track. I love it because your eyes are on stocks for the majority of the 10 hours. The Indianapolis, I think strategy is going to play a lot of factor in that race.
Oh, I completely agree. I also really like how you talked about Suzuka as well, because it's just one of those racetracks where you only have 2 spots to breathe, and apart from that, it's just left, right, left, right, left, right, and it's not as easy as left, right, left, right. It's super technical too, because every single corner has almost a very just a different radius with how you attack it. You're on the throttle for different times, and you just have to control and manhandle the car around there. But it's different for every single corner, even though it kind of looks a little bit easier, maybe from sort of an aerial view. And I've never been proud of a race at Suzuka, and I think that's a true testament to just how challenging of a track it is.
It really is, and Suzuka is one of those circuits where you do a 4-hour stint in the car and you look around, you're like, wait, where's the time gone? Whereas Indianapolis is a track where you do 20 minutes in the car and you feel like you've done 4 hours. It just is such a comparative difference to the tracks. One is so tight, twisty, technical and ferocious, and Indianapolis, I feel, is a very open, laid-back track, kind of like Daytona.
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that's not to say that either one is bad. At Daytona International Speedway, that 24-hour road course there, one of my favorite tracks of all time.
Same,
Absolutely
yeah.
love how simple it is. I think it's awesome. I think it's fast. Indianapolis is much more the same way, especially when they got rid of that carousel that the F1 cars used to run there forever and ever. Now you just have that fast kink that you saw the Indy cars and NASCAR start to use for a long time. So, and I think that took a lot of the finesse out of the middle portion, the middle sector of that track, if you will, and I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm really excited to see these cars go around Indianapolis and Suzuka again. I feel like you're right. Suzuka, it's going to be up to the driver. In Indianapolis, I think you're going to have to bring in a lot of strategery if you want to do well, or maybe take your car from like a 10th place to a top 5 or even a podium.
One of the other points that we were talking about as well with Paul Austin was the difference from what I've noticed in my time covering these SRO events and from covering Assetto Corsa Competizione high profile events in general. And there's a part of me that would dread doing them. I love, anything that I can do to try and help in my part, pushing up the profile of the sport and something that I absolutely love. But sometimes in these high profile events, you were just going to get calamity and chaos in droves. And it's something that I've noticed this season, not just with this championship, but maybe it's been the update or maybe it's whatever, but it just seems totally different now. It just feels like everything's clicking into place, and it looks like the sport we're trying to represent that it is, this wonderful expression of drivers, all mucking in for 24 hours or whatever, all driving as hard as they possibly can, but driving firm, fast and fair. And that's exactly what we seem to have had in this race. We haven't had the 20-car pileup that we would normally see on a sprint race. It's all been, epic racing. And yes, we've got 8.5 hours to go, and yes, it could all go to hell in a handbasket, but we've had these 16 hours, or these 15.5 hours, and they've been just epic.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I'm really glad that we're starting to see the entirety of sim racing kind of go in that direction. There's obviously weird things can happen, but sometimes weird things can happen in real life too. You might have a 10 or a 12 car pile up, but I automatically go back to the first lap at Kyalami, right? But today has been, in my opinion, very akin to the real life 24 hours of Spa, where you just have a bunch of drivers and everybody's just kind of like getting along and realizing that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and we're all just trying to get through this 24-hour race together and in one piece at the end of it. I'm really proud and happy to see that this is so much like real life, where everybody's out there just doing their own thing, and there hasn't been something where you say like, yep, that's a simulator race right there, or some old guy goes, oh, there's some damn video games.
Sorry, I was listening and then I lost it at the end there when you did that American accent. See, now if I did it, that would be rude and offensive, but you did it, that's amazing. Part of me wants to get you to do the rest of this broadcast in that accent. That would be... whereabouts do you... That accent, where do you base that on? Where does that come from?
Just
the deep south.
I'm not sure. And as for doing the rest of the broadcast in that accent, I simply don't reckon I could.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm going to take a very quick second out here to have a chat with our YouTube audience. Jane Parker is out there just now. He is asking some questions about a settle course competition in general. What is the best car in the game right now? And Glimrel has rightly answered that there is no per se best car in the game. The whole point of this is it's whatever the best car is for you, whatever the best car is for these drivers. Again, asking about setups as well. It's a hotly contested issue, and I'm going to be very controversial here and say that setups are, if you're beginning to learn the game, if you're beginning to learn the sim or whatever, setups are completely the wrong place that you need to focus on. You do not need to worry about setups. You can just pop it on whatever car you're in, pop it on the aggressive setup. You need to learn the car. You need to learn how the car handles, how the car drives, these specific traits. For instance, the Merc has a completely different driving style, for instance, to the BMW or to the Porsche. How does it act on acceleration? How does it act on braking into the corners? What does the weight transfer do? You need to learn all that sort of stuff. You can't ever skip that stuff, and it'll change with patch to patch as well. So you need to put the time in, do time trials, do hot laps by yourself, and just drive the car about. If you're at least a second slower than everybody else around you, it's you that's the problem. It's not the setups. Change the setup won't change anything. So work on the car, work on your own development, and then you can play around with the setups, learn what the setups do, because a lot of people fall into the trap thinking they can just go and get a setup and pop it in and suddenly they're going to be esports ready. That's not how it works, and it plays massively, it looks over massively all of the work that these teams do day by day by day. If you want to check it out, for instance, a lot of these teams will do live streams where they're going through the engineering part of working out these cars. I know Coach David Cadby, they sell setups, but they also do, more specifically, a YouTube stream of their engineers testing the cars and doing all of the setup changes and going through it live on stream and talking through with each other. So that's exactly what you have to do. You just have to put the work in, learn the car, learn the changes that the car's going to make, and then get taken out at lap 1. So Austin, I think that was a summarised version of how to be an esports professional.
I think it was. I want to touch on two things about that. First off, I love the end of that. Just get taken on a lap 1. Yeah, that's
realistically.
Finally decided to put all this time, effort, and energy into learning a car, creating a setup, making sure it works really well for you. Good to see Dennis finally get around to that slower McLaren there. It was interesting to see him kind of shaking his fist at him like he could see him in real life through the back window or back, the mirror of his car. But obviously he will get heated in these just as he will everything else. But first off, I don't think you're wrong or controversial in saying you shouldn't just start off by getting a good setup and hopping into some car because it's fast at a track. Try the car, because they're all going to handle different, and they might handle a little bit differently at each and every track. But I'll tell you what, that Mercedes is going to handle closer to a BMW, because again, engine is in the front, right? Drive axles in the back, but it's going to handle much different compared to a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, or especially a Porsche, where the power plant is in the back, sometimes it's mid or rear engine. That's going to change a lot of the handling characteristics of these cars, and they all drive very differently, like you were saying too. You can put in a different setup and it'll change the handling of the car, but you can never put a setup into a Mercedes to make it drive like a Porsche. And if you're a Porsche driver trying to get it done in a Mercedes, you're just not going to be happy, you won't be comfortable, and when you're uncomfortable, you're not going to be fast.
And that's absolutely spot on. And again, it's the subtle things as well. Like, we're on board with Dennis Schoeninger here in the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports machine here, the 555. The way this thing handles is, it's obvious, because when you look at it on board, you can see the car very, very front heavy on that thing, which means that you kind of have to make sure that the back end of the car gets as much grip there as he clips the curb on the right hand side there. But again, that thing leads with its front, which means that, again, depending on how you've got the rear suspension, depending on how you've got the front suspension, it can hop, it can jump about under traction. When you're starting to push the car off, it can make it very easy. I remember in other platforms, in iRacing, the back end of the Mercedes notoriously easy to lose because of the way that does the physics. But with the more closely aspect, the more closely regulated part of these physics, I think is much more accurate to real life, and it does kind of represent the way that the real life car kind of goes up and down a lot more. So it's all these subtle nuances, and you only get to learn that, Austin, by putting the time in the car.
Yeah, no, completely agree, and that's just one of the things that you'll have, and it's I really, in iRacing again, I enjoy the Mercedes, and a set of course the Competizione. It's one of those things where I just feel like it's fun to drive all the different cars to get sort of a different experience all the time, and try to just keep the horizons open, because this is just a way different experience and a way different piece compared to iRacing, and it's very neat to have an entire sort of simulator experience just around that GT3 car, and especially the way that these things handled, and they've always handled very much more akin to how they do in real life, where you can actually save the car. I know for a long time, and David, you can probably recall this too, where in iRacing, if you got one of these GT3 cars just a little bit out of line, you weren't going to save it. You were either going to complete the rest of the lazy spin, or you were going to go flying off the track. Whereas in real life and in ACC, you could manhandle these things, and sometimes it would gain you time to do that, just like in real life. You got to get up on the steering wheel.
Yeah, for me, that's why my subscription hasn't been active for a very, very long time, or at least why I've not been using it for a very, very long time. It just, when you have the different platforms that are out there, and that's another topic that we can touch on later, is the volume of GT3 simulators we've got out there just now. We've got a Cell Course Competition, we've got iRacing, we've got Race Room, we've got Rennsport. There's so many different platforms out there and all of them vying for this market that we've got here. And a lot of these drivers will jump from sim to sim to sim to sim to sim and do different races throughout the week as well. It's it's very, very different. It is a wide platform, and it's strange because these GT3 cars, they handle exactly the same, and yet you've got a wide plethora in the sims of how they're represented.
Yeah, and it's weird too because they're all physics-based simulators, right? But how come physics in this, right? I mean, hear me out, right? I mean, you go in iRacing and it's supposed to be physics-based and it handles one way, and then you go in ACC, it's supposed to be physics-based and it handles a different way. Then you go ahead and you boot up Race Room and it's like, well, this is supposed to be based on physics and it handles somewhere in between both those things, and you kind of map it all out, and all of a sudden you got, you know, if it's 3 different simulators, it's a triangle. If it's 4 of them, it's a square. They're all just kind of doing their own separate little thing. And it's interesting to me that they can handle so differently from one to the next.
Do you know, it just immediately points in my mind. I need to go and jump on and make a meme of that 3 Spider-Men pointing at each other. That's exactly what it is, with all of the different sims vying for the realism stakes right now. Personally, I'm enjoying what we call being a sim racing peasant right now. I'm taking a break. I acquired myself a PS5 a couple of weeks ago. I bought a copy of GT7, Gran Turismo 7, and do you know what? I have not enjoyed myself having fun for about 4 years as much as I've done on there the past couple of weeks. It has just been amazing, enjoyable stuff. And for that brings up another thing as well. This level of performance, right? This is cutthroat. This is like right at the tippy top of esports, of sim racing, the best of the best of the best drivers. And for us normal people, and I'm going to put myself in that normal people because Austin, I know you're a very fast sim racing driver, so I'm not putting you in there. It's disheartening in some ways because these guys are awesome to watch, but then you race them, or one of these people appear in your server and you're like, right, okay, that's all F4 time. There's just no point even trying on that. Whereas I think with some of the more fun games, it's nice to have a bit of fun sometimes, and it's something I was speaking with Paul earlier on about. With this being a job, do you think that these guys are able to have as much fun?
Well, no, and I think that's why I've always been kind of, very much trying to make sure that I have a job and I like my job a lot and I love commentating, but I don't necessarily want to make, commentating my full-time job, because then I have to do my hobby for a living, and I think that'll take some of the fun out of it. Whereas I totally feel like I could drive a race car for a living. Like, that's like way far and above just a pipe dream. I totally want to drive a race car for a living. But I think you're right, especially when it's this kind of stuff. It's like when you take it so seriously, it's hard to just like put everything aside and play a video game, right? Gran Turismo 7, I put it in the same way as Forza. It's still a video game. It's got some arcadey aspects to it, but it's not just a super arcade game. And I can't blame you at all for picking up GT7 on your PlayStation and picking that up with just a controller and having an absolute blast. I will say, you probably got a steering wheel and pedals, right? Hook that up to your PlayStation, man. Like it is the perfect match of like you can still get the force feedback and stuff, and it's still relatively affordable or whatever, and it's still just I think it's just a perfect match when you can get wheel and pedals on a console, and it's sort of one of those half simulator, half arcade games, and that's that was Forza Motorsport 7 for me for a long time, and I think that's just the perfect place to be and stay if you want to pick it up once a week for a little while, because these guys, if they get out of the game for maybe a month or so, it's going to take them 2 or 3 months to get back to the same competitive level they're at to go ahead and do this within a couple of hundredths of a second, lap over lap over lap, compared to some of their other drivers, where if you play it on a console, you can pick it up for an hour a week or sometimes not touch it for an entire month. You come back and it's just like riding a bicycle.
Yeah, very easy to get back on. We've had some pit stops underway. Bastian Richter has pitted in Unicorns of Love, number 4 machine. Yuri Petchenko behind the wheel now of the 110 Audi. Andrea Capoccia in the number 1 Ferrari, 51 Ferrari in 5th position. David Pertile is behind the wheel of the 85 Aston Martin. Now that is a nice thing to see here. Now I think that will be shuffled out as the race goes on here, but the Aston Martins have decided to make a bit of a resurgence. We saw 3 of them trying to make their way into the top 10 earlier on. I believe it was Sven Hettich that was also involved there. He also had Killian Ryan Meenan up there as well in the 1-2-3. Now we have to keep an eye on Killian Ryan Meenan in that 1-2-3, because obviously that hardware disconnect will make it very, very nervous behind the wheel, I'm sure, of that 1-2-3 FFS Racing just now. But 8 hours 12 minutes left to go in the race. Yuri Petrichenko is who we are on board with just now in the Vipperman Racing Audi, the leading Audi at the moment. And the 110, that's Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, a car that has absolutely transformed as a car. The original Evo was a car that I was not a fan of whatsoever. Very, very fast and incredibly good handling, but it's one of those cars that I find just unpredictable in its handling. You go 9 times out of 10 in the lap around that corner and you'd be absolutely fine, and then the 10th time it would just decide to snap out and send you into the nearest wall there, Austin.
Yep, and you'll have that sometimes. You just have a disagreement with a car, or a car at a certain, particular part of a track or something. I'll tell you what, though, as we continue to ride on board here with Yuri Petrichenko in the 110 Audi car from Vipperman Racing, currently in the 3rd position, last car on the podium. He's been putting down lap times kind of very, very similar to our leader there, the number 4, Bastian Richter. The last lap they just put down was at 2:17.1. Since then, Bastian's gone out and he's put down to 2:16.8. That was his most recent lap time. So maybe Bastian was held up by a little bit of traffic. We'll see what Petrichenko can put down. Again, still a long way to the top. He's got a lot of distance to make up before he can fight for that lead. But with 8 hours left, anything can happen.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we're into the final sort of 3rd very shortly of this 24 hours race, the Spa 24 hours of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. It's Dave Chrisley and Austin Bilkey taking you through the next couple of hours here. And again, it's just been such an interesting race to commentate on, because there's been so many different moving parts here, Austin. So many things that have been going up and down and around, and strategy here has been the main thing here, I think, for this race here. There's not been any car that, for me, that's been absolutely dominant. The Mercedes does look good, but we've got more than the top 4, the top 3 Mercedes in the field there. There are more out there, so it always amazes me to say, when you hear people saying, oh, this car is overpowered, or this car is the best just now, and it's like, well, where's the rest of them? If that was the case, how come all of them aren't up at the top there? I remember the new Ferrari as well, a lot of people saying that was overpowered for a little while as well, and it's like, we've got one in the top 10, so it's great to see such a balance here.
Yeah, well, I think that just depends too, like what we were saying before. It's easy for somebody to say a car is overpowered, right? But why do you say that? Do you really actually know everything about the entire sim in its entirety, right? What are you basing this claim on, first off? And second off, if you put the Mercedes, right, in the hands of an extremely capable driver who really likes how the Mercedes handles, and it just suits their driving style, and it might be hard, for some of the people out there watching this thing to understand, but some drivers just really particularly like the feeling of some cars. You just get in, you don't need to think much about it, it just does what you want to. It's like an extension of your body. And the really good drivers can do that in any car, but some drivers, myself included, there's about maybe 1 or 2 cars I can do that with. So if I'm not in one of those 2 cars, I'm just some regular schmuck out there on the racetrack with everybody else. But I tell you what, you put one driver out there in the Mercedes who really likes to be in the Mercedes, I don't care who you put them up against, they're going to do extremely well versus everybody else. And it goes the same way for any driver and any different type of car. When you get that gel, that extension of the body, going to be almost unbeatable.
I could not have said that any better myself there, Austin. That was very, very eloquently put. We are currently riding on board with Cheng Li in the number 996 McLaren. They're just making their way through the crumb just now. In that Drive Just Boys Racing Team machine sharing the car with Xuning Gong, Yish Fan and Jihao Gu. And they are at the back of the field, but they are still going. They were at least a lap down in the first 2-3 hours of the race here, and again determination still keeping them going. There now within the top 40, 121 laps off the leader. But again, with this being an endurance race, it's it's all about just getting that car over the line. It's all about just competing and taking part. And let's not forget, a lot of these drivers, there's quite a big expense to be on this grid here.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to just throw away that entire expense just because you had a bad race. You stick this thing out and you see just how well you can do at the end of 24 hours. And again, there's always going to be one person who is the worst in the field of cars, but they're still doing a great job. They still want to showcase their talent. And it's still an amazing feat just to even make this field and be competitive at this rate. Just because you're multiple laps down doesn't mean you're doing that all based on pace. You can have one driver. We've seen a couple different, I'm going to call them hardware failures, because that's what it looked like. There's been no sort of confirmation as to what those were for or why they happened, but you'll just have stuff happen like that where you might lose power. One driver loses internet and you lose a couple laps at a time.
Well, I've got great news for you, Austin. It's certainly the first time during this stream for me. We've kicked off our first of the season, the first platform argument on YouTube, so that's always great to see.
I love it.
Never a dull moment, that it never gets stale, never gets dull. The fact that one platform is better than the other, and it's always Austin, I'm getting old. I'm 39, I'm hitting 40 this year, and I just feel like taking the entire community by the scruff of the neck and just saying, shh, let them enjoy what they enjoy. It's like, oh my goodness me, no platform is better than, at the moment, no platform is better than the other. They all have aspects that they are better at than the other, but there's no clear winner. Otherwise, everybody would be just flocking to that one. It's like, let them race what they race. If you race on mobile and you're racing, say, Real Racing 3, or you're racing on console, you're on Gran Turismo 7 or Forza or whatever, you're on a PC from 20 years ago and you still racing Grand Prix Legends, who cares? It doesn't matter. You're all still doing the same thing. We're enjoying sim racing. We're all absolute motorsport nuts. We're the ones that end up going watching stupid, obscure streams at 3 o'clock in the morning of some race that's happening in a completely different continent to us. That's who we are. We love racing. So let's get together around that, enjoy the sims for what we've got. Let's love the fact that where we are just now, we can take part in a 24-hour race where the majority of us will never be in the position to realistically race a GT3 car, and here we are talking about it, enjoying it as viewers, arguing with each other on the internet. What a life we lead.
Amen. I just like how people start to fight over stuff like that too, and I'm so glad you bring that up, because it's awesome to see that there's somebody else that thinks the same way like that. But this is a kind of a niche hobby, right? It's had this explosion in popularity over the last couple of years, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic deal, But it's really just, at some point, we can all just be happy that all these different platforms and simulators exist. So it's just neat that there's kind of different niches for whatever everybody likes to drive. And there's a lot of people that give me flack for enjoying oval racing, but it's some of the most fun I have behind the wheel of a fake race car.
Well, for me, the thing is, for me, I go through phases as well. And just to reassure you, we are still commentating on the race, we are still watching, but again, it's a little bit of a lull in things that are going on. Most of the cars split up by at least 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, so as soon as there's any action on track or anything changes, we will immediately jump back to that. But it's a nice little bit to have a little conversation. The other thing is, for me, I tend to go through waves of interest. So like, I was on the original Assetto Corsa for a while. I was loving doing the cruise servers. For me, there was nothing more fun than driving by the virtual Tokyo streets at night and being on the freeway among other cars, or maybe you're doing some drifting, or maybe you're doing something else. It's something that can tick almost any box.
Exactly, yeah. I'll do the exact same thing, whether it's, building plastic models or playing Minecraft for maybe a month at a time, and then you kind of just lose interest in it for a year, maybe a half a year, and then you get right back into it. Sim racing is one of those things too, where, if I get on my PC and do some sim racing for, 1 or 2 hours a week, that's all I do. And sometimes there's weeks where I do it for 10 or 20, just, it all depends on priorities and what you want to do for your hobbies at the end of the day. So good to see. People have lulls in their expectations, and some people that, this racing is their entire lives. It's all they want to do. They get home from work or from school, they hop right on the PC, and then they do this simulator racing.
But then, of course, there's the old part of me, the troublemaker part of me, Austin, the rebellious part of me, Austin, that loves stirring the pot sometimes. So very occasionally, especially if I'm, say, in a bad mood or something, I can't be bothered with it. I'll just be like, you're all wrong, Live for Speed is the greatest simulator ever made. And to be fair, there is some sort of semi-truth in that. That was one of the original ones that I did back in the day, and yeah, I've still got a lot of love for that. City driving and cops v robbers, and that is some of the greatest things you'll ever do, and you've never lived until you've taken an XFG around Blackwood. That is the life for me. But meanwhile, watching Igor Rodriguez back to the race that we actually do have on our screens just now in the 66 Audi for Williams Esports, of course sharing that car with some other pretty huge names. Tinko van der Velde, for example, Wojtek Fiala and Charlie Crossland behind the wheel of that car. Now that car was up in contention in top 5 earlier on, but now firmly down there outside the top 20. Now I believe from what I heard Jesse Lee, and again I might be putting two together here and getting 5, he was on about somebody called Charles having a disconnect. So I'm wondering if that was Charlie Crossland for the 66 having a disconnect through the night, and that would explain why they're down there.
Yeah, that was the Charles that disconnected when we were talking about that.
Oh, there we go. Right.
And why they're having such a bad run of it. It's that exactly. It just really it threw them down the field. I mean, they lost multiple laps because of it. So they went from basically having a competitive day. They probably didn't have the speed to win, not compared to that 4 car. That thing's been on rails, but they still turned a good day into a mediocre day.
And that's it. It's putting that effort in, putting the determination in, the grit, and trying to make the best out of a bad situation. But we're coming up to the top of the hour here, and what a race we have had so far as we click over towards the final third of the race of this 24 hours here at Spa. The Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye, rolls into its concluding stages, and you get the feeling that there's at least 2, 3, 4 dice rolls left for a lot of the teams. Weather is another factor, Austin, that we haven't even touched on. It's rained already significantly twice through the race so far. Average temperatures through all of the simulated runs of the weekend around about 20 degrees Celsius. We're already getting above that just now, or getting near that. But weather-wise, we're possibly going to have some more rain in the remaining 8 hours here. I wonder how much of a change that could potentially do to the order.
Well, it all just depends on when that rain comes, right? And how hard it is. If the rain comes and it's not hard enough to basically force these drivers onto wet weather tires, everything's going to stay how it's been so far. If the rain comes out and it's just before a bunch of teams have to pit, any team basically pitting just before you need to change onto those wet weather tires is going to benefit in a huge way, because they basically get to change to wet weather tires for free. They're already coming down pit road. You might as well either anticipate the change or come down a little bit early, just to make sure you're not losing a ton of time with that changeover. If you're a team that maybe is in the smack dab middle of your stint right now, you're on slick tires and you have to change on the wet weather tires, guess what? That's another pit stop you're going to have to make just to change into those wet weather tires, because if you don't, you're going to lose a lot of time out there, because either you won't be able to control the car, or it's uncontrollable. You know, it's either uncontrollable, you'll careen off the track, wreck and lose a ton of time, or in order to just keep the car on the track and not wreck it, you have to go so slow it's still not worth it. So it all depends when it starts to rain and when these teams are going to have to switch or make the switch to those wet weather tires. So lots of opportunities for some team that is just a little bit off sequence to come down pit road, change their tires, and really just capitalize on the changing weather conditions.
Dennis Shinningham now showing as 39 seconds behind the race leader, so that gap has gone down significantly to Bastian Richter just up in front there. So I'd be very interested to see what is going to be happening there. I think we're still in the middle of having pit stops coming through there. The thing with it is, what do you do, right, if you are Dennis Shinningham behind the wheel of that 555 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports machine here, Austin? They're desperate to get back in contention with Bastian Richter here. Any thoughts? Do you underfuel on every stop? Do you try and roll the dice strategy-wise?
Yeah, I mean, it all just depends on what these cars are doing already. It's really hard to say what exactly they're doing. I feel like underfueling could really help you, right? Again, these cars can make it much longer than 65 minutes on fuel. The reason they have to come down pit road every 65 minutes is because it's a rule, plain and simple. You have to do it, otherwise you get a drive-through penalty. That's at least an 80-second time penalty assessed to you basically immediately as soon as you go over that drive time requirement of 65 minutes. So if you underfuel the car, you get an extra couple mile an hour down the straightaways just because you're lugging around less weight. While also helping in the corners overall around the lap, you might gain a couple tenths of a second. But otherwise, there's only so much you can do, and the one thing you can do, the best thing you can do, is just to make sure you put your head down and you remain as mistake-free as possible. Just go out there and do what you're supposed to do. That's drive a race car fast. If you mind all your P's and Q's and do everything you can, you're doing your best. That's all you can do. You can't do more than your best. You either have to hope that the guy ahead of you has problems, or that you get really lucky and they don't.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think I'm underqualified for that job, Austin, driving the car fast. That is something that I am not within my boundaries to be able to do, but it's still great fun. Yuri Petrichenko here, we're seeing just behind some lap traffic just in front of him just now, and again, that Audi that's just in front of him, or is that a Ferrari? I can't quite tell.
That's a Ferrari.
So badly
mangled Ferrari.
Look at it, it's almost been reshapen. It's like one of those cars that you see on TikTok that have been like really badly remolded to look like something else. That's that is I think, though, to be fair, I think that is going to be a case of desync for that car, and what we mean by desync is where the car appears absolutely wrecked on the broadcast screen, but on the server it's actually fine. It can be a glitch on the game where, yeah, like I said, the damage state isn't properly reported, so the broadcast PC thinks it's absolutely total, but it just drives like a normal car, because for all intents and purposes it is a normal car. It just looks really, really poor. I'm sure it does the sponsors no help whatsoever there with the car looking like that. I mean, I've seen some wrecked cars in ACC, and even that is kind of taking the biscuit. Although maybe it's a new strategy for going up Old Rage and Radeon.
You never know. We'll have to see. Obviously, with that back wing there kind of pointing your one direction, it's going to give them a lot more downforce in one direction than it will the other. And let's just kind of slow down, pump the brakes here, right? You said desync. What is that's obviously short for desynchronized. So basically, one thing is out of sync with another, and basically whatever that is right now is just how that car looks. So right now, the server computer or the broadcast computer, it thinks that car has been badly mangled by making contact with something else, whether it's another car or a wall. Maybe it even thinks it went for a tumble, but to everyone else, including that driver behind the wheel, that to us, mangled-looking race car, it's probably in pristine condition. He hasn't hit a thing all day.
Yeah, for sure. And well, there we go. That's Yuri Petrichenko for Vipperman Racing getting past that lap Ferrari with relative ease. Just up in front is David Pertil. So this is for 6th position as well. So that is the racing point car, or would be put another lap down as well. Also seeing this this fight going on between further down Jan Willem van Ommen and Alexander Smolger, the 123 and the 888 as well. Again, not for position in class, but it is for position on track, and I wonder how important that is going to be. You can see Racing Points David Purtill in the bottom right, and again, one of the things that we constantly talk about here, Austin, the concentration, the dedication, the focus really that David has got on his face. Nothing else matters. Although, as I say that, taking a quick glance down to his left there, these drivers that have got multiple monitors or multiple multiple windows up at the same time, he'll be looking down at his left to check his car information, car stats, tyre stats, whatever. A lot of these drivers also streaming as well, so sometimes that little glance down to the right is to check chat and to see what everybody else is saying on their stream as well. So these drivers really do have to multitask. It's not just a case of driving the car that they've got.
Exactly, yeah. And some of these guys, real life can always happen as well. Getting a word here from race control. There was an incident between car 678 on lap 26 with on lap 361. And that is a 15-second time penalty to the number 26 car for causing a collision.
So that is the 26 of Wild Things Racing by Colex GG. Now, I was thinking, that sounded very familiar, that's fine. I did cover that a little bit earlier on, so I'm okay there. I was panicking thinking that was another penalty for Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, but that is the one that we talked about earlier on. Right, on to this little fight here, because onto the back of the number 60 Lamborghini is Jan Willem van Ommen for FFS Racing. That is the number 60 car just in front of him of Dario Ayumo, Leonardo Posco, Francesco Fidelibus, Lorenzo Mageni and Christian Colagrosso for VS Racing by Ballas Esport. Now, they are a pro car, but they are significantly down the order. They have had an absolute nightmare through this race today, and they are currently all the way outside of well, they're just inside the running at the 30th position. So again, yeah, it's not where you want to be, but I guarantee that 30th position is not where they're going to be in 8 hours time. It's amazing to see how much progress can be made in such a short space of time here, Austin.
Yeah, exactly. Looking here at Jan Willem van Ommen here in the number 123 Aston Martin. This car, I tell you what, they've been in fighting shape pretty much all day as well. Good to see for them. Unfortunately, kind of on the back foot. Whoa, going for a big old slide there. Talk about being on the back foot. That is not something you want to have happen, especially in that part of the course. But again, Hendricks starting to get away from this Aston Martin here. They were fighting for, I remember, as high as P2 at about the 14th to 12-hour mark left in the race. So unfortunately, they've kind of fallen towards the back foot. We'll see if they can get pointed in the right direction.
If you remember, I was showing a little bit of concern for the gap between Bastian Richter and Dennis Schoeninger, the 4 and the 555 car. That's now gone up by about 2.5 seconds, so I guess that panic kind of over for the moment. Lap traffic will be playing its course in that one. You can see the 888 machine just behind Jan Willem van Ommen. Just now, he's trying to make his way through there as well. He's currently a lap down on the rest of the field there, but again, once we get into this is where the time screen starts to act up a little bit and starts to have a little bit of fun with us, because it makes it very, very difficult. But you can see there that Smolder is just in the background there, so looking very, very menacing indeed.
Yeah, you can see obviously putting a lot of forces through that wheel. Another driver using one of those ultra-wide monitors. Another very, very brightly lit room as well. Yeah.
He obviously likes having quite a lot of sunshine there. Again, what I love as a gear nerd, I love looking at people's setups and trying to judge it. Well, not trying to judge it, trying to decipher what they're using.
Yep.
So again, that looks like, what is that? Is that a Thrustmaster wheel? That's my wheel. That's the RT300, is it?
Yeah, to me, I think it looks more like a Logitech, either a G29
I
or
originally thought that. I thought it was maybe a Logitech, but yeah, I think you might be right. I think that's exactly what it is. But again, there's an interesting point, actually. We've spoken at length about the different sim racing platforms that are out there, Austin, but again, I think there's never been more variety in the ways of the hardware that's available for sim racers to get into this sport and to enjoy it.
Yeah, especially the high-end ones as well. I remember back in the day, at least with every YouTube or Twitch streamers I watched, it was Fanatec or Husingfeld, and that was it. That for the high end, that was all you could have. On the low end, it was basically Logitech for the longest time if you wanted a decent low-end one. Then Thrustmaster came into the game. They made a lot of good stuff. A big Logitech Thrustmaster fan. More Thrustmaster myself, but now you've got, Husingfeld is still around, Fanatec is still out there, you've got Moza, you've got CineCube, you've got so many of these new different brands all coming up, and they offer something very, very close to the same. And it's very, I'm always interested, just like you are, a gear nerd, to see what people's setups are, what they're using, and just what they've done to make themselves more comfortable behind the wheel of virtual cockpit.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic, and one like the sim racing platform that evokes a lot of discussion and a lot of chatter about whatever works, and realistically it's whatever is the best for your budget and whatever is the best for you. So plenty of reviews out there on YouTube, check them all out and get in the race. That's essentially what we're saying here, because there's never been an easier time. Talking of on YouTube and talking about making guides, it's Niles Noyox, the man himself, for BMW M Team BS Plus competition in the Zebras, behind the wheel of the 89 car. Niles has a pretty significant YouTube channel. Is always on there making videos, making loads of awesome guides, and pretty much moaning about everything that's going on in the world of sim racing. And I think, Austin, it must be an age thing, and I don't actually know how old Niles is, but you get to my age and you just start, everything becomes rubbish, and you just start complaining about everything.
Yeah, well, I feel like that too. Is just, you expect a certain amount of quality, and over time things just decrease in quality so fast, so far. Like it's just insane. So yeah, naturally you do kind of start to complain about stuff, because everything always lasts so much longer when you're younger, because it's the same reason why you were 5 years old, right? For much longer, it feels like, than you were 35 years old. It's just one of those things that you're going to have. I will say, someone put in the YouTube chat that the 110 Audi has disconnected, and I've noticed on my pitwall.live timing sheet, the 110 car, Yura Petrochenko, I believe he might have lost connection to the server.
Yeah, that's that. I saw that as well. A huge shout there for Alan Kensland in YouTube chat. Thank you very much for that. Yura Petrochenko then in the Audi was in that second place, has gone from the race, a disconnect, a technical failure. They will likely be able to reconnect as soon as they can get another driver in, but that car is showing as ghosting on the run down the Kemmel Straight there, so dropping down and down and down. And listen, Austin, this is exactly what we were saying. This is exactly the sort of things that can pop up during a 24-hour race and can absolutely throw a spanner in the works here.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened to that 66 car that Igor Rodriguez is currently in. Another one of the Williams Esports cars. They were, again, running very, very competitive inside the top 10. Had to disconnect from one of their drivers, and it basically shoved them all the way to outside the top 20. They've been doing a really good job to go ahead and dig themselves out of this hole, but there's only so much you can do in a 24-hour race when there is no cautions. There's nothing to bunch the field back up.
Wow, that is absolutely huge, and they are just going to drop down and down and down through the order. Realistically, they're going to be at least 4 or 5 laps down, and that is going to make it very difficult for them to be able to actually still be in a competitive form for this race here. So yeah, it looks like we've lost the 110 with got just 7 hours 45 minutes left to go in this race. We've rolled over.
Did you see that Honda go off and absolutely kill the right side wall there coming out of pits? It looked like it was weird, kind of lag induced. Yeah, but Yuko Oshaki, I think he's lost a lot of the steering on that big car, because as soon as he went through a Rouge and Radeon, he hit the wall on the right hand side of that car, and yeah, you can see lots of damage on that. Very, very hard for him to get this thing around the rest of the racetrack, and he's going at basically a snail's pace.
No, I didn't see that at all. I was too busy chatting away and obviously completely missed that. Great catch there, Austin. Yuko Ozaki for the HPD Jazz Pro 94 team. And let's face it, I mean, this HPD Jazz Pro team, they have had just no luck whatsoever with any of their races. It's been a really, really torrid affair with that Honda. It's a difficult enough task trying to make that car competitive without putting the car into the wall at top speed there, and that car is going to be very, very difficult to try and get back. I've got to say all credit to Yuki for doing everything he can to make sure he's away from the racetrack, making sure that he's not even causing any issues whatsoever. That is stellar driving there just to recover that car. Maybe not so much for the car going into the wall in the first place, but having driven that Honda a few times, I can kind of see why that sort of thing happens, because that is not an easy car to drive, not a happy car to drive, and is it just me or that back rear tyre looking very, very wonky indeed. That's it's going to take more than a little bit of duct tape to fix that car.
Yeah, it looks extremely wonky. It's kind of got a mind all of its own. I think that's why he's having to go so slow. You can see him putting down a constant band of rubber there, just leaving a kind of one-wheel peel, as we like to call it. Yeah, I tell you what, though, he's been doing a phenomenal job to kind of keep that off the racing line. Lots of heads-up driving, the sportsmanship, and that alone to just realize that that's what's going to happen. Doesn't want to affect anyone else's race. You can see him very, very close to putting that car in the wall each and every time, just trying to get the turn and waiting forever and ever. I'll be curious what he does right here, though, because it's hard to get to pit row without at least going on the track a little bit, and it's going to be really hard, especially to stop and steer this car onto pit road. See if he does it. Yeah, he's having
what an effort
for sure.
What an effort. That was awesome. Yuki Osaki gets the car in. That car is, to say it's looking unhappy is a mild understatement. That was a gargantuan effort there, and but a little bit of me just had the absolute fear watching it cutting across the grass on the exit of Provisional, thinking that's not going to stop, that's not going to get turned right, is it? It's just going to go straight on into the side of another car. But masterful recovery drive there. That car will get in, it'll get sorted, and they'll be on their way again. So wow, that was heart and mouth moment stuff there.
Yeah, you hate to see that for that team. Oh man, that was another harsh bounce. You hate to see it for this team too, because if they didn't have bad luck, they'd basically have no luck at all. And man, that was a hard hit into those barriers. That was jarring.
Goodness me. Right, okay, well there we go. That's Yuko Osaki getting a drink of water. He's into the pits. Let's bring it up to speed then. So we've now got, with everything that's just happened with losing the 110 there, it's now a Mercedes 1-2-3. Bastian Richter in the lead of the race then. Dennis Schoeninger in second position. Lars Kisser in third. That is your 1-2-3 for the Pro class then. Silver class we'll talk about in just a second. There you go. David Purtill leading in that silver class ahead of Henrik Gamble, and then it is Marhilovic in that third position. This is Alexander Smolja then. This is the battle for 12th and 13th position there. Smolja gets to the inside. Can they over baby into Lecombe? Thank you very much. And Austin, that looked very, very simple and straightforward.
Yeah, no, that was, I mean, talk about textbook, right? I mean, that was both drivers kind of operating on the exact same page, and that really, you know, they're fighting for position, but they're not actually battling for points right here. They're fighting just for a position on the racetrack. It does him no harm in fighting it, but it doesn't do him any good either. And to be fair, if the AAA car is faster right now, go ahead and use that as kind of a proverbial rabbit to change. Maybe see if you can't become more of a student here and see if you can learn anything, maybe what you're doing wrong. And maybe just get pulled down the straightaways. Lots of long straightaways here where you can draft up to the car ahead and just kind of stay right where he is, where you don't have a ton of dirty air when you go into these corners, but you can definitely gain a lot of speed here for being in that car's slipstream going down the straightaways.
What we noticed as well, and you commented on it about 20 minutes ago, that Aston Martin really going deep into some of the corners. I do wonder if it's cooked some of the tyres. We've got a yellow flag out on circuit. Let's take a quick look to see if we can see any cars stop just now. I can't see anything on the run down to Eau Rouge. That might still be out for that car that's ghosted away there, but I certainly can't see anything just now. So it's a pit lane yellow. That's fine. We'll just ignore that one for just now. The thing with it as well is that Aston Martin really, to be in the position it is still in, to be in 13th position after that tech failure for Kilian Raikkonen, I think is an absolute effort by the rest of the team to minimise the damage that was done with that there.
Yeah, really, just a Herculean effort at that point too, because when you're in a situation like that, you basically have one of two options. Okay, you can stop the car immediately and just get out of it, and maybe hope that thing gets its way back around to you later. You can panic, and you can make the situation a lot worse, or you can just basically stay cool, calm, and collected, level-headed about the whole situation, and say, all right, what's the best way to make sure I hurt us the least when all this stuff is going on? And they just did a really good job of doing everything they needed to make sure they didn't hurt themselves more than they already had.
Yeah, for sure. As we're rattling down through another series of pit stop changes. Now, this is the other thing as well, is that we were talking at the start of the race, when you do your first hour and you do your first 2 hours, Austin, it's easy to follow other teams in terms of the strategy that they're doing, as we see Dennis Schoeninger into the pits. But as teams start to peel off and start to do different strategies and different fueling things and all that sort of stuff, it becomes really difficult, I think, to keep track of other teams' strategies through the course of the race, because where they were all, the majority of the field were pitting within 5 laps, now they're all pitting within at any point during the hour here. That makes it even more important to have a team behind you keeping tabs on the other teams, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah, because like you mentioned, the first kind of pit stop, everybody's going to be on pit road at the exact same time, unless there's some sort of a weather event, like it rains, and you actually do need to switch on to wet weather tires, because sometimes you will get a little bit of spread. But otherwise, from the drop of the green flag, unless you're trying to undercut somebody, everybody's going to come down pit road pretty much between 60 to 65 minutes into the race. And then from there on out, you have some cars maybe under fueling the car just a little bit. Less time on pit road means more time gained on the racetrack, stuff like that. Or you might just have a slow stop because they want to fill the car up with fuel just in case something weird happens, and maybe they overfuel one stop and underfuel the next, just to kind of even everything out. And as that happens, instead of having to worry about 2 or 3 different cars pitting strategies, all of a sudden you've got 10, 15, or even 20 to worry about it. And that just makes it a lot harder too. But I will say it gets easier, when you're this late in the race, because if you're this 5 car, you basically know who you're going to have to race for the rest of this thing, right? You're hoping you can catch up to the 555 car, or you just really want to stay ahead of that Capaccia car, that number 51 car, that Ferrari that's behind you. So you kind of got an idea of the 2 cars in front of you and the 2 cars behind you of who you need to race from this point on.
We're watching Lars Kisser then coming up to La Source, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see. Well, it was going to say it's going to be very interesting to see, but Dennis Schoeninger already onto the Kennel Straight, so I thought we were going to be treated to a little bit of a battle there. No such luck, as the yellow flags still flying at the bottom of La Source, and anyway, Dominic Blyer then out of the pit lane into the fire, out of proverbial frying pan then, because currently behind several of the lapped cars there, and is now behind the race leader, which is awesome to hear. Second place behind the leader. Unfortunately, it's now a lap down. that is the way that this race has been going, and I think Bastian Richter now will have a massive smile on his face. But Dominic Blyer, I would imagine, is rather keen to get past that car in front.
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously, Bastian Richter is going to love that fact because this closest competition basically disconnected there, so he gets a free 18 seconds worth of a lead. So he's got to be pretty happy with just what went on right there. And also, every car in the rest of the field until you get to that 110 car is happy with what just happened because they just got a free spot. I mean, that's the best way to get them is when somebody else has some sort of problem, it doesn't affect you, and you get to benefit from it.
In YouTube chat, Yorkshire Mick asking, did the 110 car reconnect? No, it is still showing as disconnected on our time screen. So Yuri Petrochenko is still shown as behind the wheel of that car and still all the way further down there. So that car is effectively out of the race. It's 6 laps down now. Yeah, that is not going to be making any significant recovery drive, I don't think. And it could be that the way that he's disconnected may prevent other drivers from jumping into the car. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Just up in front though, we're on board with Dominic Blyer for Williams Esports Mercedes AMG in the 555 car just now. You can see race leader Bastian Richter just coming through Ravion just now behind one of the lap cars here. Looks to be quite happy to sit in the tow, possibly doing a little bit of fuel saving here right now. Done everything that they absolutely need to as we hit off almost another half hour here. The time flying by while we're having fun, Austin, and we're already nearly halfway into our commentary stint here together.
Yeah, I'll be honest though, it was completely slowed down for me. It is 2:44 in the morning for me, and I'm not used to staying up this late, and I can really feel it in my brain.
Are you at that stage, Austin, where you start feeling like you're slurring your words?
Not quite. We might get there in the next hour or so, but I can definitely tell. You ask me a question, and I'll take that. And I'll answer the question for the first maybe half a sentence, and then I go off on one tangent, and then I take another tangent. I'm like, yep, there you go. That's your question answered. Thanks, David.
Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, right, so getting back to the point.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Exactly, and that's the fatigue that these drivers have been dealing with, right? Obviously, for most of these guys, it's starting to be the early part of the morning for you guys, so it is sort of when you're used to being awake. But during these 24-hour races, you just mess up your sleep schedule. It's just one of those things you become accustomed to doing.
Oh man, you hate to see all that happening. That's the key thing with it. With that being said, though, we're obviously just doing the commentary, and I say that in inverted brackets there. Bastian Richter making his way past the number 49 machine of Patat in the Ferrari there. The fatigue and the exhaustion levels for these drivers is likely off the chart. Now granted, there are 4 of them for most of the teams, some of them driving with 5. But that fatigue will still set in very, very quickly because most of these drivers having to do multiple hours, and no stint is going to be exactly the same. For instance, they're having to constantly navigate this lap traffic, which massively changes every single lap that they're doing.
It certainly does, and you'll have laps where you catch them in all the right places, right? As soon as you catch up to one of those slower lap cars, they'll go ahead and move over for you, or they'll kind of realize you're there, and whenever it's convenient for both of you, they'll just let you by, right? And it's just a great place to have it happen. But sometimes you'll catch up to somebody right at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and you're not quite close enough to just shove the car up the inside and make a move, so you pretty much have to follow them through. And sometimes you're forced to follow them through all the way until you get out of these corners too. You might even have to wait all the way until like Stavellow or something just for that car to finally pull over because there's enough real estate on the track, and the track is wide enough that they feel comfortable letting off the throttle and letting you by.
Just looking at the gaps on track just now, still that fight for 10th position now is the real closest battle that we've got between Alexander Smolyar in that 888 machine for SMP Racing Esports and the 123 FFS Racing machine of Jan Willem van Ommen just behind him. for 11th place. We're watching Jan Willem van Ormen right now in that bright pink liveried FFS Racing machine. Gap's now up to 1.22 seconds. But again, Aston was able to try and catch up to that Ferrari, but the Ferrari just seems to have the legs to be able to stretch away right now. And I've got to be honest, Jan Willem van Ormen looking very cool, calm and collected there. Chewing gum and just having a great old time. Also, I just noticed, did you see that, Austin? He's racing using bonnet cam.
Oh yeah, how about that? It's very, very weird. Kind of disorienting every time I've tried to do that, but you know, for some drivers it really just improves the visibility of what's going on, and it just makes you sort of able to see everything else a lot better. Some people like to even race some of the F1 games like that. It all depends. Personally, I like to sit in the cockpit. It's how I can imagine everything else being, but I can't really knock that.
Well, that's certainly something, since I given GT7 a go, that's something that I'm doing with doing my PC sim racing on VR and then switching to console to give that a try on a big TV. And bonnet cam for me has removed all the clutter that is in the cockpit, but I prefer the cockpit view 100%. It's the most realistic, it's the most immersive, but for me I just what the view we're seeing here is exactly the view that Jan Willem van Ormen is racing in on the stream there. You can see that almost one-to-one with the apart from he's maybe a little bit closer to the front here. And when you're sitting right in the middle, again it does feel weird because the driver will actually be sitting inside to the left of the centre of the car, but actually when it's like this it might feel okay because it feels more like a prototype or a single seater where you're in the middle of the car and you're just driving it like straight down the middle. It's very, very difficult, very different to a lot of the other drivers, but again it comes back to that whole thing. It's whatever works for him.
Yeah, exactly, and you'll see that too. Even some of the prototypes, it looks like just because the cockpit is smack dab in the middle of the car, the driver will usually be biased just a little bit to one side or the other. So even though it looks like they're centered, 9 times out of 10 they're not. You know, kind of similar to how an F1 car, any car, really any single seater, you're smack dab right in the middle of the car. But most other race cars, you are biased off to one side or the other. Usually anymore, it's on the left side. Some cars will be on the right side, but it's always been sort of the wild west of which side do you put the steering wheel on for most of these race cars.
Certainly is. As we are watching the 52 car in second place, that's Fred Olsen Forsberg there behind the wheel of the low fuel motorsport project Kane car. Now this is a cracking little fight that we have got going on here. Just ahead is the number 49 car. This is a battle for position. That's Arthur Patat in the GD Esports JJ Tech Ferrari. So it's the battle of the Ferraris just now, just half a second off of that car. And you can also see one of the Renvelten cars just behind. I believe that is the Renvelten blue car, the 72 car that is just behind them just now. That's Orlando Ratz, I believe, that is just behind them just now. So he's a lap, at least 1 lap up ahead of them, trying to get ahead, and it's not happening right now. It'll be very interesting to see how that Renvelten Sport car is able to get past. But I mean, the no slouches are Fred Forsberg and Patat at the moment in the 49 and 52, but certainly that frustration is going to be building quite significantly as Fred Forsberg just decides to pull over and probably for the better let that car pass them.
Yeah, again, you know, it's just one of those situations where you can fight a guy and you can both lose time, or you can let him on go, and again, maybe you can follow him for a little while, learn something, see how his car handles, let him pull you down the straightaways. As long as you do enough work in the corners to try to keep up with him, you might be very happy. You could even gain time overall instead of losing it to the other competitors there. And while you might not gain any more positions, you certainly will do a lot to make sure that you don't lose anymore, because you're following that guy, making his way up through the field.
A case of mistaken identity for me. Of course that's not Orlando Rats, because Orlando Rats is in a blooming Aston Martin. That is not clearly an Aston Martin, which means it's the 71 of Tim Peachman in the Ferrari 296 for Renville Esports Red that is still trying to get past, still with a blue flag and still up there in 13th position. But yeah, that car is not going anywhere fast. What I would say is that I think if Forsberg was switched on, he would be tied to the back end of that Renville Esports car and trying to get the toe of it and possibly trying to get their way past Patat as well. But that is certainly the closest battle that we've got. We've got cars starting to drift towards each other here. You can see that Nars Noyok, you've got Tim Peachman and Sven Hetic within about 4 seconds of each other through the race here. But as we said, we've already cracked off another half hour of the commentary here. We've got 7 hours 25 minutes left to go of this Spa 24 hours, a scintillating event here for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. It's David Christie and Austin Bilgate taking you through the action as we hit the halfway point of the season. We have 2 races to go after this. We head to Suzuka next month and we head to Indianapolis in September for the season finale. But double points as well, Austin, on offer here today. Already half of the points have been dished out at that halfway point. How much of a difference does that make to the motivation for the drivers?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, just to go ahead and see how well it's sort of set up some drivers to go out there. Basically, you know, this race being 24 hours and they've awarded points at the 12-hour mark and they're going to award more of them. Just as many for another race at the 24-hour mark. Basically, Spa's worth 2 races. I mean, double points for this weekend. And if you had sort of 2 bad weekends in Bathurst and Kyalami, this is your opportunity to go ahead and sort of, you know, kind of reverse what's just gone on between then and there. I will say, though, 2.8 second gap now between the first and second place cars, the 4 of Bastian Richter and the 555 there of Dominic Glazier. You can see riding on board here with the driver in the 21st position, Arthur Patat, the number 49 car in silver. This is that awesome 3, almost 4 wide Ferrari battle that we keep looking at.
Fantastic action going on just now, still tit for tat between 21st and 22nd position here, so this fight well and truly on as the lead car then up there of Tim Peachman gets clear of the Ferraris, and these two now able to duke it out as Fred Olsen Forsberg gets a good run, but it's a better run for Arthur Patat in that Esports Ferrari then on the run down through Eau Rouge up through Radion as well. It's all about the exit onto the Kemmel Straight here, and I think that it's going to be a matter of time for Arthur Patat here, because look at that Ferrari behind, it's charging, it's coming up very, very strong there in the slipstream there. Goes defensive, goes to that right hand side, moves to the left hand side, goes Fred Olsen Forsberg, then tries to go around the outside. That's a beautiful move there, late onto the brakes there, gets it done. That was lovely, almost a little bit of contact there, a little bit overly aggressive for me for Fred Olsen Forsberg. There wasn't really any need to cut the nose off of Arthur Patat there, but this battle is going to rage on as they head down into Ravage then, rounds turn number 8. You've got a car there just behind him as well, looking to get past there. I believe that is going to be one of the, is that an Aston Martin just behind him? Yes, it is. That might be Sven Hetic actually in 14th position trying to get past these two. He is not in the best of time. They are not really going to be looking in their mirrors right now, and it looks like that might be going to Fred Olsen Forsberg just now, but brilliant little move there.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're right now in a heated battle. They might see that blue flag going on right now, and you called that perfectly. It is the number 7 car there of Hetic at Aston Martin, currently in the 14th position, and he is fast to these guys. He's ran them down pretty fast, but again, as soon as you let that Aston Martin go, you're going to lose time to the driver ahead of you. So this does open up a pretty decent opportunity here, though, for Patat to go ahead and just tuck him behind that Aston Martin and take advantage of whenever he sticks his nose down to the inside of the Ferrari there, just up the road, to go ahead and, I mean, make that dive there on Forsberg.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Gets that, lets that car through, so Sven Hetic then gets up in between. We've seen this happen before as well, and looking to make it stick between the two of them. So let's give you some updated standings then. As we just mentioned, 50% of the points have been given out at the halfway point of the race, so they were given out around about 4 and a bit hours ago. Pro standings look like this. Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, the 555 car, in the lead of the championship now with 74 points ahead of the number 4 Unicorns of Love with 55 points. Again, that's going to change currently as it stands just now. Then you've got McLaren Veloci down in 3rd position there. They're still on their recovery drive right now, 54 points for them. And then it's the Unicorns of Love number 5 car with 49 points, joined with the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team on 49 points. That's your top 5 for Pro. For Silver, it's Team Racing Point that actually jump off then into the lead, 85 points ahead of the Renville Esports Red team with 55 points there. So that's the number 85 in the lead of the Silver class just now. It's the 71 that's currently down in P5 in Silver that is in 2nd place in the championship. Jardier and Yaz Sport Team 296, they are currently in 3rd place in the championship and in 3rd place in Silver just now as well. And then the BMW Romania Team West Competition Racing, the number 1 team, they are down as, I believe they got their number changed. No, the one team, sorry, excuse me. They are in 4th position in the championship, and FFS Racing currently in 5th position in the championship as well. So lots of points being given out, but still lots to play for, and for a lot of these teams, chance to consolidate those good points.
Yeah, every point that's been given out so far in the season, there will be another point given out in the second half. So there's still a lot of options left here. Man, look at this battle here still between the Aston Martin there of the 7, trying to see if they can't get by this number 49 Ferrari. Looks like it's going to happen again this time by. A little bit of argy-bargy there just for almost for a second. But I tell you what, boy, if Batat wants this spot back from Forsberg, he's got to make sure he stays right on the back bumper here of Hedrick.
Well, the problem with it is that Hetich obviously is several laps up. He's in 14th position, so Patat is pretty far back off the bumper with that car there. So I think that is going to be fairly comfortable now for Fred Olsen Forsberg. He's got that position from the number 49 car. Just seems to be drifting off there in the background. We saw it was looking a little bit closer, but yeah, that car just seems to be drifting off. We can see in the background there on pin turn, Niles Noyox into the pit lane. He is in for the BMW BS Plus competition car, and likely going to be changing over. If you haven't, have a little look at his YouTube stream now and again. Obviously not when we're live, you know, you can go and check it out some other time, but it is there. A very, very entertaining. If you can speak German, then that's a bonus as well. Mixed language stream, but yeah, very, very entertaining. And yeah, look, Niles and the team, they're a good bunch of guys. Good to listen to them and hear their thoughts and opinions on everything sim racing related as well. Some colourful language most of the time, which obviously appeals to my crude sense of sensibilities here, as we see Mikhail Statsenko up on the inside of one of the Aston Martins there, gets the job done, and that is one of the back markers, I believe, that has just been passed. It is, and Statsenko again in the middle of kind of no man's land there in that 6th position there. Austin really doesn't have anyone anywhere near him. He's 16 seconds behind David Cartail, and a significant amount of time ahead of Henrik Gamble in that 977 Porsche. Now, you do a bit of sim racing yourself. When you're in an endurance race and you're by yourself, how do you find it? Do you enjoy the peace and quiet, or do you prefer having somebody to fight?
I will always enjoy the peace and quiet, because it is fun having some driver to fight, but ultimately you worry that they make a mistake and take you out of the race, that you make a mistake and take them out of the race. Also, when you're battling with somebody, you're just kind of slowing yourself down. So whatever I'll do in iRacing, again, just to have that sort of proverbial rabbit, I'll go ahead and just cycle the splits on my screen, basically from all-time best to session best or optimal lap time based on sector time, or I'll usually do best lap time this event. So that's how I can kind of tell and make sure that I'm right on pace to where I should be at every single corner of the track, just based on my delta time to maybe my fastest lap of the session. So I'm usually somebody that I'd just rather kind of be on my own no man's land for a while and just put down the fastest laps possible. But in a racetrack like this, it's going to be rare because you've got 38 other cars out there.
It certainly is. We've got a group of cars coming in the pit lane, so that's interesting. I was making out that all the cars were pitting at different times, so we've got 3 cars in at the same point. Bastian Richter from the lead of the race, Lars Kisser from 3rd place in the race. Now, no surprise to see them coming in the same lap. Teammates, maybe sharing strategy, maybe sharing ideas on how the race is going. Henrik Gamble in the 977 car is into the pits as well from that silver class. So he'll be jumping possibly out of the car there in the 977 and possibly handing over the Kramer Racing Esports car to another driver. But that Kramer Racing Esports car has been in 2nd place for the majority of the race, and while you always want to try and win the race where you can, 2nd place in a consistent 2nd, that's a good showing for that team as Tobias Grunwald jumps behind the wheel of the 4.
Yeah, driver change here for the number 4 car. This is the overall race leader here in the Mercedes AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love. Again, they've been dominating this race, continue to put down pretty darn hot laps here as the race continues to go on, and they look like they're going to dominate here the rest of this thing, especially when I think their closest competition to go ahead and retake back the lead just with the changing track conditions, David, like we talked about, is that 110 car.
Now, we are in a wonderfully privileged position here, Austin, at the broadcast booth, that we get sweet nothings whispered into our ear by the broadcast producer. And I've been promised, well, I'm looking at the date, it's the middle of July, so it's not Christmas. So he said that there's going to be a surprise in 4 minutes, so it's not Christmas, we know it's not that. It's still a couple of weeks away from my birthday, so it's not that. So I guess that means that we have to tilt our heads up and look to the sky. Does that mean those clouds are looking very, very ominous indeed? Are we going to get some weather?
Yeah, I was just going to, as soon as you were talking about that, I did kind of notice the track in its entirety is all now cloud covered, overcast skies here, so I would have to imagine we'll see some rain here in a couple minutes. Now, will the rain be hard enough to warrant a switch to wet weather tires? We'll see if it does that, because this is really going to be what throws a wrench into things, especially if you're that 4 car who just came down onto pit road. That big lead you have right now, that's 133 seconds, that might very much go down the tubes, because you just had to come down pit road. You might need to come back down a second time.
Oh my, this is going to be very interesting indeed. We've seen this all through the race where these short showers jump in, cause a little bit of havoc, cause a little bit of chaos to the times, and potentially this could even things up, which is always a great sign. Andrea Capoccia jumps into the pits then for the 51 Ferrari of Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. David Purtill into the pit lane as well in the 85 car. That's the Team Racing Point, the leading silver class car at the moment, as well as Mikhail Statsenko in pro class for ITB Sansalok Racing into the pits as well. And again, you're going to feel absolutely gutted if you come into the pits just now and it's going to be a heavy rain shower, because the rain is away to fall, but we don't know how much is going to fall, and at the moment it's only forecast for around about the next sort of 10 minutes or so, so that will change up things massively as we are approaching the top of another hour. I don't know about you, Austin, this time is now obviously very late for you in real life, but the hours start to whisk away very quickly indeed.
They do. They really do. And this is the case in any sort of a 24-hour race, whether you're spectating, broadcasting, or racing. This is the point where, like I was talking about, that kind of the work week, that hump day of the middle of the race, from here on out, it's downhill. It goes faster and faster. The race is going to be over before we know it. Even just the last 2 hours and some change of minutes have gone by extremely fast in and of themselves. I will tell you what, though, if the rain is only going to last for 10 minutes, it's going to need to be extremely heavy to warrant a change to wet weather tires. And just to do that, Here come the skies. They have completely opened up, and like Arjuna and Jesse were talking about a couple hours ago, this is exactly what starts to happen. The heavens just open up, and all of a sudden, there's a ton of rain.
Well, it certainly is. That, I don't know if it was just me. If anybody else noticed that, then let me know. The track just completely, instantly changed colour there. It just immediately got much darker as the rain started to fall there. So again, what we'll see is the rain start to seep onto the track. It'll start washing away all of the tyre rubber that's put on there. It's not at the position now, but it certainly looks like it's a good rain shower for just now. But you still see that clean line. And what I'm a total nerd, right? I listen to the rain for the intensity, because the sound cues in this game are absolutely fantastic, and you can hear it sort of coming on in sort of waves, but you can also see that line, that middle line, the racing line, starting to get, you know, smaller and smaller, and actually you can see it start to disappear just on the entrance to Ravage. It's fascinating. I've never seen that. We've never really looked at that sort of camera feed there. You just saw it there on the entrance to Ravage, just slowly start to fade away.
Yeah, that's I've never witnessed that in ACC before, but now that you mention it, I mean, it just, you know, talk about washing all the grip away, and that's exactly what the rain does, right? It takes all that the rubber, and washes it out of the racetrack, and these cars depend on that old rubber to let them go around the course sooner. That's what we call a rubbered-in racetrack, and all the rain comes out. It makes this thing basically a green racetrack. When I say that, I don't mean the green flag is out, these drivers can push as hard as they want to. I mean green is in a brand new, a fresh racetrack that has not been rubbered down. So you have all those different little, you know, it's basically like a sandpaper or a cheese grater in the road, because all that rubber that used to be filling in the cracks that these drivers, you know, cars and tires could just drive right over top of, all of a sudden those are exposed, and they're just taking chunks and chunks out of these tires every single time they go through the corner.
Yeah, the grip is definitely gone now. Have a look at Tobias Grunwald having to wrestle this car round with whatever he's got on the track there, coming through that right-hander through Fania and then on through Stavolo as well. Again, you can see at different parts of the track, different amounts of rain as well. Not so much it looks here on the back half of the circuit here, but certainly on the run up through the Kennel Straight, on the run down Le Combe and into Ravage, there's plenty of rain there. Not too bad on this back half of the circuit here, so he might get away with it just now, but again, it's going to be very interesting to see how long this rain actually lasts and what sort of a difference it does make. It does look like actually it's significantly calmed down already, so it could have just been a very quick shower there. But Leon Itoki now has got the fastest lap of the race. I think that was set a couple of laps ago there, there we go, the rain stopped already, so nothing to worry about, I guess.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, it was kind of slick. It's going to continue to be a little bit slick here. Oh, yeah, drive penalty for the 5 car.
Okay, that's there's no penalty. That's going to be track limits. So that is a torpedo across the bow of Leon Itoki in the number 5 Unicorns of Love Machine. That was doing very well. But let's talk about the significance of a drive-through penalty here, Austin, because you mentioned earlier, how long is that pit lane?
If it isn't the longest, it's one of the longest in the entirety of the Assetto Corsa Competizione, and I would wager it'll be the longest one of any of the championship tracks we're visiting in this championship season. You can see side-by-side battle here down the Camel Straight, just in front of our last driver on the podium here, Leon Itoki. He does, however, have a drive-through though, so even if he does rush through these cars, a little bit of argy-bargy there. One Ferrari forcing the other one just a little bit wide. Take evasive action there as a number 5 car of Leon, but it's 80 seconds worth of time from one end of pit road all the way to the other, and if Leon loses 80 seconds worth of time, that is going to put him down to 4th and down to 5th, down to 6th, 7th. I would say between 7th and 8th. If he loses 80 seconds from where he is right now, I think that puts him just about 8th position.
Wow, I mean, that is, like I say, at this late stage of the race with 7 hours left to go, that is a disaster for the Unicorns of Love. It's not an insurmountable challenge. We've seen plenty of moments like that through previous 24-hour races, but it's definitely not the position that you want to be, as Leon Artocchi almost gets wiped out of existence by a very wobbly Ferrari trying to struggle with these damp, treacherous conditions here. It will dry off, but it will take time for these cars to get used to these conditions here. That was a big moment there. My heart was definitely in my mouth there, Austin.
Yeah, my heart skipped a beat there as well. I was extremely worried there for Leon that he was going to go in the grass and then careening off into the wall. Looking here at the Jean Alesi Esports team, Darren King. He's driving in the 12th position in the 127 car. Good recovery from this team. I remember earlier on in the day, they were looking at him just being happy with a top 20 finish. Any more top 15, knocking on the door right now of a top 10. Things are finally starting to look their way. I'll tell you what though, Leon Artocchi, that entire 5 team for that Mercedes AMG group, they were on it pretty much all day. They were looking like they were sort of a lock-in for a top 5, and especially with this middle portion of the race, I'm going to say middle third so far, they look like they were locked for the podium, and this drive-through is really going to affect their chances of even just making the top 5. I mean, they're going to lose 80 seconds driving through the pit lane alone, and they're going to have to gain 2 spots and like 30 or 40 seconds just to go ahead to get back inside the top 5.
Yeah, it's a horrible situation for them to be in, but again, it's just a case of you kind of have to deal with the dice that you're given, and well, that's what's happened there. But Leon Artocchi in the pit lane, serving the drive-through penalty that they have got, and they have a couple of laps in which to do so, but he's obviously just decided to get that out of the way nice and early with that. As you said, I'm on board with Dan King for Jean Alesi Esports team in the 127 Lamborghini. The Lamborghinis have had mixed fortunes actually. One of the cars that I did want to talk about was David Tonizza now, who is up into 6th position. He's been flying under the radar. We saw little bits of David throughout the race here, and we've always said that it's been either hit or miss for David, because that's a big moment for that BMW just in front. It was that David Simeon, so that was for position actually. Yes. So Dan King gets that 11th position from Simeon, and well, that could have been a big moment on the exit of Radion.
Yeah, that was an amazing save there by Simeon as well. Usually whenever you see a car kind of bobble that much and have to back out of the throttle that hard, it's only a matter of time before they go after like a split second later and in the wall. If not to the left, to the right for sure. That was an amazing save. Kept that car on track. Obviously lost a lot of time. Big bobble. But you know what the important part is? Didn't lose a position in his class, so he's still fine, still facing the right direction, still on point, on track today for a fantastic points haul.
And that's what it all counts down to, as more drive-through penalties. That's a drive-through for the number 60 car, and that is currently Dario Inulo behind the wheel of the VS Racing by Ballas. That's the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. Ignore me. It's still early. My brain is obviously switched off. I was right the first time. It is the VS Racing by Ballas Esports team. I've got, for the first time ever actually, I'm using a printed sheet of all the drivers there. Who was that? That was the Ferrari just in front of, was that Kofanov? No, that was the same Ferrari that saw really struggling. We need to get an idea on who that is behind the wheel of that car just now, because they are really struggling with keeping that thing on the straight and narrow. If we could get a rear view from Sakari Lehtinen in the Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, that would be amazing, and try and figure out who that car is, because that was a scary moment coming through Le Combe there.
Is it the 678 car? I feel like it might be, just because I feel like there's triple numbers on its number plate, and again, it is a Ferrari. We'll see if we can get any confirmation on that, or maybe just a different look here as well. But look, you see that, I believe that's a McLaren making a dive down to the inside. Yeah, Dmitry Kolvanov, and just let the McLaren by, again, not fighting for position.
Austin, I'm stunned by that. That was an excellent call, mate. Well done. I'm loving your observation. Wait, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning there, and you're more alert and awake than I am at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's not right. We'll have to get a cup of coffee and get that sorted out. Back on with Manuel Pop there, just behind the number 71 car. Now this is the silver battle for what is 5th position in class. Just ahead is that 71 car, as we said, of Leon Berndt in the Renvelton Esports red car just ahead. And this is a proper little fight. This is great now because, you know, for the majority of the 3 hours we didn't really have much in the way of action going on. It feels like we've got loads of little fights going on throughout the fields here.
Yeah, I mean, he's really on it too. Again, you can see he's got the 4D experience as well. Look on his, in front of his screen, he has like a fake little pop-out dash there, digital dash with all the red rev lights and what exactly you would see if you were in the real race car. Looking at making a move here as they go now into Lake Hom, down the Kevel Straight. Looks like he'll make that move. Made it look easy as well. Textbook pass there, especially down into Lake Hom as well. So move him up into now the 14th position overall, 5th position in class. That's good stuff by Pop.
Here's a fun little fact. Let's keep on Manuel Pop just now. Let's keep his webcam up just now. Have a look at what his neck and his head is doing, right? This is a sim car. There's no G-forces. There's no motion in the rig whatsoever, but watch what he does. The body stiffens up when he's on the brake and his head and neck tilt to the left as he's looking through the corner there. But you'll notice as well, sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's not so subtle. His neck actually tilts with his brain kind of simulating the G-forces that it's expecting. His body moves from one side or to the other as well. I always love watching stuff like that because it's fascinating how the brain makes this real, how the brain kind of tricks itself into thinking this is something that I am actually doing. And what we don't kind of recognise is that's what our body does all the way through the race. That's why we're absolutely exhausted at the end of a stint, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, he's physically pushing himself up further in the seat whenever he gets really hard on that brake pedal with the left foot. Watch him as he breaks into the final chicane. Look at how much his head rises. That's like an entire inch that he's getting taller in the seat just under braking every time he needs to do that. And again, that's just the amount of force that some of these guys put in to make sure their brake pedal, when they really get on that thing, they're really getting on that thing. It takes a lot of force to press some of these brake pedals. Even I was told when I got my set of Fanatec pedals that I would basically need all the different stuff like the foams and all that stuff to make it a lot firmer because I wouldn't like it. All my friends said that unanimously. I went ahead and got it. I was like, well, I better try them out just to see what it's like beforehand. And I swear I wasted like 50 bucks on that conversion setup to make the pedal a lot more stiff. I'm happy with the way it is.
Yeah, that's it's a weird one, isn't it? Because you know, you've got all these different things, and you go from the budget pedals and the budget wheels, and they don't have all the bells and whistles that the more expensive things do. But the thing is that inversely, there's no guarantee it's going to make you faster, and sometimes it doesn't make you faster at all. And I've been arguing this point for a number of years. You know, everyone's like, oh, I've got to have a direct drive wheel, I've got to have 25 newton meters of torque because that'll make me a pro gamer. No, it won't. Think about it realistically, right? It's the same reason why some people are stupidly fast with a controller than they can mix it up with the steering wheel drivers, right? They're able to get lock-to-lock steering with no resistance whatsoever, so they're able to, you know, be able to respond much quicker than a driver that's got force feedback, because the force feedback is physically stopping you turning that wheel to a certain position. That's what the force feedback does. It's you know, simulating the grip, and by doing that, but realistically, it's fine. You know, realistically, you want as much realism, you want as much force feedback to make you feel like you're in touch with the car. But if you're trying to get the car to do the fastest, you know, maybe not based in reality times that a real life driver wouldn't be able to do, then you want as little force feedback as you possibly can. So going back to my rambling little conversation there, the range of products that you can get for sim racing. You know, you go all the way from the budget things and like the Logitech wheels, and Logitech now coming out with higher price stuff, and then you've got Thrustmaster, you've got Fanatec, who obviously we're big fans of here at the series, all the way up to you know your hoisting belts and your more sort of top of the end, like proper thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of kit. There's something for everyone, but there's no guarantee, Aston, it's going to make it any faster whatsoever.
Yeah, I will say though, my upgrade made me faster, and it's because my Logitech pedals, you know, the Hall sensors or whatever they use in there, where it's actually a contact sensor, it would always get dirty because I had a lot of dogs at home. And basically I was getting very, very bad readings. They're all over the place, readings while I was trying to race. So I would be flat-footed down a straightaway, and all of a sudden my input would be bouncing all over the place. So if that's the case, yes, upgrading your stuff will make you faster, because basically whatever you try to tell the pedals to tell your computer to do, that's what will actually happen. And the Fanatec pedals do have a contactless position sensor. I think that might be the Hall sensor, but regardless, you know, so sometimes it will make you faster, but again, only because maybe one hard piece of hardware was sort of having a malfunction, or just really not living up to what it should be to function properly day in and day out. But yeah, by and large, just because you have a $5,000 setup versus a $1,000, even a $100 setup, doesn't mean you'll be faster. It's however you're most comfortable.
I just say that out of absolute saltiness, that my good friend John Monroe was consistently able to absolutely spank me with a Logitech G29 clamp desk and a single monitor. That just, it just makes you feel like giving up at that point. You've got like a rig and a nice wheel and a VR headset and everything like that, and it's just absolutely demoralising. Back to the race. Right, we have had another disconnect, and a huge thank you as always to our YouTube community for pointing this one out. The number 977 Kramer Racing Esports, that was in second place in silver. Marco Bischoff, Henry Gamble, Max Frank and Noah Ader behind the wheel of that one. That has disconnected from the race. That is absolutely huge, and that car still showing as disconnected from the race. So that is a big loss, if that is a permanent thing for them. You can see that car falling all the way through the order. That is, I mean, that's absolutely gutting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real shame too, because they were running so well, and all it takes, you know, when you're driving in second position, is for one driver to have a problem, and all of a sudden you come out of this as big winners. You know, maximum points in the second of this, the second 12 hours of this 24-hour race, and you just hate to see that. It's a hard disconnect now, because there's only 6 hours, almost 7, to dig yourself out of this hole. I would much rather disconnect in the first hour or two, even if for 6 hours, than in the last 6 hours, because you know, it's really hard to dig yourself up out of this hole anymore.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, simple math says that you've got another 18 hours to undo the damage that has been done in that first 6, but you've got plenty of time, whereas in this final 7 hours, yeah, I'm not liking the chances of being able to do that. What that does mean, again, have to take my hats off, Luke Whitehead in that 912 McLaren Veloce car into the top 20. It's been just a remarkable performance by those drivers to drive that car as well as they've been able to. It's not been competitive, it's not on the mark with the other cars for whatever reason this on the circuit, but they have done a stellar job of getting some decent points there. And remember, a big swathe of that top 15 are going to be silver drivers up there as well, so I believe that's going to put them in the top 10 for Pro Class. We'll double check on that just now. I think that puts them 10th position, so they'll be happy with that to get what they can out of this race, I think, here, Austin.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And this is what a championship run is all about, right? It's not maximizing the good days. It's about minimizing the bad ones. This, for them, is another bad day, you know? And this is them out here doing their best to make sure that they minimize this bad day to try and get as many points as they can on their off day. You don't win championships with good days. You win them with bad days and making sure your bad days are as least bad as possible. And they've just been out here plugging away at this, you know? Stuff did not go their way in the earlier going through this race, but they made sure to stick with it, and they continue to do a phenomenal job at doing that. Another person just sticking with it, coming out here with a phenomenal race here. You see Drago Simeon there on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the car we're looking at here, this #1 BMW in the silver class, with, of course, that disconnect from that 97 car. It moves this West Competition Racing team onto the podium for the silver category.
What I love about seeing Dragos as well, look to the webcam there, you always get teammates on Discord saying, "You're on the stream," and it always makes them feel very, very nervous indeed. So it's great to see Dragos. I don't think we've actually seen Dragos for the entirety of this race, so great to see him on the stream there. An interesting talking point as well, that track in the middle, that is of course a track that is very relevant now to the SRO, with Stefan Rattal bringing out that wonderful news that we are going to Nürburgring next year. We're going to the Nordschleife for the 24 hours. I'm very, very excited for that.
Yeah, it's always one of those races where I circle on my calendar of like, hey, you know, this is a weekend I will be getting absolutely zero sleep. And I might try to watch it live, but invariably I'll always have to take a nap, or I'll have to do something over the weekend. Maybe I get a full 8 hours of sleep. I'll go ahead and watch that back on YouTube in the next days and weeks so I can get everything I can out of that Nürburgring 24-hour race. So it's so cool that there'll be more cars going there. Just it'll be more of a spectacle or an event because of that, and I'm really excited for it.
And of course, it's always coming on in leaps and bounds, and it just makes me. It's just so awesome to see how far it's come on in the past couple of years. So it's great to see that nonetheless. And you know, while we're going to Nürburgring for the 24, it's going to be awesome stuff to see. Right, it looks like we're not going to be getting the 977 back because of apparently internet in Germany is not very good. I don't think it's all of Germany. I'm pretty sure it'll just be their providers, but we'll wait and see on that one. We're currently watching Christopher in the number 38 STR Rinaldi car down in P24, and that silver class has been an intense battle through the entirety of this race.
Yeah, it certainly has. You've seen a lot of those guys kind of grouped together. The Ferraris especially. It really seems like if you see one Ferrari on the left-hand side of your screen, there's usually a Ferrari either just ahead or just behind it. Chris is the rare exception to that rule in the silver category because he's got a Porsche in front with Shea and Aston Martin behind with Bonjour. But it's just one of those things where there's a ton of Ferraris in this silver category.
Been awesome stuff to see, but 6 hours 46 minutes left in this race here. The other thing that's really surprised me is I'm going to touch the desk and every other wooden item around me just now while I say this, but the quality of the driving, the standard of the driving, and the relatively incident free. I know there's been lots of little bits here and there, but when I think back to like ACC events in the past couple of years, and you've had some proper howler moments like 15 car, 30 car pileups, and we've not really had this season. We've not really had those crazy moments that we had in the years gone by. Do you think everyone's just a little bit more cautious now? They're maybe a little bit more aware of self-preservation here, or what do you think that is?
No, I really do think so, and I'll tell you why. It's because we have so many more eyes on this. You know, it used to be back in the day, it was very rare to see so much support, whether it be from the factory side or just the sponsor side of these cars. You'd have a bunch of ragtag kids get together, and I say kids, young adults, and they basically paint the car however they want. But now you've got sponsors involved, and that sponsor is going to say, hey, I want the car to look like this, or I need these sort of colors, this sort of a design on the car. Apart from that, you can do it, and I'll sign off for this. But anymore, you're going out there, and these races are really an audition to the real race teams to say, hey, if you put me in this situation, even in a real car, I can go out there and prove myself and do a great job for you to say, hey, you know, buy a Ferrari, you know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, or go out there with a Corvette, and then all of a sudden you got a bunch of people saying, hey, I'd like to drive a Chevrolet or something.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And the thing is that we'd love to see more of that happening. I'll come back to that in a second as we see Dim Pertil trying to get his way past the 296 Yaz Heat Ferrari. That is putting that car another lap down. Of course, Honzig in the silver class. So that effectively now puts a lap difference between Racing Point and the Yaz Heat team. But in all intents and purposes, I think that Yaz Heat will be happy just to secure the points in this manner.
Oh yeah, I mean you can't really look a gift horse in the mouth, right? You already have a bunch of points. So what? You're going to lose the race by one lap. There have been a lot of cars in between the 85 and yourself that got disconnected. They had bad luck, you know. Otherwise, the gap would not be an entire lap like it is right now. So at that point, it's, you know, take what you can get, move on to the next race. For right now, it's a second position. That's really good points. You might have been beat by a lap, and that is kind of demoralizing in one sense or another, but be happy that you and your team were able to be here the entire 24 hours and weather the storm that comes along with it.
For sure. And as we're coming down to the closing stages of the